Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter mastered the time bending ability? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Leaving the Malfoy manor didn't hurt, not in the way Draco expected. He realized the Ministry would destroy his childhood home because they didn't want to bother with the numerous dark artifacts inside. They used a team of curse breakers to safely demolish the house. Draco and Narcissa had to hastily gather their belongings. Draco, however, couldn't bear to leave the library behind. It may have held painful memories of the Dark Lord's presence, but it was the Malfoy legacy. So he persuaded his mother to help him shrink the books and fit them into a single bag. Unlike the British Ministry, the French Ministry didn't view them with suspicion. With a prepared portkey, they left England. Narcissa had purchased a house under a different name when she first married, as a precaution in case her husband turned abusive. This way, the Ministry couldn't seize it. Nevertheless, the Ministry aimed to make them homeless. Narcissa Black's French house was situated in the countryside near Paris, next to a wooded area. The property was adorned with strawberry bushes, and Draco hoped that the taste of strawberries would help banish his nightmares. They had spent a week moving there, belongings between the manor and the French house, so most things were already in place. Draco unshrunk the books and added them to the library. "Get ready for bed, Draco," his mother said. He nodded and went to his bathroom. As he gazed at his emaciated and feeble body in the mirror, the ugly snake tattoo and the scars left by Potter stared back at him. He began scratching it, a habit he couldn't break, waiting until blood stained his fingernails before stopping. He had to clean the blood, but the mark itself couldn't be removed. Even though the caster was dead, what if it was a sign that he hadn't died? What if he and his mother were doomed to bear the mark of their failure for eternity? He lay in bed, plagued by his usual thoughts, his thumb rubbing his scarred chain. The largest scar from the Sectum Semper spell, scarred from neglecting the treatment of Didney. No one believed he was worth it in the midst of a war with people who needed it more. At least Potter seems to have difficulty looking me in the eyes after the trial, he thought. It could be guilt, disgust, or both. What if he had never accepted the Dark Mark? What if they had never been involved in any of this? Regret consumed him endlessly before sleep took over. The next morning, he sat in the kitchen, having breakfast with his mother. "Draco, have some jam. I made it myself," Narcissa said, trying to smile and encourage her son to eat. "It's delicious, Mother." "Thank you," he murmured, savoring the smooth texture of the jam on his tongue. Could they possibly be on the path to healing? He didn't expect his nightmares to vanish anytime soon, but his mother was making an effort, so he should too. In the subsequent months, things did get easier. Firstly, he declined to return to Hogwarts for his 8th year. He needed time to heal before facing the people he had wronged, who now could bully him. Finding a hobby with his mother's help proved enjoyable. Gardening muggle fruits using magic and by hand helped him divert his thoughts from the Dark Mark and the war. Showering became less of a chore. Who would have thought he'd grow attached to a strawberry bush and name it Fraser? He had time to brew potions again, which had always been his passion and a subject he excelled in, even surpassing Granger. Professor Snape had told him in his 4th year that his potions were of high quality, store level, hinting that he could sell them. Draco remembered how his nerves were fried by Aunt Bella's crucio, but his hands would stop shaking much. Once he started brewing, in their small home, he used an attic room with a large window that he could dim when working with light-sensitive materials. Basements still gave him the creeps, but fortunately, they didn't have one. He was currently checking on Fraser, observing the green strawberries and estimating how long until they turned a beautiful red. "Draco, it's about to rain. Come back inside," his mother called from the doorway, dressed in a pastel blue sundress that made her look her age, her hair fully dyed blonde. Draco cleaned his hands with a silent scourgify charm and checked his clothes for any dirt on his soft pink jumper and light red dungarees. "How is Fraser doing? We can make some jam and tea in another week. We can sell some in the farm market next week too." Draco gave her a small smile. "How about arranging the rest of the library with hot cocoa? The weather is getting cold," Narissa suggested. He nodded and followed her to the library. The coziest room in the house, with circular couches and warm lighting, was the best place to watch the rain from. He went to pick up the pile of books yet to be arranged. He now wonders what made him rush to take the books. In the hope of preserving the Malfoy legacy? What legacy? Branded Death Eaters? The losing side? The dark wizards never to be trusted with a job at the ministry. He looked at the titles of the books. Maybe it was a higher power at work arranging these random books one under the other to help his line of thoughts. Maybe it was his desperate self finding connection, but he will forever believe in fates from that rainy July day. The Mopsus Potion and its seer-like effects by Constance Dagworth. Draco raised an eyebrow and took the book to the teach him section. The next book was The Time Turners and Their Usage by Saul Croker. He hammed, "The idea of a time turner is indeed useful. Unfortunately, it only goes up to 5 hours into the past." He moved to the next book, The Horror of Aging and the Way to Prevent It by Alice MacFusty. Draco stopped an idea itching to come. He carefully moved the book to see what was under it. Blood Rituals Secrets by Azakel Gaunt. "Mother." "Yes, Draco. Do we have a time turner?" 5-minute time turner will do." He looked around him, searching for a specific book he had read while fixing the vanishing cabinet in Hogwarts. He found the book easily by its soft span from use and notes between the pages sticking out. The Teleportation in Space, Flu, Portkey, and Apparition by Saul Croker. His eyes caught it. "I have a project to do." "Draco, I'll get you the time turner. Just tell me, what are you planning?" "I would like to have made some progress before I share it." Narcissa smiled. "I'm glad to see you excited about something other than strawberries and potions." Draco did realize his tiny smile as he gathered the few books and went into studying. He spent extensive time searching, filling his spare time with the hope of going back in time. As Draco delved into his studies, he became consumed by his newfound project. He spent hours researching and experimenting, combining the knowledge from the books he had gathered. The idea that had sparked in his mind was to find a way to change the past, to undo the mistakes he and his family had made during the war. "So, you were trying to travel back in time?" Narcissa asked, looking over his shoulder at his notes after setting the time turner on the table. Narcissa, supportive of her son's endeavor, provided him with the requested time turner. She watched him with a mix of concern and anticipation, hoping that this project would bring him the closure he sought. She knew that Draco needed to find his own path to healing, and if this was what he needed, she would stand by him. "We are. If it worked, and I did get to my 10-year-old body, not many changes a child can make, and you will notice if I act differently." Draco carefully ripped a page and started writing in a new one. "Tour. And returning a year before your school starts gives us more time to prepare. Removing ourselves from the war will be easier. I like this house. I just don't want the mark, and I wish to Phi Dash. I understand. I too would like to get rid of it." Narcissa's eyes looked far away, lost in memories. "But we mustn't be hopeful. If it fails, it fails," Draco warned. "I trust you, Dragon. I believed you would be sorted in Ravenclaw until your first week letter arrived with green wax," grinned Narcissa. "Do you think I should be sorted in Slytherin still? Maybe if he was in a different house, he would escape easily from being labeled the enemy by the rest of the school." "I thought of a plan," she told him, and Draco added his points and told her about his school years, noting down important things. "You think Father will change? I have known him longer than you. If he doesn't want to change, we will just have to cut him clean," Narcissa said. December 25th, 2002. Days turned into weeks, and Draco worked tirelessly, fueled by determination and a glimmer of hope. He meticulously followed the instructions outlined in the books, making notes and adjusting his approach as needed. It was a delicate process, but he was driven by the desire for redemption and the chance to rewrite history. As the months passed, Draco made progress. He successfully combined the principles of potion brewing and time manipulation, creating a unique blend of magic that he believed could alter specific events in the past. He experimented with small-scale changes, testing the limits of his newfound abilities. The process was not without setbacks and frustrations. Draco encountered unforeseen consequences and paradoxes as he tampered with time. But he persisted, learning from each failure and refining his methods. He was determined to make things right, to undo the pain and suffering caused by his actions. His mother took his hand and led him outside his laboratory to enjoy the Yule. They exchanged gifts, gifting him a notebook. He immediately started using it to write all his thoughts about this project. A paper cut on his thumb led him to new ideas. The fact no one searched how to make time turner sands is understandable, and he didn't have the time for it. He simply opened the time turner and duplicated the sand. Not an easy task, making sure the sand doesn't lose its properties that alone took a year and a half. In it until it was the required amount for going back 9 years ago. Mixing the sand with his and his mother's blood in a bowl made it a thick mixer great for painting the runes needed. He studied different companions, planning to destroy this timeline from existing if he could. August 23rd, 2003. I can't. His mother tilted her head, surveying his poster and the bowl full of sand and blood mixer. He stood on the precipice of altering the past. Doubts crept into Draco's mind. He questioned the ethics of what he was about to do. Was it right to meddle with time, to potentially erase important lessons learned from the consequences of his actions? Would changing the past truly bring healing and redemption, or would it simply create new problems and unforeseen consequences? I'm sorry, Mother. I promised you we could fix our life. Now, faced with the chance, I found myself thinking, if we died here, it would be pointless. No one is looking for us, and no one would care. And if they found us, the world will just call us ungrateful fools trying to revive the Dark Lord again. Or that we didn't warrant Potter's forgiveness or help. And if we didn't die but got caught doing the ritual, it would be worse. He started huffing in a panic, and his mother was quick to hug him, grounding him to earth. It's okay. We deserve to live in our mistakes. We will face the world together. Narcissa held his hand. They hid the bowl away as they had no idea how to get rid of it without sabotaging themselves. They burned all the research and everything related to it, including the books with his notes in them. I promised to be a better son, he told her over the fire. She only took hold of his left hand, and he didn't shy away. Draco resolved to focus on the present and the future. He would use his knowledge and experiences to make amends, to contribute positively to the world around him. He understood that he couldn't undo the past, but he could shape the person he became and the actions he took moving forward. April 19th, 2004. Daily Prophet. Death Cleansers strike again. The group of war victims decided to take justice into their own hands since the Wisegamot showed leniency to you-know-who supporters, who they believed were planning for a new generation of Death Eaters to rise again. These wizards and witches compiled a hit list, targeting young Slytherins, engaging in what could be described as ritualistic killings in the name of purging the world of evil. This month, they claimed the life of the young bachelor Blaise Zabini, just a week before his 24th birthday. Blaise Zabini, BC, 1980, was a wizard and a student in Harry Potter's year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was sorted into the Slytherin house and maintained friendly relationships with several fellow Slytherins, including Draco Malfoy, the only confirmed Death Eater with the Dark Mark. Refer to page 12 for more information about Draco Malfoy. A trigger warning for our readers. The next paragraph will describe the victim's body and the crime scene. The victim's body was discovered on the rooftop of one of the Zabini hotels. The body was found lying within a circle of small animal skulls, the upper body completely nude. Here is where the details turn gruesome. A large incision ran from the chest to the abdomen in a straight line, with the hands bound by a silver knife and a veil soaked with unicorn tears left at the scene, presumably used to clean the knife before and after the gruesome act. Draco closed the paper, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him as he saw yet another fellow Slytherin, this time a friend, fall victim to the Death Cleansers, who believed they were purging the world of future Death Eaters by targeting Slytherins. Blaise Zabini hadn't even been a supporter of Voldemort. Draco. His mother glanced at the paper and gasped upon seeing the son of her friend featured in the news. "What are we going to do?" he asked her. "Don't worry, no one knows we are here." "I hope so." He folded the paper, deciding to cut Blaise's picture for later. Draco sat in his stall, selling their homemade jam to muggles. He smiled at his regulars, always happy to buy the first batch of jam. A paper and pen rested on his lap as he idly wrote. "Draco, how are you doing?" Gabriel, the butcher, asked him. Draco liked to think they were on friendly terms since Gabriel always sold them cuts at half the price if he gave him an extra jam jar. Gabriel had also introduced Draco to some muggle inventions. "As good as can be," Draco replied. "I brought my friend here to try your jam." "He's an American," Gabriel said, pointing at the tall man next to him. The man had dark skin and a shaved head, similar to how Blaze used to wear his hair. "Nice to meet you," Draco said, sounding less energetic. "I'm Matthew. It's my first time outside the USA." He smiled but seemed less confident about Draco's reaction. Gabriel laughed, trying to ease the tension. "How did you do with the DVD player?" Draco's face brightened up and he moved closer. "My mother loved it, but we don't know how to replay certain episodes. Also, once it reaches episode 10, it restarts." "Oh, you need to use the remote to move to the next episode," Gabriel explained. "Remote?" Draco frowned. "Don't worry, I will teach you what that is." Gabriel waved his hand in the air, used to the clueless mother and son duo. "He doesn't know what a remote is?" Matthew asked, alarmed. "Oh, he was part of a cult, but he and his mother ran away from it to Paris. Now they are healing from it," explained Gabriel, as if he had to explain it numerous times to different people. "Is that why you didn't like me?" Matthew said. "Huh?" Draco's confused face matched Matthew's. "Never mind, just what kind of cult was it? If you don't mind sharing." Matthew rubbed the back of his head. "Oh, it made us believe that certain family lines are better than everyone else, that we are pureblood and everyone else is less and mudblood. At some points, the cult leader no longer cared and started killing everyone, whether they were mudblood or pureblood. My mother and I ran away when he started killing children my age." Draco looked down ashamed. "No matter how many times he regretted it, it would never be enough." "Is that why you got nervous when you saw me? Because of my skin color?" Draco's confused face cleared. He had learned about Muggles' hate towards skin tones, which sounded dumb to him. But when compared to his belief in blood superiority, he realized he sounded just as dumb as them. "In war, everyone bleeds red." "No, you just remind me of my friend who I learned died today." Draco bit his lip to hold back tears. Gabriel patted his back, and the two guys consoled him. "Here." Matthew took out his business card. "I will stay in Paris for 3 months. If anyone suspicious hangs around, or you feel threatened, tell me. I'm an FBI agent." Draco didn't know what an FBI agent was but took the card. The two saw his confusion and started explaining it to him. After the afternoon sun had moved, painting the sky orange, Draco started packing up his table. Gabriel and Matthew came by again and decided to help him. The three engaged in casual chat as they walked him home. "Don't lead us to your home. Someone has been following us for a while," Matthew said casually in a lower tone. "Laugh like I said something funny so they wouldn't notice," Matthew instructed. Gabriel started to laugh nervously, but Draco's eyes were searching for the person who could be following him unfortunate enough to be spotted by a muggle. Draco immediately noticed them. One thing he had learned from muggles was how outlandish wizards' clothing styles appeared in comparison. Anyone wearing wizarding robes would stand out. The person was hiding well, but every time they leaned in, their wizarding robe made them unforgettable. Death cleanser? Or aura? Draco wondered. It could be someone from the ministry assigned to watch over him and ensure he wasn't up to no good. Fortunately, he had gotten rid of all the evidence, leaving only the sandblood mixture hidden away. "It's okay, let's split," Draco waved at the two while Matthew stopped him. "What do you mean?" "This is dangerous," Matthew expressed his concern. "I know him." Draco lied easily. "What?" Matthew was puzzled. "He just wanted to speak to me alone." Draco waved the muggle away. "If it was an Auror, he didn't want them to think he intended to harm muggles. And if it was a death cleanser, he would protect these muggles." Draco hurriedly made his way to the magical entrance of his house, where muggles couldn't follow and wizards couldn't bypass the protective sigils. He ran to the kitchen, where his mother spent her time. "Mother, someone is following me," Draco exclaimed. Narcissa dropped the bowl she was holding and rushed to the living room window. Dread filled Draco when he saw the person who had been following him standing outside, and more people apparat, circling his house like vultures. "We should use the flue," Draco suggested. The two of them ran to the fireplace, but an explosion shook the room, sending ashes and smoke flying. Draco covered his face to avoid inhaling the ashes. Silence fell in the house as the two of them watched the fireplace, wands at the ready. A few seconds passed, and Narcissa cautiously approached. "Here, take my hand," Narcissa offered, holding a handful of flue powder. They attempted to travel to the French ministry, but nothing happened. "They've cut the flue connection," Draco realized, moving back to the window. His heart sank when he saw that the number of people outside had doubled, almost 12 in total. "They're waiting for something." Narcissa narrowed her eyes, analyzing the situation. "They're waiting for midnight," the mother-son duo realized simultaneously. Not all magical rules were taught at Hogwarts. Some were so fundamental and deeply ingrained in the culture that they couldn't all be remembered and written in books. That was one reason why traditional pure-blood families resisted integration with Muggles, so that such simple knowledge wouldn't be forgotten. For example, the fact that protection spells had a weakness in time, where they wouldn't break but would relax, much like taking a deep breath after tensing for a while. It didn't render one vulnerable, but it shifted one's stance, just as it did with magic. "One of them is a blood traitor," Narcissa spat, gripping Draco's hand and dragging him up the stairs. "We need a way to contact the ministry," Draco said, rushing to his room. With a wave of his wand, the room started to rearrange itself. "Draco, what are you doing?" Narcissa stood in the doorway of the room. Draco, standing in the middle of his room, turned to face her. In his hand, he held a familiar bowl and two veils. I, Draco's voice trailed off. "Come." Narcissa reached out her hand to her son, and he took it. Together, they walked to the attic and looked out the window. The death cleansers had now started blasting spells all over the house, trying to exhaust the protective sigil. "We need more blood, Mother," Draco told her, deeply disappointed in himself for reaching this point when he was cornered. He didn't want to die as a victim of hate crimes, and his mother didn't deserve such an end. Maybe he was still a coward because his first response was to travel to the past instead of fighting. "Anything you need, darling," Narcissa said, cupping his cheek. He leaned into the touch for a moment. "Can you give me 5 ounces?" Draco turned his back to her and started searching through his shelf. "So, is our consciousness going to the past, or is it just memories?" his mother asked while she waved her wand to draw blood from her finger. "Honestly, I don't know. I hope it's our conscience, because I was a stubborn brat. I don't think memories are enough to change me." Draco smiled bitterly. He found a paper and pen and started writing. "It's okay. I will be there to help," Narcissa said. Draco folded the paper and left it inside one of his books. He took the sandblood mixer, adding new blood and adjusting the required amount to time travel. It would be pointless to leave at this moment, only to arrive in the midst of the war. He began slowly drawing the runes, as it was an easy ritual that he had created, making it easy to remember the steps. "Our bodies will probably be left here for those savages to do what they want with them," he informed her. When he looked at the time and found it close to midnight, the runic circle took its time. His mother didn't speak so as not to distract him, and he could still hear the attacks on the house outside. "I don't care," his mother said. "Do you think your plan will work? The one we discussed before? I don't think Father will change his mind just like that." He started fidgeting, twisting his fingers, and sweat collected on his eyebrows. He had the means to save the Dark Lord years before you were meant to go to Hogwarts, yet he chose not to. He didn't want to follow a madman, but he may be too proud to admit it. Narcissa took her son by the shoulder to stop his back-and-forth movements. Draco sighed and looked at the red rune circle. "Do you trust me with this, Mother?" "I do, Draco. I do. And if we die, we won't feel it anyway." Narcissa smiled, and Draco returned the smile. Perieret in Harini, to wander about in the sands, is the name, I know. Draco rolled his eyes at his mother's raised eyebrow. "It's time, Draco." The clock rang. The wizards outside stopped attacking, all of them standing to focus on one spot. Draco took a step inside the circle and retrieved a vial from his pocket, swallowing its contents whole. His eyes started to glow silver as he helped Narcissa step in. Narcissa drank her vial before taking her son's hand. The runes recognized the blood owners and started to glow, with particles flying in the air to surround them in its glow. They heard the front door break. The runes flowed in the air and melted into their bodies, and Draco and Narcissa grimaced in pain. It may be goodbye, but I hope it's a see you later. Narcissa smiled at her son. See you later, mother. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. Chapter and notes. The next chapter is already written, but I love writing a few chapters ahead before posting. If you find I need to add more tags, please feel free to tell me. The Seer's Awakening. Chapter notes. Draco is a theater kid. April 20th, 1990. As the last word escaped Draco's lips, the world around them blurred, and a surge of energy engulfed them. They felt as if they were being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously, their bodies vibrating with the intensity of the magic. He woke up with a bang, his head spinning, and the threat of vomit rising. Draco managed to grab a bucket before succumbing to the fight and started vomiting. Did it work? He looked around and found himself in his old nursery room in the Malfoy manor. Excitement filled him as he examined his small, soft hands. Panic gripped him, his hands shaking and covered with faint scars. He rushed to his dressing mirror, his young face staring back at him. At 10 years old, with chubby cheeks and wide eyes, he possessed the body and height of a child, yet everything felt different. He traced a finger along the scar that ran from his right cheekbone to under his nose, extending to the left side of his chin. More scars extended beneath his neck, and his heart pounded as he pushed up his left sleeve. No, 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 he whispered, his sins staring back at him, the dark mark as present as ever. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on it. Of course! What made me think I deserved redemption? Tears streamed down his face, blurring the world around him. That I could run away from everything I've ever done by turning back time, hoping no one would know what I did. I deserve my punishment. Draco sobbed, his heart broken, agony racking his small body. He admitted he had been wrong, but he had come to accept that he would forever live with this mark. Time travel had proved to be a desperate attempt to escape, but now he was truly branded as the youngest Death Eater. The thought overwhelmed him, and he covered his eyes, trying to hide the dark mark from view. The sensation of sand shifting in his arm made him pull away and examine his cursed left arm. He wiped his eyes with his other hand to clear his vision. The dark mark had faded slightly, a whole shade lighter, and the snake had moved back toward the skull, but not completely. His mind raced, analyzing what was happening. Draco. The door opened, and his mother, dressed in her sleep robe, walked in. Mother. Draco looked at her, waiting. Had he traveled alone? My star dragon, you did it! We did it! That was their code. Draco leaped forward to hug Narcissa. Oh dear, your mouth smells like vomit. Narcissa moved away, and Draco glared at her. Didn't you feel nauseous when you arrived, too? Oh, I did. Your father even asked if I'm pregnant, but I still made time to brush my teeth. Ew, didn't need to know about that. Don't worry. You will still be an only child. Narcissa's smile faded when she saw the scars, and her hand traced them. I saw my mark, but why did this travel, too? Give me some time, mother. I will have an answer. We have all the time now, she smiled. Draco returned the smile. He was upset about reliving his mistakes, but at least now he had the chance to stay away from the war, even if his body was still scarred by it. The two of them giggled, high on their success, until the door cracked open and father walked in. Narcissa quickly waved her wand to glamour her son's face, and luckily, the long-sleeved sleepwear concealed the mark. You two are here. Yet to get ready for breakfast, Lucius gave their sleepwear a pointed look. It seemed he had woken up before them. Lucius, do you have to go today? It seems Draco caught a cold yesterday, and I did too. That explains the throwing up. It's better to stay home and not risk getting sick at work. Mother immediately set their plan in motion. Lucius noticed the mess in the bucket and sighed, waving his cane to make it vanish. I will owl them. He left the room. Both Narcissa and Draco giggled, trying to control themselves so they wouldn't burst into hysterical laughter. Oh, Draco, my wonderful dragon. I told you it would work. It's not a dream. I won't fall asleep and wake up 24 years old, right? Draco held onto her arm, and she hugged him closer. I think it's a real dragon. Wait, how old am I? 10 years old. It's 1990, April 20th. She cast a tempest spell to confirm. He nodded. I'll get ready. Come by me to renew the glamour. Narcissa kissed his forehead and left to start their plan. Their plan was divided into different stages of self-preservation. Stage 1 involved playing into Lucius's mindset. If that failed, Stage 2 would force him to choose between the Dark Lord and his family. They planned to move to France, but if Draco's theory about their march traveling in time with them was correct, he might have to attend Hogwarts till his 3rd year. Draco walked to the mirror to see his child's face hole. This is so weird. I look tiny. He squeezed his cheeks, and his high voice made him laugh. I have to admit it, I was a cute child. His heart tightened at the memory of the scars on his adult face. No time to pity myself. We need to move, he sighed. Let's sit outside. Some fresh air will do us good, Narcissa suggested, now wearing a russet-colored home dress with long sleeves. Draco followed suit, wearing a cream-knitted sweater and copper pants that matched his mother. His father must have let his mother dress him, for he, too, was wearing a russet button-up and dark brown pants. They ordered some house elves to prepare a picnic setting outside. Narcissa, I don't understand why we are all gathered outside, and don't give me the fresh air nonsense. Lucius waved his hand dismissively, while the other held his wife's hand. It's rare for all of us to spend time together without the public pressure to act polite, Narcissa explained, lying down on her side with a plate of fruit in front of her. Lucius sighed and sat on the ground, keeping himself upright. Draco ran off to play with the albino peas, having missed them since Aunt Bella killed them for fun. Draco shuddered at the memory and started hugging them tightly. They allowed him to, sensing his shaking getting worse. His ears tuned in to the conversation happening behind him. I want to ask you something, Lucius, Narcissa began, finally giving up on the family bonding act. What is it, dear? Lucius's tone was clipped, but his hands gently ran through his wife's hair. Do you still believe that he wants the best for us? He hates us. Remember what happened when I was pregnant? She locked eyes with her husband. Perhaps we should take a more neutral stance to avoid a bad end. We should see which side comes out on top, she suggested. I know he never cared about us, but we share the same goal. Anyway, it's just rumors. I don't think he is still alive. What brought this on? Lucius asked. Draco was eavesdropping, petting one of the peas. He hoped his mom would knock some sense into his father. Absent-mindedly, Draco stood up and patted his sweater clean. His pinky caught on a thread. His mind couldn't focus on the conversation, and static started to fill the air around him as he felt his body falling backward, his eyes drifting away. It was like diving underwater. He saw the scene behind a gray-tinted screen, a distorted and static-filled vision of the Dark Lord sitting in their manor. Where are they? The Dark Lord lost his cool, breaking their vase with a wave of his wand. Aunt Bella was smiling with no sign of sanity in her eyes. I can bring them to you, my lord. She seemed excited at the idea. It's just a waste of time. They seem to be under a Fidelius charm. Our goal is more important, and Lucius was kind enough to leave his house open to us. The Dark Lord turned away, walking toward the windows. After we achieve our goal, we will have enough time to hunt them. Nagini hissed as if agreeing. Tears ran down Draco's face as the vision played before him. Draco! Draco, wake up! Draco's mind went blank as he saw himself still sitting in the grass, with his father holding him. Lucius, in an unusual show of emotion, was panicking and shaking his son awake. When he realized that Draco was unresponsive, he sagged in relief when Draco started blinking. However, his eyes scanning over Draco's face revealed that the glamour had fallen. We need to call a healer. Look at his face. Lucius cast Episky repeatedly, one after the other. Narcissa gently lowered his arm. What happened? Your eyes started glowing, Narcissa asked, gently brushing the sweaty bangs from Draco's forehead. Ah yes, Draco's throat felt dry, and his clothes felt hot on him. Let's take him inside, husband, Narcissa directed Lucius. Lucius picked up his son, which made Draco smile faintly. They sat him on his bed, both doting on him, giving him a chance to calm down and think about the vision and how to use it to their advantage. The potion worked. He and his mother had thought that by changing the past, Many things would become unpredictable, and their knowledge of the events would become useless. So, to stay one step ahead, he had brewed a strong version of the Mopsis potion that would react with the runes and grant them both seer abilities. This was now one of their first glimpses into the future/past changes they had made. I had a vision, he announced. He explained what he felt and how real he saw the scene playing in front of him. My son is seer. I knew you would be extraordinary. Lucius grinned with pride on his face, already imagining how he would boast about it to everyone. But his smile quickly faded as he gently touched the scars. What did you see? They look old. Draco was going to traumatize his dad for the good of this family. I saw the Dark Lord. Using his acting skills and channeling his inner petulant self, it wasn't hard to be traumatized by the Dark Lord's appearance. He was angry at you. He said he's going to kill us all. The vision changed to later. He caught me and tortured me, and then it showed him dead. He fell dead, everyone cheering, and you were in Azkaban. Draco let a tear escape, playing into his innocent face despite the scars. It hurts, Papa, he sobbed. He had stopped calling his father that since he was 7, but maybe he was pushing the childish act too much. Lucius's face grew even paler, his eyes wide with horror. Narcissa gave Draco a pointed look behind her husband's back. But Draco peeked from between his hands at his father. Lucius leaned in closer, hanging on every word. I saw a vision of us hiding, and the Dark Lord couldn't find us because we were under a charm. He stopped searching, saying it was a waste of time. A Fidelius charm? His father whispered. Draco nodded. In a display of gentleness, Lucius patted Draco's head and brought him closer to kiss the top of his head. Sleep, my boy, sleep. Both his parents stood up and left him alone. Draco trusted his mother to take care of the rest. He drifted off to sleep. April 27th, 1990. A week had passed since they went back to the past, and Draco and his mother had settled into a routine. Each morning, they used Muggle makeup and set spells to conceal their dark marks and Draco's facial scars. The scars, although still visible up close, had become lighter and less jagged by the makeup. After their preparations, they would join Draco's father for breakfast. Lucius seemed to treat Draco with more affection than before. While his father had always spoiled him, he wasn't one for hugs, and he still wasn't. However, he would now kiss the top of Draco's head, compliment his appearance, and then return to reading the newspaper or discussing hiding locations with Narcissa. Draco had explained to his mother that they needed to postpone their plan to go into hiding. It appeared that their dark marks had followed them, as if to teach them a lesson. They had to rectify their past mistakes and avoid being rebranded. They needed to let go of their prejudices and accept what had happened to them in the original timeline. It had been relatively easy for Draco to let go of his prejudices against half-bloods and Muggle-borns, although he still had an issue with Granger. Some Slytherins were half-bloods, and after living with them for years, the Slytherins treated them as part of their own. However, his mother seemed to struggle with accepting this change. You don't understand, Narcissa said, her voice cold and conflicted. They were the reason for the Salem witch trials, the World War, twice. Their ignorance of our ways and the need for us to remain hidden. The more Muggle-borns know about us, the greater the threat to our society. Muggles are dangerous. They outnumber us, and they have ways to kill us. The Ministry of Magic will do anything to protect Muggles, but not us. Narcissa didn't believe that their chances of being freed from the Dark Mark depended on letting go of what she considered logical concerns. Let's start slowly, he said, patting her hand in an attempt to calm her. It won't work unless it's genius, Narcissa replied. The two of them sat in silence, sipping their tea. You can begin by repairing your relationships with other purebloods, Draco suggested. Let me worry about it. You worry about that death trap we allowed you to attend for 7 years, Narcissa said. She was right. He might only want to attend until his 3rd year, and if he recalled correctly, trolls, basilisks, and escaped prisoners were the last things he wanted to encounter again. Sirius Black, he told her, causing Narcissa's eyes to widen. I'll do what I can, she said. Mom, you need to want to do this. Didn't you want to mend your relationship with Aunt Andromeda? That's a good place to start. Draco gave her a meaningful look and returned to his tea, watching the garden. Fine, she said. Tangled Visions. Chapter Notes. I'm working on my dialogue skills, I promise. Warning. Lucius Malfoy's POV. He is a racist, Pikachu face. Also, the Malfoy are just good liars. They lie automatically. See the end of the chapter for more notes. May 16th, 1990. Draco hadn't experienced any vision since the one he had when they arrived in the past. He attempted to trigger it again, playing with a pea feather and contemplating going down to the basement. But he decided to save that as a last resort. His mother, too, was trying to activate her supposed seer ability. Naturally, they tried working with the sand first, as it was the medium used in the ritual. Unfortunately, it proved to be useless. They experimented with various approaches, such as watching the sand trickle in an hourglass or pouring and observing it. They even tried different types of sand. Draco attempted to draw the ritual in the sand with his finger, without blood or time-turner sand, of course, yet nothing happened. He also asked his father to bleed for him, hoping it might trigger something. However, instead of triggering a vision, it led to a panic attack at seeing his father bleeding. To be honest, the chances of it working were low. "We should be grateful that we're still alive and sane," he told his mother over tea. Old families have always taken seers in their bloodlines as a blessing from the ancient magic and a warning to heed their seers' words. Each generation of seers left behind a guide to help any future young seer on their path to find their medium, seeing their vision. Each ends up differently, but to help in the process, they must experience the fundamental elements: earth, fire, water, and air, before moving to subelements like storms, light, etc., followed by crafts if the subelements didn't work. Try gazing into the water. "If that doesn't work, I'll bring a spinning water wheel later," Narcissa said, nudging the water cup toward her son. They shifted from the earth element to the fire element, but he quickly backtracked from it. Refusing to spend any time watching fire, Narcissa went through this element alone with no result. Now they're on the water element. Draco gave the cup a side-eye glance before pushing it away. "How is the paperwork going?" he asked. "Your father is doing his best to expedite it, but it seems many are opposed to a trial for Sirius Black when he didn't have one in the first place," Narcissa said, crossing her arms and surveying the garden. After breakfast with Lucius, they spent most of their days outside the manor. Once Lucius left for work, they retreated to the garden and only returned indoors at sunset. When he returned, haunted by the relentless anxiety of recurring nightmares, they avoided their own home. Draco absent-mindedly ran his finger over the tablecloth, tracing patterns. "Go and play, Draco." Narcissa waved her hand toward the garden. Draco raised an eyebrow and mockingly glared at his mother. She grinned in response. Being in the body of a child did make him restless most of the time, and he ended up playing with the pea. But once his mother gave him an amused look, he tried to stop himself. "But seriously, do you want me to reach out to some of your friends?" she suggested. "I'm not ready to meet Vink or Greg." "It's a good thing you canceled my debutante. I bet everyone is wondering what happened," Draco said, tugging at a loose thread from the tablecloth. "Or even Blaze," he added, trailing off as he absent-mindedly pulled at the thread. Suddenly, the unsettling sensation of a vision caught him off guard, plunging him into a gray, static-filled scene. At Madame Malkin's, he found himself standing while his robes were being fitted, with none other than Harry Potter beside him, attempting to initiate a conversation. Draco refused to respond, only offering grunts and shrugs. Eventually, he saw Potter frown at him before looking away. The vision shifted, showing him as an older version of himself. He couldn't determine the exact year, but he found himself in Hogsmeade outside the Shrieking Shack, conversing with Potter and the Golden Trio. "Please, he's after my family," Draco begged. "That's a lie if I've ever heard one. His family are you-know-who's biggest supporters." The weasel shouted as if no one could hear him. Potter appeared conflicted, while Granger carefully analyzed the situation. "My father doesn't support him. Not anymore," Draco exclaimed in frustration, clenching his fist. "But what happened in second year says otherwise," Granger interjected. "Harry, he may be a spy for you-know-who," she added. Rage surged through him upon hearing Granger's opinion, and Granger's words were enough to sow doubt in Potter's mind. He turned around and left Draco behind. "I guess you do know how to talk," when you want a Potter added before departing, leaving Draco alone. Draco began pulling at his hair, tears streaming down his face. Now he was in trouble. All his hard work would be in vain, and he would be branded once again. He snapped back to reality, his head ringing, but with less intensity than the first time. His body felt chilled, reminiscent of his initial vision. Narcissa had moved to kneel by his chair. "Are you all right?" "You had a vision," she asked, rubbing his arm to warm him up. "Yes, it was about Potter. I had already planned to ignore him, but it seemed it might offend him," he huffed. "I didn't want to be on his pensive asterisk," Draco sighed. "It was the thread, Draco," Narcissa said. She tugged at the thread, but nothing happened. "Let's try again with different threads." She snapped her fingers, summoning her house elf, Runa. "Bring my embroidery kit." In the blink of an eye, the kit appeared before them. Narcissa dragged her chair closer and began threading the needle. Draco watched her, his expression somber. "Here you go." She handed him his own needle with black thread in his shaking hands. She closed her hands around his to make sure the needle settled, and he looked at the wide selection of threads. From the corner of his eye, he saw Narcissa already holding a hoop in her hand. She took a deep breath to settle her nerves. With a flick in the air, she let the needle enter the hoop. With another flick of thread, still nothing happened. Narcissa frowned and let the needle rest on the table, using her fingers to tug at the thread. "Maybe you should start with sub-earth crafts. Quilting, maybe? Embroidery is subwater, so it makes sense. My magic is affiliated with water," he suggested. "You're right. I still want to follow the traditional steps first. Now, enough about me. Give it a try," Narcissa said. He sighed and watched the black thread, then started weaving it into his hoop, his hand holding tight to the needle, not letting the shaking stop him. This time, the vision came gently to his mind. Draco found himself once again on top of the dreaded astronomy tower. His back turned to Dumbledore as he tried to prevent his friend from making the biggest mistake of his life. "You don't have to. Please," Draco begged. "I have to, or he will kill me. He's going to kill my family." The words from a dead past echoed back to him. He snapped back to reality, meeting his mother's eyes. "Look at your hoop," she signaled to it, her expression tight. Draco's heart was beating like a hummingbird in his chest. He looked down to see the mess of tangled threads slowly shaping into a skull, despite his unskilled shaking hand, the skull's mouth gaping open at him. Draco dropped the hoop and cradled his head. "We have a lot to do, Mother." "So much work," he sighed. Lucius sat in his assigned seat in the Wisingamot, watching the trials unfold. He grew bored quickly, but such was networking. After his work as the school governor, he visited the ministry to polish his connections, especially now that it seemed his son had glimpsed the future and seen their downfall. He didn't believe that deranged Tom was still alive. If he had known about it through any other means, he would have done his best to be on his good side. Their goals aligned in the end. But now, the knowledge that Tom would kill his family and him at the first opportunity shook him. He decided to follow his wife's advice, as he always did, and would need to strengthen his French connections as well. Lucius sighed, his shoulders slumping, while his hand gripping the cane tightened. He would have to talk to his father. "Lucius, how are you doing?" Fudge shouted, and Lucius tried to hide his grimace. The trials must have ended while he was lost in thought. "As good as can be, Minister. How are you?" He gave a shallow nod. He noticed Fudge seemed to vibrate with excitement, surrounded by a circle of wizards as they walked out of the court. Pleasantries were exchanged along the way. Once Fudge stopped near an ugly fountain Lucius kept sending requests to have it removed. Lucius took extra steps to stand in front of the minister. "Ah, I wanted to remind you." Fudge's smirk didn't escape him. He knew this old man wanted to have a hold over all the true pure-blooded families, whatever blackmail material he could find due to this his first year as a minister of magic. Good luck with that. Don't forget to take your son to the seer registration in the Department of Mysteries so he can get his seer license. Draco, right? Lucius stumbled, his cane dropping as his grip loosened. He tried to prevent his eyes from widening, but he failed. The vultures circling the minister now had their eyes fixed on him. In a matter of hours, the whole of Britain would know. Lucius regained control of his face, closing his eyes and coughing into his fist. Taking hold of the situation, he smirked, channeling his pride in his son to show in his tone. Yes, I was planning to, but you know the tradition of finding one's medium before announcing such a thing. He informed Fudge in a condescending tone, subtly pointing out his family's lack of teaching. Well, I couldn't help it, haha. When a memo arrived with that Draco's first vision, and a whole new shelf appeared. It seemed we would be seeing a lot of him, Fudge said. He had tried numerous times to gain control over Lucius, searching for a way to manipulate the one with the most influence among the true purebloods. Fudge must think he had found his weakness, and Lucius hated to admit that he had. His son's seer ability proved to be harmful to him. If he could voice his opinion, he would try to dissuade Draco and his wife from seeking a medium. Yet, his wife had a point. Finding a way to control the visions was the best way to avoid accidents like the scars. This time it was scars, but next time it could be an Avada. Lucius tried to suppress a flinch. That's why you canceled your son's debutante. Madam Parkinson is always ready for gossip. Yes, he still gets headaches due to this new development. In fact, the reason I petitioned for Sirius Black's trial is because of my son's newfound wisdom, he replied, smirking a bit when he saw Fudge's smirk drop. Oh, yes, I can't exactly recall what my son saw, but unjust acts have been done to Black. I don't see why we can't give him a trial. I was grateful I was given one, and the truth came out that I was under a spell. What if he was also under a spell? Now, wouldn't that make a good headline? The justice-seeking minister? Lit Lucius. Fudge's eyes squinted, and the wheels started turning. The idea of the title pleased him as he smiled. Of course, in his first year as minister, nothing would look better than exposing the mistakes of the previous minister. Even if Black ended up being guilty, though Lucius doubted that, it would serve Fudge's purpose. Black had been loyal as a dog to the Potters, who took him in when his mother kicked him out, so Lucius do understand he was framed. Lucius knew that their son's vision of the Dark Lord's defeat had perhaps awakened a sense of regret in Narcissa. He didn't think Narcissa cared about the blood traitor, but if he guessed correctly, she wanted to have some ammunition against someone to show their family's good side. Lucius needed to perform his own good deed as well, one that would benefit them in their escape plan. Very well, I will see what I can do. In the meantime, don't forget about your son's license, Fudge said, making a final attempt to assert control. No haste. Take your time with it, said Lucius. If he showed urgency in his request, it would probably take years because everyone in this establishment, including himself, was petty like that. Do give Draco our well wishes and congratulations on his newfound wisdom. Theo misses him, Nod added, bowing his head and smirking, knowing that Lucius had won this battle. Now that you remind me, I shall go home and check on my son and wife. He waved at them. Fudge waved back with enthusiasm, and Lucius did his best to refrain from using his cane on the smug face. With determined steps, he fled straight to the manor. Now by tomorrow, everyone and their Keensale will know about Draco's seer abilities. Shit. Lucius stepped into the living room, not seeing anyone and knowing that his son and wife must be outside. Draco seemed to be afraid of the manor, and Lucius would admit that he too would be scared if he saw the Dark Lord's deformed face walking the hallways. Add to that the fact that his son had been tortured by him, and the vision had transformed into reality. That reminded him. Dobby, the house elf, appeared. Bring the box that I told you about. For once, the elf was efficient and brought the correct box. It was as long as Lucius's arm, dark green with silver corners and a clip. He put it underneath his arm and started walking to the garden, waving for the elf to get out of his way with his cane. He saw Draco and Narcissa sitting at their usual table, where they spent most of their time trying to figure out Draco's medium. He noticed a sewing kit in the middle. He didn't think they would have progressed to subwater crafts so quickly. Can I guess correctly that you found your medium? Lucius asked. Draco had a hoop in his hand, and a tangle of threads dropped when he saw his father. Draco smiled at his father and walked closer, his hands behind his back. I did. It's embroidery or sewing, basically. Draco gave his father a half smile, and Lucius could see the scar stretching with the smile. Lucius didn't pity his son. No, his son needed all the confidence he could get until he grew into his scars. And right now, they weren't too bad. It just made anyone queasy at the thought that someone had done that to a child. Then my timing is perfect. I have a gift for you. Lucius kneeled to meet his son's height. Draco tilted his head in curiosity, his body swinging back and forth. 2 months ago, Draco would have been jumping up and down until he was reminded of his pure blood status and to act accordingly. Then he would stop but keep vibrating in place. Since his seer awakening, Draco seemed to grow quieter, and Lucius couldn't blame him. The horror he had seen was too much for a child. "Here you go, open it." Lucius handed him the box and watched with worry as Draco tightly gripped the box to hide his shaking and flipped the clip. "A cane?" Draco's eyes widened. The cane was sleek black with silver waving around it. The head was square, made of silver, with Draco's name written in elegant calligraphy on the body. The design was simple, showing off the quality and the real goblin silver used in its construction. "Try it," said Lucius, taking the box from his son's hand. Draco took the cane reverently. His tiny face flushed as he waved the cane in the air like a sword. "I will call a healer to check on your nerves later," he silenced Draco's protest. He didn't mention anything for a while. He had an idea of how the damaged nerves happened, and it was related to the scars. For his son's delicate mind, he chose to ignore it. However, he could see Narcissa handing Draco things and briefly holding his hand to ensure he wouldn't drop them. For the past 2 months, their breakfast had consisted of finger food. Now that it seemed they couldn't hide the news of Draco's seer abilities, Lucius would have to prepare him to face the public, who would jab at him as a ruined heir. Lucius stood and moved to kiss Narcissa's cheek. He sat in Draco's chair and took the hoop to have a glance at it, pretending not to see the other one with black threads. "Draco has been summoned to obtain his seer license. The Department of Mysteries has informed the minister, and he has told everyone he informed both of them." "What? Isn't that illegal?" Draco asked, his eyes wide and his eyebrow lowered as he looked between his parents, waving the cane around. Lucius needed to tell him it was goblin silver, so he would show it some respect. "Unfortunately, it is illegal if it were anyone else but the minister. Such information can't be made public unless the seer chooses to do so," explained Narcissa. "A seer license is a way for a seer's visions to be officially recognized. The entire process should be kept secretive, allowing the seer to decide when they want to make their ability public. If they felt the need to change the future or prevent someone from doing something, they could say, 'I had a vision,' and show their license to support their claim. It also helps in preventing people who falsely claim to be seers. The idiot Fudge thought he could control me by making it public. Fortunately, I used it to expedite Black's trial," Lucius said. Narcissa smiled and took hold of her husband's hand, squeezing it. "But now, I need to take you with me to the ministry tomorrow. The sooner we do it, the less chance the prophet will be there." Lucius turned to Draco, who was balancing the cane on his fingers. "That is goblin silver." He hit the table to get his son's attention. Draco's eyes widened, and the cane almost slipped from his hand. He caught it close to his heart, huffing for breath. "Where did you get it?" Narcissa asked, now admiring the cane in a new light. "It's an heirloom. It was too thin and I couldn't hide my wand in it, so I never used it. It will grow taller to fit Draco's height as he grows," Lucius explained. Draco ran to his father's side, giving him a quick side hug and thanking him feverishly. As he spun around with the cane, he waited for his son to get close in his spinning so he could catch him. Draco giggled, his laugh like a twinkling bell in Lucius's ear. Oh, how he had missed that voice during these 2 months. He used to get mildly annoyed by the high tone whenever his son laughed. Now he can't wait to hear it. "Do take this with you to Hogwarts. If you feel the shaking getting worse, hold on to it. Never show your weakness to these fools. You will be at a disadvantage, but I know you will make the best of it," Lucius said, his hand resting on his son's cheek as he felt the rugged scars with his thumb. "I will, father," smiled Draco. Chapter and notes. On his pensive, like saying on his radar, didn't want to be even part of his memories, not even in the background of his memories. "Do I love Helena Targaryen? Yes. Sue me." The next chapter is ready. I just want to always be a step ahead. If anyone is curious about the crafts and their elements my friend Kat helped, metalworking, fire; woodworking, earth; sewing, water, fluid motions; quilting, earth; grounding, origami, air; knitting, earth; painting, water; sculpting, earth; embroidery, water. The Knight's Vow. Chapter notes. This work is a mix of books, movies, fanon, and games. I take what I want and leave what I hate. See the end of the chapter for more notes. May 17th, 1990. Narcissa checked her dress in the mirror with the suit coat. As both her son and husband left to get Draco's license, she decided to solve 3 problems in one meeting. She needed to show herself unaffected by anything if she wanted the meeting to work. Runa, the elf, appeared. Get lunch ready for Lucius and Draco, and do tell them I'm meeting a new friend. She walked to the fireplace, closed her coat, and checked her lipstick in her hand mirror. She called the address and was transported there, her ash-repelling spell in place. Narcissa stepped into the restaurant and told the waiter the reservation under her name. The waiter, clearly a muggle-born, led her to the table. She thanked him, noticing his widening eyes. She hid her grim expression and settled in. Narcissa ordered 2 English teas, one with milk and cream, and started to wait. Luckily, she didn't have to wait long as her guest arrived 3 minutes after her. Mrs. Malfoy, Brianna Patil sighed. Typical, always too early for any event. I had to rush before I made you wait. Mrs. Patil, still wearing her healer robe, sat facing Narcissa. Thank you for agreeing to meet me. The waiter came with the tea, and she directed the milk tea to Mrs. Patil's side. I was surprised by your message. We don't exactly hang around the same circles, Mrs. Patil said. Narcissa understood. Even though Mrs. Patil was a pure-blooded witch who married a foreign pure-blooded wizard, they didn't share much. The only times they met were at the Parkinson's house. Iva Parkinson was a good gossiper, and whether blood trader or not, she would have them over to collect as much information as possible. I plan to change that. Narcissa smiled and sipped her tea. Mrs. Patil leaned closer, now intrigued. I heard you were planning a charity event for disabled hit wizards and war survivors. I offer my assistance. I own a glass house and a garden around it. It will fit any theme, and it's easily accessible with no stairs. The glass won't make the retired hit wizards feel trapped in, Narcissa said, offering the honey trap. Narcissa genuinely wanted to help. Her son had done everything to give her a second chance, and she would try her best to share his views. She no longer believed that the death of Muggle-borns was necessary, but perhaps if she immersed herself in this kind of activity, as Draco suggested, she could heal herself from the dark mark. Are you sure? Mrs. Patil looked afraid of having the offer snatched back. Narcissa knew she had been looking for a place for 5 weeks now and started growing desperate. She couldn't remember where the charity event had happened in the past, but it was an unremarkable place. Of course! I want to help with this one and any future ones you or anyone else may be hosting. Narcissa moved her cup to the side. I hope I can assist you in a way that doesn't put me or anyone else in jeopardy, said Mrs. Patil, being a healer in a high social standing, of course. Narcissa wasn't the first, nor the last, to want to owe her a favor. Narcissa leaned in and took hold of Mrs. Patil's hands, and she let her eyes half close, looking down at the table. You must have heard about my son Draco and his ability, Mrs. Patil nodded. My son's visions were burdensome on his mind and body. Without a medium, he ended up tormented by it. Thankfully, he found a catalyst. Oh dear, Mrs. Patil said. I would like to have you over at my home and check on my son. Narcissa cut her off. She had grown tired from these games. Her past self could walk in circles, but she found herself growing plain, very un-Slytherin-like. I need someone who won't sell such information out. Can I trust you with what I will say now? Mrs. Patil moved her hand up, so now she was the one holding Narcissa's. You can trust me. On my healer code, my son suffered from nerve damage and scars. I need your professional opinion about it. But on his left arm, there's a dark energy that seems to be temporary. Every day it grows faint, left over from his visions. She met Mrs. Patil's eyes. I want you to ignore his arm. Mrs. Patil leaned back, surprised by the request. As a healer, when I cast a diagnostic spell, I should address anything I find. What if this dark? Narcissa cut her off, tightening her hold on Mrs. Patil's hand. It will go. Eventually. He had some visions that left such things for days before they went away. It's just the nerve damage and scars that refuse to leave. Mrs. Patil took her hands back, using one to rub her neck. She had used her lunch break to attend this meeting, and after that, there would be a long shift following it. With what you are offering, it's a simple request. I'm not very educated in seers, as our family didn't have any. So give me 1 week to search for what I need, dash. I apologize for interrupting you like that. I promise I'm better than this. The matter can't wait. My husband wants to bring any healer. Narcissa waved her hand in the air, frowning, showing her displeasure at her husband's carelessness with their son's safety. You know my family's reputation. It's no secret how no one trusts us, and I don't trust any healer with my son, now more than ever. You won't use what you see for your profit, said Narcissa, giving Mrs. Patil a weak smile. Mrs. Patil returned the smile and leaned back in her chair. I accept your offer, and I'm willing to ignore some things about your son's arm unless it's life-threatening. Narcissa's shoulders dropped, and she sighed. Thank you, Mrs. Patil. Call me Brianna. You are doing me a favor, too, Brianna smiled. Then call me Narcissa, said Narcissa, smiling. Narcissa stepped out of the flue and walked to the garden to see Lucius and Draco having tea. Lucius was in his indoor clothes, reading some of his paperwork, and Draco, in a sweater, without the makeup on as most days he seems to prefer to only cover the dark mark, was reading a book about sewing. She was planning to hire a teacher, someone under their control who couldn't leak any secrets without risking their career forever. How did obtaining the license go? She kissed the two on their cheeks and sat in the available chair, putting some of the tiny cakes on her plate. It was okay. I will have to go back again when I get my wand, and there's an ongoing regulation every 4 years, said Draco as he closed his book and faced her. Something exciting happened, he began to say, but Lucius cut him off. I was going to tell her, said Lucius, turning to face her and ignoring their son's giggle. They announced the date for Sirius Black's retrial and informed Black about it. He agreed and requested to have the trial under Veritasium, which will create a buzz in the community, said Lucius. Narcissa's heart leaped up. She leaned in, holding her husband's hand. She knew how much her sister loved Sirius, and this news would surely make her sister forgive her for cutting her off so easily alongside the charity event. Is that true? Of course. I wouldn't get your hopes up for nothing. It was decided for June 17th, a month from now. Lucius leaned in and kissed her lips. She grinned and returned the kiss, kicking her son's legs when she heard him gagging. Now all we have to do is wait. I need to tell Andromeda. She stood up, ready to leave. Mother, can we send him a care package? Draco said, standing from his seat to follow her. A care package? Narcissa and Lucius said in unison. Toiletries, clothes for the trial, and candy. We can leave a good impression on him. Draco followed them inside. That's a good idea. If Sirius owes her a favor, he will be forced to help her if she needs it, and it will earn me some good points in Andromeda's book. Nice idea, Draco. How about you fix the box, and I will write both the letters we'll attach to. No, you will help me. Draco's childish expression dropped. He gave her a sharp look, and she stopped, surprised by her child's moodiness since they traveled back, and he seemed displeased with her and anything she did. I will go to my office. Lucius walked past them, always the first to retreat when he felt a tantrum coming. I don't appreciate your way of talking, young boy dash. Get used to it, because this is how I will talk whenever I see you ruining your second chance. Draco crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. What does Sirius Black have to do with me? He is Harry Potter's godfather, so he is your problem. I'm not about to involve myself with my cousin, and he won't appreciate it either. Mother! Draco's tone tired, and he dropped his crossed arms. She avoided meeting his eyes, for that told her of her failure as a mother. I understand what you mean. Narcissa sighed. It ended up being a fun activity as they went out and debated which suit to buy for him and what candy he might like. Narcissa tried to remember some of their very few childhood memories, and Draco quietly suggested sending a pillow, for he would have liked something like that when he was waiting for his own trial. Narcissa rubbed his shoulder and proposed a Gryffindor-colored one, for Sirius was proud of how unblack he was. The news spread like wildfire, with every headline in every paper talking about Sirius Black's trial. The news about Draco's new seer ability only took a small column on the Prophet's second page. Lucius started to cackle like crazy when he read the backlashes against Fudge and Barty Crouch of how they could skip the process in the first place. Narcissa tried not to let herself feel destroyed when her sister didn't send back a letter. May 20th, 1990. On the morning of May 20th, Draco sat down to arrange the box to be sent off. His mother asked if he wanted to write a letter for Sirius Black. Draco didn't have any idea what kind of person his cousin was, and he didn't care. He wasn't willing to get involved with any member of the Order of the Phoenix. But it wouldn't hurt to add a small note. Playing the kid role is fun. Alec, Draco called his house elf. Yes, young master. Take a picture of me while I'm arranging the box, please, he added. Alec was his favorite house elf. He had freed the elf when Voldemort started walking around, killing everything that moved. Maybe he would ask his parents to include Alec in their escape plan. Right away, young master. Alec was an elderly elf who had always taken care of Draco since birth. He spoke in slow, measured words, never in a rush. It reminded him of Professor Snape. He officially belonged to Draco, and Draco always made sure to order the elf to dress in clean robes. Draco hummed as he made sure the snacks were on top and the toiletries on the bottom. He wrapped the pillow so its sunshine scent wouldn't be affected by the candy. He gave it a final look, satisfied with his work. Here you go, young master. The elf handed him the picture and disappeared. Draco flipped it without looking so he could write a simple, "Good luck, cousin. I know you are innocent." He dropped it inside the box and closed the lid. Ready to send it to Azkaban? Narcissa walked in and took the box to give it to their owl. Azkaban had a limited time window to receive packages. If missed, they would have to wait until the next week to send it again. Now this out of the way, nothing to worry about for a while, said Draco. I have a charity event to run, and you will attend it with me, said Narcissa. Draco shrugged, not minding it much. At least his mom is doing her best to better herself, and he will support it. Sirius Black couldn't believe it. He feared it must be a fabricated prank played on him by his mind, and the repeated mantra of his innocence finally got to him. He sat in the corner of his new cell. It wasn't much different from his old one, but the placement made all the difference. Away from the Dementors but closer to wizards. It made him feel locked up in his body, unable to shift so his secret wouldn't be exposed. His mind kept going over the words of the head of the Department of Law Enforcement, the words joining his mantra. I'm innocent. I will have a trial. I'm innocent. I will have a trial. He cornered himself, clawing at the walls, trying to stop his mind from thinking about the life outside, the life after. The Wisengamot had hurtled him beyond repair. How was he to trust them now? The newspaper he had received was sticking on the wall, using chewed rice in a way so he could see it from his corner. Sirius Black trial. June 17th. The supposed Covenant murders of 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew is getting a trial. It seems the first time around he wasn't given the chance to face a trial and was even given life imprisonment. Now, given the chance, Sirius Black agreed to a trial under Veritasium even. This show, maybe the story and what happened, wasn't as clear as it was supposed to be to us. Giggles tried to escape him. If he started, he would end up thirsty and breathless, for falling into a giggling fit wasn't new to him. And he wasn't keen to get the wizard's attention. He had gotten used to the Dementors and their ignorance of his sanity, but wizards? He had no idea what their role would be. Sirius Black, back to the wall, hands up, a guard came to his cell. Sirius sneered but didn't move, for he was already doing what the wizard ordered. Perhaps he was muttering too loudly without his knowledge. The Dementors didn't mind his muttering. You've got a package, the other guard said, opening the cell door. The first one used his wand to levitate the box and dropped it harshly to the floor. But the box must have been charmed against such mishandling, for it fell with no sound echoing back. Tisich, the guard huffed and left. The second one closed the cell and stepped back. The package has been inspected, so if you were hoping for outside help to escape, you can forget it. He left after. Sirius crawled to the box, his shackled hands shaking as he inspected the box from the outside. He found a letter with no name on it. Sirius opened the letter to read it. Sirius, don't rip the letter out. It's me, Narcissa Dash. Sirius wrinkled the letter, tempted to throw it out, but it was the first letter he had ever received in 10 years. The fact that no one, not Remus, not McGonagall, or even Dumbledore, had tried to send him a letter made him believe that they all easily believed he was guilty. The first human connection he had in years, aside from newspapers, crazy Death Eaters, and spiteful guards, was his cousin. Even now, He didn't receive a letter from the one he truly cared about. He unfolded the letter to read the rest of it. My Draco, your cousin was excited at the idea of meeting you. So together we put a care package for you. Since your trial will be the biggest news this year, you must wear something fitting for the Black House and, of course, fit for the front pages. With no lost love, Narcissa. Surprised you reached this part. Additional note, the reason you're getting a trial is that Draco, and I don't want to see the Black name lost forever, and you seem like a good figurehead for our rebranding. Lucius used his connections, so yes, you owe me a favor or 2 or 3 that I plan to use when you get out. Sirius set the letter aside. Draco. He opened the box and was met with a picture and candies. He took the picture to see a blonde Regulus or a mini Narcissa. The kid had their hair down, and the wavy nature of the Black family let loose instead of being tamed, like how Narcissa used every potion known to mankind to straighten her hair. Funny how she couldn't escape it now with her child. Her child had loose wavy hair, unlike the direct Blacks, who had curly hair. Sirius tried to focus and not let his thoughts take him back. The child in the picture was carefully adding warped items to the box with a serious face. They huffed out when they finished and smiled at the box as they sprinkled the candies at the end. It would all be nice and cute if it wasn't for the scars. A tiny face with such jagged, old scars made one wonder what could happen to cause such damage to a young child. How? He flipped the picture to see messy handwriting that was still readable. Good luck, cousin. I know you are innocent. Sirius started looking around, freaking out until he saw his pillowcase and decided to hide the picture in it. On second thought, he added the letter too. When you get out, I know you are innocent. He had waited all his life to hear these words, but from different people. To think that the family he had run away from was the one to believe in him now, even before his trial? It wasn't a weird Death Eater belief like Bellatrix saying she knows all of Voldemort's secrets, so she knew he was framed. Right? Draco. Sirius scooped out the candies, seeing some he hadn't eaten since Hogwarts and others he had always favored, even in adulthood. He put the candies on his bed, the least disgusting option. Under the candies was a wrapped item that he opened to find a gold pillow with a red blanket and a bed sheet that mixed the 2 colors. The smell of grass and sunshine spread in his cell. Sirius heard a whine, broken and echoing in his cell, with breathless cries following it. He didn't know where it came from, perhaps a cell next to his. Sirius sniffed and tried to close his mouth to stop the noise. He buried his nose in the pillow, smelling something new outside of the humid sea salt and filth in the air. He was quick to change his bed sheets, using the old sheet as a carpet for his cell. For the first time in 10 years, he saw the sunlight, even if it was only his pillowcases reflecting the light. It warmed him, and he sat on the bed with the box to continue exploring. Moving the candies next to him, he opened the smaller wrapped items. Inside, he found cleaning potions for the mouth, body, hair, flea killer potions, a mint drink, and a teeth whitening potion. Sirius hadn't taken a proper shower in years. He started taking off his clothes and used the potions carefully, not wanting to run out even though the bottles were only medium-sized. He used his water bucket for the day, not minding going thirsty today, because he would be clean. After he finished his shower, with breath smelling of mint, he looked down at the box, still naked and dripping. He saw a towel, red with gold trim. He wrapped himself with the towel, for it was charmed to be warm, and he sat on his bed, blinking back tears. Damn, it must be good to be rich and have the minister in your pocket. I'm sure half of these things aren't allowed, he muttered to himself. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Sirius saw that there were 2 wrapped items left. He opened one to find a robe that unfolded itself and hung on the wall, right next to the newspaper. The shoes, watch, and complimentary items left the robe for a moment before hiding back inside. That must be what Narcissa wanted him to wear to the trial. He opened the last item to find sleeping clothes, black in color, perhaps to avoid attracting the guard's attention. He started putting them on carefully, noticing the high quality and the subtle way his initials were added on the cuff and waistband. He moved the letter and the photo to his new pillowcase and pillow. His eyes caught the picture of his cousin arranging the box. Draco. He turned to the newspaper. The name was scratching at his mind, but he remembered seeing it before today. He took the page down and spread it open, sitting on his comfy bed to read. Draco? No, it was here. He opened the second page, and there it was in one column, but the title was enough. Draco Malfoy, the Seer. The son of Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, is 10 years old and has turned out to be a seer. The news came from the minister himself, congratulating the father on this news. The father and son were seen the next day, going to the Department of Mysteries to obtain the minister-issued seer license. Our trustworthy sources suggest that this may be the reason why the long-awaited debutante event of the Malfoy family was canceled, as the son is still adjusting to his newfound insights. Will he be able to change the wizarding world as we know it with his visions? Or will he only be able to avoid food poisoning? Who knows? He read the article and folded it, placing it next to the picture and letter. He returned to his front-page news. This revelation may explain their confidence in his innocence. Perhaps their child saw him as innocent and asked them to seek justice for his cousin, someone he had never met and probably didn't know about. Sirius let these thoughts swim in his mind. Sirius Black lay down on his bed, clean and wearing new clothes for the first time in 10 years. It wasn't just in his head. He could see his black curls on the pillow, shining and still dry with split ends. Every time he sighed, the smell of mint reached his nose. The next morning, when he woke up, it was to the news he had been waiting for years. Sirius Black? You have a visitor. Who? Sirius's surprise was evident in his voice. He hoped it was the one he had been waiting to hear from all these years. Maybe it was Moony. Albus Dumbledore. Chapter and notes. Next chapter. Harry Potter is here. I hope I wrote Sirius well with his black madness. The Grim Out. Chapter notes. I took some of the book passages and edited to fit the story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. June 1st, 1990. The early morning of the charity event found Draco dressed up, with his dark mark freshly covered, and ready for his embroidery lessons. He sat at his vanity table, using a cream that Mrs. Patil had described to him, even though he knew it wouldn't remove the scars. Draco still refused to drink the nerve-healing potions, fearing that they might react badly with his time-traveled body. His father, however, believed that Draco was taking the potions. Draco noticed working with his hands tended to lease the shacking a bit, so he took to embroidery fast since he couldn't use his potion set without his father's overseeing. Narcissa was running back and forth, making last-minute calls and arranging the buffet. She was also hiring emergency-trained wizards as waiters. Draco couldn't help but notice how nervous she seemed. It was her first charity event since going to the past, and Draco liked to think that she wanted to leave a good impression on the light wizards, unlike the old days when the goal was to appear better than them. This event would also be the first time Draco would show himself to the public without his makeup. The only thing he needed to cover was the dark mark, and he wore a long-sleeved, tight undergarment that wouldn't move if he raised his hand. He had brought plenty of these for his years at Hogwarts in advance. Draco, change into your white suit, and please take care not to ruin it, Narcissa said as she walked past his room's door, brushing her hair. Draco, use the silk press potion, please, she added, walking back, this time spraying perfume and adjusting her blue dress with a needle. Draco ignored that part as he loved his wavy hair. He had abused using the potion and gel so much in the past that his hair had started thinning out. He wanted to take better care of it this time around. Who said going to the past was only to fix monumental mistakes? Are you going to cover your scars? She stooped for all of 2 seconds it took Draco to shake his head no. After finishing his lesson with a lick, his mother's quest to find a trustworthy teacher on hold, and getting ready, Draco sat by the flue, waiting for his mother to finish and playing with his cane. The last time he got the cane was in his 6th year. Now he got away early. Narcissa almost tripped, but then she stopped in her tracks, grabbing Draco and dragging him to the flue to her maison de papier en verre so they could arrive before anyone else. Once they arrived, Narcissa started checking the tables and the flower placements as if they had changed since last night. Draco found a chair that faced the lake and started watching the swans. If it were any other time, I would love for you to sit in your place, but you're an adult. Will you help me? Narcissa asked. What can I do? I don't have a wand even, Draco replied, grinning at her. She huffed and left him again. Soon, the help started arriving with Mrs. Patil. She waved at Draco and went to start arranging the staff around the glass house and the garden. The buffet was set up inside the glass house, and the drinks, all non-alcoholic, were placed outside. The event started in full by the afternoon, and Draco had enough time to ready himself to meet familiar faces. The first one was Blaise Zabini and his mother, Madame Zabini. Madame Zabini, how are you? Narcissa air-kissed Madame Zabini, the two engaging in conversation quickly. Oh, how is Draco? We haven't seen him, only heard the news about his seer ability, said Madame Zabini. Draco, come say hi. Naxia pushed him forward. Till now, Draco had met adults, people who didn't know him personally, so they did their best to not ask him about his scars. It helped that the event was full of aurors and retired hit wizards who have their own share of scars. He isn't sure his friends will share the courtesy. He knows their parents will have more tactics, requirements of being a Slytherin honestly, but children have big mouths. Hello, Madame Zabini. Thank you for attending this event, he smiled. Madame Zabini, for her credit, didn't stumble at seeing him. Since the last time she saw him, he was a different soul. She smiled at him and gripped her son's shoulder in a way that Draco is familiar to warn kids to behave. Blaise missed you, isn't that right, son? Now why don't you two go caught up? She pushed Blaise, who was shocked into silence at him, and moved with his mother to the side. Hey, Blaise, he waved shyly. He willed the tears to stay away, thinking of this boy's death. And it was because of him. Hey, Draco, you all right? Blaise overcame his shock and leaned in closer to Draco. Yeah, just life been a bit weird. Tell me all about it. How is life being a seer? Blaise grinned and led him close to the dessert table. The two later hid in a corner, eating candy and catching up. Draco listened as Blaise told him about his last stepdad, one of the few who stayed in contact even after divorcing Madame Zabini. Draco smiled softly as he watched Blaise's excited face while he talked about their trip to Alaska. As they entered their 5th year, Blaise became a somber kid with less energy for fun. Draco hoped this time they could create happier memories and put a stop to. Wait, what was he thinking? He won't be here past 3rd year. Draco shook his head and refocused on listening to Blaise. So, Blaise continued, he said, I will find it one way and only one way. Suddenly, someone bumped into Blaise, causing his half-finished cake to fall. Oh no, Grandma will be mad, the kid whispered. Draco looked behind Blaise and saw none other than Neville Longbottom, the same chubby kid with the 2 front bunny teeth. I'm so sorry, please don't tell Grandma, Longbottom begged. It's all right, there are house elves to clean up, Draco reassured and snapped his fingers. An elf appeared, cleaned up the mess, and left a new plate for Blaise. You must be Neville Longbottom. I'm Draco Malfoy. Draco introduced himself, trying to make a good impression on Hogwarts Lion and Nagini Slayer. Draco, why are you talking to him? Blaise whispered. Why not? Draco whispered back. Blaise gave him a look with narrowed eyes, debating whether Draco was planning a prank or not. Would you like to sit with us? He asked the sketch boy who jumped up at being addressed. Me? You want me to sit with you? Yeah. Or are you better than everyone? Too good to sit with us? Teased Draco, enjoying the flicker of surprise in Longbottom's eyes and how quickly he shook his head, tousling his messy blonde curls. Then sit, and do use your words, said Blaise as he moved his chair to the side. For all Neville Longbottom's apparent cowardice, he met Draco's eyes and didn't flinch at the scars. Blaise and Draco resumed their conversation as if there wasn't an extra person with them. Slowly, Neville seemed to gather his courage to ask Draco a question. What is it like being a seer? Oh, he speaks, said Blaise. Hush, Draco nudged him. It's all still new. I just have to find an embroidery instructor. Draco shrugged, not saying much at all. My grandma loves embroidering. She once made our family photos with threads matching the colors too, Neville said, excited to share. Truly, Draco smirked, an idea working through his brain. Neville boy, what are you doing here? In all her glory, Mrs. Longbottom walked to their table. The 3 kids stood up from the table, such was the effect of Augusta Longbottom. Come now, barked Augusta, and Neville rushed to her side. Thank you for coming to the event and for your donation. Draco bowed, and Blaise bowed with him. If it wasn't for Brianna, I would doubt the money would reach the right hands, Mrs. Longbottom spitefully remarked. This hag? Yes, we are grateful for Mrs. Patil. Neville told me you are amazing with a needle, Draco replied. Enough chit-chat. You little snake in making. Say, what is it you want? She said, leaning over him, her shadow looming. Draco grinned at her, showing all his teeth. He knew that due to his smaller face, the scars appeared larger, and when he grinned, it was just a mess that unnerved some. It wouldn't shake Augusta, but it would get the point across. Teach me, he told her. What in? Draco, are you okay? Blaze whispered. Why should I give your family the tools to learn about the future? She frowned at him. Mrs. Longbottom, how can you say you're teaching your grandson to be a true Gryffindor, fair and just, when you won't offer help to those in need? Draco gasped as if he couldn't believe it. Nice try, but I'm not teaching my grandson to be an idiot who trusts anyone, she retorted. Yes, my aunt was the reason your child ended up like this, and I'm ashamed of this family history. I'm trying to change it for the better. I want to be influenced by your teaching and your grandson's character. Draco offered. Oh, she leaned back to her full height, her weird hat adding to her presence. So, your parents will allow you to step into a blood trader's house? I thought we were the blood traders. Draco told her, and he could feel Blaze's wide eyes staring at his side. He can trust those three won't bubble around, so it was a safe play to call the Malfoys blood traders now. Next week, come for a test. If you fail it, don't talk to me about this again, she said, turning around and marching away with her grandson. Neville turned to wave goodbye at him. Was that part of the future? Said Blaze. For the next few years, just work with me. I can't explain everything I see, Draco said while patting his friend's shoulder. June 7th, 1990. His mother lounged under the sun, relaxing after the successful event. But Draco was focused on his personal journey. He retreated to the manor's library and delved into their family history. When he encountered parts that he couldn't explain, he sought out the right painting to interrogate. Surprisingly, the paintings were willing to share, finally allowing someone to learn about the founding of the Malfoy family. It was a transformative search. Draco closed the last book and sat next to his mother, who was sunbathing with her dark mark concealed by makeup. We aren't pure blood, he informed her. Now you're just spouting nonsense, Narcissa replied, her eyes closed. We aren't even fully wizard, we have Vila blood somewhere. Draco, stop, she warned. I don't know about you, but the Malfoys aren't pure blood. We married into the British Muggle loyal family. That's why we don't have any twisted bloodline curses. Draco exclaimed, gripping his head. To think that all the bloodline curses afflicting the wizarding world were the result of inbreeding in the most pure blood families. No half-blood or Muggle-born ever suffered from such curses. The Greengrass family had blood malediction in females. The Black family had varying degrees of black madness. The Knot family had the Black Widower curse, where once a wife gave birth to a son, she would die, but if she had a daughter, she would live. The Gaunt family had numerous bloodline curses, which ultimately led to their extinction. The Lestrange family had a history of cannibalism. And all of these families rejected half-bloods, leading them down the path of inbreeding. The revelation about the Malfoy family's history and wealth surprised Draco. He learned that 3/4 of their wealth came from Muggle business, with only a quarter originating from the wizarding world. The royal family attributed their riches and victories in wars to the Malfoys, which resulted in the Malfoys receiving monthly interest and having the royal family oversee their business ventures. Add in their creature blood. The weight of their supposed hypocritical facade grew heavier on Draco as he finished reading. A familiar sensation of sand shifting in his arm accompanied this realization. Draco rolled up his sleeves and removed the makeup covering his dark mark. Narcissa sat up, observing his actions. Look, Draco exclaimed. The dark mark on his arm changed shape. The snake's mouth closed, and the shade grew paler, shifting more within the skull. Amazing, Narcissa remarked. Mother, you need to work harder, Draco said sternly. I'm trying, Draco. I did the charity event. She waved her hand dismissively. Just doing is not enough. You need to believe, Draco replied, crossing his arms. Since we came back, you've been speaking to me in a tone I don't appreciate, boy. I'm doing my best, Narcissa retorted. Draco glared at her. Do better. Maybe you like the mark, but I don't, he stated firmly, standing up and leaving her alone with her thoughts. June 17th, 1990. As the days leading up to the trial approached, Draco found himself spending more time at the Longbottom Manor than at home. Whenever he was at home, Narcissa was absent. Draco was engrossed in his latest project when a vision suddenly assaulted him once again. In recent days, he had experienced simple visions, such as avoiding stepping into puddles or having more favorable conversations. However, this particular vision felt weightier. "I think Draco should be under your care," Dumbledore said, cleaning his glasses. "And how do you plan to take the boy away from his parents exactly?" Snape responded in his characteristic, condescending manner that implied everyone else lacked intelligence, but he would humor them. "Sirius Black," Dumbledore simply stated. "Using him to falsely testify against his cousin?" Snape questioned. "It won't be false. Draco's parents are known as Death Eaters. I believe we would be saving the boy from a dark future," Dumbledore explained. "Coincidentally, he is a powerful seer who could potentially turn the tide of the war, depending on which side he aligns with," Snape added, his tone filled with implications. Startled by the vision, Draco blinked and refocused his attention on the hoop in his lap. The thread formed the shape of a fire with a human shadow trapped within it. He flipped the hoop over just as Augusta Longbottom walked by. "I don't pay you to slack around. Get back to work," Augusta scolded as she moved to the other side of the table to continue her own sewing. "You don't pay me," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow. "I do with my knowledge and skills." "Now, this sheet won't finish itself," Augusta retorted, immersing herself in her work. She had been angry and initially refused to teach him, even after he aced the test. However, her grandson convinced her that she had made a promise and needed to keep it. She relented, but not without the condition that he wouldn't ruin any of her ongoing projects. Draco looked down at his hoop, only to realize that he had forgotten that the fabric he was working on was actually connected to the tablecloth. Shit. Upon Draco's arrival, Narcissa was waiting for him at the flue with a smirk on her face. "Get ready," she said. It seemed like they were going to ignore the fight they had, but Draco didn't mind. He missed his mother's presence. "All right," he replied. They arrived at the ministry, where Lucius was already waiting for them. He hurried them to the courtroom, and they took their seats to the side, as family members of the accused. No one else had arrived yet, but officials were working on getting everything ready. The Malfoys always preferred to be early to events, as being late was considered in bad taste. Soon, the room began to fill up, and Draco blinked rapidly when he saw someone who resembled Bellatrix walking toward them. Her hair was brown, but other than that, she looked like a more sane version of Bellatrix. She approached them and nodded at Narcissa. "I'm glad you made it. Here, I saved you a seat," Narcissa said, her smile nervous. "Thank you," the woman muttered. She must be his Aunt Andromeda. Draco watched as his mother's expression deflated before his eyes when her sister ignored her. As a peace offering, Draco decided to use whatever charm was left to help Narcissa. "Aunt Andy." Draco addressed her with his high voice, tilting his head to the side. Andromeda blinked in surprise at being addressed. She looked at Draco, and he noticed another difference. Her eyes were rounder and bluer. "You know me?" she asked in disbelief. "Mother told me about you a lot. How she wishes to be more like you, and how you always hid her candies so Cousin Sirius won't eat them," Draco added, giving her a tiny smile. She returned the smile and looked at her sister, appearing less ragged. She told me you saw something in the future about Sirius being innocent?" Andromeda asked, her tone hopeful. "I saw something today, too," Draco piped up. Lucius coughed into his fist and placed his hand on Draco's shoulder, turning his body to face the courtroom. "Don't speak about your vision freely. We don't know who may be listening," Lucius warned. Draco swallowed, realizing the potential consequences of his oversight. He needed to be cautious. The room filled up, and Dumbledore took his seat last. Directly behind Judge Barty Crouch, Sr., the judge struck the hammer, announcing the beginning of the trial. The press started, flashing their cameras as a space in the middle opened up, and Sirius Black rose from the ground. He looked every bit like a true Black, wearing a designer black suit, with his hair dry and clean, and his face and teeth freshly groomed. A smirk played on his lips as he spotted the judge. "Hello, Barty SNR. "Your son says hi," Sirius opened with a taunting remark. "That idiot," the three Malfoys muttered, while Andromeda couldn't help but snored in amusement. Barty Crouch attempted to restore order in the courtroom and began the legal proceedings. "Mr. Black, after reviewing the paperwork from the war and examining all the evidence, we have concluded that during the sensitive time of the war, any crimes were dealt with swiftly and without a trial. However, now that we have had the opportunity to thoroughly assess all law enforcement decisions," Draco couldn't help but feel that Barty Crouch was trying to shift the blame away from himself and onto the law enforcement department. "On June 17th, we will begin Sirius Black's trial, as per his request. Sirius Black will consume Veritaserum, which has been brewed by licensed potion master Severus Snape and reviewed and tasted by 3 other potion masters." Barty Crouch motioned for the guard to hand Sirius the vial. Sirius frowned upon hearing who had brewed the potion, but swallowed it whole. Now, Sirius Black will recount what happened on the night of October 31st, 1981. The crowd fell silent, waiting eagerly for Sirius's testimony. Sorry," a voice whispered beside them. Draco turned and saw Professor Lupin sitting next to Andromeda. He quickly turned his attention back to the trial, curious to hear Sirius's account. "I went to Pettigrew's hiding place to check on the plan with him, but I found him missing. Immediately, I noticed the lack of struggle, but had no time to question it. I went to Godric's Hollow and discovered the Potter's house destroyed and my friend and brother, James, and my friend Lily dead. Only baby Harry was still alive. The news had already spread by that time because Hagrid had arrived to take Harry. I offered to take Harry myself, as I was the chosen guardian in the event of James's and Lily's deaths. However, Hagrid told me that Dumbledore had made arrangements to send Harry to Lily's sister. While we were arguing over this, I had a hunch about where Pettigrew might be hiding. I knew I had to catch that traitor myself, so I gave up and handed my bike to Hagrid," Sirius huffed, recounting the events. "On the city street, we encountered Pettigrew. He outwitted me by yelling that it was I who betrayed the Potters when he was the one who had betrayed them. Before he used the Confringo spell, he killed 12 muggles and faked his death, leaving behind his finger," Sirius continued. Gasps echoed throughout the courtroom, and the press bombarded Sirius with questions, but Barty Crouch struck his hammer to restore order. "Explain how Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Potters," Barty Crouch demanded. "I wasn't the secret keeper. It was a ruse." Sirius leaned close to the bars, locking his eyes on Barty's face. "Peter Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper. He was the one who revealed the Potter's location to Voldemort." Sirius spat, his voice filled with anger and frustration. Panic and chaos erupted in the room as people started yelling at the mentioning of Voldemort's name. Draco turned to his left, noticing the tear-streaked faces of Andromeda and Lupin. Andromeda covered her mouth, unable to contain her shock, while Professor Lupin shook his head in disbelief. "Order, order!" Barty Crouch called out, attempting to restore calm in the courtroom. Soon, a short round of questioning followed, with inquiries about the details of the events and Sirius's innocence. It became evident that Sirius Black had served nearly 10 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. According to the testimony of Sirius Black under Veritaserum, he will be declared not guilty. An investigation will be launched to determine the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. Once the necessary legal paperwork is handled, your wand will be returned to you, Sirius Black, Barty Crouch announced, raising his hammer. "You are free to go," he declared, bringing the hammer down. Draco flinched as his mother and Andromeda jumped up in excitement, embracing each other. Lupin used his shirt to wipe away his tears, and Draco, feeling a pang of sympathy, pulled out his handkerchief and offered it to Lupin. Lupin looked surprised at the small shaking hand extending the napkin towards him, but then he smiled and quickly thanked Draco. Draco insisted that he keep it and seat back next to his father. The guards opened the cage, assisting Sirius in descending from the stand. The press erupted with a frenzy, attempting to ask every question that crossed their minds. July 20th, 1990. The sun rose on the same tidy front gardens and lit up the brass number 4 on the Dursleys' front door. It crept into their living room, and the light seeped under the stairs. Aunt Petunia was awake, and it was her shrill voice that made the first noise of the day. Up! Get up! Now! Harry woke with a start. His aunt rapped on the door again. Up! She screeched. Harry heard her walking toward the kitchen, followed by the sound of the frying pan being placed on the stove. He rolled onto his back and tried to remember the dream he had been having. It had been a good one. There was a man with long black hair in it. He had a funny feeling he had had the same dream before. Harry got slowly out of bed and started looking for socks. He found a pair under his bed and, after pulling a spider off one of them, put them on. Harry was used to spiders because the cupboard under the stairs was full of them, and that was where he slept. When he was dressed, he went down the hall into the kitchen. The three Dursleys sat at the table with their usual activities. Mr. Dursley was reading the papers, and Mrs. Dursley was moving between the stove and the table to feed her child, Dudley. Harry sat on his chair and dragged his plate closer. A knock on the door sounded, but the family didn't think much about why anyone would come to their door this early. Get the door, Dudley, said Uncle Vernon from behind his paper. Make Harry get it. Get the door, Harry. Make Dudley get it. Poke him with your fork, Dudley. Harry dodged the fork and walked to the door. Once he opened it, the man from his dream stood before him, almost the same, with a black leather jacket and his hair longer in a low bun. Harry's mouth dropped open in shock as the man grinned, his teeth too sharp, his eyes shining with tears. He kneeled before Harry. Thank God it's you. His voice sounded the same as in Harry's dream. I saw you in a dream, said Harry. The man smiled softly and nodded his head. I'm Sirius Black, your father's best friend, and even his brother. I came here to take you with me, Sirius said. Harry had never heard anything about his parents. Nothing, not even their names. It was mentioned after a mistake made by Aunt Petunia. Harry kept repeating their names over and over in his head, so he wouldn't forget them. Now, a man came to him claiming to know his parents. Harry knew he could trust him. He had seen him in his dream, hugging him and whispering about protecting him. Where have you been? Asked Harry. The man's face grew grim, and he seemed ashamed of it. I dash. What took you so long? Who is it? Petunia walked in, stomping angrily. She gasped, her face pale, and she started walking backward. Sirius Black, she shouted. Petunia, spat Sirius as he stood, moving Harry behind him. Why are you here? You murderer. Turned out I was innocent all along, so I'm a free man now. Harry is leaving with me, said Sirius, walking slowly inside the house. Who is it here? Mr. Dursley walked to see and stumbled back. Sirius Black. At least Harry could believe that he was Sirius Black, and since Petunia knew him, that meant he was truly his godfather. Harry smiled. This was the most exciting thing to ever happen to him. You and that freak. All you did was bring trouble to this family, taking my wild sister with you all the time, never to— Sirius pulled out a wood stick and thrust it toward the Dursleys. Say one more word about Lily and James, and I'll silence you. Silence her mouth, wondered Harry. Surprisingly, Petunia shut her mouth and stuck to her husband's side, both shaking wildly. Go get your stuff, Harry, said Sirius. Hey, what's all this noise? Dudley pushed through his parents, who tried to stop him. Sirius looked the boy up and down before turning to Harry to examine him. I see how it is, you disgusting human. How could you do this to your nephew, to a child? Yelled Sirius, waving his stick around. The rage and anger were not directed at him, but for him. Harry wiped his glassy eyes and rushed to get his stuff from under the stairs. When he opened the door, the charged atmosphere froze over. Harry, what are you doing? Asked Sirius. Yeah, where do you think you're going, you freak? Dudley shouted. Shut his mouth, or I will, warned Sirius. I'm getting my stuff, said Harry, now unsure of himself. Did Sirius change his mind? You sleep here? Sirius asked, pointing to the cupboard under the stairs. The other room is for Dudley's broken toys, Harry explained. That's it. Forget about wizard secrecy, Sirius exclaimed, waving his stick. Harry's mouth fell open in shock as the three Dursleys collapsed to the floor, their legs boneless and flapping around like jelly. Dudley began to scream, but another wave of Sirius's stick caused his mouth to melt away, intensifying the panic. Petunia and Mr. Dursley joined in the screams, but their voices were muffled without their mouths. Listen to me, you scum, Sirius said, stepping on Petunia's jelly-like legs. She screamed in pain, but it was muted without her mouth. "What you did to my godson is unforgivable, and I will make your life miserable. Just wait, you pathetic giraffe. Now, I'm taking Harry with me. This is the last time he will ever see you, but it won't be the last time you see me. I will make you regret the last 9 years of your life," Sirius promised, his eyes narrowed and his growl-like voice seething with anger. Harry could swear his teeth seemed to grow longer. Sirius turned back to Harry, his eyebrow relaxed and his teeth hidden. "Harry, leave all the clothes behind. I have already prepared a new wardrobe for you." Harry nodded and rushed to collect his trinket box, containing all his precious belongings. Sirius extended his hand, allowing Harry to take the lead, and they walked towards the door. "Are we going to leave them like this?" Harry asked, glancing back at the helpless Dursleys. "Ministry wizards will come by soon to handle the situation," Sirius assured him. "I can't believe it," Harry whispered. "Wizards are real. You didn't know?" Sirius stopped and looked down at Harry in surprise. "How was I supposed to know?" Harry replied. "You're a wizard, Harry," said Sirius with a wide grin. "Am I what?" Harry asked, bewildered. "A wizard," Sirius exclaimed, showing him what Harry now believed was a wand. "Both your parents were wizards. Your mother and father were magical, Harry." Again, Harry learned more about his parents today than he did all 9 years of living here. He'd lived with the Dursleys for almost 9 years, 9 miserable years, as long as he could remember, ever since he'd been a baby and his parents had died in that car crash. He couldn't remember being in the car when his parents had died. Sometimes, when he strained his memory during long hours in his cupboard, he came up with a strange vision, a blinding flash of green light and a burning pain on his forehead. This, he supposed, was the crash, though. He couldn't imagine where all the green light came from. Maybe that vision was the truth of how no wizards and witches can meet such a fate in a simple car crash, Harry thought. "Now let's hurry, Harry," Sirius grinned. "Before the ministry arrives, hold on," he added. Harry tightened his grip on Sirius's hand, and in an instant, they began spinning and moving, their surroundings blurring. Harry felt a wave of nausea and quickly doubled over, emptying his stomach of what little food he had consumed. "Yeah, you'll get used to it," Sirius shrugged, crouching down to help Harry up. When the spinning stopped, they found themselves standing on a street with identical buildings. "We're going to live here," Sirius exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "Cool," Harry replied, looking around. The two of them locked eyes. "Which one is it?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Great, you finally asked." "It's the 12th building," Sirius answered. Harry looked at the street, noticing that the last building had the number 13 on it, and the one next to it was number 11. "You mean 13? Harry questioned, curiosity evident in his expression. "No." Sirius bent down and whispered in Harry's ear, "Grimmauld Place is number 12. As if in response to their conversation, the ground shook, and the buildings they were looking at moved aside, revealing another building between numbers 13 and 11. Harry's eyes widened as he saw a new structure with white stairs materialize before them. Sirius pulled Harry up the stairs and tapped his wand against a newly painted door with no handle. It swung open, revealing the entrance. "Go on," Sirius said, standing at the door and watching as Harry entered. Harry stepped into a long hallway that had been freshly painted. Landscape paintings adorned the walls, and as fresh air flowed through the open windows, the trees within the paintings seemed to sway. A slowly spinning chandelier illuminated the hallway, revealing open doors to living rooms and the kitchen. Along the staircase, light blue wallpaper displayed more pictures, this time of people, and Harry could see them moving. Curiosity compelled Harry to lean forward, and he noticed that there was no door beneath the stairs. "Come on, let me show you your room. I've spent all week planning it, but of course you can change it to your taste," Sirius beckoned, walking up the stairs. He paused when he realized Harry hadn't moved. "What's wrong?" "It's just magical," Harry whispered in awe. "Oh, yes it is? Come on." Sirius waved at Harry, who smiled and eagerly followed him. "This is your room," Sirius announced, opening the first door on the left. As he did, confetti cascaded down, creating a whimsical effect. "Wow," Harry exclaimed. His room was larger than Dudley's 2 rooms combined. The bed even had a curtain, the kind he had only seen in fairy tales. The room was adorned in different shades of gold and warm red. Harry's name was spelled out in golden letters on the wooden headboard. A large window overlooked a park, and a desk sat next to two couches with a tea table. The room had two doors, and Sirius walked to one, opening it. "This is the bathroom," Sirius explained. Harry leaned in to admire the white marble with gold lines, a bathtub, and a shower. "And this is your dressing room," Sirius said, opening the second door. Rows upon rows of clothes were neatly displayed, with pants on racks and shoes on shelves. "My cousins help with this one, making the clothes change sizes depending on your size, so don't worry about them not fitting you." Sirius grinned, his excitement evident. Harry was dazed by what he saw and took a step back, twirling around in his room. It was his room, unlike any other kid's at school. He had a house, and within it a room, a real room. "Is all of this for me?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. Tears welled up in his eyes, choking him. He had never been more afraid that this might not be real. But everything he had ever thought himself unworthy of was right here. This person, his godfather, was real. He had a family, a home, and someone ready to defend him. "Welcome to your new home, Harry," Sirius said, his own eyes glistening with tears. He leaned in and hugged Harry tightly. Harry dug his nails into Sirius, not wanting to let go. It was real, not a dream he would wake up from. He wasn't alone. Chapter and notes. My excited self wrote a third-year chapter already. I can't wait to get to Hogwarts. The Veil of Perception. Chapter summary. Harry Potter receives news of the murder of Draco Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. He was already determined to apprehend all members of the Death Cleansers, but now he felt it was urgent. In the process, he uncovered what happened in the last 6 years to Draco Malfoy. Harry will spare no effort in unraveling the mystery. Chapter notes. CW. Repetitive description of a dead body. See the end of the chapter for more notes. April 21st, 2004. Harry Potter was sorting through his paperwork, reviewing routine reports from his assistant who was working on cases involving accidents and misuse of magic. It had been 3 months since he was appointed as a lead Auror, and he was adjusting as best he could. In fact, it had been a month since his last nightmare. Getting up in the morning and looking in the mirror had become easier. No longer did he see the haunting shadows of death obscuring half of his face, urging him to succumb to their influence. But today he felt restless. The shadow of death seemed darker, grinning at him, a sign that someone had passed away. In a panic, he fire-called everyone that morning to check on them. He was on the verge of rushing off when Luna didn't answer immediately, but he sighed in relief when everyone else responded, eventually Luna. They were accustomed to his calls, having grown used to them after the war. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that someone he knew had died. He knew that death wouldn't cast such a shadow for just anyone. When Blaise Zabini had died, he hadn't received any warning. This time, though, he wondered if it was a glimpse into the future. Perhaps the person hadn't died yet. "Lead Potter? Boss is calling for you," Amanda, his assistant, informed him. Harry's heart sank at that. Could it be the news he had been dreading? Had someone passed away while he sat in his office, unaware of what had happened? He hoped it was a new case, his first one as a lead Auror. Although he wasn't particularly eager to lead an investigation, because it meant someone had been harmed, he understood the inevitability of such cases due to human nature. "Potter, our French counterparts, the BDA, have contacted us. You will lead the investigation. A British wizard and witch were murdered in their home 2 days ago. The French believe that the killer may already be in our jurisdiction." Robards explained. He gave him the green badge to authorize him for the case. Harry's shoulder dropped. He smiled at Robards and left to connect with his French counterpart through the office Fleur connection. "Is Lead Potter here?" The accent was way better than Fleur's. "Yes, it's me, Lead Alexander." He showed him the green badge. "I will send now the files. It will be ideal for you to reverse a ticket as soon as possible to examine the crime scene yourself." Alexander didn't seem to be one for chit-chat. The papers flowed to him through the channel. He took the file and opened it to read the summary. He found that Alexander already translated it. On April 19th, 2004, the House of Coucher de Soleil de Diamant, on the outskirts of a wizard village, and the beginning of a muggle village was under consistent attack before they managed to enter the early morning of April 20th, 2004. The group managed to reach the son, Draco Malfoy, and the mother, Narcissa. Harry blinked his eyes and tried to reread it. The group appeared to reach the son, Draco Malfoy, and the mother, Narcissa Malfoy née Black, in the attic and managed to kill the two of them at the same time. Harry put down the report, his head spinning. "Monsieur Potter?" Alexander asked. "What is this?" He waved the papers in the air, his mind running all over. "I guess you do know the victim, Draco Malfoy?" The victim. Harry leaned on his desk a bit, a ringing in his ear of a young boy's voice begging atop the astronomy tower. "He's gonna kill me." Harry shook his head and met Alexander. He fixed his shoulder and nodded at Alexander, mind working in leaps, telling him if he overreacted the case would slip from his hand. "I guess so. When we searched the crime scene, we found a note requiring you to be the one to investigate their death." "What?" Harry tried to stop the dizziness spell from taking over him. "Please finish reading the report. I shall leave you in peace. Once you are ready, you can call me again." With that, he disappeared. Harry took a deep breath. His eyes closed, and he could feel the giggle and cackle of death, a hand resting on his shoulder in mock comfort. He stood to lock his door and pull on the curtains, activating the privacy charms. Sitting back in his chair, he opened the report. On April 19th, 2004, the house of Coucher de Soleil de Diamant, on the outskirts of a wizard village and the beginning of a muggle village, was under consistent attack last night before they managed to enter the early morning of April 20th, 2004. The group appeared to reach the son, Draco Malfoy, and the mother, Narcissa Malfoy née Black, in the attic and managed to kill the two of them at the same time. The way of death is still under investigation. The group started to arrange the bodies in a ritual way that seems to be connected to the other crimes of death. Cleansers, where a dagger and unicorn tears were found, but this one seems more gruesome than the others. The mother was propped up with 12 sharp iron sticks on the floor facing the east window, with the iron sticks helping position her hands. The son's head was lying in the mother's crooked arm, while the left arm was torn from the socket left to lay on his chest. The body on the mother's lap. It seems they were mimicking the Madonna della Pieta marble sculpture. Draco Malfoy's wand was sat on a chalk circle tip facing the bodies and the handle facing the east. The dagger next to the wand and the unicorn's tears vial between the wand and dagger. Harry took a deep breath. His job made his stomach stronger. But once it's someone you know, even a cut will get you rolling. He dragged the trash can closer and emptied his stomach. Draco Malfoy died, and it was gruesome. He didn't die as a bitter old man like Ron, and he joked sometimes. He didn't have kids who would inherit the Annoy Potter tradition. Draco Malfoy died at the age of 24, and it wasn't an accident. Harry remembers a lesson from his Muggle school before Hogwarts about the brain. That personality fully develops at the age of 25 when the frontal cortex finishes growing. Draco Malfoy died before he truly knew himself and saw his personality as a fully grown adult. Flashes of a younger Draco Malfoy crying between fires as he looked around the burning room. Harry almost didn't catch him, but once he did, Draco held him tight. Draco always seemed afraid of dying. He was a coward, but everyone feared dying to some degree. Throughout their school years, Harry gathered that Draco feared dying. Since their first year, he would run away at the hint of a threat to his life. Amazingly, he played Quidditch. Maybe being the son of a Death Eater made you aware of how quickly life can be taken away. Now he was murdered. Harry sighed. He still didn't know why it was sent to him when Aurora Berrycloth is leading the Death Cleanser investigation. He opened the scene report. The scene report provided detailed information about the attic, which was used for brewing potions. It mentioned that Draco Malfoy possessed a French license to brew and sell potions. The notebooks found in the attic contained notes on both basic and complex potions, as well as instructions on how to care for plants. Among the pages, they discovered a hastily written piece of paper with the same handwriting as the other books. The first line was in French, while the second line was in English. Or a Harry Potter will know. Potter, be your nosy self and find who. Harry couldn't help but laugh when he read it. He covered his mouth in an attempt to stifle his amusement, but he couldn't contain himself. He swore he could hear Draco's voice, complete with a snotty tone, saying those words. "You've really lost it, haven't you? An imaginary sixth-year Draco chimed in, leaning on Harry's desk with his arms crossed. Maybe I should send you to St. Mungo's and get you a room next to the Longbottoms, added Harry's imaginary third-year Draco, sitting on the desk cross-legged casually. I need to get a grip, muttered Harry, waving away the imaginary images. He left his office and made his way toward Barrycloth's office, determined to focus on the investigation. Come in, Mordecai Barrycloth's voice called. Harry walked into the office and placed a copy of the file on the desk. I've got a case, and it's connected to the death cleanser. Barrycloth adjusted his glasses and took the report from Harry. Harry, deciding to save him time, said, It's Draco Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. The words feeling like dry sand on his tongue. Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle? Yes, he is dead, said Narcissa, easily betraying Voldemort. Barrycloth's brown eyes widened. That's significant. I mean, not great that they died, but this is a huge clue, Barrycloth exclaimed, quickly gathering his files. Draco and Narcissa Malfoy are prominent figures, and they're probably the first Death Eaters the Cleanser has killed since they started. Harry nodded in understanding. The Death Cleanser had been targeting Slytherins indiscriminately, regardless of their support for Voldemort during the war. All Slytherins who weren't imprisoned or directly involved in the conflict were being hunted, the Slytherin students who had left the battlefield too. Harry, with more life experience now, understood that no one should be willing to die for a high school that didn't treat them fairly, and shaming the Slytherins without the Ravenclaw just screams another type of prejudice against Slytherin. I've booked a support key, which will be ready in an hour. That should give us enough time to go through the report and prepare, Harry informed him. Amazing order, Potter, Barrycloth exclaimed, waving his wand to collect his belongings and pack them into a suitcase that he always kept ready with clothes for such occasions. Harry left the office and sent a message to Ron and Hermione, informing them about handling an international case in France, but leaving out the details about Draco Malfoy. He also notified his team about who would be handling the work in his absence. Carrying his suitcase and wearing a trench coat over his suit pants, Harry made his way to the portkey location. Death mimicked his steps, but Harry ignored its presence. The figure grew bored and started dancing, twirling around Harry, desperately seeking attention and conversation. Ask, ask, ask. Death almost begged him. Shut up, shut up. Ignoring Death, Harry took a seat in the waiting area, holding the report in one hand and a pen in the other. He was determined to solve the case and bring justice for Draco Malfoy. He circled the report, focusing on the gruesome details of the iron rods pierced through Narcissa's body, noting the angles at which they were positioned. Harry had been keeping up with the Death Cleanser's case, but he knew he needed more information. He sent a paper bird to request ritual books. Copycat, said the imaginary third-year Draco, who appeared on Harry's right side, holding a paper crane. Death continued to play with a paper swallow on Harry's left. Harry rubbed his face, trying to dispel the afterimage from his vision. Within half an hour, the requested books arrived, flying in Harry's suitcase. Barrycloth followed shortly after, and the two of them proceeded to the portkey. Upon their arrival at the French ministry, they were greeted by Oru Alexander. I said to Furcall, and it's a good thing our system alerted me of your arrival, said Alexander, a hulking figure with a strong handshake. Harry couldn't help but feel surprised as he didn't expect Alexander's face to match his imposing physique. They proceeded to sign the necessary paperwork and familiarize themselves with the rules and the warrant granting them full access in the investigation. The day is still young. Would you like to visit the scene first or the morgue? Alexander asked, leading them to their temporary office. The scene, please. We can make use of the daylight, Barrycloth responded. As Barrycloth and Alexander walked ahead, Harry remained rooted to the spot. His face turned pale, and sweat began to gather on his forehead as he replayed the details from the forensic medicine report in his mind. It was found that the first layer of the left arm skin had been peeled back, where the dark mark had been cut out. The dark mark was still present on the muscles. Draco Malfoy's blood had been drained and cleaned from the scene. Narcissa Malfoy's spine was broken by 3 iron rods to keep the body upright. The report echoed in Harry's thoughts. Potter, Barrycloth called out, snapping Harry out of his daze. He realized they had walked a distance ahead, and he hurriedly caught up with them. Yeah, Harry muttered awkwardly. They settled their belongings in the office. The temporary offices were equipped with doors leading to bedrooms and washrooms, though they were a bit small. If you prefer a hotel, the ministry can cover the expenses, Alexander informed them. No, this is fine. Thank you, and sorry for the short notice, Harry replied. Don't mention it. They took another portkey to the village where Draco was living, Coucher de Soleil de Diamond, which translated to Diamond Sunset House. As they walked towards the house, Harry understood the connection to its name. The house was adorned in shades of orange, transitioning to pink, resembling the colors of a sunset. Its large, colorful windows reflected the outside world, giving the house a radiant glow. Harry took a step into the garden, immediately noticing the abundance of strawberry bushes. Each bush had a small sign in front of it, and he recognized Draco's handwriting. Draco had given each bush a peculiar name. One was labeled Drama Queen, and Harry could guess the reason for the name, as it was the only bush wilting. Another bush seemed to be Draco's favorite, named Fraser, with a tiny evil smile drawn next to it and a star on the sign. You like strawberries? Harry whispered, looking up at the house. Are you ready, Auror Potter? Barrycloth asked, his hand on the doorknob. Harry closed his eyes, attempting to push away the haunting image of first-year Draco's lifeless body lying by the bush, staining the grass with his blood. Yes, let's go, Harry replied, determined, death clapping beside him. June 17th, 1990. Draco stood with his family, joined by Professor Lupin and Aunt Andy, to the side, awaiting Sirius Black's arrival. They were near the office where Sirius was signing some papers and receiving a box containing his wand. As Sirius walked out, Lupin rushed to him and engulfed him in a tight hug, followed by Andromeda. The three of them began spinning around, laughing joyously. The Malfoys stood to the side, Lucius appearing bored while Narcissa smirked. Draco let his thoughts wander. If Sirius, Harry Potter's godfather, is now free, would he be taking care of Harry? That would mean he would meet him before they encountered Madame Malkin's. Why hadn't Draco seen this in his vision? Unless Draco reached into his bag to retrieve his hoop, but his father was quicker and snatched it away, hiding it in his robes. You will not be seeking out visions in public, Lucius whispered sharply. Draco huffed and turned to see Sirius approaching them with a bag slung over his shoulder. Sissy, Sirius said, and an awkward tension hung between them. Sirius, Narcissa replied, her voice cool. The others watched the scene with bated breath, wondering what would transpire between the two cousins. Thank you doesn't even begin to cover what you've done for me, Sirius said, rubbing his neck. Good. I plan to make full use of it, Narcissa smirked. Damn, should have known, Sirius chuckled, smirking in return. A crowd began moving toward them, led by none other than Dumbledore himself. Panic flashed across Sirius's face as he looked at the approaching group. I didn't think through where I would be staying, Sirius muttered in panic. Come, surprisingly, it was Lucius who spoke up. He walked toward the apparition point near the office, and the 3 Blacks, 2 Malfoys, and 1 werewolf quickly followed suit. Holding hands, they disapparated, landing in the Malfoy manor. The group separated, and Sirius collapsed onto a couch, his head resting on the arm. Lupin crouched down beside him, patting his back. Your body is weak. You need to take it easy, Professor Lupin advised. And what are your plans now that you're out? Aunt Andy inquired. Lucius whispered something in Narcissa's ear and then left the room. She called for Runa to prepare tea, refreshments, and a guest room. No, Sissy. I refuse to be further indebted to you. I suppose I'll rest for now in the Black ancestral house. Sirius struggled to stand with the help of Lupin and Andromeda. You can go tomorrow. Why the rush? Narcissa suggested calmly. Your husband would prefer if I disappeared as quickly as possible, Sirius laughed. You 3 can stay the night to catch up, and we can help you with the move to Grimmauld Place, Narcissa offered, taking a seat. Andromeda sat next to her, taking her hand in a comforting gesture. Sirius huffed and settled onto the couch next to Lupin, leaving Draco standing alone. Narcissa turned to Draco and asked if he would like to sit with them or go to his room. Sirius sat up straight and turned to look at Draco. My real savior. Draco, Sirius exclaimed, opening his arms wide. But Draco stepped back, an uncanny look of madness in Sirius's eyes. Draco couldn't hold it against Sirius, for he couldn't fathom how much worse Azkaban must have been with the Dementors present. "You saw me in a vision, did you?" Sirius leaned in a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Did you see me kill that rat?" "Sirius!" Lupin shouted, reprimanding him. Draco raised an eyebrow. "I will go to sleep," he quickly replied, and as he walked away, he heard Sirius mutter something like, "Making a lasting first impression is my specialty." Draco hurried to his room and locked the door, a habit he had developed from living just a few doors away from Voldemort. He moved towards the silver trunk that now held all his sewing kit, filled with different fabrics and hoops of various sizes. There was a small box where he kept his needles and threads. He picked up a hoop and a gold thread, contemplating whether thread colors could affect his visions. So far, it seemed unrelated, but he couldn't resist using Gryffindor gold thread to potentially see visions related to Potter. He began waving the hoop, intending to create a simple straight line, and sure enough, a vision started playing out before him. In the vision, Draco was standing with a hoop in his hand, and a young Harry Potter approached him. Harry's face was sunken, his hands small, just as Draco remembered him. "You're the first wizard my age that I've met," young Harry whispered, his voice filled with a mix of vulnerability and hope. Draco grinned at him. The vision then shifted to Diagon Alley, where Harry, looking healthy with weight on his face and a healthy bronze in his skin, gently led Draco to Ollivander's wand shop. "You need to check a healer for this nosebleed," said Potter. Draco emerged from the vision and looked down at the hoop. Embroidered on it was a blooded gold wand, with blood dripping onto the fabric once again. He touched his nose and inspected his hand. Nosebleeds were not something he suffered from, except in his 6th year when his health declined. "Now really isn't the time for more time travel side effects," Draco huffed, cleaning himself up. It confirmed to him that his visions could change if past altering actions occurred. He couldn't fully trust them anymore unless he always had a hoop in his hand to see the consequences of their actions. The next morning, they sat down for breakfast in silence, except for Lucius, who had defiantly chosen to be in the office rather than sit with 3 society outcasts. After they finished eating, Sirius had to go to Muggle London to reach Grimmauld Place. "Why won't you let us apparate you?" Narcissa asked as the 4 Blacks and Lupin walked towards the night bus. "Because, Sissy, I'm a free man, and I want to enjoy it," Sirius replied, wearing yesterday's suit with the coat removed and his sleeves rolled up. "It's okay, Sissy. I love riding the Muggle Metro with no destination. You should try it sometime. It clears the head," Andromeda chimed in. "So, catch me up on what happened in the last 9 years," Sirius said quietly to Lupin. The two of them started murmuring, and Draco watched them. Loneliness invaded him as he felt like an outsider. His eyes wandered to his mother, who had red cheeks and was talking fast with her sister. Her eyes were shining, and her hand was on Andromeda's shoulder. Andromeda leaned on her, nodding her head rapidly, laughing and covering her cheeks. Where was his happiness in all of this? It's not like he had anyone he needed to fix his relationship with. By just arriving before Hogwarts, all his mistakes didn't exist. The war would happen, with or without his involvement, and the Death Cleanser would come back, likely targeting Lucius this time since he wouldn't be in Azkaban, but will still be an ex-Death Eater. Draco started thinking about how he was going to fix the Slytherin reputation. It was infuriating that all houses had famous bad witches and wizards, but only Slytherins were remembered for it. But if someone said Merlin was a Slytherin, suddenly what house you were in didn't matter. He still wasn't sure about being a Slytherin. Draco decided to focus on Augusta's task for the week, switching colors mid-work while he was aware and not during a vision. It proved hard with his hands. They arrived outside Grimmauld Place, and the 4 Blacks made the house vibrate with excitement. The door opened before Sirius could raise his wand, and they walked in. Draco almost hid behind his mother upon seeing the dust-filled house, using her as a shield against the dirt. The musty smell of the air made Draco hold his breath. "Sirius, you can't bring Harry here," Lupin said, his face twisted in pain. Draco guessed that lycanthropy gave him stronger senses. "You plan to bring a child here?" Andromeda shouted. "I will clean it a bit," Sirius replied. A bit. Draco snorted, and Lupin laughed. We will help with the cleaning, offered Andromeda. Lupin nodded. The two Malfoys hesitated, but Draco nudged his mother, and she sighed. We will help. Don't bust a vein, sissy. You don't need to, Sirius waved her off. It will be fun to change the decor, Draco chimed in. Great, let's start with the kitchen, Andromeda clapped her hands. They turned towards the kitchen, and an elf appeared, older than a lick if that was possible. The elf was wrinkled, with a drooping body, and his clothes weren't the same gray color that Draco was accustomed to. Blood traitor, half filth, the elf screamed, and Sirius started screaming back, attempting to kick the elf, but it teleported quickly to the top of the cabinet. I won't let any filth dirt my lady's house. Get out, get out. The elf stomped its feet. Creature, I order you to shut up, Sirius commanded. Finally, the elf fell silent, but Draco could see the fury in its eyes. Leave, Sirius yelled. The elf left, and the house returned to silence. Narcissa laughed. Andromeda playfully nudged her shoulder. Stop, poor creature. He spent all these years alone, Andromeda said. Ugh, I hate him, Sirius groaned, pulling a chair to sit, his body tired from the screaming. He's still the same, Narcissa remarked. Draco thought of a lick and how different the two house elves were. He couldn't imagine a lick acting like that willingly. A lick had been the one to teach Draco how to behave accordingly and follow protocols. Draco, why don't you go to Muggle London with Lupin, and we'll clean the kitchen first so we have a resting spot while cleaning, Andromeda suggested. We can fill the pantry since nothing here is still edible, Lupin added. Only the wine, Sirius chimed in. No, Narcissa protested. Why, sissy? Is something wrong? Don't want a half-blood to hang out with your kid? Sirius raised an eyebrow. I don't want him to go to Muggle London, Narcissa exclaimed. Mother, please. I want to see it, Draco interjected. He had only ever visited a French Muggle village, but never London. Narcissa huffed, but reluctantly agreed, aware that she couldn't control Draco, who was an adult in a child's body. Draco smiled at her and turned to face Lupin. But you must go to Gringotts for Muggle money, Narcissa reminded them. Oh, no need. Lupin surely knows how to use the ATMs. Andromeda asked. Yes, don't worry about it, Lupin replied. Still, Narcissa said as she took her purse and handed some galleons to Draco and Lupin. Buy some lavender tea and green apples for Draco, she instructed. Lupin smiled and waved at Draco, who gave a half-smile in return. In some ways, they were both victims of Fenrir Greyback, albeit in different ways. Draco could ignore the lycanthropy in the sunlight, and Professor Lupin was the best defense against the dark arts professor they had ever had, second only to Snape, of course. The two of them left, and Lupin attempted to hold Draco's hand when they started crossing the street. Draco flinched back, surprised, and Lupin flinched back as well. I apologize, Lupin said. They crossed the empty street and began walking towards a more populated area. Lupin led Draco to an alley where there was a broken ATM with Gringotts' sign on it. He dropped some galleons into it, and it converted them into Muggle money. Draco watched the process carefully, knowing that their plan to go on the run might involve being in a Muggle village again. Let's go to the supermarket, Lupin suggested. Not the farm market? Draco asked. He wasn't exactly sure what a supermarket was, but the name gave him the impression that it was similar to a farm market. Even your Muggle knowledge is high class, Lupin muttered. It's closer and takes less time to choose food, but the farm market has better quality food. Oh, Draco replied, although he wasn't fully paying attention. Muggle studies. He needed to convince a significant number of Slytherins to take the subject in the older years and beyond. It would certainly make a difference in the perception of Slytherins. He needed to work on the plan more effectively. Draco continued to ponder how he, as a soon-to-be first year, could convince older Slytherins to willingly take Muggle studies. Lupin coughed, bringing his attention back to the street, which was now filled with moving cars. I need you to watch the road. You look left and right before you cross, Lupin informed Draco. Draco nodded, and the two of them walked when the light turned red. A car started honking at them, refusing to stop and urging them to walk faster. Draco, unfamiliar with these moving carriages, tried to duck. Lupin took his hand and walked faster, pulling Draco along. Draco snatched his hand back, creating an awkward air between them as they entered the supermarket. Draco's eyes widened when the doors opened by themselves. He stepped back and the doors closed. Stepping back again, they opened once more. Wow, he breathed. This would definitely impress the Slytherins if they knew about it. Amazing, right? Lupin smiled. Draco nodded, and the two of them took a cart and started shopping. Draco took his time to examine all the boxes and read what was inside them, while Lupin did the actual shopping, always keeping an eye on Draco. "You are a seer, right?" Lupin asked. "I can't choose what to see if you want to know something specific," Draco replied. "No, nothing like that. Just curiosity," Lupin clarified. Draco turned from the Fruit Loops box to look at Lupin. Lupin seemed nervous, avoiding direct eye contact with Draco. "My parents don't know," Draco said. "Huh?" Lupin turned, his eyes narrowed. "I haven't told anyone about it," Draco explained. Lupin looked like he was about to cry, but stopped himself. "Thank you," Lupin said. "I just happened to know." Draco shrugged. "You seem to be helping me and Sirius a lot." "I love collecting favors," Draco grinned. Lupin grinned back. "What a Slytherin-like answer," Lupin remarked. They finished their shopping and began walking back. Lupin stopped them at an ice cream shop, and they each ordered 2 scoops. Draco didn't mind the ice cream lacking fireworks. It was a peaceful experience. As Draco swung his hand back and forth, he glanced at Lupin's hand by his side, contemplating his next move. "Duck it, he is Teddy's father," Draco thought to himself. Draco lightly held onto Lupin's pinky, and Lupin almost froze but kept walking, his hand relaxed so Draco could take his hand back whenever he wanted. The Grimmauld Place cleaning project had turned into a complete renovation of the entire house. After a few days of hard work, they had only managed to tackle the ground floor. They called Runa and Alik to assist them. However, they encountered a difficulty in the form of Walburga Black's painting, which stubbornly refused to move. Creature, ever loyal to the Black family, yelled at them once again. "Great Aunt!" Draco called out, trying to calm the situation. Walburga momentarily paused her yelling fit upon making eye contact with her son to see who had addressed her. "Oh, you must be Narcissa's child. What a beautiful child you are, a true pure blood," she remarked. Draco smiled. "It must be dreadful to watch your son walking around with all these people. I know you would prefer facing the family tree to see our great pure-blooded line," he offered. "Wise words, my child. Help me move. I can't bear to watch his disgusting face anymore," Walburga conceded. Sirius spat at the floor in response. Narcissa held the painting, and it obediently detached itself from the wall. Everyone held their breath, and Draco called Creature, who seemed eager to serve the 2 Malfoys. "Take this to your room, Creature. You have been very loyal to the Black family, and you deserve a reward," Draco instructed. Creature's eyes filled with tears as he carefully took the painting from Narcissa's hand. "Creature won't ever forget what you did for me, young master, Lady Black." The elf choked up, tears streaming down his face before he disapparated. A collective sigh of relief filled the house. "Kid, I can't handle all these debts," Sirius said, sounding overwhelmed. "You will," Narcissa assured him. The Grimmauld Place project consumed most of their days. Once they finished furnishing the ground floors, the adults allowed Draco to choose colors and assisted him in making decor choices as they moved on to the stairs. "We should be the ones to remove the heads," suggested Andromeda. "Why?" "Runa is fully capable of doing so," replied Narcissa. "It's cruel. They are elves. How would you feel if they were human skulls?" Lupin voiced his concern. Draco remained silent, pondering the question. How would Alik feel if he had to clean up the heads of his fellow elves, as if it meant nothing? Voldemort would have relished in replicating such brutality using both muggles and wizards' heads. One of Draco's childhood fears was that, after his death, he wouldn't be able to return to the realm of ancient magic because there would be no pure blood left who knew the burial rituals to send him off. "We should ask them about their burial rituals," Draco suggested. "I find that unnecessary," Narcissa replied. "I agree. We're wasting time," Sirius chimed in. "Sirius, don't be like that," Lupin said, reprimanding him gently. Ilick and Runa appeared shy when Lupin inquired about the elf burial rituals. Andromeda and Lupin collected the severed head and handed it to Ilick and Runa, allowing them to perform their rituals in peace. Tell all the Malfoy house elves to take a vacation for the next day and assist you with the burial, Narcissa instructed. A smile spread across her face as Runa squealed and nodded in agreement. Draco squeezed her hands in gratitude, and she squeezed back, understanding his unspoken thanks. They went back and managed to move to the second floor where the bedrooms were. It was Draco's favorite thing to decorate. He remodeled Sirius's parents' room to fit Sirius's taste, of course, with the man's input. He was excited to do Potter's future room, Sirius's old room, but Sirius dashed his dreams and burned them when he refused, only allowing Draco to decorate the dressing room and bathroom. Potter's room ended up looking like Gryffindor's common room if Draco had ever seen it. "Why don't you write, 'Please be Gryffindor' next to Harry?" Draco suggested when he saw Sirius hanging the letters above the headboard. "Go finish the fashion runway," Sirius waved him off. Draco huffed and walked to the dressing room. In the end, they finished the second floor, leaving one room untouched upon Sirius's request, and decided that there was no need to renovate the third floor for now. They took a break in the kitchen as only a few guest rooms remained to be refurnished. Draco was in the living room, choosing between the freshly ordered paintings and deciding where each one should go. Narcissa noticed Sirius exchanging signals with Lupin through eye contact and coughing. She knew they wanted to talk about something, but didn't trust her enough to include her. So she put her cup down and cast a Tempest spell. "Oh dear, it's Draco's potion time," she said, standing up and retrieving a potion vial from her purse. "Potions?" Andromeda asked, sounding worried. "For the nerve damage and the scars. He doesn't take them daily," Narcissa explained dismissively. "Ah," Lupin responded, his shoulders dropping. The man seemed to have taken a liking to her son. Narcissa considered suggesting that he dress better if he planned to spend more time around Draco. As Narcissa walked toward the living room, the three in the kitchen started talking. "Before my trial, Dumbledore came to talk to me," Sirius began. The two others in the room shifted their positions to face him. "He was trying to convince me that Harry living with his aunt is the best option for him," Sirius continued. "He told me the same thing when I tried to visit Harry. I told him that Lily never liked her sister and that her sister is a bitter person," Lupin added. "See," I told him, "how exactly is Harry's life with her better?" And he said something about blood sacrifice and it's protecting Harry. "Wasn't Voldemort supposed to be dead?" Sirius questioned. "I know I left this family, but blood sacrifice doesn't work that way," Andromeda chimed in. "Exactly. It doesn't happen accidentally like this. Lily probably cast a blood shield," Sirius reasoned. Lupin hummed in agreement. "He didn't let me visit you when the news reached me. He said that Azkaban wouldn't even let me in," Lupin revealed. Silence hung in the air, charged with tension. Draco and Narcissa exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the conversation. They continued to listen intently by the doorframe, eager to learn more about the secrets that had been kept from them. "And when I tried to visit Harry, he said that the location needs to be hidden and only 4 people know where Harry is," Lupin continued. "Is it under a Fidelius charm?" asked Andromeda. "I don't think so," replied Lupin. "Hagrid knows," Sirius mentioned. "We should put Grimmauld Place under one," exclaimed Sirius. "That's a great idea," Andromeda agreed, standing up from her chair. They heard the chair move as she got up. Narcissa panicked, looking around for a place to hide, and started walking toward the living room. Draco took the potion vial from her hands and drank it. Suddenly, there was fire. Draco cried out, and Narcissa kneeled beside him. The three of them ran to the hall to see what happened. Draco began clawing at his face, feeling intense pain radiating from his left ear and spreading to his eye, cheek, and jaw. He started hitting his face with his hands, feeling a numbing sensation that only caused him to panic. His body was not accustomed to pain. The 10-year-old Draco Malfoy had never truly experienced pain until he went to Hogwarts, and his pain tolerance was weaker than most. He felt as if he had been thrown into fiend fire. He couldn't hear what anyone was saying, but his mother pressed him to her chest, and he leaned in, crying with snot as the pain continued to pound at him. A warm towel was pressed onto his whole face, smothering the fire. The pain still pulsed, but it felt somewhat calmer, and he began to sniffle. His ear popped, and he could hear the world again, although his head rang with a migraine. "Left or right?" asked Lupin's voice. Draco reached for the hand holding the towel and moved it to the left. "What happened?" Sirius asked. "A bad reaction to the potion, I'm afraid. We'll have to call the healer again," explained Narcissa. She took hold of the towel and carried Draco, surprising him as he didn't think he was light enough for his mother to carry. He dozed off but could still hear the world around him. "If you decide to start on the 3rd floor, call us." "It was a fun project," said Andromeda. "I agree," added Narcissa. "Please let me do the library," Draco mumbled. "Don't worry, kid. You've been a great help," Sirius reassured him, ruffling his hair. Chapter and notes. Draco had a trigeminal neuralgia attack. I had one while writing this chapter. Shrugs AO, 3-writer curse, am I right? Won't post next week, so a long chapter for you all. Look to make a friend. Chapter notes. I fixed the first chapter. There were a bit of clarity issues in 1 or 2 paragraphs. There is no need to reread it. I just felt I should word it better. Can't believe none of you all told me it's runes, not ruins. Sad face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. July 26th, 1990. Draco had the right idea in avoiding the nerve potion. After experiencing a migraine episode, they reached out to Mrs. Patil, or Healer Patil, and explained what had happened, emphasizing that it was Draco's first time consuming the potion. Draco suspected that the side effects might be connected to his time-traveling body, an unexplained phenomenon. The scars and the nerve damage could be soul wounds. They would require a different treatment that doesn't involve potions but spell work, said Mrs. Patil. "Oh," the son and mother duo said. Draco and his mother exchanged knowing glances, well aware of the solution. After informing Healer Patil that they would hire a seer specialist from Uganda, although they had no intention of doing so, she provided Draco with numbing pain potions and instructed him to contact her if the pain worsened. Feeling miserable, Draco sat in the house's living room, trying to bear the pain and hoping it wouldn't last. It was during this time that Sirius contacted him through the fur call. "Cousin, just the person I wanted to talk to," Sirius exclaimed. Draco gave him a side glance, refusing to move from his position. "How are you feeling?" Sirius asked. "Been better," Draco replied sarcastically. "I know what will make you feel better," Sirius said mischievously. "Hanging out with kids who are similar in age to you." Draco remained seated on the couch and turned to face Sirius. "You didn't," Draco began. "I didn't do what you think I did," Sirius interrupted, waving his arms in denial. Draco then moved to the floor and crawled towards the fireplace. "So, you didn't kidnap the boy who lived?" Draco asked. "I didn't. I asked if he wanted to come with me, and he said yes," Sirius replied. "You kidnapped the boy who lived," Draco stated. "Dumbledore seems to know, because I didn't see anything in the newspaper," Sirius shrugged. "And you want me to entertain your hostage?" Draco inquired. "Hey, he didn't know anything about the wizarding world. I'm slowly introducing him to it. He met Mooney 5 days ago and Andy 3 days ago," Sirius explained. "Wait, he didn't know anything about the wizarding world?" Draco expressed shock at the revelation. "He didn't know he was a wizard," Sirius confirmed, pleased that someone else shared his outrage. "How could the boy who lived not know he was a wizard?" Draco's opinion of Harry Potter started to shift. However, it still didn't explain why the boy dressed poorly, as Draco knew that wizards' fashion, without robes, resembled Muggle fashion. Maybe his Muggle relatives lacked fashion sense, Draco speculated, nodding his head confidently with his analysis. "I thought it would be easy to hang out with a 10-year-old, but it's getting awkward. So it's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. You get a change of scenery and renew your energy, and Harry gets to meet a wizard his own age," Sirius explained. "Yes," Draco agreed, envisioning leaving a good impression on the wizarding world's savior and seeing his vision come true. "Great. Sissy is not invited." "Bye." Sirius waved, ending the conversation. Sirius had already informed Draco of Grimmauld Place as the secret keeper. Draco let out a sigh and leaned on his cane to stand. The cane once used as a fashion statement during his 6th year. now served a practical purpose as he needed it for support. Ugh, this side effect needs to stop, he muttered to himself, frustrated by the lingering effects. Draco informed his mother and father that he was visiting Sirius, omitting the detail that Harry Potter lived with him. He asked Alick for assistance in getting ready, and Alick offered to accompany him. Draco agreed, and soon Alick paraded them to the location. He waved goodbye to Alick and walked up to the house. Sirius had made it clear that only Draco was allowed entry to avoid a security leak. Draco knocked on the door and patiently waited. As he waited, he absent-mindedly twirled his hoop around in his hand, playing with the added chin his mother had suggested. The chin allowed him to carry the hoop at all times, like a bag on his shoulder, and ensured that if he were to accidentally drop it due to his shaking, it wouldn't hit the ground. Draco, come in, Sirius opened the door and rushed him in. Now faced with the possibility of meeting Potter again, Draco found himself nervous. He didn't fear meeting Belise or get confused, but maybe his relationship with Belise didn't affect his future like Potter did. What if his vision was an if, and he already ruined it? I will go call Harry. Harry lies on his stomach on the carpet near the window, thoroughly enjoying the magical children's books that Sirius has given him. The books were enchanting, with moving pictures and origami figures that flew out to act out scenes from the stories. Harry relished his days spent with Sirius, but a tingling sensation in his skin reminded him that he should stay confined to his room, just in case, he thought, aware of the possibility of being locked up again. However, his current room was far better than his previous cupboard. It had a bathroom and a window and was 100 times larger. He had access to running tap water, a fruit plate Sirius leaves in his room every morning, a shelf filled with books and photo albums, and the freedom to shower whenever he pleased. Strategically, it made sense for him to be in this room whenever he wasn't with Sirius. Harry flipped the page of the book to see what the second brother did with the stone, engrossed in the story. A gentle knock on his door interrupted his reading, signaling Sirius's presence. It was a new experience for Harry to wake up to a soft knock and a gentle voice calling his name instead of his aunt yelling. "Come in," Harry responded, closing the book and sitting up. "Hey, kid, I've got someone for you to meet," Sirius said from the doorway. Another adjustment Harry was getting used to was having privacy. Sirius respected his space and never forced him to do anything he didn't want to. So when he had met Mooney, his father's other best friend, and Aunt Andy, Sirius's cousin who helped clean the house, Harry hadn't hesitated to interact with them. Part to not let Sirius down, and part excited to meet more wizards and witches, eager to explore this new world. Harry followed Sirius down the stairs, anticipation building within him. "He is my little cousin, the one who had chosen your dress room and the clothes in it along with his mother," said Sirius. Harry's eyes lit up at the mention of Draco. Sirius had told him that Draco was the same age as Harry, and the prospect of having a friend his own age excited him. He was growing tired of being surrounded by adults all the time and longed for companionship without Dudley spoiling it. As they reached the foyer, Harry spotted Draco leaning on a cane, an embroidery hoop hanging from his side. The first thing that caught Harry's attention was Draco's white hair before he noticed his outfit, a dark blue pair of pants with a white shirt. "Harry, meet Draco," Sirius announced with an exaggerated wave of his hand, a gesture that never failed to make Harry laugh. Despite Sirius's antics, Harry couldn't tear his eyes away from Draco. He stood before him, observing as Draco shifted his weight off the cane and started twirling the hoop in his hand. There was a hint of worry in Draco's gray eyes as they met Harry's gaze. It was the first time Harry had encountered someone with white blonde hair and gray eyes, and it fascinated him. Draco, like Harry and Mooney, bore facial scars that hinted at shared experiences. Harry toyed with the idea of starting a club where they could discuss their scars. He simply wanted to know how Draco had acquired his marks. "Hello," Draco greeted. "Hi," Harry replied. The two boys stood in silence, their curiosity piqued, while Sirius watched them intently, eager to see their interaction unfold. "You two should go to the garden," suggested Sirius. "Yes. Would you like to play with the snitch?" Harry asked eagerly. Sirius had regaled Harry with stories about his father and the wizarding game of Quidditch. While there were no brooms available, He spent his time playing with a charmed snitch that flew close to the ground. Sharing this game with a potentially new friend excited Harry. Sure, Draco replied, smiling in a secretive manner that made Harry wonder if there was a hidden joke. Maybe we can play a less tiring game? Or, you know what? Never mind. Call me if anything happens, Sirius said, perhaps realizing the potential for mischief with two energetic young boys. Harry made his way to the kitchen, intending to reach the garden door. He heard the sound of a cane hitting the ground repeatedly behind him and turned to see Draco following him in a slow walk. Harry couldn't help but feel foolish for suggesting a game that required running. What a great way to leave a good impression, Harry muttered to himself, hitting his forehead lightly. They stood by the garden door, and Harry opened his mouth to apologize for his oversight when Draco interjected. "Where is the snitch?" Draco asked. "You still want to play?" Harry asked, surprised by Draco's continued interest. Draco simply shrugged and walked towards the garden. He left his cane standing in the muddy ground and took a few steps without it. "We can try one game. It's obvious you're going to win, but I still want to give it a shot," Draco said, that secretive smile still lingering on his face, as if Harry should be in on the joke. Harry wanted to be a part of that joke, to share in the camaraderie with Draco. With a smile of his own, Harry nodded and followed Draco into the garden, ready to engage in a game. Harry retrieved the snitch from the outdoor toys box by the door, marveling at the fact that he now had his own toys that filled more than 2 boxes. It was a surreal experience that left him both amazed and questioning the reality of his new life. With the snitch in hand, Harry counted 1, 2, 3, and released it into the air. The tiny golden ball zoomed past them, and Harry eagerly followed its path, occasionally glancing back to see Draco walking behind him. The game lasted only 3 minutes before Harry skillfully caught the snitch, while Draco dropped to the ground, sweating and exhausted. Harry sat down in front of him, observing his new friend with curiosity. "Ugh, when can I have my wand and cast a cooling charm?" Draco muttered. "Wait, you know how to do magic?" Harry exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He crawled closer to Draco, not minding the mud staining his knees. "Yes, I've used my mother's wand before," Draco responded. "Can you teach me something?" Harry asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Draco's expression turned thoughtful as he glanced around before his gaze settled on the space between them. "Performing magic without a wand requires a powerful core, but I suppose for someone like Harry Potter, it would come easily," Draco replied cryptically. "What does being Harry Potter have to do with anything?" Harry frowned, puzzled by Draco's comment. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry's response. He found it charming how grown-up Draco seemed to act, speaking with the refined mannerisms of a posh boy from a wealthy family, similar to how the royal family spoke on TV. "Didn't Sirius explain anything to you?" Draco questioned. "He did, but I still don't see the connection," Harry replied, raising his eyebrows in return. Draco sighed, seemingly exasperated. He extended his hand towards the ground and began to hum softly. Before Harry's eyes, a sprout emerged from the earth, rapidly growing into a full-fledged plant. Draco removed his hand and wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Try it," Draco urged. Harry followed suit, allowing his hand to sink into the ground. He asked Draco what he should feel. "The raw magic in nature. Call for it or use the magic within you." "I use my own because my nerves are too sensitive to sense the magic around us," Draco explained. Curious, Harry inquired about the sensation of raw magic. "Have you ever held your hand just above a hot stove? It's intense, almost burning, but you don't actually touch it," Draco began to explain. Harry nodded in understanding. Now isn't the time to tell him about how many times he burned himself while cooking. "Well, that's what raw magic feels like that constant, almost burning sensation. At least, that's how I experience it. You may sense it differently," Draco elaborated. With his eyes closed, Harry focused. He wanted to grow a plant from the ground. He repeated his wish internally and felt it, a cold, almost icy touch that didn't burn. Harry allowed the raw magic to flow through his body and into his fingertips. "Of course," Draco remarked. When Harry opened his eyes, he saw a fully grown tomato plant standing between them. The tomatoes on the plant were ripe, red, and shiny. Harry withdrew his hand, marveling at the sight of the flourishing plant. "Why tomatoes?" Harry asked. "It must have been already planted, or is the most suitable for the soil. Magic sometimes has its own rules, but it's not limited," Draco shrugged in response. They played with the plant's leaves, and Harry watched Draco stroking the leaves. "What do you usually do in your free time?" Harry inquired. "I read, embroider, and garden with my mother," Draco replied, listing them off matter-of-factly. Harry narrowed his eyes, sensing that Draco was purposely being cold. He was familiar with people treating him with indifference, as they had been threatened by Dudley to keep their distance from him. But Harry didn't want that. He wanted to make his first true friend without any barriers. He tried to engage Draco in conversation, but the boy remained tight-lipped, observing Harry closely. Every time Harry said something, he could see Draco holding back a response. Drawing from his experiences with Dudley, Harry decided to push his shoulder a little, afraid of hurting Draco. Draco frowned but didn't respond. Encouraged by a sudden impulse, Harry pushed even harder. "Why would you do this?" Draco asked, speaking to Harry as if he were addressing a child, despite them being the same age. "You're acting weird," was all Harry said. Draco raised an eyebrow, but ignored him, returning to tending to the plants. Harry pushed him again, causing Draco to fall onto his back, his white blonde hair now dirted. Harry watched carefully as Draco's composed mask slipped, revealing a pale face that turned red with anger. Nostrils flared as he quickly sat up. "You dull creature, what the duck was this? I've been nice to you, and this what I get." "Ah, now this feels right," grinned Harry. "You insolent creature. Is this your idea of friendship?" Draco yelled. "Of course not, but you were pretending to be all mature and better than everyone, talking in that posh tone," Harry said. "I am better than everyone. Thank you," Draco retorted, flipping his hair. Harry started laughing, and Draco attacked him, pushing him onto the grass. "You were like, my private teacher is an old lady who has mastered the art of thread." "Who talks like that?" said Harry between laughter. "People with class. And how on earth did you manage to put together such a hideous outfit? I picked out all your clothes, and yet you somehow managed to be colorblind." Draco spat playfully, settling back. Harry leaned on Draco, still smiling, feeling a newfound ease in the air between them. "What's wrong with my outfit?" Harry looked down at himself, feigning offense. "Who wears a blue shirt with bright red pants? You could have gone for burgundy, but no," Draco teased. "My mirror said I looked dashing." Harry defended himself, still grinning. "I knew we should have brought a brutally honest mirror," Draco huffed, though his playful tone indicated that he was enjoying the banter. The two sat in silence, enjoying the calmness. Draco reached into his pocket and pulled out a perfume bottle. He began spraying it around himself, and suddenly, his appearance became clean and fresh. Harry watched in awe, always fascinated by magical items, and seeing someone his age treat it as an everyday thing made it sink in that this world was real. "You're the first wizard my age that I've met," Harry whispered, his voice filled with vulnerability and hope. Draco grinned at him, his gray eyes shining with flickers of silver. "I know. I saw it in a vision," Draco replied. "What?" Harry leaned back, surprised. "Yeah, I'm a seer. I can see the future." Draco blinked his eyes rapidly, feigning innocence. "And you didn't think to share this information sooner?" "This is the most interesting thing you've said, aside from cursing out," Harry exclaimed. "You didn't deserve the privilege to know, and you still don't." "I already regret telling you," Draco teased. Harry playfully pushed him, and Draco pushed back. Draco began explaining his powers, and Harry's eyes sparkled as he listened. To think that his first friend was a wizard and a seer. It filled him with excitement and wonder. They spent the entire afternoon talking and getting to know each other in a way Harry had never experienced before. As the sun began to set, Harry noticed the passage of time when he saw Draco's face turn pink, slightly burned from the sun. He stood up and pulled Draco up with him, holding his cane in the other hand. Their time together felt relaxed and comfortable. When it was time to say goodbye, it felt bittersweet. But Draco promised to come back the next day, and Harry waved, filled with excitement for tomorrow to come. He leaned against Sirius's side as Draco left. "Thank you," Harry mumbled softly. "Anytime, Harry. Anytime," Sirius patted him reassuringly. The next day, Draco woke up early and lay on the bed, reviewing the previous day's visit. He felt embarrassed by how easily Potter made him act like a child again. He hoped it wouldn't affect his future, but he didn't have the energy to seek a vision today. "Draco." Lucius walked into the room and sat by the bedside. "Would you like to go with me to Nocturne Alley? A change of scenery will do you good," Lucius suggested. Draco rolled in his bed to face his father. "Why are you going?" "I need to get rid of some things, so we will go to Borgin and Burke's. Afterwards, we can go to Florian Fortescue's parlor," Lucius explained. "You can say ice cream, father," Draco smiled. Lucius poked his side playfully, and Draco slapped his hand away. "I also need to visit Sirius later, so can we go back before sunset?" Draco stood up and called for Lick, who appeared in the bathroom to fill the bathtub. "What exactly are you doing with him?" "I don't like the idea of you being alone with someone fresh out of Azkaban like Black," Lucius expressed his concern. "Future networking," Draco replied simply. "Fine, get ready quickly and meet me in my office fireplace," Lucius instructed. Draco nodded in agreement and began preparing for the outing. Things must be speeding up, thought Draco. The last time, it took until his second year for his father to get rid of their dark artifacts and sell them in different places. It was also the year the Chamber of Secrets opened, which had something to do with his father. But maybe now there wouldn't be a Chamber of Secrets. Peaceful second year? Check, Draco mused. The two walked in sync, their canes moving in identical movements. It made Draco smile childishly. He wasn't sure if his body's age and hormones made him easily distracted and amused, but he didn't mind. It made it easy to act childishly. Maybe you should start writing everything in a journal. It's the first someone's mind travels to the past, and writing the side effects could prove useful. They walked to Borgin and Burke's, and Draco debated whether to buy the Hand of Glory or leave it be. According to his vision of the Astronomy Tower, maybe it was better to ruin any chance for a Death Eater spy. "Father, buy me this?" Draco tugged on Lucius's coat a bit. Lucius raised an eyebrow, and Draco pointed at his hoop as an answer. They walked out of the shop, and Draco felt lighter. He skipped a bit with his cane under his arm as they exited Nocturne Alley. An aura walking by made eye contact with Draco and his father. Then his face twisted in disgust, and he spat on Draco, ducking Death Eater's breeding. The man sneered before walking away without stopping. Draco yelled, shocked and disgusted. "You twat! Come here right now!" Lucius shouted, trying to catch the Auror's badge. But the Auror ignored Lucius and walked away as if he hadn't done anything. Lucius kneeled and took his handkerchief to clean Draco's face. Anger filled his eyes, his brow furrowed. "Don't worry, Draco. I will get this Aura sacked and make him beg at your feet, Dash. Will you answer his call?" Draco interrupted, cutting Lucius off. "What?" Lucius was taken aback and pulled back slightly. "If he comes back now, will you answer his call?" Draco's eyes were void of emotion as he faced Lucius. Lucius remained silent, and his silence was all the answer Draco needed. He closed his eyes and sighed. He couldn't force his father to ignore his allegiance to the Dark Lord by simple words from the future. "I want to go home," Draco stated. "Draco, if our plan worked, I won't need to dash," Lucius began to explain. "Take me back home," Draco said firmly, giving his father his back and refusing to face him. Lucius stood behind him and used to his son's disappointment. He used to be Draco's role model, and seeing the defeated look on Draco's face left a swirl of discomfort in his stomach that he hadn't felt since his own father moved back to Paris. "What about the ice cream?" Lucius tried, but Draco ignored him and started walking faster. When they arrived back home, Lucius went to his office, and Draco asked for another bath before he left. Alec prepared it, and Draco undressed and slid into the hot water, letting out a sigh of relief as his bones and muscles relaxed with the heat. The makeup on the dark mark held, as he hadn't added any potions to the water. "Will that be all?" Alec asked. Draco didn't immediately answer, contemplating his next order. Am I a good person? Draco asked, avoiding meeting Ilik's eyes. What do you mean, young master? Ilik inquired. I wasn't a good person and I'm still not. You probably secretly hated me. Maybe you still do, Draco said, twirling his fingers in the soapy water, his face somber. Young master has always been good to me. May I speak freely? Ilik asked, his hands clapped in front of him. Draco nodded. Young master has only been kind to Ilik. Young master used to be mean and cruel, if a bit childish. But now, young master is doing his best, Ilik reassured him. Draco flinched, his eyes glancing at his left arm, where the dark mark was etched. Young master's gift may have made him see the consequences of his nature, and maybe he is doing all of this to avoid a bad future. But that shows that Master Draco Malfoy has the ability to learn and grow, and young master wasn't doomed to be cruel. Ilik said, his ears flapping a bit as his kind eyes formed a smile. Ilik, Draco whispered, touched by the words. It's wrong for Ilik to think that, but I'm jealous. Young master is now kind to other elves. Ilik used to be special. Ilik chuckled, a remnant of an old story from a painful past. Draco blinked rapidly, trying to keep the tears at bay. Curse this body and how easily the tears come forth. Thank you. Ilik, thank you. Draco expressed his gratitude. Anytime, young master. Anytime. Ilik reassured him, patting his shoulders assuredly. Chapter and notes. Let me know what you think. I had to stop myself from posting 2 chapters today. First, gifts and birthdays. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. July 27th, 1990. Ilik dropped Draco off, and walking the few stairs to the door didn't agree with his knees, but he pushed forward. The door swung open, revealing Harry Potter, the boy who lived, dressed in a classy black shirt and gray shorts. You like my outfit? Potter asked right away. It would take a talent to mess up black. You passed, smirked Draco. Wow. Cousin, you talk like a true Hogwarts professor, Sirius remarked, standing behind Harry. 2 points to Gryffindor, Draco replied. Potter buzzed with excitement and dragged Draco to the living room. He seated Draco on a couch that Draco was sure he hadn't moved there, but that allowed him to notice the addition to the room. You got the television. Does it have a DVD player? You know Muggle things? Sirius asked, surprised. Television? Potter chuckled. Yes, and Draco scoffed. Would you like to watch with me? Potter asked shyly. Draco agreed, and the two sat down. Sirius disappeared for a moment and returned with a fruit plate and another plate filled with cut carrots and some dipping sauce. The voices from the show playing covered an awkward silence. Draco was trying to navigate how to act around Potter without reverting to his old self. He had grown a lot and didn't want to be childish or mean. Yesterday was just a flicker. I liked our time together yesterday, Potter smiled. You did. Draco didn't think he had represented himself well yesterday. Yes. Wait, did you? Potter worried that the answer might be negative. Yes, Draco stumbled, surprised by the question. Potter grinned at Draco and stood up from his couch. Let's play in my room. Sirius, we're going up. Potter yelled. Wait. Sirius leaned in from the kitchen, waved his wand, and the two started floating up the stairs. Potter laughed in surprise as they landed on the second floor. Keep the door open for a bit. I'm sending the plates after you, Sirius warned them. Oh, and I'm leaving for a bit of ministry business. Have fun, but don't burn things down, Sirius waved at them. They sat on the floor, and Potter went to his drawer, returning with a deck of cards. Have you ever played poker? Draco shook his head. Potter sat beside him, excitedly explaining the high-value and low-value cards, but he had to backtrack and name each card in the deck. A lump formed in Draco's throat. The way Harry Potter easily accepted him this time, it was all he had ever wanted, to be friends. And now, without Draco saying a rude comment, Harry Potter was willing to be his friend. It's not fair, Draco muttered. That's how the game goes, Potter said. Oh. Draco didn't mean to say it out loud, but it could be interpreted as Potter telling him that life just wasn't fair. Are you excited about Hogwarts? Draco asked as they finished the poker showdown and ended with a tie. He still didn't understand the game. Yes. Sirius told me all about his adventures with my dad and Mooney. It sounds amazing. Will we be there together? Harry said, holding a carrot in his hand. If fate allows it, Draco waved his arm, doing an impression of Trelawney, though Potter wouldn't know. Harry laughed at him. But I don't know about the headmaster, Harry added. Draco squinted his eyes, now interested in where the conversation will go. He had my vault key and a family heirloom. He never visited to check on me, and he was the reason I stayed with my horrible aunt. Sirius says Dumbledore is a good wizard, but will do anything for the greater good. I don't see how keeping my vault's keys is for the greater good. Harry spoke, expressing his burdens. You mentioned a horrible aunt? Maybe that's the reason. There's always a greedy relative you can't trust to not steal your money, especially for us pure. I mean old money families like the Potters, Draco explained. I guess you're right. But they wouldn't have been able to use it since they are muggles. They could have lost it or thrown it away in anger if they realized they couldn't use the money, Draco suggested. What about the family heirloom? Sirius didn't say it outright, but it could have saved my parents. He had to borrow it for some reason. Harry's anger flared up, more intense this time. It was wartime, Harry. Dumbledore was leading the Light Wizard's army, and he had to undertake dangerous missions. Your parents were betrayed by a traitor, and even if they had the heirloom, they wouldn't have seen it coming, Draco said gently. Draco, I didn't think of that, Harry admitted. I'm mad about how a lot of things have been kept from me. Being a wizard, my parents, me. Still, Dumbledore could have checked on me every year. He would have kept them in line. Harry absent-mindedly flipped some cards. How horrible was your aunt? Draco feared the answer, knowing it might shake his opinion of Harry Potter once again. Harry shrugged and hugged his legs closer to himself. I used to sleep in a cupboard until Sirius came, was all Harry said. Draco's stomach twisted, and he decided to lean in and hug Harry. He didn't think it would be welcome, but Harry didn't push him away. Sorry for making fun of your clothes. You didn't know better. Draco apologized sincerely. Harry huffed a laugh and leaned in to watch Draco. I don't mind. They're my own clothes now, not hand-me-downs. I never had my own clothes before. Thank you for the room, Harry said gratefully. Draco searched the room for a topic changer and was lucky to spot something square with wires on the bed. What's that? He asked. Harry's face flushed with excitement, and he ran over to bring it closer. He eagerly explained that it was an MP3 player. Draco held back his questions, not wanting to interrupt the flow of Harry's explanation. Harry explained that they could listen to music with it like a record player, and this one was portable. Would you like to listen? Harry offered, holding out one headphone. Draco tried to put it in his ear, but a spark of pain shot through him, and he quickly removed it. Can we play it without the headphones? Draco asked, realizing that even his ears were causing him discomfort. Harry immediately unplugged the headphones and placed the cassettes in, letting the music play. It was relaxing, with a man's angelic voice and lyrics that touched Draco. He found himself humming along with the man, caught up in the moment. Harry watched Draco humming, mouthing some of the words. Ooh, it makes me wonder, his eyes gazing beyond. Harry leaned in, listening closer. The voice wasn't as good without the headphones. Draco smiled at him once the song ended. Harry tried to remember what was on their list of activities, but he had spent the whole night thinking of things that would suit Draco and not require much running. He almost kicked himself for inviting Draco to his second-floor room, but Sirius had saved him. Now, the whole list seemed to have flown out of his head like vapor. It was decent, Draco said, the smile still lingering on his face. Harry felt a funny flutter in his chest. He grinned widely, enjoying the sensation, and leaned closer to Draco, letting the flutter grow into a buzzing feeling. He giggled, the feeling growing bigger than his body could hide, and he didn't mind. Draco's gray eyes met his, and they relaxed in the corner. Harry hoped that this would be a lasting friendship. He didn't think he could survive losing any of this. He started living amazing days, one after the other. But he knew it wouldn't come for free. Something must give, and he was ready for when the payment for these happy days would come. Draco, can we be friends for real? Harry asked, his voice hopeful. Draco looked hesitant, and Harry's stomach dropped. Yes, since you asked. My friendship is a priceless thing. I've refused many requests, but I will accept yours, Draco replied, his face flushed as he looked away. Thank you, Your Highness, Harry mocked. bowing playfully. You know, we can still do outdoor activities. My condition is temporary. Well, not everything, but I can run. I had a bad reaction to my potions recently, so that's why I need the cane, Draco explained. So, you didn't always need your cane? I didn't want to ask, so as not to offend you. I understand having scars, but I don't remember having mine. What about yours? Harry voiced his curiosity. That's what happens when you don't have a medium for your visions. I had a vision of someone hurting me, and my body got hurt in real life. Draco shrugged as if it were a common occurrence. What would have happened if it was someone trying to kill you? Harry asked, his anxiety evident in his voice. Draco was momentarily taken aback by Harry's question, but he waved away Potter's worry and pulled out his hoop. I have my medium now, so the visions go through the fabric instead of through my body. I used to feel a tingle, but not anymore, Draco explained, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Inwardly, Draco chuckled at the thought of the occasional nosebleeds he experienced now. Better hide them. Here, let me show you, Draco said, taking out his needle and gray thread. Harry waved his arm, refusing, but Draco couldn't stop himself even if he wanted to. He was pulled into a vision, unable to resist its pull. Draco found himself pulled into the vision, observing as Narcissa scanned her surroundings until her eyes caught sight of the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley was fixing her younger son's vest and handing him his pet rat. Narcissa straightened herself, watching intently as the mother helped her child place the rat inside its cage. Determination gleamed in her eyes as she made her move. Draco, do you still have the owl discount coupon? Narcissa asked urgently. No, I got rid of it, Draco replied, unaware of why that matters. Fuck, never mind. Go on. I will find something else, Narcissa muttered, frustration evident in her voice. With that, she walked away, leaving him alone in King's Cross Station. Draco blinked, his mind returning to the present as the vision released its grip on him. He looked at Harry, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Draco, shouted Harry. I'm okay. Draco pushed Harry away to give him space. Draco looked down at the hoop, observing the simplified drawing of a dead rat with its eyes crossed out and resting on its back. He had grown accustomed to such macabre artwork by now. What does that mean? Harry asked. I saw a rat in my vision. Draco shrugged as if it were a casual occurrence. You lead an interesting life, Harry remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Trust me, not as interesting as yours is going to be, Draco replied cryptically. What did you see? Harry pressed. A lot that I'm not telling, Draco teased, enjoying the playful banter. Hey, Harry protested. As the time passed, they played games together. Draco hadn't smiled like this in a while, and he watched as the boy who lived acted his age, free from the burden of saving the world. His mind drifted, no longer consumed by thoughts of the future, but fully present in the moment, enjoying the simple joy of friendship and laughter. There's this theory about the Potters, Draco began, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. Yes, Harry replied, intrigued. You know how your great-grandfather created that hair potion formula? Draco asked. I only found out about it from you, Harry responded. Well, it said that the Potters have this bird nest hair due to the experiments your grandfather went through to perfect the formula. Apparently, it messed up his genetic makeup, Draco explained. What a long-ass reason to make fun of my hair, Harry retorted, pushing Draco playfully, not fully convinced. No, really? You can buy a book about it. My mother uses the silk potions regularly, and she straightens her hair with it. I used to use both the gel and the silk together, but it turns out that using both thins out the hair. Nevertheless, it's such a fantastic potion. Even after using a huge amount just to wash it, my hair stays soft, Draco elaborated. I like your hair the way it is, Harry smiled sincerely. You do. Draco's voice wavered, surprised by the unexpected compliment. Yes, it makes you feel more real, Harry admitted, his eyes momentarily looking down at the floor. Draco looked down as well, his face turning red, uncertain whether it was meant as an insult or a genuine observation. Boys, it's time for Draco to go. Your mother is sending owls with an S. She sent 3 owls, Sirius called out from the doorway. Harry and Draco bid their farewells. Harry remained sitting on his room floor, while Draco followed Sirius back downstairs. As they reached the doorway, Sirius glanced back, noticing that Harry was still in his room. With a mischievous smile, Sirius quickly handed an envelope to Draco. "See you next Tuesday." Sirius waved before closing the door with a bang. Draco looked down at the envelope Sirius had given him. It was a birthday invitation to Harry's first birthday party. If he had received this invitation 4 hours ago, he would have been shocked to learn that Potter had never had a birthday party. But now, his thoughts were focused on what gift would be best for Harry, the boy he had come to know as a friend, not a rival. A broom? Draco muttered to himself, contemplating the idea. July 29th, 1990. As Draco stepped foot inside, Augusta wasted no time in speaking up. "Look who the owl dragged back, pretending to be sick, I see," she sneered. "Oh, please. You hoped I died. Wish harder next year," Draco retorted. "I'm glad you're all right." Neville's voice came from behind his grandmother, surprising Draco. Ever since their mentor-apprentice agreement had begun, Augusta had been persistent in keeping her grandson away from Draco, refusing to let the two of them stay in a room together. "Thank you, Longbottom. It's good to see someone having some decorum in this family," Draco huffed, slightly taken aback by Neville's presence. "I'll show you decorum," Augusta threatened, her tone sharp. They quickly settled into their routine, with Augusta scrutinizing Draco's homework and, of course, shredding it to pieces so he could do it again in front of her. However, this time, Neville didn't leave the room. Instead, he sat in a corner by the window with his books, but his eyes were fixed on Draco, observing him intently. "Start," Augusta ordered, signaling that it was time for Draco to begin his tasks. The day went by as Draco continued working diligently, his hands growing accustomed to the motions of embroidery. Surprisingly, his trembling seemed unnoticeable when he used his hands for such tasks. It reminded him of the days when he used to brew potions, though now, as a 10-year-old, he only had access to a beginner's potions kit. The thought of Harry's upcoming birthday crossed Draco's mind, prompting him to consider what a future Gryffindor and world-saving hero might want as a gift. He pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. "Neville!" Draco called out, his voice filled with urgency. Startled, Neville jumped up from his seat, and Augusta narrowed her eyes but chose to ignore them. "Yes, Malfoy. Yes, Draco?" Neville responded, curious about the sudden urgency. "What would you like as a gift for your birthday?" Draco asked, not particularly invested in the answer. "Huh? How did you know my birthday is tomorrow?" Neville exclaimed, a sparkle of excitement in his eyes. Draco quickly masked his surprise, instantly resuming his embroidery. "Naturally, I saw it in a vision," Draco replied, maintaining his composure. He mentally reminded himself that he needed to keep separate journals for his lies, his actual visions, and his fabricated visions. "Duck, duck, duck. I didn't know his birthday was tomorrow." Draco panicked inwardly, but he kept his cool on the outside. "Shouldn't the gift be a surprise?" Neville asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well, we aren't exactly friends, so how would I know what you like? What if I got you something you already have? You should say what you want, so you can truly enjoy it," Draco reasoned. "Anything will be okay," Neville whispered, his eyes filled with hope. Draco nodded, hiding his relief. "Who said you're invited? We have a special tradition for birthdays. We don't gather around a cake like fools," Augusta retorted, crushing Neville's spirit even further. "I'll send it by owl," Draco replied. Neville's eyes lit up with anticipation. "House closed," Augusta responded coldly, causing Neville to look down in disappointment. "Well then, I'll deliver it myself during our next lesson," Draco smirked, relishing in the annoyance on Augusta's face and the pleading look in Neville's eyes. Soon enough, Draco was kicked out of the lesson, and Augusta abruptly ended the session. Free labor, if you ask Draco. Short, but Draco left with a new dilemma. What gift should he get for the Snake Slayer and the boy who lived twice on their birthdays? "Forget it. I'll use my knowledge from the future," Draco decided. He asked to lick his house elf to bring the chosen gifts and ensure they were wrapped beautifully. He also requested a treacle tart to take with him and made a mental note to fetch an additional gift for Neville from the manor's lake. With his plans in place, Draco prepared to retire for the night. Sleep awaited him. July 31st, 1990. "Why didn't you tell me about Potter?" Narcissa inquired, her voice filled with concern. What does Sirius Black have to do with you? He's Harry Potter's godfather, so he's my problem. You're not about to involve yourself with my cousin, and he won't appreciate it either, Draco mocked, throwing her own words back at her. Draco, Narcissa said, perplexed by his childish behavior. Whatever. You're invited, so come or stay. I'm getting ready, Draco retorted dismissively, waving his hand as he walked away. Narcissa watched him, her hand resting underneath her chin, her eyes studying him intently. She couldn't help but wonder about the reasons behind Draco's sudden change in attitude. Harry woke up to the gentle sound of Sirius playing the guitar outside his room. He quickly put on his glasses and walked over to open the door. Wadash, Harry gasped, taken aback by the scene before him. Sirius stood outside the room, his guitar in hand, and breakfast plates floating in the air. Harry could even see a camera floating alongside him, capturing the moment. "Happy birthday, dear Harry," Sirius sang, his voice filled with warmth and joy. A smile spread across Harry's face. It was the first time someone had sung the happy birthday song for him, without any mockery or ill intentions. Living in his new home had brought him many first-time experiences, and he was grateful for each one. "Breakfast in bed, a tradition by yours truly, Padfoot and Prongs," Sirius grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Really?" Harry walked back to his bed and sat cross-legged, watching as Sirius dropped onto the bed, allowing the plates to land softly beside him. "Yes, we used to surprise each other with breakfast in bed and spend the whole day in our pajamas. But in your case, you can't," Sirius exclaimed, his hands gesturing dramatically. "Why not?" Harry asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Because you need to get ready to greet your guests," Sirius replied, excitement evident in his tone. "What guests?" Harry was genuinely surprised. "Your birthday party guests, of course," Sirius exclaimed with a mischievous grin. "I have a party." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "You sure do. Now, let's decorate your cake and get ready for a fantastic celebration," Sirius declared, his enthusiasm infectious. Harry couldn't contain his excitement as he joined Sirius in preparing for his unexpected birthday party. It was a day filled with surprises, love, and the joy of being celebrated. A far cry from the lonely birthdays he had experienced in the past. The kitchen was filled with lively music playing from the radios as Harry and Sirius spent their time together. Laughter echoed through the room as fireworks playfully chased Sirius, causing him to duck for cover inside the fridge. Meanwhile, Harry added red cherries and whipped cream to the cake to his heart's content, even placing a flying snitch that hovered above it. The end result was a messy but delicious masterpiece. Sirius made sure to capture the moment by taking a picture of them standing proudly next to the cake. After the cake preparations were complete, Harry went to shower and get ready for his guests. But before that, Sirius had something special in store. He approached Harry with his hands held behind his back, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Before that, I have for gifts for you," Sirius announced, his voice filled with excitement. "3 of them should be given to you in private." Harry sat down on the couch, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This birthday had already surpassed all his expectations, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of gifts Sirius had in store for him. The possibilities were endless, and Harry's imagination ran wild with anticipation and excitement. "First gift," Sirius began excitedly. "You are no longer considered kidnapped. I mean, not many people knew where you lived, but I spoke to Dumbledore. He was furious, but he had no say in your whereabouts anymore. The Ministry recognized Godfather before blood ties, and he had to back off." A smile spread across Harry's face as he processed the news. He was no longer confined to Grimmauld Place, and he could finally explore the wizarding world without restrictions. "But," Sirius continued, "for now, it's only within the Muggle world until you receive your Hogwarts letter." Harry's shoulders drooped slightly, but he quickly realized that it was still better than he had imagined. At least he could experience a bit of freedom and adventure before his magical education began. And before the old man could walk away, Sirius acted out the scene with animated gestures. I stopped him and said, "Wait, give my godson his stuff." With a flourish, Sirius pulled out a key, presenting it to Harry with a beaming smile. Happy birthday, Harry! I've got your vault key, Sirius announced proudly. Overwhelmed with joy, Harry embraced Sirius tightly, feeling grateful. It was turning out to be the best birthday he had ever experienced. Now I can visit Dad's home? The Potter's Manor? Harry asked eagerly. Ever since Sirius started sharing stories about his parents' childhood, Harry had been yearning to see their ancestral home. However, without access to the key, which was inside the vault, he couldn't fulfill his wish. It was one of the reasons he felt bitter towards Dumbledore. I don't see why not. We can make it a special trip, Sirius replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I can't wait, Harry exclaimed, his anticipation growing. And, Sirius continued, a mischievous glint in his eye. I retrieved the heirloom I told you about. With a flourish, Sirius produced a cloak and wrapped it around himself, causing him to disappear from view. Harry's confusion was quickly replaced by awe as he waved his hand in the spot where Sirius had stood, feeling the soft material of the cloak. It's a cloak of invisibility, Sirius explained, a proud smile on his face. Wicked, Harry exclaimed, his smile widening. So, now you're free to leave Grimmauld Place. You got the vault key and the cloak. That's 3 gifts, and there's one more to go, Sirius said, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. As the knock on the door signaled their first guest, Harry excitedly dashed to open it. Moony, standing in the doorway, was Remus, who immediately enveloped Harry in a warm hug, lifting him off the ground in a playful spin. Laughter filled the air as Remus set him back down. And Aunt Andy, Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. In her hand, she held a beautifully wrapped gift box. Blushing slightly, Harry greeted Aunt Andy and guided her inside. She playfully patted his cheeks, and together they made their way into the living room. Meanwhile, Remus used his wand to send his gift boxes to join the others in the living room. As the adults settled in, Harry took on the role of the host, offering them tea and ensuring they were comfortable. The conversation flowed easily, with the adults inquiring about Harry's well-being and indulging him with their excited ohs and ahs over his birthday celebration. Harry rolled his eyes playfully, but deep down, he appreciated their care and attention. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Sirius whispered to Harry, "Don't worry, Draco will come," causing Harry to chuckle. He made sure to position himself, facing the doorway, eager to be the first to welcome Draco. Curiosity sparked in Aunt Andy's eyes as she asked, "How is Draco doing?" As both Harry and Remus simultaneously replied that Draco was doing well, Harry couldn't help but look at Remus with surprise. He was curious to know how Remus knew Draco and how they had met. Before he could contain his excitement, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Harry eagerly rushed to open it, expecting to see Draco. "You're late. Why would you?" Harry's voice trailed off as he laid eyes on the woman standing before him. She was a beautiful lady with straight blonde hair, and there was an undeniable resemblance between her and Draco. Holding up 3 gift boxes with her wand, she greeted Harry with a warm smile. "Mrs. Malfoy." Harry hesitated, still trying to process the unexpected arrival. "Happy birthday, Harry," Narcissa Malfoy greeted him, confirming her identity. Draco's head appeared from the side, and he waved at Harry. Overwhelmed by the presence of Draco's mother, Harry stepped aside to let them in, his eyes darting between the two. "Take a picture. It'll last longer," Draco teased, snapping his fingers playfully in front of Harry. Narcissa walked in to greet her family members, and Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. "Shouldn't you be nicer to me? It's my birthday," Harry attempted to joke, though deep down he worried that Draco might not even acknowledge this significant day. "Of course it is. Happy birthday, Potter," Draco responded. Draco's face twisted in embarrassment, and he looked at the wall. "Happy birthday, Harry," muttered Draco. Harry had a fantastic day, filled with everything he had ever wanted. They played group games, had fun, and exchanged birthday stories. Soon it was time to open the gifts. "Okay, you can start with mine," Andy said, pushing her light purple box toward Harry. Carefully unwrapping the packaging, Harry folded it to the side and removed the lid. Inside, he found a book titled The Body Keeps the Score, Mind, Brain, and Body by Bessel van der Kolk. "Thank you," Harry said, feeling uncertain about the genre of the book. Lupin leaned in to read the title and nodded approvingly. You're welcome. I hope it helps you. Andromeda smiled, then turned to Draco. You can read it too. It's good. Draco nodded his head, though he seemed disinterested. Next was Mooney's gift. Harry opened it to find books on basic spells and the theory of spells. Among them was a book titled I Was a Muggle, introducing Muggle-born children to the wizarding world by Anna Smith, which caught his interest. Thank you, Mooney. Harry smiled, and Remus patted his shoulder. I have another gift, Remus announced. Great. I was worried you were only giving him books, Sirius chimed in. I don't mind books. It's okay, Harry reassured them. It's good to read books from time to time. This will help you until your Hogwarts letters. But this one is for you to make memories, Remus said as he handed Harry a thin photo album, which appeared to be new. It's a magical one, so it won't run out of pages soon unless you manage to fit 500 pictures in it, Remus chuckled, explaining its special properties. Thank you, Harry exclaimed, embracing Remus tightly. He loved the idea of creating his own memories with the photo album. Next, it was Narcissa's turn. She presented Harry with a silver glasses frame that was thinner and less round, taking on a rectangular shape. The frame didn't have lenses, allowing Harry to switch them out whenever he desired. It was Draco's idea, Narcissa explained. Harry smiled at her, then turned to see Draco smiling back at him. Following Narcissa's gift, there was a treacle tart placed next to his birthday cake. Harry's smile widened as he realized it was another thoughtful gesture from Draco. How did you know I love it? Harry asked, genuinely surprised. Draco raised an eyebrow as if it were obvious, and in a few seconds, it dawned on Harry that he was friends with a seer. Next is my real gift to you, Draco declared, moving a red and gold box closer to Harry. Harry opened it gently as he opened the other ones. What is this? Harry asked, puzzled, as he looked at the red and gold box. It's a broom-carrying kit. Draco grinned mischievously. But I don't have, Harry began to say. Okay, my turn? I can't wait any longer, Sirius interjected, eagerly reaching down the table to grab his present, a long box. Open it, Draco and Sirius chanted in unison. Harry unwrapped the box and gasped in astonishment when he saw the broom inside. You got me a broom? And you got me a broom care kit? Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Sirius, isn't this a real broom? Without child safety features? Remus questioned, a hint of concern in his voice. At your first birthday, I gave you a broom too. It's about time for an upgrade, Sirius smiled, his expression fragile, as if holding back from saying more. Harry shouted with joy and pulled the broom out of the box, twirling it around in delight. Did you see my gift for him and decide to coordinate, cousin? Sirius asked Draco, playfully ignoring Remus. Draco simply hummed in response, and he coughed when Harry launched himself at him in a hug, subsequently dragging Sirius into the embrace as well. The room was filled with laughter and the warmth of their shared celebration. Thank you so much. Harry expressed his gratitude, his excitement still evident. I don't remember him being much of a hugger, Draco thought to himself. Yeah, you're welcome, Draco replied, slightly taken aback by the hug. The party continued, and eventually, Narcissa and Sirius disappeared after cutting the cake. However, Sirius returned and soon began playing his guitar, filling the room with music. As the night progressed, both Harry and Draco began to yawn, indicating it was time for bed. How about a sleepover? Suggested Narcissa. Harry looked at her, then glanced at Draco, who nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, even though it was Harry's first sleepover. The two boys changed into their pajamas, with Draco borrowing a set from Harry. Harry observed as Draco drank a few potions that were different from the nourishment potions he himself drank daily while living with Sirius. Draco's potions seemed to be for pain relief and aiding sleep. Soon enough, Draco fell asleep on the left side of the bed, and Narcissa kissed his forehead before waving at Harry. Harry settled on the right side of the bed and smiled as both Remus and Sirius kissed his forehead, bidding him good night. Andromeda waved at him as well before the lights were turned off. Harry lay still, listening to the movements downstairs and the soft snoring of Draco beside him. He shifted his gaze to the window, where he could see his new broom leaning against it, along with all his other gifts on his desk. It was the best day of his life, and he knew he would never forget this birthday. August 1st, 1990. Neville stared down at the boxes Draco Malfoy had left him upon his arrival at the manor. Draco had insisted that Neville open them immediately, mentioning that one of them contained something alive. Then Draco had left to attend a lesson with his grandmother, leaving Neville alone in his thoughts. Neville stood frozen, reading and rereading the card that was stuck on one of the boxes. "Happy birthday, Neville Longbottom," the card read. Neville hurriedly made his way to his room, careful not to trip in his excitement. He closed the door behind him and placed the boxes on his bed, his heart racing. He sat there for a moment, simply watching the boxes until one of them began to move. Suddenly, Neville recalled Draco's instructions. "Oh no," he mumbled, realizing what he needed to do. He opened the box that was moving. Inside was a toad, its vibrant green color contrasting against its black eyes. The toad jumped out of the box and landed on Neville's bed. A pet. Neville couldn't believe it. He gently caressed the toad with his hand, and the toad closed its eyes, seemingly enjoying the attention. Neville then moved to open the next box, and to his delight, he found a book about Muggle plants. The book was adorned with watercolor illustrations, beautifully detailing all the necessary information. Neville's hands delicately touched the pages, marveling at the quality. The toad next to him let out a contented croak, and Neville dashed out of his room to retrieve a tank. Halfway there, he hurried back to bring the toad along. He found a suitable tank and filled it with water, placing a smooth rock inside. From the kitchen, he gathered some leaves to feed the toad and brought the tank back to his room, positioning it facing his bed. Neville sat on the bed, watching the toad and hugging the book to his chest. However, despite the excitement and the thoughtful gifts, Neville didn't feel quite right. As Neville held the book tighter, a mix of conflicting emotions overwhelmed him. He couldn't shake off the voice in his head, echoing his grandmother's teachings that only shallow people sought happiness in material gifts. He knew deep down that he didn't need birthday gifts to feel valued or loved. His mother's candy wrappers, which she would give him during their visits, held far greater sentimental value to him than any books given to him by Bellatrix Lestrange's nephew. Neville's tears began to flow uncontrollably as he buried his face in his pillow. He sniffled and cried, his hands gripping the book tightly, as if it were a source of both comfort and pain. Conflicting thoughts raced through his mind, telling him he should destroy the gift and that he shouldn't allow himself to feel happiness from something given to him with ulterior motives. Birthdays seemed stupid and a waste of time at that moment. Exhausted and emotionally drained, Neville cried himself to sleep, his heart and stomach aching with the unfamiliar and overwhelming emotions stirred by the first gift he had ever received on his birthday. Chapter and notes. Tags updated it. I hope you like it. Friendships work in weird ways that you find your best friend by accident. Neville feels guilty for enjoying the gifts when he should feel this happy about visiting his parents. Tight thread. Chapter notes. Dear readers, commenters, and all those who have shown their support by giving kudos and bookmarking my work. Your engagement, encouragement, and support mean the world to me. Thank you. See the end of the chapter for more notes. July 31st, 1990. After cutting the cake, Narcissa locked eyes with Sirius, whose smile faded as he met her gaze. She gestured with her head towards the corridor, and Sirius reluctantly followed her, grumbling. "What is it?" he asked, calling in a favor. "I need to see the family's tapestry," Narcissa replied curtly, clearly in no mood for discussion. "Why do you need to see that disgusting piece of fabric?" Sirius questioned. "None of your business. I'm calling in my favors, so do it and keep your mouth shut," Narcissa snapped. "Fine," Sirius grumbled, retrieving a tiny key and handing it to her. "Have fun watching that toujours per tapestry." He then turned and walked back to the party. Narcissa went to the room and locked the door behind her, casting spells to alert her if anyone approached. Studying magical family lines had been a lifelong passion for Narcissa, one that her parents had encouraged. The Malfoy family tapestry was one of her ongoing projects, a magical creation that could connect their bloodline and reflect the state of each person depicted. Narcissa had delved into extra spells to ensure that the tapestry would be unique and unlike anything else. Among the spells she had learned was one that revealed the age of both the mind and body. She had come across the spell while Draco was studying for his ritual in a book titled The Horror of Aging and the Way to Prevent It by Alice MacFusty. The book provided a spell that assessed the maturity of the mind in relation to the body, along with a chart for expected results and analysis. Draco had disregarded that particular chapter, as it served no purpose for his research. Meanwhile, Narcissa had continued her studies and worked on her ongoing project. However, with her unexpected journey to the past, her project had been set back significantly. Now, with the opportunity presented to her, Narcissa felt it would be easier to complete her work. She was in no rush. Draco's recent behavior resembled that of a teenager both mentally and physically. The newfound bursts of anger and disrespect were unlike Draco, even during his teenage years. These unexpected side effects of time travel concerned Narcissa. Brushing her blonde hair behind her ear, Narcissa realized she hadn't even had the chance to tell Draco that her hair had grown black strands, a visible change that reflected her altered timeline. She focused her attention on her name on the tapestry and pointed her wand at it, casting the spell. Mentis structurum, she uttered. Beneath her name, a glowing text appeared. Age, 35. Mind, 40. Narcissa blinked in surprise. It should have shown her real age as 49. She repeated the spell, but the results remained the same. Her gaze shifted to her son's name, and she cast the spell again. Oh, she muttered. Draco Malfoy, age 10. Mind, 14. Narcissa let out a sigh. This explained a lot. According to the book, a normal difference in mental and emotional age for a child was around 4 to 5 years. This indicated that Draco's mental age was appropriate for a 10-year-old, aligning with his current behavior. Mental age. Narcissa mused to herself, thinking of the term used by healers. While they typically referred to intelligence, Alice MacFusty intended the spell to be related to emotional intelligence, as it affected a person's skin and the appearance of wrinkles. In short, Draco possessed the emotional intelligence of a 14-year-old. Narcissa huffed, her hands resting on her hips. With that mystery solved, she still had to address what needed to be done about her dark mark. Her eyes shifted to her sister's name, which had been blasted off, and her fingers touched the burned spot. Maybe, she pondered aloud, considering her next course of action. August 5th, 1990. Draco sat on the garden seat, watching Harry zoom around on his broom, chasing the modified snitch. It had taken most of the morning for Harry to fly it, and no, Draco won't be left out. And he doesn't want to try it later, thank you. Tell me, will he be on the Quidditch team? Sirius asked from beside him. Obviously, Draco replied. So, you've seen it? I don't need seer abilities to see that. Kids, we made pancakes, Remus called from the kitchen. Narcissa and Andromeda sat at the table with coffee mugs in hand, their eyes fixed on the tiny TV that Sirius had added to the kitchen. Harry washed his hands and sat next to Draco, starting to eat. Sirius took out the nutritional potions from the cabinet and placed them next to Harry's plate, causing Harry to frown at the sight of the bottles. I was thinking of taking you to the movies, Remus said. Movies? Can we go inside the television? Draco's eyes widened. Had Muggles already achieved the pensive with their technology? Remus and Harry laughed before Remus proceeded to explain. There's a movie called Home Alone. It sounded kid-friendly, Remus suggested. They all agreed, and Sirius, full of energy, went off to get ready. Aunt Andromeda tried to convince Narcissa that it was okay to dress casually since she would already be overdressed. Harry grinned at Draco and asked for help in choosing his outfit, only to ignore Draco's advice and wear one of his outlandish shirts. Draco rolled his eyes, while Harry laughed. They enjoyed the film, although Draco and Narcissa had numerous questions to ask, resulting in half of the theater shushing them. When Harry commented that the actor looked like Draco, he earned himself a popcorn shower and a kick in the shin. Draco, Sirius took him aside and knelt down. Remus told me that you already know about his furry condition. Sirius stumbled over his words. Tomorrow is a full moon, Draco stated matter-of-factly. Families accustomed to dealing with dark rituals were well aware of the moon phases, just like that. It had been what had tipped him off in their third year as well. Yes, I would appreciate it if you could have a sleepover. I already told Andy I need to help Remus with some stuff, Sirius explained. Wrong excuse, Draco said. Why? If you say Remus needs your help and not the opposite, they'll know something's up. Shut up. You're making me even more paranoid. Draco only grinned in response. The sleepover was uneventful, or perhaps Draco had grown accustomed to Harry prying into everything. Did you see what they were doing? Harry asked from the doorway as Draco brushed his teeth. What do you think they're doing right now? Harry asked from his side of the bed. No idea, Draco mumbled, his eyes closed. Don't you want to find out? No, you're so boring. Draco hummed in agreement and drifted off to sleep. The month passed with Draco splitting his time between visiting Harry and Sirius and attending his embroidery lessons. A new addition to his lessons was Neville Longbottom, who would read Draco's gift in the corner. Augustua, although no longer willing to teach Draco after finding his gift, he still comes by to work on her projects and gains experience and practice. He needs to ask for payment. This is getting ridiculous. She didn't deny her grandson the opportunity to explore his talent in plants. Draco took great pleasure in smirking at her every time her eyes glanced annoyed at the toad resting on the window seat. Meanwhile, Lucius spent most of his time in his office or the manor's library, engrossed in his search for something. He would occasionally stand in the doorway of the rooms where Draco sat, watching him with a somewhat unsettling gaze. With his future knowledge, Draco understood his father's complex personality. Lucius seemed to want to apologize, but the act of apologizing to his own son was entirely foreign to him, leaving him unsure of how to approach the situation. One day, Draco decided to show mercy and walked into his father's office. Draco, Lucius put down the notebook in his hand, moving it aside. Draco felt the magic emanating from the notebook but chose to ignore it, instead crawling onto his father's lap. Are you all right? Is it your nerves? Should I call a lick to bring your potions? Lucius attempted to check Draco for any injuries. Draco shook his head and leaned against his father's shoulder. I missed you, Papa, Draco whispered. Well, that's not a very Malfoy thing to say. We don't show our weaknesses. Shut up and hug me, Draco interrupted. That's rather rude, Lucius teased, pinching Draco's side lightly. In response, Draco playfully swatted his hand away. In the end, Lucius let go of his emotional reservation and hugged Draco back. September 1st, 1990. I'm not coming tomorrow. Draco's words hung heavily in the air, and Harry's neck snapped to the side to face him. I'm not coming tomorrow, Draco repeated. Huh? Why not? Harry asked, confusion evident in his voice. Our family is hosting a dinner party. Every September, old families celebrate being freed from their children by getting drunk together. And it's the Malfoys' turn this year. Even if they're still stuck with me, Draco explained. Draco remembered the event in his past. This time, it was the Malfoys hosting the gathering, as a way to maintain relationships with dark families. While they might be planning their escape, it didn't mean cutting off all ties. Pissing off ex-Death Eaters and pure-blood purists would only bring trouble. That sounds dreadful. You should invite me, so you won't get bored, Harry suggested, giving Draco a cheeky grin. They were in Harry's room, with Draco lying on the bed while Harry polished his broom on the desk. Draco returned the grin before breaking it with a sigh. I've already invited my friends. No need for you to come, Draco replied. You invited who? Do you have friends other than me? Harry asked skeptically, his tone unintentionally offensive. Draco's glare intensified at the implication. I knew them before you, and it's a bad idea for you to come near the Malfoy manor, Draco snapped back. Why is that? Did you see something? Harry leaned forward, his curiosity getting the better of him. Draco had always refused to mention anything about Harry's future. Having a friend who knew your future but refused to share it, merely for the sake of amusement, made Draco seem punchable at times. No, it's the fact that you still aren't allowed in magical areas, Draco explained, his tone casual. Oh, Harry replied, his tone deflated, as he turned back to continue polishing the broom. And my parents used to work for the man who killed your parents, Draco added quietly, his face showing regret after the words left him. What? Harry dropped the broom, stunned, and stood from his chair to face Draco directly. My parents used to, Draco began, but Harry cut him off. Why are you lying about this? Harry's voice was filled with disbelief and anger as he walked toward Draco. Draco sat up, meeting Harry's eyes with sadness in his eyes. I don't need to lie about that, Draco said quietly. So you're saying Mrs. Malfoy used to support Voldemort? Harry's words came out in a rush, his emotions getting the better of him. A vase suddenly shattered, the sound of breaking glass filling the room. Draco flinched at the unexpected display and stood up. Sirius, alarmed by the noise, opened the door to check on them. You guys okay? Sirius asked, scanning the room to find the source of the commotion. I think I should leave, Draco said abruptly. It was an impulsive urge that made him utter those words, but he knew deep down that if he hadn't told Harry, he would have heard it from someone else eventually. Maybe the bitter part of him wanted to see if the boy who lived would still want to be his friend after learning the truth. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Draco walked out of the house, ignoring Sirius's questions about why he was leaving, and called Alec to come and pick him up. Harry remained rooted to his spot for a while, processing the revelation and the sudden distance that had formed between them. Trust Draco to self-sabotage his relationship with the boy who lived. Harry! Sirius walked in and saw the vase on the floor. Harry's eyes closed, fearing that he had not only lost his only friend but also pushed Sirius away and broken something precious to him. Reparo. Sirius cast the spell, repairing the vase, and then gently guided Harry to sit on the bed next to him. He wrapped his arm around Harry in a half-hug. Want to tell me what happened just now? Sirius asked, his voice filled with concern. Harry bit his lip, his anger simmering inside him. He wanted to push everyone away, but Sirius's patience and understanding kept him from shutting down completely. Draco told me his parents used to work for Voldemort, Harry finally admitted. Speaking the words aloud made his heart tighten and his throat constrict. He told you about them being Death Eaters? Sirius was taken aback. He never imagined that someone like Draco would know the extent of his parents' crimes and openly discuss them. You knew? Harry asked, surprise and hurt evident in his voice as he stood from the bed. Wait, let me explain, Sirius pleaded, taking a step forward. Harry instinctively stepped back, his emotions still raw. They helped the man who killed my parents. Harry's voice cracked as tears welled up in his eyes. The anger within him threatened to consume him, urging him to unleash his fury. It felt justified. Suddenly, the chair Harry had been sitting on before the fight broke, splintering wood filling the air. Sirius quickly covered his eyes, shielding himself from the debris. I'm sorry, Harry yelled, realizing he had lost Draco and now potentially Sirius. He couldn't contain the ugly emotions swirling inside him, and the feeling of betrayal was overwhelming. Would you let me explain? Please, Sirius pleaded, dropping to the floor and waiting for Harry. Harry nodded reluctantly, taking a seat on the bed again, positioning himself closer to the door. I think it's brave of Draco to have told you the truth about his parents, rather than you finding out from someone else. While I don't believe the Daily Prophet, it's possible that Draco's parents may have regretted their involvement with Voldemort. It doesn't excuse their sins of believing that Muggles deserve to die, but it's something, Sirius began, desperately trying to mend the situation. He didn't want Harry and Draco to lose their friendship. At the same time, he grappled with his own truth and the fear of Harry hating him too. My parents were Death Eaters as well, and they enjoyed it. They killed Muggles even before Voldemort came into power. I couldn't bring myself to tell James until my 6th year at Hogwarts, and I had to run away from home, Sirius revealed. I didn't tell James because I was afraid he would see me as just as bad as my parents. I didn't want to lose him. But James said, I know you. And it was a relief. I cried when he and his parents accepted me. Sirius smiled, a hint of bitterness in his expression. You look like him when you're angry. Your mouth twists to the side, just like his when he doesn't like something, Sirius added. Harry looked down, a wave of loneliness washing over him. He couldn't know his parents in that way. Do you hate me? Sirius asked, his voice filled with vulnerability. No, Harry exclaimed, pulling Sirius into a tight hug. Sirius had rescued him from that abusive home and provided him with the love and care he needed. He had always been truthful with Harry. Harry realized that he had no reason to feel betrayed by Sirius's omission. "And do you hate Draco?" Sirius inquired gently. Harry blinked, feeling the searing heat of anger dampened by a cool, wet towel. I don't hate him," Harry replied, realizing that his anger wasn't directed at Draco, but rather at what he had said. "I know it may be hard to understand right now, but give yourself some time to be angry. It's okay to feel that way. And later, try to talk it out with Draco." Sirius advised, his tone gentle and understanding. Harry didn't say anything, his mind filled with thoughts and his heart pounding in his chest. September 2nd, 1990. Getting the party ready was easy for the Malfoys, known for their hosting skills. Narcissa was accustomed to it, and the house elves knew exactly what to do when they heard about a party or gala. So, it required less effort from her and more of a choice for the buffet. Draco sat at the table designed by his mother specifically for the kids, away from alcohol but close to the desserts. Not that he was complaining, as he wasn't a fan of alcohol. The absence of a safe environment to indulge in drinking only made him dislike the idea even more, with its bitter taste coming in second. Draco recognized Pansy's voice immediately. He knows Pansy would arrive first, so she could yell as loud as she wanted. He smiled a little and turned in his seat to see her. Other adults had arrived, and he could see Mrs. Parkinson in the back, shaking her head at her daughter. "Pansy," he waved at her as she ran over and stopped by the table. "Is that you? What happened to your face? You never told me anything about being a seer. Are the rumors true?" Pansy bombarded him with questions. He was indeed attacked by a griffin and started acting loony for giggles and such. Theo strolled in, wearing a bored expression. "Theo, leave it to you to get your information from the Quibbler." Draco slapped Theo's shoulder, and the three of them hugged, with Theo playfully trying to choke Draco. Draco felt a sense of relief as he sat with his friends, watching their youthful faces. It reignited his motivation to protect them, and he couldn't help but appreciate their innocence as they tried to catch him up on all the gossip that had happened since April. "I saw you at Sirius trial. You look good with the green tie, but your face didn't have these," Pansy remarked. "Makeup and good genes, Pansy. You should try it," Draco grinned. "Bugger off, I'm bored of this topic. Can we go to your library? You two can keep gossiping, and I can read," Theo pleaded, his social energy running low as he leaned on Draco's shoulder. Draco allowed him to enjoy their closeness. "Without me?" Blaise approached them with Vincent and Greg trailing behind. Draco's attention snapped back to the table. "Hey, Draco," the two waved at him. Greg, the more sensitive of the two, widened his eyes upon seeing Draco's face and discreetly nudged Vince to alert him. "What happened to your face?" Vince exclaimed. "Seer stuff," Draco answered. He led the group to the Malfoy library, a two-floor room that included an area for kids with low chairs near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Draco asked Alec to bring them a tea set and snacks, as well as to inform his mother of his whereabouts. With Blaise present, Pansy continued explaining what she had heard and what was true while Greg and Vince listened with snacks in hand, showing their interest. "Draco, can you help me find some books?" Theo tugged on Draco's hair. Draco swatted his hand away, but followed him. "What do you need?" Draco asked. "A curse breaker," Theo replied. Draco hummed and led him to the relevant section, not giving it much thought. When they arrived, Draco noticed a table with books stacked on it. He allowed Theo to explore the shelf while he checked the table. His attention was drawn to his father's handwriting on some paperwork when he suddenly felt a wave of heat emanating from a plain black book. He had a faint awareness that it was in his father's study. His hand hesitated above it, knowing he shouldn't touch dark artifacts with bare hands. "Draco," Theo called out, sounding worried. Draco snapped out of his daze and looked back to see Theo watching him, clutching a book to his chest. "Yes, let's go," Draco said, turning to look at the book one last time. However, it had mysteriously disappeared. Draco shook off the strange sensation and followed Theo, trying to push the mysterious book out of his mind. He didn't want to dwell on it or let his curiosity get the best of him. There were more important things to focus on, like spending time with his friends and enjoying the party. As they rejoined the rest of the group, Draco noticed the lively conversations and laughter filling the group. He smiled, feeling grateful for the company of his friends. They settled into a cozy corner of the library, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks while engaging in light-hearted banter. Draco enjoyed the day, reveling in the vibrancy of his friend's presence. He managed to have a conversation with Vince without being overwhelmed by images of fire. As the event concluded and he bid farewell to everyone, he was left alone with his thoughts, contemplating whether Harry would ever forgive him. He decided to confide in his mother. "Why did you say that? If the boy who lived can't trust us, how can we hope to keep our name clean after the war?" Narcissa questioned as she sipped her tea. Draco simply shrugged. I found something," Narcissa began, her demeanor reminiscent of what she had witnessed in the ancestral Black House. She explained the spell and the idea behind it, as well as the results of her findings. "So, I rebel against you once, and you immediately assume I must have the emotional intelligence of a child." Draco summarized. "Yes," Narcissa replied. "Fine," Draco sighed. "What else?" "My hair is turning black." Draco choked on his tea, looking at her in astonishment. She used her wand to dispel the glamour, and her hair roots began to turn black. "Interesting. This only happened when you received the dark mark," Draco observed, his hand reaching out to touch the darkened strands. "What do you think is the reason?" Narcissa inquired. "I think it's the dark mark. You haven't been able to remove it completely, and it's causing your hair to turn black, just like it did during the war," Draco theorized. It made sense. Strange phenomena had occurred in their previous reality, which they referred to as the old reality, after his mother had been branded, and it seemed to be happening again. "How am I supposed to get rid of the mark?" Narcissa's tone tightened, stress evident as she slammed her cup on the table. Draco rose from his chair and walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" Narcissa called after him. "I've already told you how to get rid of it. I'm doing my best, and you should too," he replied, slamming the door behind him. Draco made his way to his room, paying no mind to the opulent decorations as he passed his father's office. However, he halted as Lucius called him inside. "Yes, father?" Draco responded with a bored tone. "You and your friends were in the library. Did you happen to see a black book on the table where I work?" Lucius inquired, his body tense, unknowingly mirroring his wife's stress. "I saw it for a moment, but when I looked again, it had disappeared. Maybe you should lock away dark items instead of leaving them around to move freely," Draco suggested, then closed the door, leaving his father to contemplate his words while tugging at his own hair. Harry went through his usual morning routine, taking a shower and getting ready for breakfast. As he opened his door, he found Sirius doing the same, with a smile on his face, attempting to join him. Harry felt a surge of anger followed by a pang of guilt. He made the decision to forgive Sirius and resolved to live with that choice. "Filthy half-blood, I won't allow it, I won't." Harry jumped back as a creature lunged at him, but Sirius swiftly intervened, using his foot to kick the creature away. "I order you to leave," Sirius commanded firmly. The creature hissed and vanished from the kitchen, leaving Harry frozen in place. "What was that?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. "Oh, it's a house elf named Creature. Don't mind him. He's probably upset because Draco isn't around, and he managed to free himself from his initial orders," explained Sirius, taking out the eggs and whisking them. "Ah." Harry decided not to delve further into the matter and sat down at the table. "I will ask Draco later about what a house elf is," Harry thought to himself, but then frowned. Harry watched as Sirius prepared breakfast, his movements filled with magic. The fact that Sirius never asked him to help stir up strange emotions within Harry, which he chose to ignore as he sipped his milk. "Are you all right?" Sirius asked, concern evident in his voice. "Yeah, I'm just not sure how to approach Draco," Harry replied, his gaze fixed on the table. He felt like a freak, behaving exactly as his Uncle Vernon had warned him not to, and he had driven away his first friend simply for telling the truth. "How about we buy him a gift?" suggested Sirius. "Do you think that will work? He's a traditional rich kid, he'll appreciate it." "You just have to apologize using traditional speech," shrugged Sirius. But what should I buy? We can figure that out. Sirius clapped his hands and cleared the dishes so they could eat. Later, dressed appropriately for the weather, Harry and Sirius hopped on a bus to central London and walked to the Knightsbridge district. Harry was overwhelmed by the multitude of options, and when his eyes landed on the price tag of a bracelet, he turned to Sirius and expressed doubt about whether Draco would be interested in anything there. Don't worry about the price. I'd like to give Draco a gift as well, reassured Sirius. I'm just concerned that I'm not the right person to give Draco any fashion-related items. Maybe Muggle candies would be a good idea. It would also give us something to talk about, suggested Harry, speaking honestly but also considering the lower cost of candies. He's only tried Muggle ice cream if I remember correctly, Sirius added his input. They came across a chocolate shop specializing in Swiss chocolates. Sirius enthusiastically pulled Harry inside, and soon they were being served and offered samples to choose from. Sirius encouraged Harry to buy some for himself as well, not just for Draco, and the boxes began to stack up at the cashier as they enjoyed the process of selecting their treats. Harry was savoring a bite of cheesecake chocolate when his gaze drifted to the window, where he spotted Dudley staring at him with his mouth wide open. Their eyes locked, and Harry felt a strange surge of power as Dudley's face turned red, and he began shouting at someone behind him. However, that feeling quickly transformed into fear when Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon appeared, smiling at Dudley. They paused as Dudley explained the situation and pointed back towards Harry. Harry's hands tightened around Sirius, who held onto him firmly, offering unwavering support. Harry locked eyes with his aunt, her expression turning into a frown, and she tugged Dudley away. Harry watched them until they disappeared from his view, his breathing heavy with the remnants of fear. "You okay, little fawn?" Sirius asked, concern etched on his face. Harry clung to Sirius's side, feeling the solidity of his presence. He refused to let go of the life he was building and the friend he had made. Determination filled him as he nodded in response to Sirius, silently affirming his resolve to fix his friendship. September 3rd, 1990. Draco observed in silence as his parents panicked, his mother going to the extent of finding a salon in an unfamiliar area to dye her hair blonde. His father questioned Dobby about a diary in the basement, while Draco lay in the living room, having consumed a pain-numbing potion. He contemplated what to do with his life, having been plagued by visions that seemed inconsequential. The only notable one involved Pansy being upset about her parents' birthday gift, which Draco now felt obligated to rectify. As the fire roared, Sirius's face appeared, giving Draco a sense of déjà vu. "Kid, do you spend all your time lying on the couch?" Sirius remarked, recalling their previous conversation. "Only when the pain becomes unbearable," Draco murmured. "Oh." Sirius glanced to the side momentarily. "So, can you come over? Or is it too much? If I come over, I'll have to sleep there and I don't think I'm welcome," Draco sighed. "Please move your ass and come here," Sirius urged. Draco sighed again. Perhaps Sirius was attempting to mend their friendship, but Draco didn't have the energy to explain himself to Harry Potter, the epitome of goodness and purity in the wizarding world. Draco couldn't excuse his parents' evil deeds, knowing that it would reflect poorly on him as well. He may have been associated with evil, but not this time. It pained him a little. "Fine, but Alec will wait outside." Draco relented, rolling to his feet. "Great. See you soon, little cousin," Sirius concluded the fire call. "Alec," Draco groaned, already regretting his agreement. Alec, the thoughtful elf, appeared with a warm compress to hide beneath his clothes. He assisted Draco in applying it, and Draco left a note for his parents in their usual spots so they would see it. Then, he and Alec teleported to Grimmauld Place, where the door opened with Sirius floating Draco up. Alec's eyes grew hazy as the Fidelius charm took effect. "Ah, you look terrible in real life," Sirius remarked, examining Draco. Draco glared at him. "Draco," Harry approached, wearing a full gray suit, a winter trend that no one else knew about yet, except Draco, and for a change, he had taken the time to brush his hair and kept his hands behind his back. "Potter," Draco said, noticing the boy flinch at the use of his family name. "I want us to talk and apologize for the behavior I exhibited. What's with that face?" Harry exclaimed when he saw the disgusted expression on Draco's face. That's not like you, Potter. Give me the genuine version of that speech. Draco waved him off. Fine, Harry huffed. I'm sorry. I didn't understand how difficult it was for you to admit that, and I appreciate you telling me. I want us to remain friends, and I just need to know something, Harry said, his green eyes fixed on Draco as he extended his hand. Draco hesitated for a moment, then firmly shook Harry's hand. Do you still believe that Muggles and Muggleborns deserve less? Harry asked, his tone serious. He isn't prepared if Draco's answer falls short of his expectations, but he hopes it won't. I used to, but it's been years since I believed that, Draco replied. Harry's smile slowly spread across his face as he pulled a box from behind his back. This is for you. As an apology, Harry said. Thanks, and now I can say it. Your hairstyle sucks, Draco retorted, accepting the box in his hand. Hey, Harry exclaimed. Can I hug you both, please? Please? Sirius interjected. Harry nodded enthusiastically, while Draco sighed and gave in. Sirius knelt and pulled the two boys into an embrace. You two will be the best of friends. I know it, Sirius declared as he pulled away from the tight grip. The two boys walked to the living room, with Harry explaining the different types of chocolates and sharing his favorite and what he thought Draco would like, while Sirius stood in the doorway, watching. I just hope you have a better ending, Sirius whispered to the air, a lost look in his eyes. Chapter and notes. Chapters will be delayed cuz 1. I want to have a good amount ready before going back to posting. 2. I'm graduating from uni, so I should be writing my thesis, but here I am. I wrote 51K words for this story instead of my thesis. 3. I found a part-time job. I may still post regularly cuz this fanfic helps my mental health to not think about my life. Chapter in if you care, lol. This fight wasn't meant to happen, trust Draco, to ruin everything last minute. My already planned chapter got too long, and now I had to cut it in half and make a new title for this one. When the one I want to post is now Chapter 11, I wanted Chapter 11 to be Hogwarts Diagon Alley, because they will be 11, but now I will have to settle for 12 TCH. Sad. The Serpent's Fortress. Chapter Summary. CW. Talk about miscarriage and ritual kills of Muggles. Chapter Notes. It's my birthday. See the end of the chapter for more notes. October 20th, 1990. 7 months have passed since they traveled to the past. Draco would like to say he has achieved a lot this year, but his parents make him doubt all his hard work. Lucius, said Narcissa, her voice deep, and everyone heard the threat. You're telling me you wasted all this time because you refused to talk to your father? Asked Narcissa, though she wasn't asking because she doubted the reason. More like letting Lucius hear his idiocy out loud. For his credit, Lucius didn't look at her pretending to be interested in his son's embroidery pieces, a hoop in hand. Our plans are working well, without the need to connect my father. It will just take longer to find a house without him hearing about it. We want our whereabouts to be secret, no, said Lucius. He patted Draco's head in a silent well done, when he watched what Draco was working on, their manor lake. Lucius, that's not the time to be prideful. The Malfoy fortress is the perfect place to hide from the Dark Lord. You want to live with my father and hiding willingly? Said Lucius, disgusted evident in his face. Narcissa grimed at that. Why we never visit Grandpier? Asked Draco. Exactly. If we want to have the Malfoy fortress keys, we at least need to visit him before we run for our lives and wait outside the door, because you didn't get keys. Shouted Narcissa, seeming overworked over it. Fine. I will talk to him, shouted Lucius, and stood up to leave, pushing the chair back. Draco sighed and looked away. They were sitting on the balcony this time, the weather growing too cold for the garden, so under the house charms they could sit outside and still be warm. He was working on a new project when the telling sign of a vision came. Draco, a man he knows by pictures as his grandfather Abraxas, sitting near a fireplace. Don't tell your parents. Here, Abraxas took a key out of his pocket, the key silver with 2 snakes intertwined into each other. Draco's hand reached for the key, but his hand was bigger as he was older, maybe in his 3rd year or beyond. I trust you to do right by it. And if you need a space, you are welcome to it. Draco. Lucius was the one to shake him. He looked at his son with worry. We need to visit Grandpier before he dies, was all Draco said. That's the Malfoy's fortress key. said Lucius as he looked down at his son's hoop, the keys thread over the sky piece Draco was working on. Draco huffed, another piece ruined by a vision. No, said Harry. What the duck do you mean no? It wasn't a question. I'm telling you. Draco screeched. You can't. My parents' death anniversary is on Halloween, explained Harry. Playing the orphan role? Potter, you've been an orphan all your life. You'll survive. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Harry's frown deepened, but he tried to control the twitch in his mouth to prevent Draco from thinking he found it funny. Yeah, but Sirius said he wants to do something special with me and Mooney. I feel like a stranger between them. They actually remember my parents, and I don't have any memories, sighed Harry, feeling frustrated. He enjoyed hearing stories about his parents, but having a whole day dedicated to their death anniversary is a responsibility heavy for him to face alone. Having Draco, someone who also doesn't know his parents, with him wouldn't make him feel weird. Mooney and me, corrected Draco. So, you going? Harry blinked his green eyes at him. Nice try, but no, Draco replied. Harry huffed and started stabbing his steak. Sirius stepped out to smoke, leaving the two of them in the dining room. They were having steak with potatoes and a side salad. Harry had a mango smoothie so that he could take his potions afterward. Draco's steak was cut up for him to make it easier to manage. Draco sighed at the sight of Harry's pout. The boy who lived was becoming a spoiled brat. Ask them to show you in a pensieve, Draco suggested as a peace offering. What's a pensieve? Harry asked. It's like Muggles television, but you can get inside and watch what's happening from all angles. But it can only show memories that people choose to show. No interesting affairs and plots, Draco explained, unimpressed by the concept. You and your mother need to lay off telenovelas, Harry said, huffing a laugh. After their argument, Harry avoided being alone with Narcissa, and his tone turned cold toward her. He didn't mind sharing space with her, and Narcissa didn't attempt to engage him in conversation. They found a balance around Draco where they didn't have to talk to each other. Trust you to lack the ability to understand art, Draco said, looking up and leaning on his cane while sitting. His blonde hair fell over his shoulder. Sure, Grandpa, because watching I Buy That Woman is art, Harry rolled his eyes. For that comment, I'm leaving to visit my grandfather without saying goodbye, Draco declared. I was joking. Wait, please, Harry pleaded. Too late, grandson. October 21st, 1990. A port key at 8 a.m., and they arrived in Paris. They waited 15 minutes for Normandy's port key, and then they arrived at the Normandy minister's office. Lucius had a sour expression when he realized he would have to apparate them to the Malfoy fortress, located in Giverny. Draco was in awe. He had never visited that part of France, and it was refreshing to experience something for the first time. Once they landed on the grounds, the gate to the Malfoy castle, grand and old, with two cobras guarding the door, their eyes made of real jewelry, treated them. As they walked through the fortress's first gates to the inside castle, Draco caught sight of a huge lake behind the castle with willow trees and water lilies. He could imagine spending time reading by the lake. His body started to bounce in excitement. Star, stop moving, said Lucius. The nickname used by his mother most of the time, and only used by his father when he was drunk or scared. Draco turned to see his father's tense face knocking on the door. Narcissa dragged him to stand between his parents, posing as the perfect family for the audience. They were perfect, but posing helped sell the image. An ancient elf opened the door, and Draco started to question what it was with their family and ancient help hanging on for life. The elf's eyes were closed, and their movements slow as they opened the door. Young Master Lucius, come in, she said, started walking them in. Her steps were slow enough that Draco's hyperactive body couldn't take it, and he was the one with a cane here. The fortress, with its rock and wood, still held the feeling of being built yesterday, with armor lining up the walls shining and paintings of Malfoy family members with oiled frames. The paintings appeared asleep, with a few watching them with narrowed eyes. They didn't go far, probably to the guest living room, with double doors adorned with snake design handles. The master didn't know about you coming today. We thought it was next week, said the elf. She opened the door to a wide living room, with a wooden floor and a balcony that showed the lake. Antique vases filled with red poppies were spread around the room, and a painting of a poppy field hung over the fireplace. The elf flicked her finger, and a fire started working in the fireplace. They waited for a few minutes, with Lucius walking back and forth, and Narcissa fussing about their outfits. The double doors opened, and Abraxas walked in with his cane, his hair cut short and wavy, styled to the side. His steps were easy, with more energy. "So it's true? You came begging for money," spoke Abraxas in French. "Why would we never mind?" "Father," said Lucius, walking to Abraxas to shake his hand, but Abraxas sidestepped him and spun around him. "I see you're still married. Still making wrong decisions together?" Abraxas said with his teeth bared. Narcissa's mouth twisted, but she didn't say anything. What happened in the old reality made the sentence hit worse. Draco frowned. He was 5 or 4 years old the last time he saw his grandpeer, and he wasn't like that at all, or his childhood memories didn't show that side. One would think the meaning of marriage is to grow better. "Hello?" Abraxas bent to meet Draco's eyes. "Is this our star?" "Oh, how you have grown," cooed Abraxas. "Ah, so that explained his memories of a nicer grandfather." "Hello, grandpeer," waved Draco. Abraxas cupped Draco's cheeks, his thumb running gently over the nose scar. Draco closed his eyes, enjoying the touch. "My beautiful star," said Abraxas. "Imagine growing up in a home with shitty people who hate everyone but you, and they smile and melt for you. Your pet name is either an eternal cosmic being burning bright or a majestic creature known for being proud. Names affect personality, which is a known fact in pure blood families. And anything you want, you will have." And Draco was supposed to grow humble? Draco enjoyed the gentle caressing as Abraxas glared at his son. "What happened to him? You couldn't even protect your family?" Abraxas turned to Lucius, furious. Lucius took a step back, but seemed to remember his age and stood straighter. "If you cared about this family, you would have known it's the result of his seer abilities, but you couldn't bother to write a letter. Because you bothered with one? Give me a break." Abraxas turned to Draco and took his hand. "A seer? My star, how special you are. I always knew you would grow to be someone great," praised Abraxas. "You will love the playroom, Achille," he yelled, and the old elf, who didn't leave the room, walked to her master. Abraxas patiently waited for her to arrive before he spoke. "Is the playroom clean?" "Yes, the other elves cleaned it," nodded Achille. "Let's go. Leave these boring adults be." Lucius walked and rested his hand on Draco's shoulder, holding it tight. "Father, I came here to spend some time with you," justified Lucius. "We can glare at each other at lunch. Now let him be, or he will grow somber like you," snapped the older Malfoy. Narcissa walked to her husband and removed his hand from Draco, soothing him with her hold. Abraxas left the room, Draco holding his hand before the door closed. Draco signaled to his parents with his hand behind his back to go on. "Ugh, he is still insufferable," the couple said in unison. "Where should we go first?" asked Narcissa. Her hand moved to her husband's waist. "The library. You go look for protection charms and untraceable charms, and I will go look for a curse-breaking charm. There are still some dark artifacts at home I need to get rid of," said Lucius. Lucius called for an elf to move their luggage to Lucius's wing, and the couple walked to the library. The two walked to the library, and Narcissa kept her smile at bay as an elf as ancient as Achille stood on the main floor, working as the librarian. "Need help?" asked the elf, and pointed them out to their spots. "Remember when we used to hide here from your family?" whispered Narcissa. Lucius's mouth twisted to the side, and he distractedly tugged on her collar. "Yes, but we do have to rob my father. I don't think we have time to recreate memories." "Boo, you used to be fun," grinned Narcissa. "Oh, how she missed him. I'm a lot of fun. Look at me," spun Lucius. "Inviting you to rob the Malfoy's sacred library as a pastime," smirked Lucius. The two split to their side of the library. Lucius reached the dark curse section. Unlike any library, the Malfoys could be called an archive with books that no longer exist in Europe after the Dark Age cleansing. It was because of this archive that they found a solution to their fertility problems, and their star, Draco, was born. Lucius smiled, remembering the tiny human he was blessed with, and Narcissa's eyes glowing in awe at their creation. Lucius always knew their child would be special, and Draco proved him right. Lucius took out a book that talked about after-death curses. It would help him find a way to destroy the diary. Tom Riddle's diary caused him enormous stress. After disappearing for a week, the diary returned again to his desk. He immediately locked it back in its box, taking Draco's advice. The Dark Lord had entrusted him to keep it after his father refused to take it. But now it was causing him trouble. If the Dark Lord was still alive, he could easily track their whereabouts with it. And throwing it out just spelled trouble if it was traced back to them. The diary kept asking to be let inside Hogwarts to kill Muggleborns. Like Lucius would let it, especially now that he knew the Dark Lord didn't care about purebloods either. He would protect his dragon from it. Lucius added the books to his extended pocket and met Narcissa in the middle of their search. "Did you find what we need?" asked Lucius. "Yes," answered Narcissa, her eyes far away as if she remembered something painful. "What is it?" Lucius cupped her cheek, letting their eyes meet. "Nothing to worry about. It's the place." She stepped away from his hold, moving to the shelf. "Ah," said Lucius, aware of how painful the years before Draco was born were. To Lucius, it was a sad time, but to Narcissa, it was traumatizing. "Do you still believe that he wants the best for us? He hates us. Remember what happened when I was pregnant?" She locked eyes with her husband. "Oh, Lucius, remember. The blood that stained the halls," and Lucius and Narcissa were so used to it they didn't react when the Dark Lord laughed at their face. His green eyes looking down at them, as if he could break something that wasn't already broken. Narcissa with her skirt turning red and Lucius' blooded hand holding hers. The lose of their seventh child under the Dark Lord was what made them resolve to illegal routes and move to South Korea away from anyone that can interface. Narcissa's body went through so much, and the Dark Lord sent them threats. If the prophecy meant their child, he would kill him. Thankfully, they weren't in England at the time, and Draco was born a month before July. Lucius still has the irrational fear of Narcissa falling pregnant again. The day Draco's power awakened, his wife woke up throwing up and Lucius was pulled back to their dark days of waiting for the inevitable, every time with the fail's hope of it not happening. Lucius went and hugged Narcissa from behind. "What are you doing?" said Narcissa. "Nothing." They stood in silence before Narcissa sighed and patted his arm, asking him to let her go. "Thank you, darling," said Narcissa. Lucius nodded to her, and they both went to check the books they had collected. Draco was enjoying his time lying in the massive playroom, while Abraxas displayed constellations on the ceiling and told him stories about their family history. He was curious to learn why the Malfoys had left France for England, something he hadn't discovered in his research. "It was the French Revolution?" Draco exclaimed in shock. Abraxas nodded, appearing equally outraged at the information. "No one told me until I asked my father, your great-grandfather. It was something that was only shared verbally, as no one wanted to write down that the Malfoys had escaped from France," Abraxas explained. "Wow," Draco said, leaning back against a fluffy pillow. "And it was embarrassing for the Malfoys after we had bragged about our relation to King Louis," Abraxas added. "Wait, what?" Draco sat up, surprised. "King Louis is a Malfoy, a squib. But who cares?" Abraxas chuckled. "I thought we were related to England's royal family based on my research," Draco said. "Oh yes, them too. We Malfoys can't leave royal muggles alone," Abraxas laughed. Draco joined in, finding the irony amusing. Draco realized that his entire upbringing had been built on a foundation of hating Muggle-borns, yet his bloodline was a mixture of different royal Muggle families. It made him question why the Malfoys believed they were superior to Muggle-borns. Draco was enjoying his time with his grandfather and wanted to preserve the image of him as a lovable man, without delving into the potential prejudice he might hold. He was trying to heal from the past, and hearing anything that might trigger negative memories was something he wished to avoid. "Speaking of Muggles, does your father attend any peculiar meetings?" Abraxas suddenly turned serious, subtly investigating his son's whereabouts without directly speaking to him. "Weird meetings." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Does he wear a silver mask or talk to his tattoo? Do you know about his tattoo?" Abraxas inquired. Draco nodded. "Yes, I know. So, does he still engage in such activities?" Abraxas asked. "Are you asking if my father still participates in Death Eater activities?" Draco clarified. You know about the Death Eater stuff? Abraxas seemed surprised. Yes, he told me, Draco confirmed. That idiot. Isn't it enough that he damned himself? Abraxas exclaimed. Hope flared in Draco's chest. Grandpeer, do you disapprove of killing muggles? I couldn't care less. Muggles kill themselves all the time. Abraxas replied casually, causing Draco's mouth to drop open in disbelief. What I disapprove of is following a maniac killing muggles. As much as I hate to admit it, we need the muggles. Their numbers are too large to want to exterminate them all anymore, Abraxas explained, waving his wand to remove the starry sky illusion. Oh, Draco muttered, prepared to tune out the speech that was starting to sound too familiar to his father's beliefs. I always knew Tom was a head case. I warned your father, Abraxas began. Who's Tom? Draco interrupted. Abraxas scratched his head. Tom Riddle Voldemort. He who shall not be named's real name is Tom. Draco was disappointed, expecting a more imposing name for the nightmare that had plagued his life. Don't tell me you all say this whole sentence just to refer to him? Abraxas snorted. Draco remained silent, realizing that he and his mother still referred to him as the Dark Lord, while the three Gryffindors in their life casually used Voldemort's name. Perhaps witnessing the Dark Lord's downfall had made Draco and his mother more accustomed to hearing his name, unlike Aunt Andromeda. But now his grandpeer was opening up a whole new perspective for him. How did you know his name is Tom? Draco inquired. He was my friend, or at least I thought we were friends at Hogwarts, Abraxas shrugged. Draco gave up on trying to close his gaping mouth and listened as Abraxas shared tales of the Dark Lord's childhood, how he used to be bullied before they discovered his gaunt heritage and realized he was the last heir, and how he rose from an underdog to the top dog of the school. And of course, you know about the Black's Yule ritual killings in the past? Abraxas offered. No. Draco's eyebrows threatened to merge with the weight of the life-changing information. Naturally, they invited him to scare him off, but I was the one who ended up frightened. I attended the rituals, but never participated. When they told him to try to kill that muggle girl, they picked it up from the front door, and he actually did it. That's when I knew he had done it before. Abraxas shook his head. Not just once or twice. He was so sure of himself that I started distancing myself from him. Unfortunately, he began the Death Eater activities, and I had no choice but to fund them. It's hard to say no to someone who knows where you live, Abraxas explained with a shrug. Your father, the idiot, joined him instead of just funding it as I did, Abraxas muttered, clearly disapproving. Gulpe? Yes, dear, blinked Abraxas at him, as if he hadn't just poured out his involvement in attending ritual killings and funding the First War to avoid his own demise. Do you see a mind healer? Draco asked with genuine concern, his voice filled with worry. Are you calling me a nutcase? How rude. Just like your father. But I'll allow it because you're adorable. He pinched Draco's cheek. Draco. Narcissa appeared at the doorway, coming to his rescue. Draco stood and walked over to her. Yes, mother? Draco replied, seeking solace from the intense revelations shared by his grandfather. Narcissa could see the panic on her son's face and reached out to grab his hand. Sorry, father, it's time for his nap, explained Narcissa, while Abraxas rolled his eyes. They started to speed walk through the fortress, using the flush shortcut to reach their father's wing. Draco was led to the master bedroom, where all their luggage was kept. Did you find what you need? Asked Draco. Yes, your father is gathering the rest, but that's not why I called you. Narcissa made sure to close the door and cast privacy charms. I need to save Pandora, she said. Who? Draco's eyebrow shot up. The irony of a seer being surprised by anything wasn't lost on him. Pandora Lovegood. She's going to die this year. I remembered it when I was in the library, explained Narcissa. And you want to say I saw it happen, stated Draco. Yes, I think I need to save her. No, I have to save her. Narcissa grasped her left arm. In the library, she was reminded of what they had gone through to have their star, Draco, their miracle. They had to leave London for South Korea, where the procedure was legal. Narcissa recalled Pandora, looking haggard and tired, wearing pink glasses and zircon earrings. She had been trying for longer than Narcissa, but still smiled happily when Draco was born and told her, Your dragon will fly with you wherever you go, so don't dive. Narcissa frowned at the time, uncomfortable with anyone knowing about this. as it might cause them trouble with the ministry or with their circle. But Pandora, as if reading her mind, said, "If I told them about it, I too would be in trouble. We would end up as Azkaban roommates." And she laughed out loud. Narcissa didn't want to label a blood traitor as a comrade, but Pandora couldn't be all bad if she was willing to do something illegal and against the principles of the light side. In her ignorance, Narcissa pretended she didn't know Pandora and burned any messages Pandora sent during the first 2 years of Draco's life. It was only later, when Pandora's death was announced in the Daily Prophet, that Narcissa learned Pandora had a child a year younger than Draco. Narcissa wondered if it was a miracle or if the Korean healers had helped her. The idea of going through all of this, only to die and leave her child alone, haunted Narcissa. Now, she tried to imagine leaving Draco alone in this world with a brewing war and no one to protect him. The same child was held as a hostage under her basement, and Narcissa kept on ignoring it, but Draco couldn't leave the girl alone, as if he could feel they belonged together, born under the same sky. Saving Pandora might seem insignificant to their future, but Narcissa needed to do this. It was a mistake she needed to fix. "I'm going to save her. I feel like this is my chance, Draco," whispered Narcissa. Her star smiled softly at her and nodded his head. "Please explain how she will die so I can get my story straight," said Draco. Narcissa proceeded to tell him, explaining the news she had read in the Prophet and how Pandora's death was predicted to occur either at the end of the year or the beginning of the next. They discussed how they would approach the Lovegood family, but Narcissa insisted on handling it herself and didn't want to involve Draco. Draco smiled at her, and she couldn't help but feel a rush of affection seeing that adoring look in his eyes. It only strengthened her resolve to fix this situation. Narcissa went to the master washroom to freshen up, while Draco searched through the luggage in search of his notebook to write down the details. Draco was excited about his mother's plan, seeing it as the first step towards fixing her mark. He dragged a trunk close by and decided to use his blue thread to add some detail to his fake vision, hoping it would be related to Luna's mother. In his vision, he is older, sitting on a pink couch wearing a pastel blue cardigan. He held a mismatched tea set while a blonde woman with curly blonde hair, wearing pink glasses and mushroom earrings, entered the room with a plate in her hand. Xenophilius Lovegood, looking just as bad as Draco, remembered him from the time he begged for his daughter's freedom in the Malfoy basement, sat across from Draco, his hands delicately holding the teacups. "I know why this is happening to you," she said. "Is it the Deathly Hallows?" asked Harry from behind Draco, though he couldn't turn to see him as the vision didn't allow it. "Yes," answered Pandora. "You've already seen it once," said Xenophilius. Draco blinked away the vision, his mind racing with the implications. He looked at his hoop and noticed the Deathly Hallows symbol embroidered on it. Rushing to open the trunk to write down the vision's details, Draco froze in shock. It appeared to be the wrong trunk. The cursed notebook his father had been chasing was staring back at him, emanating a pulsing heat of magic. A drop of red fell onto it, and he gasped. "No, Mother!" Draco yelled as another drop of blood fell onto the notebook. He backed away, covering his nose. Narcissa ran over and saw Draco covering his nose, kneeling to check on him. "I bled on it," warned Draco. Narcissa looked, and the black book smoking with steam escaping from it. She quickly used her heels to slam the trunk shut. "What was that?" she asked. "It's Father's," muffled Draco's voice. Narcissa helped clean him up, her eyes filled with anger as she cleaned, contemplating the consequences of what had just transpired. "Is he insane? Why would he bring such a dark artifact with us?" Narcissa muttered angrily. Lucius entered the room and stopped in his tracks upon seeing Narcissa holding a red handkerchief and Draco's nose slightly pink from blood. "What happened?" he asked, kneeling next to them. But Narcissa slapped his hand away before he could touch Draco. "Don't touch him. You keep hurting him with your carelessness," she snapped. "Mother," whispered Draco, concerned about what Narcissa might say in her anger. "Dear, don't dear me. Why would you bring a dark artifact in our luggage? Look, now Draco has bled on it. How are you going to fix that? You messed up, and our child has to pay for it." Narcissa glared at Lucius. He stood up, his hand raised in an attempt to calm her. "Draco, did you bleed on the diary?" asked Lucius, his gaze still fixed on Narcissa. Yes, answered Draco. Diary, book, bloody newspaper. Get rid of it, or I swear this will be the last you see of us. Narcissa warned, picking up the trunk and throwing it at Lucius, who caught it with difficulty. Narcissa, it's the diary. It magnifies your anger. I'm trying to destroy it, explained Lucius. Do better, spat Narcissa. Draco's eyes widened almost to the point of popping out of his sockets as he watched his mother open the door and signal for his father to leave the room. Lucius sighed and walked away with his head held high. Just as he was about to say something, Narcissa slammed the door in his face. Mother, Draco called out. I can't lose you, I can't. I let him involve you in this Death Eater thing, and you had to suffer for it. I won't let his actions affect you anymore, Narcissa said, cupping Draco's cheek as tears streamed down her face. Oh, Mama, Draco whispered and hugged her tightly, allowing his tears to flow. November 1st, 1990. The Samhain celebration at the Malfoy fortress was cold. Draco's mother refused to talk to his father, and his father refused to speak to her. His grandfather wanted nothing to do with any of them. Draco found himself being the connection between the adults, as they only spoke to him. His grandfather had gone all out in decorating the dining hall for the occasion. Draco enjoyed the candy and food before his father announced that they would be leaving soon. They gathered their belongings, and Draco went to his grandpeer's study to say goodbye. Abraxas smiled sadly, but hugged Draco softly. You don't have to follow in our footsteps, Star, Abraxas said. Draco blinked at him, curious. You don't seem to like what I told you on the first day, and it's smart of you to be open to different opinions. Being a seer will help you make the right choice in friends, his grandpeer continued, ruffling his hair. We, the Malfoys, should dare to rise above the tides of bad faith. Mauvaise foi, Abraxas said. Draco smiled a bit. It was a great way to view their family name, and he liked it. It didn't make them sound hopeless or destined to be evil. Merci, grandpeer, Draco said, expressing his gratitude. Narcissa wasted no time. She put on her pantsuit and low heels, anticipating that she might have to intervene. Pandora had the reputation of being an erratic potion master and spellcaster. Narcissa called in a favor from the editor of the weekly, which to obtain the address of the Quibbler editor. The address led her to a cylindrical house on top of a hill, with a stream at the base of it. The house resembled a giant chess rook, with a shiny silver gate and a colorful sign that read the Quibbler editor, and another for egg spells. The path leading to the house was adorned with various odd plants, including a snargaluff, gertie roots, and a bush covered in dirigible plums. 2 old crab apple trees stood on either side of the front door, bearing berry-sized fruits and white-headed mistletoe. Narcissa knocked on the door, and it swung wide. She hesitated to enter without an invitation from the homeowner. You have Nargles following you around, a tiny voice spoke. Narcissa turned her head slightly to the left, and a blonde head peeked out from the apple tree. It was a carbon copy of Pandora Lovegood. I need to speak to your mother, Narcissa stated. She's in the lab in the middle of discovering a spell that cleans up the bowls instead of drinking potions, the girl replied, Nyrixia's face twisted with disgust. I know, potions are disgusting to use, said Luna. Honey, a blonde woman is standing outside. Xenophilius appeared by the door, watching Narcissa with his head tilted to the side. The girl joined her father's side and mimicked his actions. Narcissa, Pandora, wearing pink lens goggles, emerged from the lab. Her white hair matched that of her family. She rested her hands on her hips, eyeing Narcissa with distrust. I came to talk to you, Narcissa said. How is Draco? Pandora inquired. They moved to the living room/kitchen, but Pandora was not as open towards Narcissa as she had been the first time they met. Her words were clipped and cold. He is the reason I'm here, Narcissa replied. Pandora's eyes widened, and her hand instinctively went to her daughter Luna. Narcissa realized what was causing her worry. No, it's not about that. Draco is a seer. Narcissa quickly reassured them. Luna is a psychic, not a very powerful one, thankfully, but she sometimes catches the trail end of our thoughts, Pandora chuckled. Narcissa smiled at them. Observing Pandora, gently brushed the hair away from Luna's forehead. However, her smile faded as she realized that what she was about to say might ruin the atmosphere. "He saw your death," Narcissa spoke. Xenophilius dropped the cup from his hand, and it shattered on the floor. He moved to hold his wife in a half-hug. Narcissa began explaining and telling them what she knew about how the death occurred. Luna and Xenophilius listened intently, while Pandora wore a bored expression. "Why did you decide to tell me?" Pandora asked, arms crossed and distrust in her eyes. "A mother willing to do the impossible to have her dream child will be willing to do anything to stay with them. I would have liked to see Draco grow and what kind of person he will be." "You understand," Narcissa explained, preparing to leave. "Thank you," Pandora whispered from her spot on the couch. "Please don't thank me," Narcissa replied, unable to admit to anyone the relief sigh that left her at Pandora's death that her secrets would be kept, now that the only person who knew was her husband. She swallowed her guilt and walked away, leaving them behind. "I hope she will live this time," Narcissa thought to herself, having found a female friend who understood what it was like to sell your soul for your dream child. Feeling the sensation of sand shifting in her arms, Narcissa ensured she was far from anyone else. With a wave of her wand, she revealed the dark mark on her forearm. The snake's mouth had closed. "Oh," she mouthed, putting her sleeves back down, concealing the mark again. Narcissa didn't return home until after midnight. When she arrived, she went to Draco's room. Her son was sleeping peacefully. She took off her shoes and lay down in the space beside him, closing her eyes. Chapter in notes. Lucius to Draco whispering, "That's not your grandfather, that's a man trying to get to heaven." Next chapter. 7K word in Draco's Hogwarts house. Last chance to guess it. A thread for this fanfic aesthetic. I hope you like it first time posting on Twitter. I Buy That Woman is a real telenovela, and the plot sounds like something the Black family will be involved in. The Seer's Dilemma. Chapter summary. CW. The Nightmares tag is activated. Chapter notes. Everyone thank you for the owl vote. And the name credits go to Lollycat03 Love. Trace Theory and Sparian. It's a fun long video. After the chapter you can watch just a simple line in FIC. Now this chapter is a bit long. I don't know about you, but if you could comment on the chapter length you like from the old ones I have posted, and let me know what you think is best. I have finished writing about the first year adventures, yay, and it turned out to be 11,000 words. I have divided it into 3 chapters, but for future reference, I would like to know what chapter length you prefer. For example, chapter 10 is a good length or chapter 3 is a good length. I gave up on haggard text and made it normal in the same breath, lol. Without more talk, enjoy. November 1990. Harry shyly shared pictures of his time with his godfather and Remus, and how it ended up being enjoyable. It wasn't as sad as Harry had initially thought. He showed Draco the picture they took in Godric's Hollow, where they cleaned up the graves and left his parents' favorite flowers on them. They shed a few tears afterward. Harry explained that he liked the place, but wasn't allowed to visit the destroyed home. Perhaps that's why he wasn't completely broken. They managed to retrieve more photo albums. Draco annoyed Harry until he gave up and showed him his baby picture. "Look at you, a fat baby," cooed Draco, pretending to pinch the picture's cheek. "I think that's why Sirius is trying to fatten me up," commented Harry, rolling his eyes. "By the way, you didn't tell me the pensive required a waiting list to get it," said Harry, crossing his arms. "Mooney said it's too expensive," Harry added. Sirius said, "Not really," earning a glare from Remus. "It's also rare, so it has to be tracked, and they need to know each person who has it in their address." "Really? I didn't know that," Draco responded honestly. It was the first time he had heard such a thing in 2 lifetimes. "And why wait on the list? Can't you just move forward?" asked Draco. "I can't believe I chose you," muttered Harry, rolling his eyes before changing the subject. "How was your trip?" "Meh," Draco replied. He wasn't going to tell Harry how his grandfather was best friends with his parents' killer, or how he tried to end the friendship without dying. He also wouldn't mention his realization of why the Blacks, who hated Muggles with their whole hearts, hid among them. The location made it easy to hunt prey, it seemed. Draco shuddered and shook his head. He was glad it was Sirius's side of the family and not his mother's side. Speaking of his mother, when she shared her first step toward getting rid of the mark, Draco smiled at her proudly. He decided to be nicer to her now that she was making an effort and signing up for different charity events. The idea of being freed from the mark excited him. His mother used to be his idol, and seeing her try to be his idol again warmed his heart. December 1990. It's Yule, stated Draco. Yes, but also Christmas? Harry never had the chance to celebrate Christmas, said Remus. Shouldn't we introduce him to Yule? Why do we have to adopt Muggle celebrations? This is the reason why purebloods build up anger towards Muggles. We keep adapting to them instead of them adapting to us, said Draco. He didn't hate Christmas, but it was very hurtful when he felt their culture was being wiped out for something they didn't believe in and was meaningless to them just because Muggle-borns wouldn't be overwhelmed by the magical world. Draco and Remus were sitting in the reading nook Draco had started building, ordering adults around, on the third floor, facing the library's door. You make a good point, but Christmas is special to Muggles, and Harry has never experienced it, Remus replied. He can experience Yule, the winter solstice, for the first time too, argued Draco. Yule is very, very similar to Christmas. You can pretend it's Yule and only have to tell Harry Merry Christmas, suggested Remus. You act like Sirius is poor. Celebrate both, have two parties. Draco exclaimed. I don't want Sirius to overspoil Harry. He did suggest this idea, said Remus. Everyone already thinks he's spoiled. Make it real, shrugged Draco. He had grown up with stories of the boy who lived, the supposed hero in hiding, being trained to be the next great Dumbledore. It turned out to be rumors that built up the image of an arrogant Harry. The boy was indeed arrogant, but he didn't even know he was a wizard. Draco, chided Remus. Whatever. I'm going to celebrate Yule with my family anyway, and then I will visit for your Muggle holiday, Draco declared. Thank you. Was that hard? Remus asked. Like swallowing Skeelgrow, huffed Draco. December 1990. Harry found himself in a panic, trying to think of a gift for Draco that he could afford within his allowance. Reviewing everything Draco enjoyed, from his hobbies to his favorite foods, Harry realized that everything that would suit Draco came with a hefty price tag. They had gone shopping, but everything he saw had at least 3 zeros next to the number. It was proving hard to find something suitable. Then, Harry spotted the perfect tea set for a seer like Draco. It had a starry sky design and was painted with watercolors, with each cup featuring a different constellation. Harry imagined Draco, in a comic book-style illustration, handling tea on a purple tablecloth as he told fortunes through tea leaves. It would add to Draco's dramatic nature. However, when Harry saw the price tag, he couldn't believe it. Is this a phone number? Should we call him to ask for the price? Harry said in a dead tone, pointing at the tag. His will to keep searching for a gift dwindled. Sirius laughed behind him and ruffled his head. I can buy it for you, he offered. What's the point? It's supposed to be a gift from me. If you pay for it, it would just be another gift from you, sighed Harry. How about this? You owe me once you get hold of your vault when you turn 17. You can pay me back for it then, suggested Sirius. Harry's eyes widened, and he nodded, feeling better about the situation. He wasn't sure if he would have enough money to repay Sirius immediately, but by the time he turned 17, he would have enough time to work and save up. Harry beamed and asked for another gift for Draco's birthday. He was already in debt, so what's a little more? Christmas arrived, and Harry didn't let the camera leave his hands as he took pictures of the Black House decorated in Christmas colors. He even took a picture of himself in the mirror wearing an ugly sweater, as Sirius thought it would be a good tradition to uphold. Sirius discussed with Harry the idea of creating their own Christmas traditions, mixing different things his parents and grandparents from both sides used to do. Harry asked what the Black family used to do on Christmas Eve and was met with a worried shake of the head from Sirius, indicating that they didn't celebrate it. Sirius's eyes had a haunted look, and he seemed to avoid looking at the living room paintings, which Harry noticed had no people in them. They made biryani and mince pies. Harry remembered the recipe from making it with Aunt Petunia and an Irish Christmas cake with raisins, even though they both disliked raisins. Sirius said Harry needed to experience the full Christmas tradition, and the food was good for his anemia. When Draco arrived, Harry stopped in his tracks, unsure if it was the same person or if someone had used Polyjuice Potion. Draco's face was almost smooth, hiding his scars, with silver eyeshadow, and his pale skin had a pinkish glow on his cheeks. Is that makeup? Asked Harry, surprised. Yes, blinked Draco with a tight smile. Why? Harry inquired. Do you want me to celebrate with my face bare and my scars out there in every picture? Draco questioned. But I don't hide mine, Harry said, his lightning-shaped scars running over one eye to the start of his cheek. He had always liked them. They were one of the few things he appreciated about his appearance. Yours look cool, said Draco. Oh, Harry admitted, finding it cool himself. And I feel better with makeup, added Draco awkwardly. It was a special occasion, and he didn't want his scarred face to be prominent in every picture. Draco! Shouted Sirius as he came down from the stairs, wearing glittery black eyeshadow and a red sweater. Let me see. Spin, 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 said Sirius, and Draco laughed in delight as he spun around, showing off his outfit. Sirius clapped in approval. You look amazing. I love the eyeshadow, he encouraged, taking Draco's hand and leading him to the living room. Draco thanked him shyly, and Harry felt ashamed of his initial reaction. It made him a bit subdued before the excitement of celebrating Christmas brought back his spirit when Moony arrived. They exchanged gifts, and Draco was impressed by the tea set. He told Harry that he would use it for divination in their third year, which made Harry's eyes go wide, as he had thought divination using tea leaves was a joke. In return, Draco gave him a large book. Is that, started Sirius, the Potter lineage's last update? Harry finished. Yup, it includes the entire history of the Potter family from Linfred of Stinchcombe, the founding patriarch, to the present. It even mentions how their wealth was built on potions and magical fabric. It's a shame no one in England sells that kind of fabric anymore, Draco explained. Trust Lucius to find it, Sirius whispered to Lupin, who nudged him. Draco pointed out that the book contained a summary of every family member, including Harry, who was added on the last page. Harry's delight knew no bounds as he treasured anything he could learn about his parents and family, realizing that he wasn't alone in the world. The Christmas celebration continued with laughter, joy, and the creation of new traditions. Harry couldn't help but feel grateful for the love and support he had found in Sirius and his newfound family. June 1991, Draco's birthday arrived, and he celebrated with his friends and parents in the morning. Later that night, he joined Sirius, Remus, Andromeda, and Harry for another celebration. Harry presented Draco with a bracelet adorned with a silver plate, which could be engraved with anything. Sirius eagerly awaited the arrival of Hogwarts letters, and Remus reminded him that they would arrive a month before the term started. Harry invited Draco to accompany him to Diagon Alley in the following weeks. Are you allowed to go out? Draco inquired. Not really, but Sirius wants to introduce me to Hagrid, Harry replied. Ah, you know Hagrid, Draco nodded. Is there anyone you don't know? Harry teased. I'll let you know if it happens, so your ego can rest, Draco retorted. Upon hearing their plans, Narcissa insisted on joining them, not willing to leave Draco alone with a half-breed, although she didn't voice her concerns. The group, with Harry and Sirius concealing their features, made their way to Diagon Alley. Draco found the entrance through the bar distasteful, wondering why Muggleborns had to walk through a bar full of shady wizards. Their attempt at secrecy proved futile when they introduced Harry to Hagrid, who proceeded to shout Harry's full name loudly. The commotion caused a stir in the bar, prompting them to flee before anyone could approach them. Hagrid's recollection of how he had saved Harry on Sirius's motorbike, and Hagrid offered the bike to Sirius, who declined, mentioning his plans to buy a new model. Hagrid then suggested getting Harry an animal as his Hogwarts gift. Not a toad, Hagrid said. Toads went out of fashion a year ago, and I don't like cats. They make me sneeze. I'll get you an owl. All the kids want owls. They're dead useful. Carry your mail and everything. They arrived at Elop's Owl Emporium. An owl? Harry questioned skeptically. Owls are a wizarding way of communication. You can use an owl to send letters back to Sirius while you're at Hogwarts and receive letters, explained Hagrid. Harry was convinced by the idea. Draco and Narcissa kept their distance inside the shop, so as not to interrupt, while Hagrid glanced at them suspiciously. Draco decided to explore the other side of the shop, where the owls were displayed. Narcissa asked Draco, "Would you like to use the family owl, or buy your own this time around?" She watched as the majestic eagle owls puffed up their chests to show off. The family owl requires care beyond what the Hogwarts elves provide. The Owlery is not a priority for them, Draco commented. He realized that it wouldn't be ideal for his physical body to visit the Owlery every 2 days. Sighing, Draco turned his attention to Harry, who seemed to have settled on a snow owl. He was engaged in an animated conversation with Sirius and Hagrid. As Draco yawned, he suddenly felt a ball of feathers slap him in the face. "What in the world?" Draco exclaimed. Narcissa swiftly moved the feathered ball away, but it took flight and began hovering around Draco. It was a tiny, fluffy golden owl that resembled a floating circle. Draco opened his hand, and the owl landed in it, fitting perfectly within his palms. It purred and nestled in. "You've chosen an owl too?" Harry approached Draco, full of excitement. "More like it chose me," Draco replied. The owl was small enough to stay with him in his dormitory, saving him the hassle of visiting the Owlery every day. "I'll buy it for you. Consider it your first gift for Hogwarts," Sirius offered, smiling as Draco brought the owl close to his nose to inspect it. At the cashier's counter, the attendant noticed Draco's choice of owl. "This one may not be well suited for handling packages. Would you like to consider another one?" she suggested. "No, it's perfect," Draco replied confidently, as the tiny owl perched on his shoulder. The cashier still appeared uncertain, but after Sirius paid, she handed him a discount card for his next owl. Sirius, seemingly unconcerned, gave the paper to Draco, who carefully tucked it into his breast pocket. "What are you going to name her?" "Mine is Hedwig," Harry asked eagerly, as Hedwig playfully tugged on his hair. Draco hummed thoughtfully, considering the question. July 1st, 1991. "It tastes like pomegranate and chalk," a man whispered in Draco's ear. He felt himself floating in a body of water, but when he lifted his hand, it wasn't water. It was dark red liquid that emanated the scent of pomegranate. Draco found himself swimming in it. "Bleed more for me?" the man whispered once again. Draco closed his eyes as his head tilted back, submerging him beneath the blood. The morning found Draco with puffy eyes and an aching body. There was a red tinge underneath his nose, where he had rubbed away the blood. It was the start of a bad day. He wiped off the blood, unsure of where it had come from, as he couldn't recall having any recent visions. His dream remained fuzzy, with him struggling to remember much about it. His owl, Paix, hooted at him, drawing his attention to the fireplace. Draco noticed the Hogwarts letter lying on the floor. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and broke the seal, unfolding the parchment to read its contents. "Dear Mr. Malfoy, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all the necessary books and equipment. We have read your request, considered it, and provided what may be needed. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." "Draco, did you get your Hogwarts letter?" "Let me see," yelled Harry through the Flynn network, his hands wiggling as if trying to reach through the fire. "It's the same message. The only difference is the name." "No, wait, there's a difference." Draco read the letter to Harry. "We have read your request, considered it, and provided what may be needed," repeated Harry. "I think that's my father's doing," Draco replied. "So when are we going to Diagon Alley?" asked Harry, his head leaning into the fire, the glow flickering on his glasses. "Who said anything about we?" teased Draco. "Hey, you promised." I know. Draco waved him off with a playful grin, but deep down, he worried. Now wasn't the time for Harry Potter to meet his father. His parents were still cold towards each other, and it was the longest they had ever fought. Draco wasn't sure if they would take him to Diagon Alley. "Father? My Hogwarts letter came," Draco said from the doorway. Lucius was sitting by the fireplace with a whiskey in hand. His eyes lit up, and he stood from his seat to hug Draco, picking him up and spinning him around. Draco shrieked with surprise. "My little Slytherin is all grown up now," exclaimed Lucius. Oh. What if I don't end up in Slytherin?" Draco asked his mother, sitting in her sunroom while she was busy handling the new charity event decor. Narcissa stared for a moment. "He can go fuck dash," she began to say, but Draco quickly interrupted her. "Mother, I'm serious, he scolded. I need you to fix things so that if I end up in a different house, you'll be there to calm him down, he said. Narcissa placed a reassuring hand on Draco's, looking into his eyes. We will love you regardless, she assured him. Now do tell me, have you felt anything strange since our trip? Narcissa asked, her hands cradling Draco's face. He shook his head, denying any unusual experiences. Well, I suppose I did give him a challenging task. I will try to help him. Narcissa sighed. Thank you, Mother, Draco said, kissing her cheek as she pinched his in return. July 16th, 1991. Draco's father initially wanted to go to Diagon Alley later in the week after all the mudbloods and society dirt had finished shopping and to take their time watching the displays. But Draco, using his doe eyes, bullied the man into getting ready right now to get his Hogwarts stuff, or he would cry himself to sleep. Lucius kept muttering about being ordered around, but he shut up when Narcissa ascended the stairs to join the outing. His eyes pleaded for her to look at him. Narcissa looked at him with a raised eyebrow and her hands up. Lucius sprinted to hold her and help her in the last few steps. Harry, shouted Draco as he ran to the boy waiting for him. Harry jumped up excitedly and met Draco halfway, rushing to tell him about his Gringotts experience and the heap of gold he saw. Harry, don't go far, warned Lupin, Sirius behind him, smiling, and dragged Draco into a half-hug. What is this, Draco? Questioned Lucius, giving Harry a dirty look. But Narcissa quickly took hold of his hand. You will get Draco's books, said Narcissa. I won't leave him with whatever dash. You will get Draco's books, stated Narcissa, her eyes looking into her husband's eyes in warning. Lucius, smarter than to cause a scene, gritted his teeth and walked away. Narcissa kneeled a bit, her eyes meeting Draco's. I will go with him. You can go to Madame Malkin's. We will meet up at Ollivander's, he nodded. Wow, he looks just like you, said Harry. What is that supposed to mean? Said Draco with a defensive tone. In the old reality, he would have taken it as a complaint. Now it twists his stomach to think of how racist his father can be, and he looks like him. Harry noticed the tone and quickly started correcting himself. The boy started to look healthy with his tan bronze glow and his filled cheeks. His clothes sat on his shoulders well. Draco does approve of serious care of his godson, who keeps pissing him off. You also look like your mother, tried to amend Harry, but the dark expression on Draco didn't light up. You look like Regulus too, added Sirius, and smiled a bit. Draco's eyebrow relaxed a bit as he didn't know much about Sirius' younger brother, besides the fact that he died. I think it's better to start with the shopping too, said Remus, changing the subject. They went to Madame Malkin's where they first met, but now they are there as friends. Remus left to buy books, and Sirius said he would wait for them at Ollivander's. The two chatted up in the stall as they were being fitted. After the witch was done and told them to hop down, Draco used his cane to help him step down when his hands grazed the threads flying around. The scene behind a gray-tinted screen, a distorted and static-filled vision of a Death Eater sitting in their manor, wearing the whole uniform with the mask on, dusting his robe. Where are they? Hissed Aunt Bella with no sign of sanity in her eyes. I can bring them and kill them. She seemed excited at the idea. It's just a waste of time. They seem to be under a Fidelius charm. Our goal is more important, and Lucius was kind enough to leave his house open to us, said the Death Eater. His voice was familiar to Draco, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. The Death Eater turned to the window and took off his mask. Draco! Harry shook Draco's elbow. Draco gasped as the vision went through his body. He didn't have to look to know his nose was bleeding heavily. Harry took a handkerchief from his coat pocket and started cleaning him up. Please tell me my shirt is still clean, begged Draco. Harry laughed, surprised, before he assured him he caught the blood before it could drip on him. Where's the assistant? Said Draco. What kind of adult would leave a child alone having a seizure, or whatever he looks like when he has a vision? She was annoying about Seer Draco and Harry Potter. I yelled at her to bring lavender tea to help. Yeah, just to get her away, shrugged Harry, gently leading Draco to Ollivander's wand shop. You need to see a healer for this nosebleed, said Harry. And Draco remembers this vision. It calms him at least something right is going on. It's fine, said Draco, looking down at the floor the whole way. His parents, Sirius, and Lupin were waiting outside. His father must have been caught up on why Harry Potter's is Draco's friend, as he gave Draco a "you are in trouble" look, his glare sharpening on Harry when he saw him holding Draco's hand. Lucius walked between them and took Draco's other hand, separating them. "Let's get your wand, shall we?" offered Lucius. Harry glared at his back, while Narcissa and Sirius rolled their eyes. They walked into Ollivander's wand shop, where Ollivander tried to do his usual theatrics, calling out the adults' wand types as if they didn't already know. Draco, however, was experiencing a pounding headache. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter," Ollivander stated, not as a question. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems like only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. A nice wand for charm work. 10 inches, hawthorn, unicorn core," Draco interjected. Ollivander blinked at him before retrieving the wand. Draco checked to confirm it was the same one. Oh, how Draco missed it, the little traitor. But it did indeed do what was best for Draco, so he couldn't be mad at it. With a wave, a silver sparkle rained down on them, causing Harry to exclaim, "Wow!" Lucius looked smug, glancing at Sirius. "It's fascinating to have a seer like you." Ollivander forced a smile, likely sad to skip the theatrics. Draco's father had told him the truth in the old reality when Draco turned 17, of the ministry selling trace information to large organizations like Hogwarts and Ollivander, giving them an idea of each student's type of magic. And Ollivander uses it to have a selection ready to make a student choice from. Harry Potter," Ollivander called out. "Do you want me to ruin the show?" Draco asked, ready to spoil the surprise. "No, the Ollivander experience," Sirius yelled, almost throwing himself to cover Draco's mouth. Remus huffed a laugh, but coughed in his fist at the Malfoy's glares. Draco's headache worsened. The ringing in his head and buzzing continued as Harry tried wand after wand. Harry glanced at Draco, noticing his drooping eyes. Narcissa frowned upon seeing Draco's pale face. "I've got it," Ollivander said, diving back to find another wand. "Draco," Harry whispered. "Yes, was the vision about my wand? Your ego is the size of an erumpent." "No, it wasn't about you." "Then what is my wand? Give me a chance," yelled Ollivander. He dove again, murmuring, "I wonder," and retrieved a box, handing it to Harry. It was the twin wand. Harry's wide smile diminished as Ollivander added his cryptic comments about wand destiny and to whom the other half belonged. Sirius was disappointed, wishing he had let Draco ruin the surprise, for it was ruined by the wand maker in the worst way possible. The group left the shop in silence. However, Remus suggested getting ice cream, but Lucius patted Draco's head and said, "Home would be better. Draco doesn't look well." Lucius spoke partly the truth, and partly because he had had enough of hanging out with half-bloods. Draco would have rolled his eyes if it wouldn't worsen his headache. September 1st, 1991. Draco and his mother walked to the train station, where they met Harry, Sirius, and Lupin. The mother and son stood aside to give them privacy during their goodbyes. Narcissa looked around until her eyes caught sight of the Weasley family rushing by. Mrs. Weasley was adjusting her younger son's vest and handing him his pet rat. Narcissa straightened herself, observing as the mother helped her child place the rat inside a cage before making her move. "Draco, do you still have the owl discount coupon?" she asked. Draco looked at her with blank eyes, but handed her the coupon from his pocket. She kissed his forehead and waved goodbye. It wasn't his first time leaving for Hogwarts, so there was no need for a prolonged farewell. He had already said his goodbyes at home to both of his parents. Narcissa approached Mrs. Weasley, noticing her wave to get her attention. "I'm so sorry to interrupt," gasped Narcissa, utilizing the Malfoy family's natural talent to make this work. "You must be Molly. We were meant to meet for the next charity event. You'll handle the food, and I'll take care of the cards and table decor," Narcissa said, extending her hand. "Oh dear, yes, that's me. You must be Narcissa. Oh, if you don't mind, 1 second. I need to see my son off. He's a first year." Molly smiled and turned to her son. Narcissa placed her hand on Molly's shoulder. "Yes, actually, I wanted to talk to you about that." Narcissa pretended to fidget. "You know how my husband is a Grosvenor?" Molly nodded, but her eyes narrowed. Well, he told me that they were removing some animals from the list. It might happen in the middle of the school year. One of them is rats. Narcissa expressed sympathy, holding her hands together. It would be better if you took his pet home. It would be sad for a first year to face such a situation in the middle of the school year. You're right. First years can be sensitive to such things, even if it's not exactly against the rules. Oh, Ron, give me that. Molly took the cage from her son. Mom, what am I going to do without scabbers? Ron whined. Oh, I just happen to have this in my pocket. Narcissa smiled as if she suddenly remembered and took out the coupon. It will be a Yule gift, so he won't spend the whole year without a pet. Narcissa clapped her hands. Oh, you're so wonderful, Narcissa, as Brianna said. Thank you, Ron. Tell the nice lady thank you, Molly said. Thank you, mumbled her son. Narcissa stood as they watched Ron board the Hogwarts Express. Once he disappeared from their sight, the two women turned to each other. I lied, Narcissa quickly said, casting a shield around the cage. What is this? What do you mean? Molly panicked and pushed her daughter away before taking out her wand. Narcissa glanced around and saw Sirius watching her from afar with a judgmental look in his eyes. She beckoned him forward, and Sirius stuck out his tongue, but Lupin nudged him to go. The two of them walked over to her. Explain yourself, Narcissa, Molly shouted. It's for your son's and my son's safety, Narcissa said, and it was enough to make Molly lower her wand, though not completely, but she was willing to listen. What is it, Narcissa? Lupin asked. The man had indeed grown on her with his politeness. I think I found your rat, she said. The shield muffled the outside voices to avoid alarming the rat in the cage. What? No, stop lying, Sirius shouted, reaching for the cage, but Lupin stopped him. Do you need us to identify him? Lupin asked. Not here for sure. In the ministry, where he can be easily caught. Narcissa turned to Molly and her daughter, kneeling a bit to face the girl. Have you ever visited the ministry? The girl shook her head. There's a first time for everything, grinned Narcissa. Molly realized what might happen and took her daughter's hand, leading them towards the Floon network connected to the ministry. It's not him. And how did you know about the rat thing? Said Sirius, his eyes wide and alert. You keep calling him a rat, and this rat is missing a finger. Also, Draco saw it. Narcissa half lied. You could have just said Draco saw it, huffed Sirius. He just saw me walking toward Molly to take the rat. He didn't know what happened or why it happened. It's easy to connect when I need to make his vision come true, lied Narcissa, unaware that it was the truth. Then give me the cage. I will deal with it myself, said Sirius. Narcissa took a step back, and Lupin took a step forward, both aware that it could turn into a heated fight over the cage. We're here, said Molly, looking nervously at the hovering cage. I'll go first, said Sirius. Narcissa sighed in relief. They made sure someone would be on each side to keep track of the cage. Molly and her daughter went last as she coached her on how to say the ministry address. The group walked to the law enforcement department, where an Auror sitting at the desk greeted them. Lupin spoke first. I need a holding cell for a suspected unregistered animagus. The Auror nodded and started making calls, then led them to a cell. It's Sirius Black with a suspected animagus, sir. The Auror sent the message, and a squad of hit wizards arrived. May I? The squad leader asked, taking the cage from Narcissa's hand. They were advised to step back and watch as the hit wizard dropped the rat into a locking rune that immobilized Animagi. The rat tried to run but found itself stuck to the ground, confirming its true nature. It's him, yelled Sirius, pulling at his hair and trying to push Remus away to get to the rat who had ruined his life. The hit wizard cast a spell, and they all watched as the rat transformed into a disgusting human. People gasped, Molly covered her child's eyes, and Lupin held Sirius back. Narcissa's face was filled with astonishment as she felt the sand shifting in her arm. She had done it, sitting on the Hogwarts Express once again, but this time with Harry Potter as his friend. Draco found himself living the dream he had in his first year, to spend his school days with Harry Potter. However, this time he didn't do it because his father told him to. He didn't do it because he liked Harry's humor, which provided some healing for his inner and outer child. He did it to fix his future, but discovered that it was also replacing bitter memories. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Ronald Weasley opened the door. Harry agreed while Draco stayed silent, analyzing Ronald as he struggled to lift his trunk. Draco noticed the customized plate with the initials R.B. Weasley and the new shoes on the boy's legs. Red hair and freckles, but the hand-me-downs were nowhere to be seen. It was an unusual change, and Draco observed how Ron tugged at his perfectly fitting shirt as if he was used to such lengths. Draco closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, while he contemplated whether his father was the reason the Weasleys were struggling. Perhaps now that Lucius didn't have time to ruin lives, being preoccupied with finding a safe house, things had changed for the Weasley family. Draco took hold of his stomach, feeling the pain of guilt coursing through him. "Here you go, Draco," said Harry, helping him lie down on a soft pillow he had taken from his trunk. Draco decided to close his eyes and sleep for the 7-hour train ride. It was preferable to facing the horrible reality of his family. 5 hours in, Draco woke up to the door slamming open. The hushed conversation between Harry and Weasley stopped as Hermione Granger stood at the door. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she asked with her bossy tone and large front teeth. Neville stood behind her, and when his eyes met Draco's, he seemed to want to disappear. "You lost it?" asked Draco, still feeling drowsy as he took off the coat covering him. Harry, who had been glaring at Granger, shifted his glare to Draco. "You know him?" he interrogated. "Augusta es grandson, Draco en Serd." "I swear it wasn't on purpose." Neville nervously rushed to explain. "I take care of my stuff. He just jumped out." Draco shook his head, pretending to be disappointed while making a disapproving sound. "Maybe having a pet is a responsibility bigger than—" "No, I will find him," Neville yelled and went to search for the toad. Granger, who had been helping, looked at him for a moment before turning her attention to them. "I'm Hermione Granger. Nobody in my family is magical at all. It was such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is. I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough." "And you are?" she finished. Draco rolled his eyes, while Harry frowned and Ron looked bewildered. "Ron Weasley." Ron introduced himself. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "Draco, are you really?" Hermione cut in. "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading. And you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Also, the Potter lineage's last update," Harry added with a deadpan expression. Hermione seemed surprised and blinked a bit. "Where did you find this book?" "I've never heard of it. I'm going to the washroom," Draco said, taking out his foldable cane and snapping it open. Ron let out an impressed "oh" at the display. As Draco was washing his face, someone called his name. He turned to see Blaise coming out of the cubicle, wearing the uniform. "Where have you been?" "We searched the whole train for you," Blaise said. "I was asleep." "At which compartment? Didn't you see one with red hair and the other with messy hair and glasses? The Weasley and the half-blood?" It seemed that this time around, no one knew Harry Potter was on the train. Draco walked with Blaise to their compartment, where the rest of the gang was waiting. Pansy was the first to question him. "Where were you?" "He was sleeping with the half-blood," yelled Blaise. "Don't say it like that," yelled Draco, using his cane to whack Blaise's shin. "Oh," the other giggled at him. "So, you were the one lying there, motionless, with your head covered in black clothes, as if preparing for a funeral?" Theo grinned at him. "Never in a million years would I have thought it was you." "We looked from the window and left," said Pansy. "It looked like a corpse," followed Greg. "Dried up," added Blaise. "Left in the sun," completed Vincent. "I was with Harry Potter," Draco said to put an end to the detailed descriptions. The gang gasped, except for Theo, whose eyes widened. They gathered around Draco in a circle. "Networked so hard that you slept on his lap," Blaise teased. "The future Dark Lord?" Pansy and Theo said. "How did you know it's really him?" asked Vince and Greg. Draco grinned at them, realizing his social status had just leveled up for the next 2 hours until the boy was sorted into Gryffindor. The hype would die down for the Slytherins, but for now, he would enjoy it. "Sirius Black is his godfather," Draco informed them. "You helped his godfather, so he got custody of his godson, and now he's your cousin's honorary son?" Theo asked. Are you related to Harry Potter? Goyle chimed in. No, you idiot. Pansy snapped, using a book to hit him. Draco waved goodbye as they approached Hogwarts to retrieve his trunk from the compartment. He walked in and raised an eyebrow when he found Ron Weasley as the only one inside. Hello, said Draco, offering his hand to Ron. Hi, Ron replied, shaking Draco's hand. His cheeks turned red, and Draco understood the urge the adult felt to pinch kids' cheeks. I'm Draco, he smiled, trying to sound friendly. Ron Weasley. The boy's eyes scanned Draco's face, but he didn't say anything. Where's Harry? Draco asked. He went to look for you. Said you took too long, Ron said. The compartment door slammed open. Where were you? Harry said, huffing as if he had been running. I was in the washroom, Draco replied. I went there, and you weren't there. Harry narrowed his eyes as if he had caught Draco in a lie, as if that were possible, Draco thought. I met my friends and chatted with them. I'm starting to think they're imaginary friends, Harry said, his face filled with doubt. We'll see, Draco said, flipping his hair, grabbing his robes, and leaving again. Now where are you going? Harry asked. To the washroom. Draco yelled and shut the door, making it rattle in place. September 1st, 1991. The train slowed down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. A lamp bobbed over the heads of the students, and Harry heard a familiar voice. First years over here. All right there, Harry. Hagrid's big hairy face beamed over the sea of heads. Come on, follow me. Any more first years? Mind your step now. First years, follow me. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. Oh, how Draco missed it, the corridors, the embrace of warm magic. And he hopes it's still warm with his magic sensitivity now high. It would kill him if he has to spend a school year with the burning sensation of magic. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Draco, and Ron were followed into their boat by Blaise, who pushed Neville away. Neville wobbled a bit, but lifted up his hand to show Draco his toad, safe and sound in his hand. Poor toad, thought Draco, as he remembered all the potions class with the toad as a victim. So, you must be Harry Potter? Draco told me all about you, said Blaise, raising his hand for a handshake. Draco looked at Harry with an eyebrow raised. Imaginary friends? He mouthed. Shut up, muttered Harry, but accepted the handshake. Blaise didn't offer the same to Ronald. Once they reached the doors, they swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall. The first year's Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Sirius told me how they drove her crazy, whispered Harry to Draco. He stepped into the castle, and the warm magic embraced him, making him sigh. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is an important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. Draco started to sweat. Which house should he go to? I hope to be Gryffindor, said Harry in a low tone. Draco absent-mindedly nodded at him. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards, McGonagall continued. Slytherin would make him try to save his family's honor, and Ravenclaw would distance him from his family's reputation in the first place. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair, but Draco slapped his hand away. Stop with the hopeless act, said Draco as he kept pondering his dilemma. Gryffindor was out of the question if he didn't want to give his father a heart attack, but it would bring him closer to the savior of the wizarding world. Hufflepuff if he wanted to make his school years difficult, but no one would think to harm an adult Hufflepuff. A dark wizard from Hufflepuff? Unthinkable. Draco's eyes widened at his line of thought and quickly shook it away. Professor McGonagall led the first years to the Great Hall. They were in awe of the ceiling, but Draco didn't care about it. Once they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. The names kept going on. When Neville Longbottom was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville ran off still wearing it and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it back. Draco waved at him in encouragement. He smiled and waved back. Soon it was Draco's turn. "Good luck," Harry and Ron told him as he went up. He ignored the Slytherin's whispers when they saw him going up with his cane, back straight and head high. The hat fell on Draco's head, and its voice boomed inside his head. "What a mystery you are." Draco didn't even let the hat touch his hair the first time around. "Don't worry, this conversation is between us. So you debating being Ravenclaw or Slytherin? You sure have all it takes to be either of them. I need to be on the good side of war. I can't trust my plan to change Slytherin's behavior to work. If it fails, I will be repeating the past. Ravenclaw is the best for me," thought Draco. "But it will be difficult to talk to your old friends and let them change their views. I thought about that. In the end, my goal is to keep my family safe." Hufflepuff loyalty dash. "No, wait. I had lots of plans and I plan to use them. As pure blood, they will still hear me out," panicked Draco. The hat started laughing in his ear. "I can see what you have gone through, what you have experienced before coming here, and how much you have grown and continue to grow," said the hat. Draco looked at his shaking hands. "Your association with your previous house may pose challenges in your pursuit of happiness and the upcoming difficult times. However, as a sorting hat, I don't concern myself with your personal plans. Considering your intelligence and wit, Ravenclaw could be a suitable choice." But Draco Malfoy. Draco closed his eyes, afraid. "Your ambition to be a better person is worthy of the Slytherin house." Slytherin. Ruined Fabric. Chapter Summary. CW. Cannibalism in a Nightmare. Chapter Notes. The drama idea from the fanfic. The difference between living and not dying in 11K chapter. Oh boy, the first year warped up. Next week I will post 2 chapters because they are too short. See the end of the chapter for more notes. September 1st, 1991. Your association with your previous house may pose challenges in your pursuit of happiness and the upcoming difficult times. However, as a sorting hat, I don't concern myself with your personal plans. Ravenclaw could be a suitable choice for you, considering your intelligence and wit. But Draco Malfoy. Draco closed his eyes, afraid. Your ambition to be a better person is worthy of the Slytherin house. Slytherin, shouted the hat. Tears welled up in Draco's eyes, and he blinked rapidly, determined not to cry here and now. He thanked Professor McGonagall as she removed the sorting hat from his head, and he walked over to the table. Are you okay? Theodore whispered into his ear. Yeah, I'm fine, Draco replied, his voice a bit raspy. He nodded his head when Theo tilted his head in concern. The sorting continued, and it was Potter's turn. He sat for a moment, and Draco was certain the boy would be a hat stall like the first. Gryffindor. Maybe living with Sirius Black does make one less hesitant about their decisions. Harry waved at Draco with sad eyes, and Draco returned the wave. By some twist of fate, they ended up sitting in a way that allowed them to see each other across the Great Hall, just like when they used to hate each other. But this time, they smiled at each other. During the feast, they would point at dishes for the other to try from across the hall. The Bloody Baron, as usual, stood by Draco's side at the table. He never knew why it happened every time, but this time he wasn't bothered by it. As Draco listened to Dumbledore's speech, it reminded him of the troll problem. Soon, they were led to their dormitories. Draco was walking toward the boys' dormitory when the prefect stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Professor Snape will show you to your room, said the prefect. The two of them waited in the common room, and Snape entered with his usual flair. Draco gave him a half smile and stood to greet his head of house. A pang of sadness hit him when he remembered Snape's death. In the end, Snape had always been the clever one, choosing the winning side of the war. Couldn't have pointed it out to him, huh? Draco thought. Snape walked to a painting underneath the stairs, slid it to reveal a door, and opened it to reveal Draco's room. The room was larger than the one he had in the old reality, and it had its own bathroom with some gadgets. This is your dormitory. No student, but you can enter it, and if they try, we will be alerted. Teachers can only enter in an emergency, like now, to explain the room to you. Madame Pomfrey, the healer, has full access at all times. You can alert us to trouble using the white snake statue. Snape pointed out the statues placed strategically for easy access, next to the bed in the bathroom and next to the door in the tiny living room. Draco nodded and thanked him. Snape raised an eyebrow and left him. Draco rushed to his trunk to get his supplies and write a letter to his father. He was going to enjoy his year at Hogwarts with no troubles. Draco slowly descended the stairs, his steps faltering, while a man held his hands and guided him. The man's upper face was concealed in shadows, but Draco could make out his pale lips and three-piece gray suit. "Will you reward me? I helped you," the man asked once they reached the bottom of the stairs. "Here." Draco handed the man a pomegranate, and he watched as the red liquid reached their shins. "Thank you," said the man, opening his mouth wide and taking a piece of the beating heart. "Wait," Draco cautioned. Looking down, he noticing that his chest was wide open, his lungs expanding with each breath, but his heart was missing. Draco woke up to the sound of the Slytherin house tone, rolling onto the floor and coughing. Blood dripped from his nose as he wiped it, and then the door to his room opened, revealing Professor Snape. The professor kneeled beside Draco, helping him up. "Professor, your bleeding is an emergency. Let's go to Madame Pomfrey," Snape said. No, it's normal when I have a vision," Draco tried to resist, knowing that they had managed to convince Healer Patil to disregard the energy emitting from his dark mark. However, he didn't think he would be lucky enough to escape Pomfrey's attention. "Your father didn't mention that it's a regular occurrence," Snape frowned. "This is one of the usual occasions," Draco replied, going to the potions on his bedside table and taking one. "You still need a medical evaluation for situations that aren't occasional," Snape insisted, helping Draco stand and waiting by the door. Draco realized he didn't have enough time to write down his dream. "Here," Snape handed him the schedule. Draco glanced at it and pocketed it. "I'm going to show you how to navigate Hogwarts," Snape said, swishing his cloak. As the two of them left the room, they were both surprised to see Harry standing by the door, waiting. Harry smiled at Draco and, to everyone's surprise, initiated a conversation with Snape. "Hello, Professor Snape. I'm so excited about your class. Remus told me how brilliant you are at potions, and you used to be my mother's best friend," Harry said. "Hopefully, you possess a fraction of her intelligence, but considering your father, hope may be too generous." Snape huffed and began walking, pausing when he heard an extra step behind him. "May I help you, Potter?" Snape inquired without turning. "Oh no, I just wanted to see how Draco is doing." Harry beamed at Draco, who returned the smile. "I have business with Mr. Malfoy that other students cannot know," Snape retorted. "When can I see Draco?" "When you see him," snapped Snape. Draco snorted and waved Harry away, telling him he would meet him in the Great Hall for breakfast. Severus muttered something about Potters before he started explaining that in Hogwarts, some doors wouldn't open unless asked politely or tickled in the right spot, and there were doors that weren't truly doors but solid walls pretending to be doors. The castle sensed its students and attended to their needs. If Draco encountered walls that were doors, he needed to lean in and think about where he wanted to go, and the walls would transform into real doors, leading him through hidden passageways. Draco was already aware of the solid wall doors, but he had never considered using them like this. His knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages made him realize how swiftly he could navigate through the castle now. "Thank you, Professor." Draco grinned mischievously, resembling a troublemaker. "No student must ever know, especially not Potter," Snape warned. "Why would I tell anyone?" Draco replied, keeping his secret to himself. Harry was in awe. Hogwarts was more than he had expected or could have imagined. Its structure magically matched everything Sirius had said about it. Speaking of Sirius, Harry had a moment of regret about the sorting. Sirius had filled his brain with tales of how much fun Gryffindor was, how it was his parents' house, and how the sorting hat would place him based on his characteristics. Harry feared he would end up in Hufflepuff, nothing like his parents. He started chanting in his head, Gryffindor, 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 as the hat dropped onto his head. Gryffindor? I would have chosen Slytherin, but you seem sure. Better be Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat said. Wait, can I go there? Harry asked in surprise. Gryffindor, the hat announced. Harry felt anger heat up in his head as he looked and saw how far the Gryffindor table was from the Slytherin table. But Draco's smile dimmed the heat. A while later, Ron, whom he had befriended on the train ride, joined him, making him feel a bit better. On their way to the tower, as they watched all the stairs, Harry had to ask the prefect where the Slytherin dorm was. The prefect, to Harry's distaste, pointed out that it was in the dungeon and how it suited them to be low in the ground. Harry kept the question of how a disabled student was supposed to move around to himself. Determined to find Draco first thing in the morning and help if needed, Sirius taught Harry some first-year spells, like the levitation charm. Upon Harry's request, Sirius added the spell he always used around Draco to float him up. The next morning, Harry woke up before the others and walked down the stairs, trying to reach the dungeon. But when he arrived, he found himself in a maze of corridors, walking in circles. He was sure he had seen that painting 3 times when the Bloody Baron passed by him. The ghost of Slytherin was floating beside Draco at dinner and must know where the dorm was. Excuse me? Harry started, but the ghost ignored him. Harry followed him as he continued talking. I need to find the Slytherin dorm. You were sitting, or more like floating, beside my friend Draco. He may need help moving around. Harry kept talking, but the Bloody Baron didn't answer. I didn't even know I had the chance to be in Slytherin. Honestly, the hat was rushed in its decision. With how old and dirty it was, I don't think it's a good judge of character, Harry rambled as he followed the Baron. The Baron pointed at the walls. They were in a circular space with a snake on the floor, its scales green and gold. Soon the snake moved and created an archway with a wooden door adorned with intertwined snakes. A student emerged, glared at Harry, and left. Oh, that's the door? Harry said. Thank Dash. The Baron floated to the ceiling, leaving Harry alone. He waited by the door and heard a gentle tone ringing around the dungeon. After that, some students started to come out, glancing at Harry with glares or whispers. Finally, Draco emerged with Professor Snape. Harry realized it made sense for a professor to help Draco. He was happy to meet Professor Snape. His father's friends knew everything about James, but their knowledge about his mother was too limited for Harry. He found joy in writing everything he knew about his parents in a journal with their pictures. His dad's pages were full, while his mom only had 1 page. So after Snape sent him away, he planned to talk to him again. The Great Hall lacked students this early, but when Harry walked in, Draco was already sitting at the Slytherin's table. How did you get here before me? Asked Harry as he drooped himself down. Few students glared at him. Draco grinned in the way that he knew something that Harry should know, but wouldn't tell. They ate and separated into classes. His classes were fun, but the schedule lacked shared classes with Slytherins. The only classes they shared were potions, astronomy, and flying. He talked to Draco about it, but Draco laughed in his face before going to his own class. Transfiguration was his least favorite subject, with theory studies and the amount of homework McGonagall assigned. After the class, Hermione huffed and puffed because McGonagall praised her as the second student to make progress. It seemed Draco had already managed to turn the match into a needle. Harry would have to annoy him for homework. As he turned toward what might be the Great Hall, he saw Professor Snape and McGonagall talking. Professor, Harry exclaimed, walking excitedly toward them. Minerva, I'll let you deal with your students, Snape said, starting to walk away. Yes, Mr. Potter? McGonagall inquired. Harry rushed past her to follow Snape. Professor Snape, do you have time? Harry asked, trying to catch up. No, Snape replied. I wanted to ask about my mother. I have a list of questions. What was her favorite subject? Did you help her with homework? What was her favorite color? And not a general answer like pink, but what shade was it? Harry bombarded Snape with questions as they climbed the stairs leading to the dungeon. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said. What for? Harry challenged. For wasting my time, Snape replied. But do you know how she liked her sandwich? Her biggest fear? Her unreasonable fear? Her least favorite food? Harry wasn't about to run out of questions anytime soon. What gives you the idea that I still remember such details? Snape said, turning right, left, right, right. What do you remember? I mean, I don't think I can forget my best friend's favorite food or drink. Draco likes lavender tea and green apples. It's so easy, it doesn't take up space. If you're having trouble remembering, maybe use a pensive. Draco says Hogwarts naturally has won. Harry followed Snape to the best of his abilities, taking wide steps to catch up. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape deducted again. Now, what's this for? Harry questioned. For obstructing the workflow, Snape retorted. Sure, but do you remember? Harry continued to press. What should I do for you to leave me in peace? Snape stopped and turned to face Harry. Answer my questions? Harry raised an eyebrow, making his intention obvious. Give me a paper. Snape sneered, and Harry handed him one from his bag. After that, don't ever bother me again. Ever, 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said and slammed his office door in Harry's face. September 5th, 1991. On Friday, the first potions class took place. Draco remembered Snape's dramatic questioning of Harry and decided to sit next to him, hoping to assist him in answering. How was your week? Harry asked. Draco responded by discussing the dull classes. How are you getting around? Before Draco could answer, Snape swooped in and began the roll call, as usual, completely skipping over Harry's name, which was even better. Snape started the lesson, and Draco raised an eyebrow in surprise. They began brewing the cure for Boyle's potion, with Draco assigned to the brewing and Harry tasked with reading the steps. The end result should be a bright red potion, Harry read. Done, Draco replied. I think we missed a step, Harry said, reviewing the steps again. No, we didn't. It's the perfect red, Draco frowned, offended by the suggestion that he couldn't brew a potion. No, it's a muted red, Harry objected. It's bright red. It's dark red, but I think it can pass, argued Harry. Professor Snape, Draco almost yelled. He would not discuss his success with a blind boy who lived. Mr. Malfoy, my ears are perfectly fine. What is it? Snape inquired. Is this the right shade? Draco blinked his eyes, indicating the potions. Snape examined the potions before responding. 10 points to Slytherin for brewing such a perfect shade. What about Gryffindor? Harry asked. 1 point for being able to read, Snape grunted. As Snape walked away, Draco glanced back at Harry. I know what I'll get you for Yule, Draco said. What? Harry inquired. A healer appointment, Draco replied. After the successful lesson, Harry and Ron walked with Draco. Pansy made a disgusted look and dragged Vincent and Gregory away. They seemed to believe that Draco was forced to befriend Harry due to his cousin's godson and family obligation. Draco was content to let them think that until he figured out his approach. September 1991. He twirled his needle around the thread, guiding it through the cloth to finish the pop-up flower. He huffed and raised the hoop closer to the window, where the water in the afternoon sunlight cast moving shadows on his work. That looks cute. Pansy leaned in from her magazine. Thank you, I think I'm getting better. He grinned and lifted his needle to add more flowers to the embroidered bouquet. Come on, you two. It's our first weekend at Hogwarts. We should explore, Blaise exclaimed as he dropped onto the couch. Crabbe and Goyle are discovering the kitchen. You can follow them, said Theo, flipping through his book. I can't believe you three are such homebodies. So, what are you doing, Pansy? Evaluating my goals, she responded, calculating her points from a quiz in the Weekly Witch. And you, Theo? Deciphering Merlin's will, he replied, flipping through his history book. I'm afraid to ask, but what about you, Draco? Gazing into the unseen future, Draco answered, his needle never faltering as it weaved through the fabric in his hoop. That's the only answer that makes sense, Blaise pouted. Draco observed the young face, the eyes looking at the floor, and the legs swinging on the green couch. Fine, Draco said, skillfully guiding the needle between two threads before standing up and heading to his room. Really? Blaise followed him to the room, but the charm stopped him at the doorway. Draco searched for his chin and, once he found it, placed his hoop there. Yeah, fresh air will do us good, and it's our first weekend. Draco stretched and twirled his cane in the air before letting it rest under his arm. The two of them walked around the dungeon, and Draco led Blaze to accidentally discover hidden hanging spots. They enjoyed the adventure and eventually found a bench facing another part of the Great Lake, close to the underwater kingdom. "Let's move from the dungeon," suggested Blaze. Draco stood from the bench, leaning on his cane to rest his legs for a bit. Blaze shot him a concerned look, which Draco ignored. He walked ahead of Blaze towards the stairs, with the castle helping him by making the stairs lower, so he didn't have to raise his legs too high. He smiled at Hogwarts' kindness. They made their way to the Dark Arts Tower and stood by a painting depicting a witch burning during the Salem witch trials. It was a historical event for their kind, but Draco could see how racist purebloods would find it a reminder to maintain their prejudices. After some more wandering, Draco decided he'd had enough, and they headed back. Later, it was the first-year flying class. Theo was pushed back by Harry, who took Draco's spot on the right. Neville took the left position and smiled shyly, but Greg pushed him away and took the spot. When Madame Hooch started the lesson and informed Draco that he was only there to observe and not attempt flying, Draco cut her off. "As a licensed seer, I need to tell you that Neville is going to break his wrist," Draco stated. The students started to giggle, and Neville's face turned red. The professor thanked Draco and continued with her lesson. Neville, in his nervousness, kicked off and started flying, but Madame Hooch quickly caught him with her wand. The rest of the lesson went well, with Slytherin earning 10 points. September 1991. She sat in the far corner, watching them from over a book. Every time they looked at her, she would hide back again. Draco huffed, pretty annoyed, and went back to writing. "That's Hermione," informed Harry. "And," said Draco, without looking up. "She's a bit weird." "So are you," said Draco. They finished the potion essay and started on the astronomy one. "I don't understand why we need to study astronomy. It sounds like a muggle subject," said Harry. Granger stood up fast and walked to their table with a huge book in her hand, rudely slamming it on the table. Astronomy has always been connected to wizards and witchcraft. It's natural to study a subject that used to be a time guide for different rituals. Though it's frowned upon to do, rituals such as this, astronomy for now, is necessary if you want to take divination later in third year, because Draco looked down, and his left sleeve moved a bit, showing his white shirt. Granger may have been an annoying know-it-all, but Draco promised himself to be better. He wouldn't base his opinion on her just because she was a muggle-born, and Harry gave him a different view on her behavior. Anyone would be excited to know whatever they could about magic. Granger just did it in a way that pissed off people. Draco would be civilized and patient. Draco went back to the one-sided conversation, ready to show his mature thinking. "I guess it's natural for a hardworking person like me to be drawn to helping others understand the subjects. I can show you how to study effectively," said Granger. Just like that, any sympathy Draco might have had shriveled up and died. He picked up his books and left the spot without looking back at her, Harry walking behind him. "That was a bit arrogant of her," commented Harry. "You don't say," mocked Draco. "Maybe he would try in a year or so." Draco walked, searching for dream-related books. He found a few only related to divination and a book titled The Old Art of Clairvoyance by Helena Timos, adding it to his pile of books. "Ah, is that homework?" Harry was worried the answer might be positive. "No, it's seer work." An audible sigh of relief came from behind him, making him smile. After their Wednesday lesson in astronomy, Draco decided not to disappear and walked down the stairs with them. They marveled at how the stairs seemed to behave around him, getting low to help him almost walk on even ground. "Hey, Draco, do you know where Filth's office is?" asked Harry. Draco stopped on his steps. "And if I said yes, would you like a midnight adventure?" offered Harry. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. Draco took in his tired body, exhausted from the day and the late-night lesson. The closet wall door was a floor down, but he was curious about what Harry Potter was up to. "If you carried me on your back, maybe, and helped me to the dorm," sighed Draco. Harry huffed and tried to cast the floating spell. "We aren't allowed to use magic between classes," said Granger from behind them. "Bloody hell. It's none of your business," yelled Ron. "You'll get us in trouble." "What us?" "Mind your own business," said Ron. "Okay, I'm in," said Draco, petty enough to agree. "Great," beamed Harry. The three started following Draco, with Granger saying how much of a bad idea it was, and Ron telling her no one was dragging her along. Shut up, snapped Harry. The two shut up as Draco led them to a door. What are we looking for? Asked Ron. A map, was all Harry said with a grin. He told Ron and Draco to watch the hallway as he went in to search for the map. So, you're a seer? Queried Hermione. Yeah. Draco checked his nails, seeing they lacked the needed colors. He needed to eat more beetroot. I've read all about Dash. Nobody cares, Godric, barked Ron. And your voice is loud. We'll be caught, Ron added. Indeed. The voices led to Mrs. Norris coming closer. Ron went to the office door to warn Harry, and Draco realized he wouldn't be fast enough. So, Harry and Ron started dragging him. Harry cast the floating spell, and they ran with Hermione behind them, with Harry and Ron's hands on Draco's coat, leading him. They reached a corridor with one door left. Filch's voice was close behind. Harry tried to open it, and Draco cast an Alohomora, and the four went inside. They waited for Filch's steps to fade away as Draco landed on the floor. He turned to see a Cerberus growling at him. Pick me up, Draco hurriedly whispered to Harry. Harry quickly levitated Draco off the ground and held him in his arms. They ran and slammed the door closed. What was that? Asked Ron. Why is there a Cerberus in the school? Yelled Draco. The four tried to go back to their dorms, but were caught by Professor McGonagall. What is the meaning of this? Shame on you four. Mr. Malfoy, would you like to explain what this is? She quizzed, thinking the one outside her house would have some insight. I was tired. Harry decided to see what was in Filch's office. We didn't find anything interesting, but Filch would have caught us, so we started running. By accident, we ended up in the third-floor corridor, turned left, and you caught us, Draco explained. McGonagall blinked, not expecting that level of honesty. 50 points each in detention for all of you, she announced. You had to tell her the whole truth? Harry was mad because he was tasked with leading Draco to his dorm, with the other two following until the separating stairs. I'm a licensed seer. I can't lie, or how will my visions be taken seriously? Draco replied, doing his best not to show a tick on his face. Aren't Slytherins supposed to be liars? Ron remarked. Hey, don't say that, glared Harry at Ron, who raised his hands in peace. She was going to give us detention and take away 50 points no matter what, so it's better to be honest, shrugged Draco. I can't believe it. 2 teachers' pets in one room, muttered Ron. It wouldn't be lying if you didn't say anything, assured Harry. Sometimes I just want to see the world burn, Draco quoted, flipped his hair, and decided to go to his dorm alone, ready to write letters to his father about tonight and his upcoming detention. You need to stop with the telenovela, yelled Harry. It was from the comics, yelled Draco back. If Lucius were a normal person, he would have cackled and swung his legs while reading the material his son gave him. With any more evidence, he would be able to fire Dumbledore. But Lucius is a Malfoy through and through. Sitting stoically, he called for an emergency meeting with the governors and the headmaster, arranging his papers while waiting for them. Always the first to arrive, arriving fashionably late is for the nouveau riche. He never cared about this hogwash of a school until Narcissa said she wanted Draco to enroll there. Lucius had the right idea to become a governor. Otherwise, who knows what they would have done to his son? The governors started trickling in, and after they all arrived, they waited for 15 minutes before Dumbledore showed up, pretending to be his lofty self and acting better than everyone else. Oh, how Lucius can't wait to wipe that grandfatherly smile off his face. Mr. Malfoy, what is this meeting for? Asked Dumbledore. Glad to tell you, this meeting will be divided into 3 sections. I will present the issues, and then we will wait for your explanation. Finally, we, as the governors, will agree on a solution, started Lucius. The table started to mumble, and Lucius was pleased that Dumbledore chose the chair facing him. He would have a good view of that smile faltering. Let's start with something simple, shall we? Said Lucius, his hand resting on his papers. On September 2nd, during the welcoming festival, in your speech, you warned the students not to go to the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side. Is that correct? Yes, replied Dumbledore. What were the exact words you used? Lucius wore a shark-like grin when he saw Dumbledore's eyebrow twitch. It was to scare students away, Dumbledore answered. What were the exact words? Lucius asked again. Students must stay out of the corridor if they don't wish to be hurt, Dumbledore responded. It seems your memory is failing you. Luckily, my son wrote it down word for word. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Lucius read from his papers. The table started to murmur, because what kind of nonsense was this? It's just words to scare away students from breaking the rules. Dumbledore tried to soothe them. So, there's no Cerberus, a three-headed dog ready to attack students who happen to be first years and don't know how to navigate the castle? Lucius interjected. The governors gasped. Dumbledore's smile dimmed. I assure you the guard dog would never. I don't trust you or your groundskeeper to be able to control a Cerberus. And according to my son's letters, it seems to be held on by a thin chain. Children exaggerate, Dumbledore replied. Are you saying my child's concerns are meaningless? Need I remind you of 1819? When one student kept talking to their parents, professors, and the headmaster about feeling uncomfortable around that one professor? No one took them seriously until they lost their life. Mr. Malfoy, I care about all my students and their needs, but the door was locked. It seems your son was the one who broke the rules. Are you saying rule breakers deserve to die? Don't put words into my mouth. I'm not. If every governor asked their kids about what you said in your speech, it would be the same. Harry Potter seems to remember it too. The table fell silent, waiting for Dumbledore's response, wondering how he would recover from that. If his son was going to hang out with half-bloods, he better use them right. I see I underestimated the student's abilities to open doors not meant to be opened. I will resolve this, Dumbledore offered, by removing the Cerberus and whatever it's guarding. Lucius completed, smirking as Albus's composed face turned into a frown. Oh, I do know what it's guarding, Lucius stated confidently, although he didn't. He connected the dots when he saw the half-breed in Gringotts asking for Vault 317. And the next day, the same vault was broken into. His son had told him all about the dog, including the trapdoor under the dog. It was easy to connect the dots. This school is a safe place for students, not treasures. I hope you will remember that, added Lucius, with half the table nodding in agreement. I will move it away, Dumbledore said. Remove it, Lucius corrected. Yes, as I said, I wasn't born yesterday. Remove it from the school, sneered Lucius. With a click of the jaw, Dumbledore put back on his smile. Will that be? He asked. Oh no, there's more. Why would detention be at midnight in the Forbidden Forest with an unreliable, known drunkard? And why is there also a troll in the school? Lucius smirked as he saw Dumbledore's forehead vein twitch. October 1991. Draco is used to the Slytherin protection system, where they never walk alone and always in groups. So when he is with Harry, his friends will leave him but wait for him when he leaves Harry. So it was rare for him to be alone walking around the school. He visited his favorite corridor through the Cloak Tower, which was never full of people because the other way to reach it was through the Dark Arts Tower's smelly corridor. He shouldn't, as a first-year Slytherin, ever walk alone, but with his old habits of walking alone since his 5th year, he forgot, and now he is paying for his mistakes. Hey, little Snakey, the Weasley twins, in all their glory, stood before him. He immediately recognized who was who after 5 years of living in the same space. One could catch the tiny difference between the twins. Fred has longer hair, a fuller face, and thinner lips, while George is the opposite. Or maybe it was just him who recognized it as a way of surviving their pranks. Draco narrowed his eyes, moving from Fred to George. We were strolling, Dash, as we do every day, Dash, when we saw little you alone, finished Fred. Draco refused to talk. Either they get on with it or leave him be. Hey, Fred, isn't he? George pretended to whisper, pointing at Draco. I think so, George. Are you Draco the Seer? Both said in unison. I can't choose what to see. Now, the twins said. We didn't ask for anything, stated George. We are concerned about your academic achievement. Fred rested a hand on his heart. I'm sure the professors placed some rules around you? They asked. Thanks, Salazar, they haven't thought of that, thought Draco. He wasn't up to studying for his exams again, for real. Would be a shame, Dash, started Fred. If someone made them aware of it, finished George. I see where this is going, laughed Draco. No, he spat, glaring at them. Come on, you can earn money on the side, elbowed George. He is already rich, whispered Fred to his twin. If we tell on you, you will have to study for it. 1. I don't think any professor will take you seriously. 2. I already have to study. 3. What can you give me that I don't have? What do you want? Asked the twins. Think of something useful, said Draco, and left the twins alone. October 1991. Their school year went by easily and was fun. Draco decided to wait for the new year before he started harassing the second years to choose Muggle studies and enjoyed his days with his friends. They were having a picnic by the Black Lake. Pansy tasked Vince and Greg with bringing the tea, while she and Blaze brought the cakes. Theo brought a blanket to set up a cozy spot. Draco was tempted to join him in his nap, but he was close to finishing his three-dimensional painting of the flower field in the Malfoy fortress. As he waved the thread in a hop, a vision took hold of him, and he started yelling in outrage. Where would you move the stone to now? Professor Snape asked. I will move the stone to the 7th floor around Christmas. If Mr. Malfoy goes home, I can hint to Harry Potter where it was moved without Lucius's knowledge, muttered Dumbledore. Severus Snape moved his tongue around his cheek, unimpressed. He is Potter's best friend and a seer, Snape stated. Draco knew Snape was the smarter one between him and the headmaster. Draco. Theo waved his hand before Draco's face. Ah, gasped Draco as he snapped out of the vision. You had a vision? Asked Theo, the others yet to arrive. Draco sneered, looking at his ruined projects, with a plain circle representing a stone over the flower field. I will make him hate me with all his being, Draco promised himself. November 1991. The night of Samhain went by with no trolls, but he noticed Quirrell twitchy and being watched at all times by Snape. Later, they were called by McGonagall to serve their detention. Neville was there waiting for the 4. 2 would be cleaning the cauldron, and the other 3 will clean the armors, McGonagall explained. Harry gripped Draco's arm and grinned. Draco saw Neville deflating. He sighed and reached out to Neville, taking hold of his arm. The 3 of us will do the armor, said Draco. Harry glared at him while he pretended not to see. I wanted to hang out with you only. We only see each other at breakfast, lunch, and 3 classes, whined Harry as he squeezed the wet rag. Harry, he can hear you, whispered Draco. So, why is Draco surprised? The rude asshole is the boy who lived. Why didn't you use your cloak? Asked Draco as he sat down by the window while Harry brought him some of the pieces closer. He started shining them lackadaisically. No professor was going to give him a hard time for not trying. In case we got caught, which we did, thank you, I didn't want to lose the map and the cloak, murmured Harry. Surprised you thought ahead, said Draco. Draco turned to the boy 2 armors down and called his name. How did you find Hogwarts? Asked Draco. Neville jumped, surprised to be addressed. I honestly like it, but I miss Sirius and Moony. Still, the place is way bigger than Jerome, cut in Harry. I see, Harry, said Draco, a smile tugging at the childish display of jealousy. I don't like your friends too, said Harry. They don't like you. Why are you friends with them? I saw the girl with a flat nose make fun of the other students. Yeah, I do plan to tell Pansy. Draco started telling Harry his idea of convincing Slytherins to take Muggle studies and why it would be hard. He turned in the middle of the conversation and asked for Neville's opinion, who agreed with Draco's plan. The 3 then discussed their Yule plans and what they were going to do. We need to change the stone's location, said Dumbledore. Again? Let me guess, Malfoy Jr. saw it? Snape replied. He informed Lucius, and Lucius called for another meeting. He's calling for an inspection, Dumbledore explained. Destroy the stone already, Snape begged. One last time, Severus. If it doesn't work, I will do it, Dumbledore reassured. Draco yelled as another vision ruined his project. This time, Harry was there to witness the breakdown, with Ron looking worried and asking if having visions is a painful thing. When it's full of dumb old men, shouted Draco as he took the fabric, shredding it to pieces. It was ugly anyway, Harry tried to calm him. To Harry, what was meant to depict the ocean, but all he saw was a mess of blue threads. His attempt to calm Draco had the opposite effect, as Draco almost bit his head off. The only ugly thing here is your glasses, Draco shouted, ready to tickle Harry if it came to it. However, Harry quickly agreed to calm him down. Are you excited about the Quidditch game? Ron said, waving his arm to separate the 2. Slytherin's going to win, said Draco. Hey, why would you say that? said Ron, disappointed, as they walked towards the field. Gryffindor doesn't have a seeker, grinned Draco. Of course we do, chimed Ron. Not a real one, just a placeholder. No one good came in, shrugged Draco. How are you going to get up? Asked Harry. I will find a way. I would help, but I don't trust myself with this height. A few years later, I would trust you to fly me, smiled Draco, enjoying the inside joke that the old reality Harry would understand. They separated at the stairs. Oh, you. The Slytherin prefect looked down, seemingly finding it troublesome when Draco arrived. He knew he would have to watch over him. But then he grinned, straightening his back, warming up to the idea of helping a Malfoy. Draco didn't mind pity. It was useful all the time to get what you wanted. But what he minded was owing favors. And the prefect seemed to be gearing up to lord the favor over him. I can get up by myself, smiled Draco, and watched the fifth-year student shrug and walk away fast, not even fighting for a chance to do Malfoy a favor. He won't succeed much in life. Are you all right? Someone asked as he was in the middle of the stairs, his cane hitting the wood, his feet weak, and the movement playing with his hip. Perfectly, said Draco sarcastically. He turned to see none other than the Weasley prefect coming closer. Where is your prefect? Trust Slytherins to not even help their own here, Percy Weasley said, coming closer. Draco had to fight a flinch of being touched as the boy held his hand. His stomach flipped like it always did when he was aloft by people. Weasley kept holding his hand up. Draco noticed the flared sleeves and the worn-out hat. He was probably the only student in Hogwarts who wore it, even outside of special feasts. Second years didn't wear it once they realized no one cared. I shall report to Professor McGonagall the lack of handling duty done by the house. Prefects, said Weasley. Once they reached the stands, a spot of red between the greens, the prefect who left him started sliding down in his seat, ignoring Weasley. If they told McGonagall, the prefect could even lose his badge. Draco was considered a student with special needs, and his father could ensure the teaching staff would be replaced in a snap. I wanted to try myself, but I guess I wasn't well enough, said Draco, looking down with a sad face, his eyes tearing up a bit and his mouth twisted down. Percy bought the act, and his eyes softened as he kneeled to Draco. Challenging yourself is good, but it should be done in safer environments, warned Weasley as he stood and left. Draco turned his head slowly to meet the prefect's eyes, his face devoid of the previous emotion. That's how you owe someone a favor. Now you owe me, said Draco, his eyes narrowed. Bloody hell, muttered the prefect. The match started with Gryffindor's keeper, Oliver Wood, yelling at his team and seeker. The Slytherins were roughhousing, pushing against the Weasleys. Still, Oliver made sure not to let in much. The Gryffindor team was strong, but they lacked Harry Potter's seeker skills, and the Slytherins had a better seeker for now. It made up for their poor playing when the seeker caught the snitch early. That was not fair. We would have won if our seeker was good, moaned Ron. Told you, said Draco. He grinned, but his face was flushed, and sweat was on his forehead. Are you all right? Asked Harry, furrowing his eyebrows. You just tired? How was your first time seeing a Quidditch match? Draco changed the subject. Harry brightened up and started talking excitedly about how he couldn't wait for second-year tryouts. Draco nodded as his eyes caught Quirrell's, who started blinking nervously. Draco narrowed his eyes. With his experience, he could spot bad acting a mile away. He waved at the lions and walked over to his snakes with his hoop ready and a green thread in his needle. Severus, Dumbledore called. Let me guess, he found it again? Snape replied. I may have to destroy the stone, but don't tell anyone. We must maintain the illusion that it's still here, Dumbledore sighed. Young Mr. Malfoy is indeed a powerful seer. In the wrong hands, he may pose a threat to us, Dumbledore admitted. Snape glared at him, but didn't comment. December 10th, 1991. They left Hogwarts for the Yule/Christmas break. Once they arrived, it was chaos. A mob of reporters from the Daily Prophet, the Weekly Witch, and a few other magazines were waiting at the King's Cross Express for The Boy Who Lived and The Seer Who Saw. Narcissa was waiting for both Draco and Harry, saying there was no time to explain before taking them to Grimmauld Place, where Sirius hugged Harry and checked him for injuries. What's going on? Asked Harry. Oh, It's just that someone leaked to the press that you would be coming for the Christmas break, said Sirius, rolling his eyes. Draco's eyes searched Narcissa, and she subtly shook her head. Remus and Andy joined them, all of them asking the kids about their experience at Hogwarts, their favorite subjects, places, dishes, and professors. Probably Professor Flitwick and Snape, said Harry, making Sirius gasp. What is this? Yelled Sirius at Remus, pointing at Harry. I was the first in the class to cast the flying charm. Thanks to you, beamed Harry. That's great, cooed Sirius. I meant Snape. He doesn't treat me any differently, because I'm the boy who lived, and he answered all my questions about my mom, said Harry, smiling. And it's funny how grumpy he is, he added, making Sirius sigh in relief. Draco agreed with Harry, and they had dinner before Harry asked Draco to sleep over. However, Narcissa said that Lucius missed Draco, making Harry slump down. When they got home, Draco learned the real reason for the press from Narcissa. I caught Peter Pettigrew. She smirked and showed him her dark mark. The snake's neck straightened, similar to Draco's, but the shade was still dark. What? How? Asked Draco. He is a Ratanimagus. You just didn't know. He always bragged to the Dark Lord about hiding in the light side. Waiting, Narcissa's face was full of disgust. He was the Weasley's rat, nodded Narcissa, and explained what happened and how the news had been under lock until now. The court had decided on the hearing date, and it would likely end with Peter receiving the Dementor's kiss. It became known that with Draco's seer vision, they had managed to catch the one who betrayed the Potters and orphaned the boy who lived. Narcissa and Draco had a laugh when it turned out to be true, although Draco didn't mention the vision before. And why didn't Sirius tell him? Asked Draco. Turns out the idiots never mentioned the name Peter to him. They wanted him to enjoy his first year at Hogwarts, said Narcissa as they walked to the sunroom. Draco saw his father and speed-walked to him. Father, Draco called. Lucius met him halfway and picked him up, spinning him. My little Slytherin, oh how proud I am, said Lucius as he nuzzled his boy's head. You wouldn't be proud if I weren't in Slytherin? Draco pretended to pout, blinking his eyes up. I mean, it would be unusual, but don't make up scenarios and get sad by yourself, scolded Lucius as he put his son down. Draco missed them and decided to make this Yule for himself without thinking of the future. He spent the day in their living room with his father by the fire, his father's arm around him and the other running through his hair. As he started to get sleepy, Lucius spoke. Draco hummed in response. Since you bled on the diary, have you experienced anything different? Asked Lucius, his voice filled with worry. Like what? Draco's voice was sleepy. Do you hear voices talking to you? Draco was about to shake his head, but it would disturb his father's finger, so he raised his forefinger and shook it in a no. Lucius laughed softly, but kept asking if he blacked out, lost time, woke up in different places, smelled blood, and so on, to which Draco answered no. Lucius sighed happily at the answers and kissed his star's forehead before taking him to bed. After the Christmas break, Harry and Draco returned to Hogwarts. Harry was wearing green, tinted lenses as a result of his health check, since Draco had told Sirius about the potion class. Sirius took him to an eye doctor, a muggle healer, and Harry changed his lenses, wearing the gift from Draco and Narcissa. Once on the train, Harry quickly cornered Draco. You know exactly why the press was there. Sirius doesn't have the Daily Prophet, but you do, so speak, said Harry, wasting no time. I can't. Sirius wants you to enjoy your first year before he tells you, said Draco, not finding a reason to lie. But you know what it is? Harry pointed out. Yes, Draco confirmed. How upset would I be? Asked Harry. More upset than when I told you my parents were Death Eaters, said Draco, avoiding eye contact with Harry. Oh, Harry sat back in his chair, and they didn't talk much on the train back. However, an hour before they arrived, Draco yawned, and Harry slid closer, letting Draco sleep on his shoulder. January 1992. Harry didn't tell Draco what he was doing in his free time when they weren't together. Luckily, Draco lacked curiosity, maybe because he was a seer. Draco gave Harry assurances that he knew everything. After their detention, Hermione approached them about the trapdoor and what the Cerberus could be guarding. Ron and Hermione fought before Ron admitted that he was interested in knowing what was underneath. Harry was sure Draco must know, But he was met with a sharp no from Ron and Hermione. "He will tell everyone," shouted Ron. "I can't believe I'm agreeing with him. But yes, he takes his seer license seriously. He will inform the adults, and they will stop us from looking," said Hermione. She couldn't maintain her serious face, as she was giddy at the idea of having friends to plan with. "The first time I meet an honest Slytherin, and it's an inconvenience," commented Ron. "There's nothing wrong with that," said Harry. "I guess he and his mother are all right. My mom works with her in charity events, but his father is horrible," gagged Ron. Harry silently apologized to Draco before agreeing. So they had to investigate without Draco's knowledge. Harry asked Hagrid about it, and they discovered the name Fluffy, and that whatever was being guarded involved Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. That was before they left for break. "I found out who Nicholas Flamel is," said Ron the moment they were back in their dorm. "Really?" said Harry, surprised. "Well, you left me alone. I had time to sort out my card collection, and I found him." Ron dragged Hermione and started telling them about Nicholas, known for making the Philosopher's Stone, which must be what Fluffy was guarding. "But who wants to steal the stone?" questioned Harry. "It must be one of the professors," said Hermione. "But who?" said Ron. They made a list of every professor and who could want eternal life, and why. McGonagall, she is getting old. Snape, he is getting old. Sprout, she is getting old. Flitwick, he is getting old. This isn't working. "The only one who has another motivation besides growing old is Quirrell," said Harry. "What other motivation?" asked Hermione. "The rumors that he is running away from a vampire that wants to kill him," said Harry casually. He had heard the Weasley twins mention it. "Then he should be at the top of the list," yelled Ron. "I should follow him," decided Harry. "I will follow Snape," said Ron. "I will follow Flitwick," said Hermione. Harry glared at her because she was avoiding following McGonagall, her favorite professor. They waited on the surface, observing habits before Harry used his cloak to follow the most likely suspect after school hours. If Harry found the map, it would have been easy to track them after school without the threat of being discovered. Harry realized he had sat himself up when he smelled the garlic scent of Quirrell and the bounding headache attacked him. February 1992. They narrowed down their list to just 2 suspects, Snape and Quirrell. Harry planned to follow each of them using his cloak, but he found himself unable to do so when Draco involved him in a project. "This is Harry Potter, the boy who lived," Draco introduced him. Harry tells them about the benefits of studying Muggle studies. Draco managed to gather 3 Slytherin students by the Black Lake side. Draco found a flat rock and made Harry stand on it while the 3 students judged him, looking him up and down. "Ah, you will learn more about Muggles," said Harry. One of the 3 stood leaving quietly. "Music. Muggles' music is better than wizard music," tried Harry to amend the other 2, also leaving. "You keep disappointing me," Draco said. "Hey," Harry playfully pushed him. They decided to turn the failed experiment into a picnic, with Draco bringing food from the kitchen. Harry used his MP3 player for background music, and Draco shared his excitement for Ostara, the spring equinox, and his plans for celebrating it. "So, how do you celebrate it?" asked Harry, always happy to learn more about wizarding culture. "Oh, it's about rebirth and new beginnings. We write down what we hope to achieve this year and bury it under new seeds in the earth before sunset. Then there's a bonfire dance. But before all of that, we set up the feast table," Draco said excitedly. "It will have boiled eggs, rabbit stew, yogurt liver, grilled duck, heart haggis, pomegranate wine." Draco trailed off, his eyes lost as if trying to remember something. For a moment, his eyes shone the same way they did when he had a vision. "That's interesting. What's your favorite dish out of all that?" said Harry, but he was watching Draco's every move, ready to catch him. "The grilled duck. It's so crispy and tender. You should try it. I'll ask Mother to get you a chair. You'll love the bonfire dance," Draco babbled, and Harry kept listening attentively. March and April 1992. Hermione called a halt to their mission as she needed to focus on studying for the midterms. Harry agreed with her, much to Ron's dismay, who thought it was too early to start studying. Harry wanted to make Sirius proud, and he was enjoying his school year so far. Their adventurous pursuit could wait, especially since the Philosopher's Stone didn't seem to be in immediate danger. Hermione began sharing her detailed studying schedule, But Harry excused himself, saying he would study at his own pace. He ran over to Draco, whose friends scattered like bugs, and Harry the Spray when he approached, leaving Draco alone. Draco smiled and eagerly explained astronomy to Harry, emphasizing its importance to the Black family. They also discussed potions, which turned out to be one of Lily Evans's favorite subjects, inspiring Harry to study harder to make his mother proud. In return, Harry enjoyed explaining defense against the dark arts to Draco, who listened intently, his eyes flickering between glowing and normal. After their midterms, Harry resumed his mission of following Snape around. However, most of the time his mission was cut short as Snape would go to the headmaster's office and stay there for hours. Harry would end up sleeping outside the door, ruining his sleep schedule. He knew Sirius wouldn't be happy if he found out. A week later, they lined up to take the yearbook pictures. Harry attempted to fix his hair, but Draco slapped his hands away and took charge. Harry jokingly asked if Draco was going to put makeup on for the picture. Draco gave him a look, his nose wrinkling in thought. Harry quickly added that he thought it would be cool. Draco smirked and replied, "You mean gorgeous, marvelous, unbelievable. Showstoppers." Harry rolled his eyes and allowed Draco to fix his tie and manage his hair to the best of his abilities. Draco then moved on to fix Ron's tie, surprising him with the gesture. Draco flipped his hair and spun his cane, leaving the two Gryffindors behind. He stood next to Hermione, who glared at him. Draco simply said, "Ask Lavender Brown to do something." Harry thought about it and realized that Lavender was skilled in hairstyling, as she sported a different hairstyle every day. Hermione looked hesitant, but Harry and Ron encouraged her, nodding in agreement. Lavender, upon hearing that someone needed a hairstyle, squealed with excitement and began working on Hermione's hair outside the picture room in the hallway. Some older Gryffindor girls gathered around and engaged in conversation. Harry and Ron stepped away when the talk turned to makeup and skincare. It was a fun day, deviating from their usual routine, and Harry returned to observing Snape. However, as spring break approached, he knew he had to send a message to Sirius, letting him know that he wanted to stay at Hogwarts. Draco asked if Harry would be coming for the spring break, and Harry hesitated, realizing that he hadn't informed Draco beforehand. "I told Sirius I want to stay to spend time with Hermione and Ron," Harry explained, feeling embarrassed. Draco's voice sounded broken as he asked, "You don't want to celebrate Astra with us?" Harry felt a pang of guilt upon hearing Draco's disappointment. Draco had spent a whole day explaining how he celebrated Astra, hoping that Harry would get excited enough to join. Now it seemed like Harry was faking his enthusiasm. "Next year, Draco," Harry promised, hoping to alleviate some of the disappointment. May 1992. Draco turned out to be lucky indeed. He was cornered by Snape and forced to go to Pomfrey. With no way out, Draco started preparing his lies, but Madame Pomfrey didn't notice any dark energy leaving him. He was put on a harsh diet full of green veggies, beetroot, and red meat, as it seemed he had an iron deficiency. He was also given blood-replenishing potions. Draco frowned. He wasn't a particularly healthy person, but he thought he would notice if his nosebleed was draining him of blood. He left the clinic and found Harry and Neville waiting for him. "How?" Draco asked, no longer interested in learning when the two pointed at each other. "Why were you in the clinic?" Harry asked, dark circles prominent under his eyes. Draco was certain it wasn't from studying. "Mandatory checkup," Draco told him. He then turned to Neville, who was fiddling with his buttons. "I saw Professor Snape dragging you, and I got worried," Neville explained. "Someone's honest about their stalking," Draco said loudly, looking at Harry, who bravely met his gaze. No, I was looking for," Neville tried to explain, but Draco passed by him and patted his head. "Would you bleed for me?" the man asked. Draco smirked in the liquid. He woke up sweaty, his nose bleeding. He made sure to wipe it clean before taking a shower and heading towards the courtyard fountain. Draco sat by the fountain, waving his needles through a hoop. It was Saturday, and there were no classes to rush to. He decided to start a new project, using a black thread to outline the scene he had been dragged into in his vision. Lacking the energy to be angry about it, Quirrell lunged, knocking Harry clean off his feet, landing on top of him, both hands around Harry's neck. Harry's scar was almost blinding him with pain, yet he could see Quirrell howling in agony. Quirrell raised his hand to perform a deadly curse, but Harry, by instinct, reached up and grabbed Quirrell's face. ARGH. Quirrell melts on the floor, and dark smoke escapes the fabric heap. Draco gasped, nose bleeding. This needed to be addressed, and he knew who to tell. Draco stood up and left the courtyard. May 30th, 1992. Following Quirrell, Harry found him acting shifty. He underlined Quirrell's name in red when he noticed him watching Draco. Quirrell followed behind the seer, but whenever Draco turned, the professor took a different route. Harry narrowed his eyes and ended up following Draco more than he followed the professor. However, Harry didn't lose sight of their goal. It's just Draco had a vision, albeit a short one, while he was alone, although Harry was secretly present under his invisibility cloak. Draco's nose started bleeding, and Harry intended to help, but Draco quickly walked away, leaning on his cane more than usual. Harry trailed him to the dungeon where Snape's office was located. Snape permitted Draco's entry, allowing Harry to closely follow behind. "Mr. Malfoy, what do I owe this pleasure?" Snape's eyes glanced up from his parchment and noticed the red streak under Draco's nose. He stood up, went to the sink, wetted a towel, and handed it to Draco. "Professor Snape, I had a vision." Draco's voice was muffled under the towel. "Now you've decided to tell us, instead of bypassing us?" Snape's tone sounded almost amused, which was a rarity. "It involved Professor Quirrell. He will try to obtain the stone, and Harry will try to stop him. It seems he is hosting the Dark Lord inside him. When Harry touches him, he will melt." Ah! So it was Quirrell after all. Harry had won the bet. But if Harry touched Quirrell, he would melt? And he is hosting the Dark Lord? "Thank you for informing me. I will have to speak with Dumbledore," Snape replied. "No, I came to you because you can solve it yourself," Draco said, feeling betrayed when Snape began leading him toward the door. Harry walked closely behind and swiftly exited before Draco as Snape opened the door. "I assure you the stone is safe, though I believe you already know that," Snape stated. "It's about Harry, sir. I don't care about the stone," Draco insisted before Snape pushed him through the door and closed it. "Ayak!" Draco yelled, stomping his legs in frustration. 2 points from Slytherin. Snape's voice echoed from inside, using a spell. Draco sucked his teeth, contemplating his next steps, while Harry hurried to the library where Hermione had Ron hostage. "We need to see if it's true. That means you know who has been teaching us defense against the dark arts for a year," Ron exclaimed. "I suppose we'll find out if it's true when Quirrell melts," Hermione added. "I believe Draco's vision is true, but I don't think Snape will take any action," Harry said, his gaze fixed on his book. "What will I do if he melts?" "What should I do?" Harry asked, his concern evident. "You will have saved the school from you-know-who," Ron reassured him. Hermione nodded, emphasizing that everyone's safety was at risk if it turned out that you-know-who was inside Hogwarts walls. Harry cherished the school and wouldn't want it to be in danger. And if it was the Dark Lord, that means he was following Draco, Harry exclaimed. He must want to exploit Draco's visions for his own benefit, Hermione concluded. June 4th, 1992. They were attending their last defense against the dark arts class of the year with the Ravenclaws. Harry noticed that Quirrell seemed twitchy, and he followed him closely. It became apparent that Quirrell was trying to reach the corridor door, but Snape's presence on the floor made both Quirrell and Harry retreat. "This is our last class," Hermione whispered. "What are we going to do?" Ron asked urgently. Harry surveyed the classroom. They were reviewing spells from the entire year, so the chairs were arranged against the walls. The potent smell of garlic emanating from Quirrell gave Harry a headache as he observed him standing by the stacked chairs. "Push me," Harry said. "What?" Ron exclaimed, caught off guard. "Push me," Harry repeated. Quick to react, Hermione pushed him towards Quirrell. Harry sprinted with all his might, and as soon as they made contact, Quirrell began yelling. The stacked chairs toppled over, burying them both. "Harry!" his friend shouted in alarm. "Art!" Harry and Quirrell yelled from beneath the chairs. Harry's head throbbed with pain, while Quirrell experienced the burning sensation of their touch. "Out of the way!" Hermione yelled at the other students as she cast a levitation charm to lift the chairs. Harry felt fabric in his hands, his body sinking as Quirrell melted, and the class gasped and erupted into shouts. Dark smoke emerged from the heap of fabric beneath Harry, accompanied by a horrifying scream, and swiftly exited the castle through a tiny opening in the window. Looking down, Harry saw no sign of Quirrell. As he lost consciousness, he overheard a student yelling, "Murder!" Chapter and notes. Draco. Do you ever want to talk about your emotions, Neville? Neville. No. Harry. I do. Draco. I know, Harry. I'm sad, Draco. I know, Harry. Save your failure. Chapter notes. I finished my thesis. Comments are appreciated, but if you don't feel comfortable, it's okay. I just love to yap with others. See the end of the chapter for more notes. June 4th, 1992. The last thing Draco expected was the rumors about the new Dark Lord, Harry Potter. Harry Potter? The Gryffindor lion? The boy who lived twice? The one who died for the sake of the wizarding world? Draco mused in disbelief. Draco sought out Pansy, trusting that she would be aware of what had transpired. Pansy was fuming, as it seemed that Harry Potter had killed a professor right in front of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. It was the most interesting thing to ever happen at the school, and the Slytherins had missed it. The Hufflepuffs missed it too, but who cared about them? But where is Harry? Draco asked, feeling a headache buzzing in his head. He's in the hospital wing. They say he passed out. I think he's faking it. I would too if I were caught red-handed killing a professor. Pansy replied, her rant interrupted as Draco suddenly disappeared. Draco found himself in the hospital wing, using the first wall door he saw. Madame Pomfrey seemed to be sweating and panicked when she saw Draco. Darling, are you all right? Quick, sit down. I'll be right back, she said, helping him onto a bed next to Harry Potter. What have you done? Draco whispered, sighing. Adults were called. Snape, the first to arrive, raised an eyebrow at Draco, who pretended to be asleep. Sirius and Remus arrived before the supposed headmaster. McGonagall was called to deal with Sirius and Snape fighting like cats outside the hospital wing, having been kicked by Madame Pomfrey. Draco yawned, blinking his eyes open. His acting skills were working overtime, and Remus smiled at him, ruffling his hair. How are you feeling? Madame Pomfrey said you're feeling exhausted, Remus asked. I'm feeling better. Maybe I needed a nap after all this studying. Draco smiled before his gaze shifted to Harry, who was sleeping. How is he? Draco inquired. Musite. He's okay. He'll wake up soon. It seems his scar started bleeding again, but stopped, Remus replied, and Draco looked at Potter, a child with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Draco recalled a flash of Hagrid carrying Harry's lifeless body, and he flinched. Remus looked at him, head tilted, but Draco shook his head, assuring him that it was nothing. Where is Sirius? Draco asked, changing the subject. Once he stops fighting, he can come in. I think it's about time he gave up on trying to win Severus in an argument. I don't think he understands yet that he's Harry's guardian, not just the cool uncle. Remus chuckled, a hint of sadness in his voice. Severus? Draco was about to question him further when the doors opened, and Sirius walked in. Oh, Draco, you're awake. Tell me exactly what happened. I trust you, cousin. Sirius slid in and sat beside Draco, reaching out to hold Harry's hand from the bed. Ah, Draco's eyes searched for Snape, who looked at him with an expression of go on, no longer caring. Professor Snape left the hospital wing, and Draco proceeded to recount his vision of the Philosopher's Stone and how he had informed his father, who had been threatening Dumbledore with an inspection. Draco also spoke of his latest vision and how he had informed Snape, who had promised to keep an eye on the fake stone location, so Draco couldn't understand how Quirrell still managed to melt. In short, Dumbledore knew that a Death Eater housing Voldemort in his body had been teaching the students for a year, and he did nothing? Sirius growled, his animagus almost breaking through. I don't know if he knew. Maybe he suspected. Draco tried to defend, finding it amusing that he had been defending Dumbledore to Gryffindors since the new reality began. He might have a soft spot for the manipulative old man. Go figure. Don't try to defend him. I know exactly what I'll say once he arrives. I'm going to— Sirius trailed off as Dumbledore walked in, his silver robes flowing, and an owl perched on his shoulder. I'll have a word with you. What is the meaning of this? Sirius yelled. Draco looked at Harry, who remained motionless amidst the loud commotion around him. He seemed lifeless, except for the subtle movement of his chest. Draco started humming to himself, rubbing his hands over his arms. He didn't ruin the future. He didn't. This happened the first time, Draco reminded himself. Let's take this outside, Dumbledore suggested, pointing at Draco. Draco. Remus kneeled, attempting to meet Draco's eyes, but Draco hummed even louder as Harry disappeared from view. Everyone who isn't sick out. Madame Pomfrey kicked them out, paying no mind to the headmaster, who chuckled at her audacity. Reluctantly, Remus and Sirius left, but followed Dumbledore's lead. Draco ended up sitting and talking to Harry, telling him how dramatic he was being and that he could simply wake up. It led to different topics. In our 4th year, Pansy is going to wear a horrendous pink dress. I'll try to save her from that fate. Oh, and you'll try to ask out Cho Chang, but she'll reject you for. Draco was interrupted by Sirius peeking through the curtains, who grinned and said, "Wow, did I walk into a spoiler session? Sorry for not saying hi. I was a bit occupied." Sirius apologized, placing his hands on Draco's back. "It's fine. I wasn't in danger of dying," Draco shrugged. Later, Remus joined the three of them, and they spent the next 2 days in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey didn't mind Draco's presence, and he used his watery eyes every time she tried to remove him. Ron and Hermione sent a few gifts to Harry through Draco. "You can solve all your problems easily," said the man, sipping his tea. Draco noticed their tea table, filled with boiled eggs and pomegranates. The tea appeared milky, and Draco inhaled its scent. "How?" Draco asked, tilting his head. A dark shadow loomed over the man, obscuring his face, but leaving his lower face visible. The shadow resembled sizzling smoke, and Draco noticed the tea turning red as the man placed his cup down. "Just bleed," the man smirked. Draco woke up and glanced down at Harry's sleeping face. He blinked, not knowing how he left his bed. He realized his nose was running and knew it was blood as it dripped onto Harry's lips. "Draco, are you bleeding?" "I smelled it." Remus's sleepy voice came from behind as he grasped Draco's shoulder, turning him around to see, his eyes not needing the light. "Oh dear, why the nosebleed?" Remus gently ran his finger through Draco's hair, using wandless magic to clean his face. A sigh came from behind them, and the two turned to see Harry sitting up. Harry momentarily passed out from the pain, and when he woke up, he found himself in a dark room with the taste of pomegranate and chalk on his lips. He licked his lips, and the taste traveled down his throat. He blinked and sat up. "Harry," Draco whispered beside him. Harry noticed his glasses were missing, but then he felt them placed back on his nose. He recognized the smell of pomegranate and knew it was Draco. Remus used wandless magic to light a fire, and Sirius was also awakened. "Harry, we're glad you're awake," Remus said. "You made me worry, Fawn," Sirius said, hugging him tightly. Harry smiled upon seeing the three people who had changed his life around him. He apologized before asking what had happened, and they told him everything they knew had occurred. "So, the stone is safe. That's what you care about," Sirius almost shouted. "The stone was destroyed months ago. They just kept up the act to lure Quirrell," Draco answered. "Oh," Harry felt embarrassed. They should have asked Draco from the beginning, thought Harry. "What worries me is how and why you fell on a Quirrell." "It wasn't in my vision," Draco narrowed his eyes. Harry pretended not to hear the question and continued asking his own. Remus, who had now lit all the winged candles, sat with them and listened. They had more guests when morning came, Ron and Hermione, crying and hugging him. They had feared he was dead. Dumbledore came and spoke about how proud he was of Harry for protecting the students and how surprised he was by Harry's detective skills. Sirius, however, was fuming and ready to attack him, but Draco intervened. "Do you want to give him points? Shouldn't you give them now instead of at the end of your feast?" Draco said, meeting Dumbledore's eyes for the first time. He gasped when he felt a poke on his occlumency shields. "Pardon me? I didn't mean to. That was ill-mannered of me. But yes, I guess we should take the advice of a seer without much questioning." Dumbledore laughed and tried to pat Draco's hair, but Draco avoided the touch and leaned on Remus. Harry glared at the headmaster. 100 points to Harry Potter for his bravery and resourcefulness in protecting the students, Dumbledore announced. Which you failed to do, Sirius said. 50 points to Hermione Granger for her quick thinking in sending me an owl about the situation and utilizing her knowledge to save a student, announced Dumbledore. Hermione blushed, her hands instinctively reaching up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ears. However, her French braid was perfectly intact, and there were no loose hairs to be found. 50 points to Ronald Weasley for his strategic thinking in closing the classroom to control the news and his loyalty in protecting a fellow student from the panicked mob. Ron nodded, a tiny smile on his lips. When the headmaster's eyes left him, he dropped the smile and met Harry's eyes. Ah, I guess we can't forget our seer. Dumbledore clapped, but he was met with glares from Remus and Sirius. Our seer? Sirius raised an eyebrow with disgust. 50 points to Draco Malfoy for helping the professors throughout the year with his visions whenever it would benefit everyone. Draco tried to smile as he received his award. Shouldn't it be 100? He has been helping everyone since our first flying class, Harry said. Yes, and considering how it affects his health, that seems low in comparison, Sirius added. The Godfather and Godson looked at the headmaster. Indeed, pardon me, 100 points to Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore corrected himself. Another day passed, and Harry was allowed to leave. Sirius and Remus decided to stay since the end-of-year feast would be held that day, and they could ride the Hogwarts Express with him. Harry felt excited about the idea and shared it with his friends at the table when he overheard a conversation. He was rewarded points for killing someone from the Slytherin table fake whispered. If we did that, we would be sent to Azkaban, another Slytherin said. How are we supposed to sit next to him? A Hufflepuff whispered, truly afraid. The professor was begging for mercy, and he didn't stop, a first-year Ravenclaw said. As Harry listened, he grew quiet and looked down at his plate. Hey, ignore them. You saved the school. We were getting lessons from you-know-who without our knowledge. You saved us all, and they are ungrateful, Ron said, patting Harry's back. They lack the ability to understand that it was a possessed vessel used by you-know-who, and his plan was to hurt everyone. Don't let their words affect you, Hermione added, glaring at the tables, but they didn't stop gossiping. They are your friends, so why care? Hermione added. Harry's eyes searched for Draco's, and he waved at him. Draco, why is the Dark Lord waving at you? Blaise said mockingly. Pansy giggled, and the two tall boys laughed. Harry felt his heart drop when Draco's smile faded. Dumbledore entered, announcing the end-of-term feast and congratulating the Slytherins for winning the House Cup for 7 years in a row. He encouraged the other houses to give their best effort in the upcoming year. The 7th-year Slytherins cheered and shouted, playfully tousling the first year's heir to pass on the legacy. The Hogwarts Express ride was enjoyable, with Sirius introducing himself to Harry's friends and Remus getting along well with Hermione. However, Harry couldn't help but watch the door, eagerly anticipating Draco's arrival. Finally, the door swung open, and Draco entered, wearing his customary smile. Harry quickly made space for him, and Draco took his seat. Meanwhile, Paix, who had been busy throughout the year with Lucius and Draco, hooted before settling on top of Hedwig's head. Hedwig blinked slowly before closing her eyes. Hello, Savior, Draco grinned. Savior. Harry blushed at the nickname. You did save us, Draco said, flicking Harry's forehead. You don't think I'm... Harry lowered his voice, so only they could hear. A murderer? Harry, you are the best thing that ever happened to the wizarding world, Draco whispered. His voice was filled with certainty and a deep belief in Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry, the boy who once lived under the stairs, feared he would disappoint. But in that moment, with Draco's unwavering faith, he found the strength to believe in himself for now. Chapter and notes. Oh no, I hope nothing traumatizing will happen to these boys. Next chapter. Aura Harry is back. The Veil of Perception 2. Chapter Summary. Aura Harry Potter starts investigating the home of Draco Malfoy. Chapter notes. You don't understand how funny it is to me that Hannibal gives me kudos for adding cannibalism in Chapter 13. Sorry for the grammar and spelling mistakes. See the end of the chapter for more notes. April 21st, 2004. Harry stepped through the door, surveying the aftermath of the attack in the living room. The tremors of destruction still lingered, but they couldn't overshadow the inherent nature of the house, the warmth of the wooden floors and the light beige decor. Slowly, he made his way towards two couches that faced each other by the window, overlooking the garden. One of the couches had fallen to the side, but the table between them still held a teapot and a half-drunk cup of tea. Harry leaned in closer to examine it, his mind filled with thoughts. He murmured, spotting seventh-year Draco sitting in the couch, dressed in the black suit he had worn during the war. His hair, still wavy from the fiend fire, partially covered his face as he basked in the sunlight. Harry reached out, letting his hand rest on the back of the couch, contemplating the scene before him. He then made his way towards the kitchen, where Barry Cloth was. As his eyes scanned the wall covered with pictures, he stopped at one in particular. It depicted Draco and his mother sitting outside. Draco wearing pink overalls while planting, and his mother guiding him. The image revealed a dangerously underweight Draco, his cheeks sunken in, and a sense of vulnerability surrounding him. The subsequent picture captured Draco sitting by the window, engrossed in a book. His hair had grown longer, and his face appeared healthier, albeit with lingering dark circles underneath his eyes. Following, there was a snapshot of Narcissa kneading dough and stuffing it with cream, with Draco's hand playfully being slapped away by his mother. The image revealed a tender moment between them, showcasing a sense of connection and care. Then came another photo of Draco, once again wearing the pink overalls. His cheeks looked plump and rosy, his hair falling straight and resting on his shoulder. He had a radiant smile on his face as he held a basket filled with freshly picked strawberries, proudly displaying it to the camera. Written in Draco's handwriting on the picture was the phrase, "first batch." "It seems Narcissa was in the middle of baking something," Barry Cloth remarked, drawing Harry's attention. Curiosity piqued. Harry walked over to Barry Cloth to examine the scene. The kitchen appeared decorated in warm yellows and oranges, evoking a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Baking supplies were scattered about, and the dough that had once been worked on now lay dry on the countertop. The image painted a picture of domesticity and culinary endeavors, hinting at the moments of normalcy that Draco and his mother had managed to find amidst the chaos and turmoil. "The cleaners are coming one by one," sang Draco behind him. Barry Cloth cast an analyzing spell to detect any magic that had been cast in the area. It was one of the reasons Barry Cloth led the investigation. He was working with the unspeakables to invest spells to track magical signatures and others to help analyze crime scenes. Barry Cloth walked out of the kitchen and cast again. This time a line from the front door to the living room showed up, another from the foot channel. "You don't even want to let them start. They're knocking now upon your door." Harry turned when the voice became higher and Draco changed to Draco fourth year, still in the black suit, singing. Harry checked the foot channel, and it didn't react to the flu powder. Someone cut their foot channel. "This could be a lead," said Harry. "I agree, but let's see the whole house first." "Of course." Draco stood by the stairs, waiting for Harry, his hand urging him up. Harry kept his steps steady and walked up, Death behind him squealing and clapping. They followed the magical trace to the 3 rooms, 3 traces. One soft pink leading to a bedroom, the others green and yellow leading upward. Barry Cloth opened one room. It must have been Narcissa's room. "I will meet you up," said Harry, moving to the other with pink trace bedroom. It was Draco's bedroom, but it wasn't like anything Harry thought it would be. It was small, smaller than Harry's room. It had a white bed frame, a closet, and a desk. Soft pink bedsheets and pillows adorned the bed. A tiny strawberry plant in a pot rested on the windowsill, just above the bed. "Weird," said Harry. Having the bed under the window would let the dust and dirt rest on the bed, and it stood in the way of opening it without getting on the bed. Harry looked around the room. The desk faced the bed. He looked at it and saw a few sketches, some notes on plants, and a dent on the wall. Harry pushed the desk to see what was behind it. A line of dust and a dent on the floor were a bigger object than a desk rested here. He tapped his foot, but nothing alarming came up. The room items were moved, thought Harry. He huffed before and started pushing the bed away from the window. He looked to the floor, knocking on it until a hollow sound echoed in the room. Hee. Harry has an illegal dragon. First-year Draco kneeled by Harry's side, watching him take off the floorboards. "What is this?" said Harry to himself, ignoring the tiny hands covering his finding. "It's mine," the first year said in answer, but Harry ignored him, taking a picture of his finding before he took the boxes out of the floor. Gray shoe boxes, almost 8 boxes hidden under. He opened one and found it to be letters. Taking one up gently as the letter seemed a bit old, the paper soft with years, he read to whom it was addressed. To Hannah Abbott, from Draco. Hannah. Why would Draco send her a message? Thought Harry. He picked another one and found it meant to a different person. To Colin Creevy, from Draco. Harry dropped the letter upon seeing the name and closed the box. Dead people talking to dead people, said fourth-year Draco, speaking aloud to Death, who nodded in agreement. Harry refused to acknowledge them, gathering the evidence in transport bags to be analyzed later. He stood and gave the room a searching look. He combed through the rest of the room, noticing the water jug next to the bed. He smelled it but couldn't detect anything wrong with it. It couldn't hurt. He decided to add some of it to the tubes. "Did you find anything?" Barrycloth asked, standing by the door. "Yes, but I don't think it's related to the attack," said Harry, sharing his observations. He started rearranging the room in the middle of the attack. "He must not have wanted anyone to find these boxes," said Barrycloth after casting a tracing spell on the room. "Always nosy, up in my business. What's Malfoy up to?" "Huh," said six-year Draco, crossing his arms over his chest. "Let's go to the lab." Barrycloth walked in first. "They measure the room. They know the score," hummed Draco as Harry walked around the potion lab. Harry stood where the blood stained the wooden floor, with the chalk still present. He kneeled to take a closer look. "They're mopping up the butcher's floor of your broken little hearts," sang Draco, lying dramatically before Harry in the same position described by the report. This Draco was younger and smiling, third year judging by the hair. Harry looked for a moment before standing and dusting off his knees. They cleaned up the lab. Barrycloth found it hard to distinguish between the attackers and French Auror's magic. "I guess only one Auror was casting magic, and the other 7 lines are from the attackers. Cutting charms, flying charms, a cleaning charm." Barrycloth listed all the spells Harry could recognize from the report about the bodies. Harry took a picture of the chalk drawing, and 3 Dracos from different years tried to photobomb. He looked at the printed photo and found it empty, with only the wooden floor and the chalk drawing. "Let's go to the morgue," said Harry, with Death's hands on his cheek, seemingly shocked by Harry's words. "I agree. I will cast one last spell, but the house needs to be empty," answered Barrycloth. Harry made sure to leave the space so he wouldn't disturb the spells. "Take one." For the first time, it was the 24-year-old Draco, the same one in the living room picture. In his hand, a strawberry. Harry ignored him and decided to go to the Muggle side of the village. He knew how wizards tended to ignore the Muggle side, but Harry guessed someone must have seen or heard something unusual. He saw 2 men standing near the house on the Muggle side, knocking on the door. Harry quickly moved them away, so they wouldn't disturb the analyzing spell. "Out of the way. This is a police investigation zone," said Harry. But he remembered that they might not understand. "What? What happened? We didn't see any tapes?" The tall one with a buzz cut said in American. "It's been under investigation for 2 days now," said Harry. "May I see your badge?" "You don't look French," the man asked, putting his hands on his hips as if he had caught Harry in a lie. "That's because I'm not." Harry dropped his magical badge, which would appear to Muggles as a Secret Service intelligence, MI6 badge, equivalent to the CIA in America. "I would like to ask you several questions," said Harry. "Is Draco all right?" The short man with blonde hair spoke with a French accent, his eyebrows furrowing. "Why is a Brit here?" the buzz cut asked. Harry looked at the short man, put his badge in his coat, and thought of the gentlest way to break the news to him. "There was a murder of 2 British citizens. I assume you know the victims, Draco and Narcissa," said Harry gently. The man's eyes widened, and he rubbed his forehead, trying to make sense of the news. He held himself better than when Harry had heard the news. "I was with him 2 days ago. We walked him home," said the chubby man. Seventh-year Draco patted the man's shoulder, and Harry didn't let his eyes wander to the side. Harry took out his notebook, ready to write it down. The men, Gabriel and Matthew, one a French butcher and the other, funny enough, an FBI agent, was going to be a pain if Harry didn't stop him. The man was trying to get involved in details that weren't related to him, but Harry refused to answer more than what was required. I think it's his old cult, said Gabriel after explaining the figures they saw on April 19th. Cult? You don't even know that? Pointed Matthew, but Harry ignored him. He told me he and his mother were part of a cult before they defected and left when they started killing children his age and younger, Gabriel continued. Ah, I see, said Harry. It indeed was a cult. Thank you for your cooperation, Harry nodded. Where can we get an update on the case? Asked Gabriel. Harry thought for a moment before giving them his office phone number and taking their numbers as well. He told them that there was a big chance whoever did that had left France, so he wouldn't be able to personally speak to them. He looked like a lost boy. The first time he sold jam, he was selling a whole jar for 1 franc. Euro, laughed Gabriel. He was clueless, as if he had never handled money in his hand, added Gabriel. Harry looked for a bench on the Valley Road and asked Gabriel if he could tell him more, curious to know what Draco had been up to. Gabriel agreed and happily sat down. Harry was about to sit when Draco took the space. Harry ignored the image and sat next to Gabriel, a bit too close for a stranger. Gabriel moved away. Well, he kept to himself for the first 3 years here, but then he started to leave his house. Harry sat there, ignoring Draco and Death tugging at his sleeves. Don't be a coward, said third-year Draco. Death nodded in agreement. You will visit the morgue eventually, he added, teeth wide and gray eyes looking at his back. Chapter and notes. We will check on Harry every school year. It will be either at the beginning, middle, or end of the school year. In 2002, France moved their currency from franc to the euro. That's why Gabriel misspoke, not used to the change. Don't mind them OCs, they won't play any important role. It is probably the last time we will see them. Golden Cup. Chapter summary. I'm in love with you all. Thank you to everyone who is enjoying my self-indulged FIC. I giggle and say thank you to my screen whenever I see the kudos and hits. I love my silent readers and chatty readers. You all have a 5-star hotel suite in my heart, with free snacks. Chapter notes. I'm sorry for the grammar and spelling mistakes. I give up halfway. I was Googling how to write a ducking fanfic, lol. I'm still writing the next chapters. Our emergency stock is back to 0, so I will try to save up chapters again. See the end of the chapter for more notes. June 12th, 1992. Murder, yelled Draco. Wait, I can explain, Harry said, reaching out to touch Draco. His hand left a red print on Draco's skin, and suddenly Draco started to bleed from his nose, ears, and eyes. His blonde hair was matted with blood as he collapsed like a broken doll. You just hurt whoever you touch, Aunt Petunia's voice echoed around them. You shall not come back, Dumbledore's booming voice rang out. Draco, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done anything, Harry cried, shaking Draco's shoulders. A voice said. Harry turned to see who it was, but he couldn't find the source. He bleeds the same way he cries, not a doll, nor a human, but surely full of magic, the voice continued. Make him bleed, the voice commanded. Harry gasped awake, his heart racing. Sirius was shaking him. Oh, you woke up, Sirius sighed with relief. Harry went in for a hug, and Sirius embraced him. He clung to his godfather, finding solace in the comforting embrace. His mind was filled with confusion and guilt, and he couldn't shake the disturbing dream and the feeling of dread that lingered. The next day, Remus came by and sat Harry down. Sirius was avoiding eye contact with anyone, and Harry could hear them before arguing about telling him something. Remus must have won, as he began to explain. We want to tell you the full story of what happened to your parents, Remus said. Draco did mention you wanted to leave it after my first year, so I could enjoy it, but that didn't work out, Harry remarked. Draco needs to stop sharing with the class, Sirius commented. Maybe you should be the one to start sharing, Harry replied, glaring at Sirius before the older man sighed and sat next to Remus. Sirius explained their childhood friendship, how they were 4 friends and not 3, the war, and the threat to the Potters due to a prophecy. He revealed that Peter Pettigrew, one of James's best friends, had been the secret keeper, not a normal member of the Order of Phoenix, and was a rat animagus who had gone into hiding after framing Sirius. Now, with the help of Draco and Narcissa, they had found Peter, and his trial was next week. And yes, I'm praying he gets the Dementor's kiss. It's not fair that he gets a trial, Sirius finished. Any questions, Harry? Remus asked, his eyes gentle and his hands clasped together. Harry felt the anger that always lived in him awake. He met Sirius's eyes, and it was as if Sirius wanted him to yell out and break, burning the whole house to the ground. "Do it," Sirius's eyes said. The fire in the fireplace roared, and Sirius blinked. Harry then moved his eyes to Remus. "Why weren't you the secret keeper?" Harry asked, looking down at his hands. Remus explained that they had not been on good terms when they graduated from Hogwarts, and there was tension as he had distanced himself from them a bit. He understood why they would have suspected him. "It was wrong of us, Moony. You would never dash," Sirius started, but Remus cut him off. "I forgave you a long time ago, but it's not me who waits for an apology," Remus said. A lot was left unsaid, and that made Harry angry. Even now, they were hiding things from him. In a fit of anger, he left them to his room and slammed his door shut, a spark of fear for a second before the righteous feeling of being right took over. He locked himself in, and a knock made him worry that was the end of Sirius's robe, and now he had gotten tired of Harry. "Kiddo, talk to us," Sirius said, but when he didn't get an answer, he rested his head on the door. "I will leave dinner outside," Sirius said. "You going to leave him?" Remus asked. "I would have liked someone to let me stew in my anger." "He deserves it," Sirius replied. Harry hid under his blankets, thinking about how his parents' death was brought about by someone they trusted, and how his life with his aunt was a result of that. He closed his eyes and ignored Sirius's voice telling him dinner was ready, refusing to get up. It won't be the first time he sleeps without food. His stomach betrayed him, gurgling and twisting, and he closed his hand over it, realizing how he had gotten used to timely meals and how missing it by an hour left him starving. The next day, after sleeping off his anger, Harry realized there was one way to control his anger, and he was directing it to the wrong person. When he heard Sirius knock, inviting him to breakfast, he ran to open the door before Sirius left. "Oh, you're awake," Sirius said, turning to him. "I want to attend the trial," Harry said, daring Sirius to refuse. But he wasn't met with a refusal. Instead, his godfather sighed in relief. "Yes, kiddo, you can come," Sirius said, reaching out to ruffle Harry's hair. The next week marked Draco coming back from France, and 2 days before the trial, Harry sent Hedwig to ask if Draco knew about it, and if he would be there. His face fell when Hedwig came back with a letter saying no, and that as a child he had given his testimony away before going to France, and he didn't play much of a role, but his mother, on the other hand, would be there. Harry frowned. He didn't want Narcissa. He sent a letter to Ron, hoping the boy would be excited at being invited to see his rat pet get executed. "Mate, that last line wasn't necessary, but yes, all my family will be there." He was the family pet for 12 years, was Ron's answer. His new owl pet, Pig, bites Harry's finger, and he is sure Ron asked her to do so. "I'm ready," said Harry, wearing a gray suit matching Sirius, who seemed to be putting his all into his look with black eyeliner and glittery eyeshadow, hair freshly washed, skin glowing. He fixed his cuff tie, glaring at the mirror and gritting his teeth, but jumped at hearing Harry's voice. "You look handsome, just like your father," said Sirius, patting his back and helping him into the flu channel. Harry smiled and made sure the ash wouldn't dirty the suit. It was his first time in the ministry. The building's magical chaos and organized mess awed him, but he focused on not losing Sirius in the crowd. It was hard as the Daily Prophet, with their flashing cameras, kept filming him and Sirius, almost blinding him. His godfather took his hands and strutted to the courtroom, refusing to answer any of their questions. Sirius Black. "Will you take revenge from Peter Pettigrew now that he is under the Ministry's mercy?" Sirius Black. "Are you against Pettigrew going under the Dementor's kiss?" Sirius Black. "Where do you sleep if not in Diagon Alley streets?" Sirius Black. "Are you qualified to take care of the boy who lived?" Harry Potter. "How do you feel about your parents' murderer?" Harry almost stopped, but Sirius's hold made him keep walking. He saw the reporter who asked, a blonde reporter with big hair, cat-eye glasses, and bright pink lipstick, grinning with her teeth on display. Sirius helped Harry up the stairs where he would sit to watch the trial. Sirius sat next to him, waiting for Remus because Sirius, as a witness, would sit in a different zone. The Weasley family arrived before, and Harry waved at Ron, wishing they had met in a better place. Ron sat next to him and introduced his mother, Mrs. Weasley, call me Molly, and his father, Mr. Weasley at your service." Remus joined them, dark circles under his eyes as he hugged Harry and sat next to him. Judge Barty Crouch Sr. struck the hammer, announcing the beginning of the trial. The press started flashing their cameras. The trial started, bringing in Peter Pettigrew, the short, stocky body with gray skin, deformed claws, and a balding head, cowering at the spotlight as the cameras flashed, while Sirius sat facing him in all his glamorous designer suit with his initials on the pocket, looking down at him with disgust, not worthy of a dust speckle on his shoes. It started with Molly and Percy Weasley explaining finding Scabbers and becoming a family pet, as her son was fond of it, showing pictures and evidence of the rat living all 12 years with them. The judge thanked them and called in Narcissa, who explained her son's vision and how she handled it. Everything is clear-cut, but to avoid any uncleared points, Sirius Black shall be asked as the witness of the October 31st, 1981 night, says the judge. Sirius crosses his legs and retells the night, as he told Harry, but this time with his tone tight and cold, not showing how much it hurts him to keep repeating it. Peter spoke, trying to cut in, but the Auror shook him with a spell to shut him. "Now, for the sake of upholding justice, you can defend yourself," offered the judge. "I was forced. Please believe me, he would have killed me if I didn't hand in the name," begged Pettigrew. "Then you should have died," spat Sirius, losing his cool as the judge hit his hammer to bring order back. "Are you saying you know who has never connected you until the day of the Potter's death?" asked the judge. Peter nodded. His eyes caught Harry, and he frantically stuck to the cage. "You look just like your father, with your mother's eyes. I was their friend. I didn't mean to hurt them." "Don't talk to him," growled Sirius. "The Dark Lord. You have no idea the weapons he possesses. Ask yourself, Sirius, what would you have done? What would you have done?" "He would have killed me," begged Pettigrew, his hands going through the bars. "I would have died rather than betray my friends," spat Sirius. The room went crazy as Remus shielded Harry from the scene, the judge trying to control the room, yelling, "Order, order!" Albus Dumbledore raised his hands, commanding the room to settle. He stood, stroking his beard, and spoke. "And what weapons does he possess? How did he know it was you, the secret keeper?" "Unless you willingly told him," said Dumbledore, before he sat back in his seat. Dumbledore's input was enough for the judge as he decided to wrap up the mess of a trial. According to the evidence provided by the Weasley family, the licensor Draco Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, and Sirius Black, as well as Albus Dumbledore's testimony, you have been an undercover Death Eater who betrayed the Potters, murdered 12 Muggles, and staged your death, running away from justice, said Barty. You will be sentenced to the Dementor's Kiss, as seen fit by the Wisengamot. The judge hit the hammer, and the Aurors got to work. "Harry, James wouldn't have wanted me killed. Your dad would have spared me. He would have shown me mercy," said Pettigrew, yelling. "Lily and James only made you secret keeper because I suggested it," Sirius hissed so venomously that Pettigrew took a step backward. "I thought it was the perfect plan, a bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me. Would never dream they'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters." Sirius stood, closed his coat button, and raised his middle finger to Pettigrew. "I hope you rot in hell, never to be born in the ancient magic circle. The Dementor's Kiss will make sure of that," said Sirius and picked up Harry in his arms. Harry was surprised but tightened hold. He held on Sirius's neck in response. Remus covers them from the camera flashes, leading them to the private room. Sirius doesn't exactly drop Harry, but the weight is too much, so he drops his body to the chair with Harry in his lap. "I need to exercise," huffed Sirius. "Do you want to see it?" asked Remus, looking at the floor, his hands twisted, rubbing his knuckles. "I need to see it to the end," says Sirius. "What about Harry?" "I want to see it," said Harry. He wasn't sure what the Dementor's Kiss was, but it must be the equivalent of an electric chair in the magical world. "You're too young. Seeing such a thing may be traumatizing to you," said Remus. "I want to see it." "He killed my parents," said Harry, looking at Sirius, knowing he is weaker for Harry's demens. Sirius looked between Harry and Remus, debating before sighing. "Fine dash." "No," cut Remus, standing. "He is staying. You're leaving. Now." pointed Remus, fed up with Sirius's lack of order. "But who will stay with me?" challenged Harry. "We can watch him as you two see to it," said Molly as she and her family entered the room. Sirius sighed in relief, kissed Harry's forehead, and left with Remus. Ron walked to Harry and asked him if he was okay, to which Harry answered as fine. "Mate, it's sure hard to see that man and think he was Scabbers." "He used to sleep in my bed," said Ron, disgust on his face. "I'm sorry, Ron. You lost your pet," said Harry awkwardly. "I guess it's okay. I got an owl thanks to Malfoy's mother," said Ron, beaming. "Hush, Ron, now. It's not time for chit-chat. Harry is going through a lot on such a day," said Molly. "Have some sympathy, Ronald," said one of the twins. "Yes, don't distract him from the reality that his father's criminal is being executed," said the other. "It would be cruel to lighten up the burden," the twins said in unison. "Fred, George, stop this right now," yelled Molly. "Honestly, an unforgivable would be more merciful," said Fred. "Don't say that. We are in the ministry," shouted Percy, outraged and looking around to see if anyone heard. "Unforgivable? What even is a Dementor's kiss? Doesn't that mean he will die?" asked Harry, feeling queasy in his stomach. "They will suck his soul out. It's worse than death," said Percy and started explaining. "A Dementor's kiss consumes the victim's soul. Without a soul, they will be empty shells that were still alive but irretrievably gone. It was impossible to return as a ghost or even be part of the ancient magic," said Percy, and he was about to explain the difference to Avada Kedavra when Molly whacked his head. "Stop talking about that. Harry, sit here by me." Molly patted the seat next to her. He sat with Ron, both silent so as not to anger her, the waiting making him think about it. "Merciful?" thought Harry. "Where is Malfoy? Isn't he a core witness as a seer?" asked Ron. "Ah, he handed in his testimony privately. He got special permission," explained Harry. "More like the Malfoys using their influence again," said Percy, envy in his tone. Half an hour later, Sirius and Remus came back worse for wear. Sirius's eye makeup was smudged beyond repair, and his eyes were red. He was smiling at Harry, giving himself a manic look. Remus's shirt was crumpled, and dry tear tracks on his face were not wiped well, with some resting on his scars. "Hey, Fawn, let's go home. It's over," said Sirius. He picked up Harry without asking and hugged him tight, starting to hurt, but he didn't say anything, knowing Sirius needed it. The three went home. Harry waved goodbye to Ron as the flu took him. Remus took Harry from Sirius, and he was glad as Remus's embrace was gentle, afraid of hurting him, and the soft fabric with the high body heat. He let them find comfort in hugging him, and he didn't speak as the three sat by the TV, neither of them watching, more in their own world as one man who changed their life was gone, and it was any other Friday to everyone else. Draco arrived the next day. He was greeted with Sirius's mane all over the place and dark circles underneath his eyes. In yesterday's suit, Draco saw the news before coming over. Still, in some way, the ex-prisoner looked lighter, grinning at Draco's judgmental look and letting him in. "Harry is upstairs. Would you like something to drink?" asked Sirius, walking back to the kitchen. "Hey, Draco. How is your grandfather?" Remus comes down, smiling at Draco. "Great, still spiteful. I spent time with him reading by the lake." "Sirius, don't you want to add a lake to the garden?" said Draco, bubbling about the last visit. "Here are some smoothies for you and Harry. I got pretty good at making them. You will like it." Sirius let 2 glasses flow by Draco, following him upstairs. He waved Sirius off about floating him too and used his cane, his legs not giving him much trouble. Draco knocked on the doors and opened it to see Harry on his bed, his face worn and his jaw slacked as he looked at his hands, his dark circles since Hogwarts very well present, worse than Sirius's. "How are you?" asked Draco, sitting on the bed beside Harry, who moved to give him space. "I'm fine." "You don't look fine." "Then stop looking," retorted Harry. Draco recoiled, surprised, before he narrowed his eyes on Harry. He stood, ready to leave the boy behind. Harry's eyes widened. "No, wait, it's hard to explain," started Harry. "I don't need an explanation. We don't need to talk," said Draco. Harry met his eyes, seeing the sparkle and glow that seemed to chase Draco's since Hogwarts. He leaned in the shoulder as the smell of pomegranate invaded him. reminding him of waking up in the hospital wing surrounded by his family. Once that anger lets go, you will feel better, advised Draco. Harry didn't know how to tell him he had been born angry. At night, Harry opened his eyes. A swirling dread awakened him. He turned to the nightstand where his glasses were and put them on before looking left. Ugh! Panicked Harry when he saw the creepy silver eyes of Draco glowing, invading his soul. "Shoo," said Draco. He didn't move from where he was lying. Harry turned slowly toward the door. Heavy movement, dragging steps around the hall, sounded outside his room. The heavy breathing of a creature echoed as the wood groaned under the weight of it outside his room, pacing. With a huff and a muffled growl, teeth grinding, Harry slowly left the bed, tiptoeing to his broom. Draco slowly shook his head, but Harry ignored him and took hold of his broom as a baseball bat. He tiptoed to Draco's side and helped him up. The two walked to the door. Draco, with one hand leaning on Harry's back, the other with his wand. They waited for the heavy steps to move further away. Then he unlocked the door. The two leaned in to see a great shadow turning inside Sirius's room. "What in the dash?" breathed Draco. Harry hushed him. Harry stuck by the walls, walking sideways to his godfather's door, while Draco tried to drag him to Remus in the guest room. He waved the hand away and leaned away from the wall. Harry's hand rested on Sirius's ajar door. He peered to see the creature hunched, forming a vast void in the darkness, seeming to be munching on bones. Harry's heart beat fast as he yelled, ready to attack and run forward to defend his godfather. Draco shrieked behind him. He used all his force to hit the monster with the broom. The monster shifted and stood on two legs, yelling. "Harry, Harry, it's me!" yelled Sirius, ducking away from the broom. "What's happening here?" shouted Remus from the doorway. Draco shrieked higher at the sudden appearance. "It's me, Draco!" Remus tried to stop Draco from moving much. Sirius fought the broom out of Harry's hands. "Someone turn on the light!" yelled Draco, feeling his soul leave him when he felt warm hands on his shoulders. The light turned on, and the four stopped moving in a mocked musical statue game. "Idiotic half-filth and blood traitor. Not you, young Master Black," said Creature, who appeared by the light switches before he snapped and left the room. "Sirius," said Harry, fixing his glasses. "Yes, it's me. Now give me the broom." "No! What was that thing?" "It wasn't human, and I know Draco saw it too." Harry took a step back, eyes narrowed. "It was also me. I'm an animagus," said Sirius. He transformed in front of them, and in his place stood a great Pyrenees, fur black and built bigger and taller than Draco's 12-year-old body. "You are an animagus?" Like Pettigrew, the dog, and Werewolf flinched at the name. Sirius shifted back, his hair a mess and his black pajamas rumpled. "Well, are you an animagus too?" Harry pointed at Remus, who took a step back, hiding behind Draco. It was comical. "No, it was kind of a let's all go be animagi and not tell Mooney kind of thing," said Sirius with a shrug. "My father was an animagus? So Padoot and Prongs are literal nicknames? Calling me fawn in my face? Is that why you weren't on good terms after Hogwarts? Why do you keep hiding things from me?" yelled Harry. "Hey, I'm very upfront with you. I tell you what you need to know when you need to know it," justified Sirius. "Was I supposed to find out by accident? I was terrified there was a monster in the house, and it was going to kill you. I thought you were in danger." Harry's voice broke at the last. "I understand your concern, but it was my secret. You have Dash. He does have a right, Sirius," cut in Remus, and he went to half-hug Harry but stopped. "You have every right to be angry." "I'm sorry," apologized Remus, thinking there's still more secrets to keep. Draco walked closer and patted Harry's back. "Hey," started Draco. "If it makes you feel better, I didn't know about that, either." Harry, who was frowning on the floor, tightened his eyebrows before relaxing. "You're right, it does make me feel better," Draco snorted. June 19th, 1992. "I think you should go to a summer club," suggests Sirius excitedly. Harry had been playing with his spoon in his cereal for a while and stopped to look at Sirius. "The mutt says what?" said Harry, eyebrow raised. "You need muggle friends and hobbies outside of Quidditch, which I'm sure you'll make next year," added Sirius, ignoring the comment. "If I wasn't expelled, who would want me on their team?" said Harry, dropping the spoon to the side, losing his appetite. "Don't be dramatic," yelled Sirius. "I hope he is expelled," Creature said as he prepared his food. The elf had grown tired of yelling and decided that insulting in a normal volume was the answer to his troubles. However, Sirius still sent him away when he over-insulted them. It wasn't anything Harry wasn't used to with the Dursleys. Sirius made him shower and wear a shirt and pants. During Harry's school year, Sirius had taken the time to look up a few clubs. According to Harry's nutritionist, a sports club would be best for Harry's development. "I have a surprise. I brought a motorbike." Sirius took off the sheet from the bike, which he was hiding behind the house, and Harry gasped, seeing the shiny black motor. Sirius gave Harry a red helmet, and his own was black. "No more underground train," said Sirius, and Harry grinned, excited for his first ride. They drove around London with him laughing at the wind. It was like riding a broom on the ground. Sirius's laughter was loud, deep from his guts, happy as he maneuvered them between the cars. They arrived at their destination, and Sirius stopped the bike, helping Harry get down. "So, I was debating between two clubs. One will benefit your temperament, and the other looks fun, like magical dueling." Sirius patted his knee in a rhythm before pointing at the sign. "Fencing," read Harry, his eyes wide. A white and blue sign, with two swords crossed underneath. It was written in fencing for all grades. Even the name rhymes with dueling. "Come on." Sirius opened the door, rushing him in. It was like a school building with the classes bigger and having big spaces and windows for anyone to watch. They walked to the reception. As it appeared, Sirius already had a date in for today. "What if I refuse to leave home?" said Harry as they were led to a class A1 for kids, beginners. "I would have to try another day." "It's not important. I just want you to have fun, Harry," said Sirius. "Ah, Samuel Black?" A middle-aged man comes to them, shaking hands with Sirius. "Yes, that's me." Harry raised an eyebrow at the fake name. "That must be your godson, Harry Potter." The man shook Harry's hand, introducing himself as Coach Emera, and he took him inside the class. Sirius sat on the side, where other parents sat to watch, waving at Harry. It was the first class, and they were introduced to the gear names and safety tips. Then, after half an hour of explaining, they started on the foundation movement, the advance and retreat movement. First, the coach slid his leg forward, hands not holding the sword yet, and showed them where their arms and legs would be before they slid back to standing. Harry saw some kids sliding and failing because of their socks, laughing every time they slid, but he didn't find it funny. He tried the position and fell back to the starting position. "Excellent, Harry," praised Coach Emera. He looked down, feeling his ears warm when the other kids started clapping. They went to the gym room, where they built their stamina with fun games and jumping. He had to jump over an obstacle, but ended up falling, and the kids started laughing. He felt angry, but two kids started helping him up while laughing, and then went back to trying. Harry stood a bit, watching them. They didn't laugh at him, more like with him, and it was fun, and Harry was in on the joke. It was different from his school experience when living with the Dursleys. The coach lets them take a break after working on their hands and eye coordination for a bit, and cooling down with stretches. "How did you find it?" asked Sirius, handing Harry a smoothie. The two sat on the mat, leaning on the walls as they ate Sirius's packed lunch. Harry looked down, thinking, before he gave Sirius a half-smile. "It wasn't bad," admitted Harry. "That's the spirit," clapped Sirius. After the first lesson, they walked to the bike, hands held, swinging on their way. Harry decided he will forgive his godfather this time, and he did miss joking and playing with Sirius. Next week, after attending fencing for a week, Sirius decided to introduce him to the second club. Before going, he collected his letters from the post office near their home, as Sirius refused to give the address to any more people. Harry smiled as he saw Hermione and Ron's letters, with Hermione sending 7 letters when she realized Harry read the mail every Sunday. After putting the letters at home for later, they went to a field, and he saw kids who were bigger than Dudley pushing each other and running around. The coach was yelling at them to split up for another round. They complained but went on running. Sirius told him how fun he would have in the game, but Harry didn't think he would like it much. "Yo, Black," the coach said without looking at Sirius. "Yes, Potter?" "Someone said you have some energy to let off." The coach looked down at him, with his sunglasses sliding on his nose. Welcome to rugby. You will like it here. He patted Harry's back once, shaking his whole frame. Harry swallowed. June 19th, 1992. Lucius sat in his office. Hair knotted in his hands as he watched the fire and the diary resting in it. The diary, of course, wouldn't burn, but he liked the idea that it might one day. He looked to the side when the door opened. Narcissa walked in, her heels clicking and grating on his nerves. "Did you destroy it?" she asked, hands on her hips, not interested in anything but a yes. "I may have found a way," sighed Lucius before he straightened up, laying his hair down. "Oh, it requires fiend fire," said Lucius. It was the only spell he hadn't tried yet, and he knew he would die if he did. "What an unlucky day to marry a water wizard," said Narcissa, leaning on the chair. "Because your earth core is going to help very much," muttered Lucius. "Want to say something to me, dear?" warned Narcissa. "I couldn't find a fire-based wizard skilled enough to cast it and control it," he answered. "What about the ministry-issued caster? A mudblood. He won't be bribed," huffed Lucius, and Narcissa nodded. "None of our acquaintances fire-based? Few I don't trust to cast a Lumos for me, let alone tell them about this." He waved at the diary still in the fireplace. Narcissa started to think. Every witch and wizard she knew wasn't trustworthy enough to help them. And Fiend Fire was a powerful spell that required a different kind of control, not something an average wizard could cast even if the wizard was fire-based. "Severus," blinked Narcissa, surprised Lucius wasn't the first to call the man. "Air," was all Lucius said. "But that aligns with Fire Dash." The door opened, and their son, Draco, peeked in before he pouted. "Having a meeting without me?" "It was a grown-up meeting," said Lucius as he opened his arms for Draco to climb. The boy was growing thin and tall, but still small enough to fit in his father's embrace. "Is that the diary?" Draco blinked as he noticed it kindling the fire. "Don't worry about it," assured Lucius. He fiddled with his father's button as they started talking about the safe house. "The work for the house is half through," said Lucius. "Now I just need to deal with the paperwork and make sure it's not traceable," sighed Lucius and stood from his seat, sitting Draco down. Narcissa tiptoed to kiss her husband's cheek, who smiled softly at the gesture and kissed her lips. The mother and son left the study, with Narcissa humming. Draco, in an unusual need for comfort, held her hand. "What about your safe house? The Coucher de Soleil de Diamant?" he asked. "That hut?" "Draco, it was because we were kicked out of England. It was tiny and dirty most of the time. We didn't have house elves," justified Draco. "He did try to clean, but he wasn't used to it, and neither he nor his mother liked it." "You can't possibly want to go back," laughed Narcissa. "Oh, I liked it there," he mumbled. "Of course you would like it. It's all we had left," huffed Narcissa and patted his head. "No need to limit ourselves when we have the money for better," she explained, hands wide, smiled at Draco, and turned back to her sunroom. "I'm going to do my skincare. Do join me." "Your lips are white, dear," she said before turning left. Draco looked down at the floor. "I like it because it was us," he murmured, knowing she wouldn't hear it. June 29th, 1992. Draco and his parents fell into their routine of hanging out together in the same room, with each one doing their own thing. Narcissa kept up to date with the financial books, all of the Malfoy assets, and also her side of the Black family's assets. Draco was just practicing a new pattern that may suit his artwork, layering lines to look artistic. Lucius sat by the fireplace on the floor, his hair tied back in a low ponytail, trying his best to burn a diary without using a destructive fire spell. Draco sighed, disappointed as the telltale signs of a vision attacked him. The outside of a small manor came into view, with an overgrown garden, and he could see the manor's sign, Riddle Manor. A skeleton cloaked in black rested on a seat, with Nagini slithering around the chair. The pinkish skeleton's hand rested on the snake's head. "Nagini," spoke the body, the voice giving Draco pause. He knew that voice, the Dark Lord. "I give you the honor to be my sixth and last horcrux," said Voldemort. Draco gasped, his parents watching him from where they were seated. "Draco," said Narcissa. "It's a horcrux." Draco pointed at the diary, blood leaving his nose. "A snake's body is embroidered on the cloth." The Malfoys panicked and started running. Narcissa went to Draco, picked him up. Lucius went to the safe, opened it, and placed the diary in the safe, locking it up with a kick of his legs. "How did you get a horcrux?" yelled Narcissa. "He gave it to me. I thought it was just his memories locked in, like magical paintings," explained Lucius. "There are 6, informed them Draco. 6? He divided his soul into 6 pieces? Where are they?" said Lucius, his face paling at the idea. Narcissa was silent, thinking. She looked back at the financial books, a memory of Bella outraged as her vault was broken into, the Order of the Phoenix getting something from it, and escaping on a dragon's back. Bella had killed 4 Death Eaters, finding them useless to her blight. "I think I know the location of another one," said Narcissa. June 30th, 1992. Narcissa was Lestrange's fiduciary, or the holder of the mandate, as her sister, her brother-in-law, and his brother were indisposed. Even in prison, they can set limitations on what the holder of the mandate can do, and they give Narcissa Black access to handle their payments and bills. She used to simply send the total to Gringotts, and they would withdraw the amount for her and send a report to Azkaban. But now a personal visit is needed. With her husband and child, they went in and quickly asked the goblin to take them to Draco Malfoy's allowance vault after they went to the Black Vault. They rode in silence, and once there the 3 entered, and she pretended to take notice of what was and wasn't there before she asked the goblin to take her to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. "Fiduciary stamp?" the goblin asked, and she showed him the golden stamp indicating she had almost free reign of the vault with less than 3 restrictions. They were driven a bit low, to the sleeping Ukrainian iron belly, facing the vaults. Draco blinked at seeing the sick dragon, asleep with a chain around its neck. "Let's go," said Narcissa. "Oh no, only the one with the stamp," said the goblins. "I need them to help me check, considering how easily someone broke in last time," said Narcissa, eyes narrowed. "And it would be the last time," sneered the goblin. "I doubt it. I will have my family with me. I'm not letting my baby outside with that dragon there," said Narcissa. "Rules are rules," said the goblins. "I have been thinking, my husband and I heard about this new German bank. It's so famous it started opening branches. Soon they will open one in London, and we shall be the first to move our vaults, the 103 vaults, to it," smirked Narcissa. The goblins sneered but stepped back, letting the family inside. They closed the door so they could speak freely. "Okay, Draco, your turn," said Narcissa. Draco, with his new sensitivity to magic in this reality, handled the role of recognizing the other horcruxes. He remembers how the diary felt to him, but in a vault full of dark artifacts, it made his senses cloudy. That is, until they stopped by the wall in the vault, like a corridor full of cursed objects with a golden cup on a pedestal at the end and a cursed line around it, emanating a pulsing heat of magic similar to the diary. "The cup," pointed Draco. "Leave it to me, darling," said Narcissa. Lucius took from his pocket the magical bag, an artifact they had collected from the Black Vaults just now, so the goblins wouldn't catch them at the front door if they walked in with it. "Here you go, Draco. Show me those Quidditch reflexes," said Lucius with a smile. Narcissa fixed her pantsuit and took a step back before running forward and jumping, clinging to the bars above. Using her heels, she picked up the cup from its handle. Draco opened the bag, ready to catch it. She swung her leg, and the cup fell. Draco, with a quick movement, caught the cup inside. She swung back and dropped away from the cursive line. "Oh, finally!" she sighed and fixed her suit. Looking back, she saw Lucius giving her half-lidded eyes. She winked at him. "Let's get out now." They hid the bag inside Draco's allowance bag and left the vault. "Everything accounted for?" the goblin asked. "Yes, precise as usual," said Narcissa, and she walked past him to the cart waiting. Lucius and Draco followed her. They left the bank with none the wiser. The goblin didn't think the Malfoys would want to steal from another vault that was naturally under their care. "So now we have 2 horcruxes and no way of destroying them," said Lucius. "Fiendfire," said Draco, surprised he was even suggesting it. "Fiendfire." Draco blinked as he tried to connect the dots. The golden trio in the room of hidden things, looking for something while a war was raging outside. After the Fiendfire, they didn't care about what was inside. It was destroyed. "There is a horcrux at Hogwarts," consoled Draco, keeping the information to himself for now. "If we want to burn the whole house down, I'm water and your Mother Earth. Casting such a spell requires great control and alignment. We need a fire-based wizard or which we can trust and is powerful enough to cast it and control it, said Lucius, sighing as he locked the cup and diary in the same compartment. But Draco didn't hear him. As he sweated at the idea, he may have to go inside the room of requirement again to look for the horcrux. He was in a graveyard, with the man chasing his dream standing behind him. The man opened Draco's hand to give him a dagger by the blade. His larger hands wrapped around Draco, letting the blade cut into his hand. The sky was red with dark black clouds, the graves trashed, and broken headstones laid around. "Hold it tight," said Harry. Draco turned to his right, surprised to see it was indeed Harry Potter from his old reality, tired and worn, glasses broken as he watched Draco. "You heard him bleed," the man behind him said. Draco blinked slowly, waking up. The dark, cold air moved his hair over his mouth and nose. The wet feeling on his face let him know the hair was stuck in the blood. He carefully moved the hair away, and it rested on his cheek, making faded red lines across the skin. He looked around and realized he seemed to be in the Malfoy's graveyard, far away from the manor and garden. A burn on his legs and hips made him drop to the floor. "Oh!" Paxi leaned over to look at him, as she was sitting atop his head while he sleepwalked. He laughed despite himself. "You couldn't have woken me, teased Draco. "How did I get here?" thought Draco. He had to walk from his room to the back gates without his cane, which didn't make sense to him. The distance was long enough that it would have left him sweating even in the old reality. "A lick!" The elf appeared, taking in a breath, as close to surprise as a lick could get, and took hold of Draco's hand. "Young master, what are you doing out of bed?" With a snap, a coat dropped on his shoulders and loafers covered his muddy feet. The elf moved him to the bathroom, the magic working to heat up the bath and warm him up. "I will call the masters," the elf said. "No, don't," Draco replied. "But young master, they are asleep. When they wake up, I will tell them. No point in waking them now, and I'm all right." "Just give me the potions," said Draco, dread in his stomach. "Sirius, what's your magic base?" asked Draco. He had avoided his parents, leaving a note to visit Sirius, as he needed to find someone to destroy the cup and diary as soon as possible. The sleepwalking accident made him reinforce his occlumency shield, panicked about what it was doing to him. "Oh, no one's asked me that in years. That's not to imply I'm old. It's just that no one's asked Dash." "Sirius," snapped Draco, irritated. "Earth. We blacks seem to be earth or air." "Regulus was air," Sirius replied. "What is a magic base?" asked Harry. "Well, it's Dash," Draco started. No, let me please, begged Sirius. "Fine af the Draco. Once upon a time, there were 4 sisters. They loved playing in the forest, but their mother forbade them to until the summer came and the weather was full of life. The mother allowed her children to go out, but not without warnings. She told the first not to play too long in the forest, or it would get dark. She told the second not to stay too long in the forest, or you would grow hungry and thirsty. Mom said just thirsty. Cut in Draco. "I'm saying my version," argued Sirius. "Anyway, she told the third one not to climb the forest tree, or you would fall. She told the fourth one not to get deep in the forest, or you would get lost. The mother knew her children well and gave warnings according to their behavior. The sisters played and played, with each one taking a tree twig as her sword. They played and played, and the daylight turned to moonlight. "Oh no, it's night," mouthed Draco, remembering his mother's voice acting. "Oh no, it's night," said Sirius. The girls huddled closer as the cold wind stung them, and the first girl, worried about her sisters, wished hard. The tree twig in her hand sparked with flames, and they lit up a fire. But soon, they grew thirsty. The second sister wished hard, and water started leaving the twig in her hand. The sisters drink and drink, but they require food. The third, excited to be useful, suggested they could take some eggs from the bird's nest, and she climbed up the trees ready to grab the eggs with the twig in her hand when her balance failed her. She fell. Fall, said Draco and Sirius in rhythm. Wind carried her up, until she took the eggs, and the wind helped her get back down. So they eat and drink, but they don't know where they are, and even with the fire, the road looks unfamiliar. The fourth one knew they were lost, and she healed her twig, hoping her mother would find them. The forest moved, making an archway for the girls, and on the other side was their mother, happy to see them, and they got home, clapped Sirius. "Still don't know what a magic base is," said Harry, not impressed with the story or the teller. "It's what spells you are good at. You can cast all spells, but you are good at casting some more than others. Spells, no matter what, are divided into these 4 elements," explained Draco. "Hogwarts no longer cares to teach students according to their magic base. They will just teach you all the spells, and when you get employed, you get a piece of paper that tells you what your base is, and that's it," shrugged Sirius. "Unless you decide to work on yourself and master the spells based on your magic," added Draco. "What's my base?" asked Harry. "I don't know air," cut Draco. "Why do you think I'm air? You defeated ducking Voldemort with an Expelliarmus. Of course, you are air," thought Draco. But instead, he said, "Because you're an airhead." Sirius laughed heartily as Harry glared at him. Draco smirked, but explained that Harry's aptitude for spells like the levitation charm and hovering charm suggested an air base. They started telling different spells what their base is and how some spells share a base. Episki is water-based, but Protego is both air and earth-based. Any weather spell is both water and air-based, sometimes fire too, said Sirius. "Unforgivable." "What are they?" said Harry. Silence, as the 2 blacks looked at each other. "They don't have a base. Anyone willing enough can use them," said Draco, looking down at his arm scars, remembering his failing attempt at Crucio. "Patronus too doesn't have a base," said Sirius, and he changed the mood as he cast his dog Patronus, and it started playing with Harry and Draco. And they went back to informing Harry on spells bases. "Any summoning spell is earth-based," said Draco, and he realized with disappointment that Professor McGonagall may be earth-based. It seems like fire-based people are rare now that he is looking for one. "What about Moony?" asked Harry. "Moony? Oh, he is fire." Chapter and notes. Sirius. "I'm an animagus." Harry. "I thought you were British." Motivation of fire. Chapter summary. Happy birthday, Draco. "You changed my life, so I changed yours." Smiling face sparkles, smiling face with hard eyes, Pistol 9K chapter. Chapter notes. We are back in 2nd year, and it will be longer. 3 chapters maybe? TW. My little Thimble's 2 hearts, I already add the archives warnings from day 1. Shit will get darker, but not now. Just a reminder. 2 hearts, graduated, make me feel high. See the end of the chapter for more notes. July 3rd, 1992. Ugh. Life would be easier if I sent that diary to Hogwarts and let it kill all the mudbloods. But unfortunately you decided to let Draco study in the same school, said Lucius, bored with his whiskey cup in hand, the ice never melting. Lucius, they're kids. Yes, they are mudblood, but it's not that serious, said Narcissa. You want to wait until they are adults and multiplying? Lucius was convinced he had ended the conversation. Narcissa huffed, but didn't try to correct him. I mean, it will sure get our hands clean of all of this, she said. Shame, the 2 said at the same time. Master? Dobby appeared nervously, twisting his thumbs. What do you want? Didn't I say not to come here without me calling? The ministry called, Dobby said. So? Leave. Who cares about the ministry? Spat Lucius, and he kicked Dobby for good measure before the elf popped away. Draco came by to see them sitting by the safe, still discussing it. He ignored it and went on doing his homework. His parents soon got bored. Narcissa stood up. The Weasleys invited me for tea as a thank you, she said. Surprised they can offer tea, said Lucius, and his mother giggled at it. Draco had to give her a disapproving look, and when she caught it, she straightened up and chastised his father. Maybe you should bake her something? Asked Draco. Bake? Both his mother and father said in surprise. Why would I bake when we have house elves? Said Narcissa, disinterested. I'll be back soon. She waved and left them. You say some weird things, son. Must be a given. Being a seer, laughed Lucius and ruffled his hair. Harry left the train, and the 2nd years were led to horseless carriages, or so thought Harry. What are these creatures? Said Hermione in wonder. I need to study them, she whispered. They are creepy, said Ron as the 3 sat and were joined by Neville. What are you talking about? Asked Harry. The skeletal horses, said Ron. Harry frowned, not sure if it was a prank or another thing of the wizarding world he had missed. arriving at Hogwarts and attending the ceremony. This time Harry remembered how excited he was and clapped for everyone who joined Gryffindor. A boy named Colin Creevey sat close, his eyes never leaving Harry, which started creeping him out. He noticed how the tables booed when someone joined Slytherin, leaving a bad taste in his mouth, especially when Draco tried to overpower the boos with his clapping and greeting the first years. "Love good, Luna," said McGonagall. A girl wearing pumpkin earrings and with white blonde hair sat on the stool. Harry could swear she was the female version of Draco if it wasn't for her nose shape and eye color. The girl, Luna, ended up in Ravenclaw. Soon after, it was Ginny's turn, and she joined her brothers, who yelled as loudly as possible, with the twins standing up to show off the whole Weasley line in Gryffindor. Soon the feast started. Harry saw the milk was closer to Lavender, so he asked her, "Could you pass me the milk, Lavender?" Lavender Brown looked at her plate and shifted away toward her friend Patil, ignoring Harry. Hermione blinked a bit and reached her hand to the milk, handing it to Harry. "Here you go, Harry," she said. "Thank you, Hermione," said Harry, but he had lost his appetite. September 7th, 1992. Draco walked to the library, knowing his goal would be there. Indeed, Granger sat by herself, her hair back in its untamed mess, and he wondered if maybe she hadn't yet asked Lavender to do it for her. It was still the first week of school and early morning. He let his cane hit the ground a bit, echoing in the quiet library. Granger's head turned up, and Draco turned up the charm. "Miss Granger, good morning," he said. "Good morning, Draco. Harry is not here." "I'm not sure, Dash. I'm aware. I've come to talk to you," Draco interrupted, sitting down in the chair next to her and smiling. "Me?" Granger asked, surprised. "Yes, you," Draco replied. "I would like to pay for your service. I don't do others' homework, but if you need help with one Dash," Granger started. "No, I don't need help with that, but it's a good business idea," Draco cut her off. "I would like for you to write a strategy for me, Dash." "Oh, I would love to. I can give you my studying schedule for free. It's divided by—" Granger trailed off, blushing with embarrassment. "I should let you finish, don't I?" she said. Draco found her excitement at the idea of a study partner cute. The girl seemed more calm, too. It may be the fact that she had befriended her year's girls and above, or Draco had grown more agreeable to her. "I need a strategy to convince pure-blood children to take Muggle studies as an elective," he said. Granger owed in awe. "You see, pure-blood views on Muggles can be categorized into three: awe, hate, and fear. You can guess how hard it would be for the last two to willingly choose Muggle studies as an elective," Draco explained. "I will need your help in arranging a campaign. I will talk and handle the hows and whys. Just need the topic and bullet points on the approach." Draco tilted his head to the side. "What do you say?" he asked. "Yes." Granger's eyes were sparkling, and she clapped her hands over her mouth after shouting. "Yes, I would love to know more about the purebloods culture and how we can make them more open-minded about Muggles, Draco." "That's an amazing goal to have," she praised him. "See you in a week to discuss what you came up with in your invoice," Draco said, standing slowly and letting his cane drop heavily to echo in the library. He hums on his way to the dorms when the twins again manage to corner him alone. "It's like they've been waiting for him." "We had a whole year of thinking," said Fred. "What could a pure-blood, seer from an ancient house, and wealth beyond the imagination need?" said George. "Protection from losing it all," they said. "You care about being protected and blackmailing the right people," said Fred. "Here is our offer. You give us exam questions. We sell them for a price of 4 sickles a question and owe you a favor," said George. "Now we are talking." "Go on," smirked Draco, liking the idea of owning all of Hogwarts' student population a favor. "As upfront payment, we will give you our most valuable treasure, the Marauder's Map." Draco raised an eyebrow at the empty piece of paper, but stayed quiet. They explained the map, what it does, how it works, and that they memorized all the passages so they don't need it. They had watched Draco the whole year, and he looked like a good option to pass on their legacy. They activated the map for him to see. He stayed silent when he saw the names: Mooney, Padfoot, Prongs, and Wormtail. He nodded his head and shook their hands, offering his support for any business they may open later. "Harry will be pissed off," thought Draco with a grin. Walking to his dorm room, he saw Tracy Davis sitting and chatting with the other half-blood girls. He waved at them and greeted them. They looked at each other, but returned his greetings. They were used to him greeting everyone in any room he walked into, but maybe they didn't think that would include them. The painting this year is of the witch's mother, Hecate. He bowed to the painting before pushing it aside to get to his room. He closed the door and sighed. Paxi was picking up a storm, hooting as loud as she could. He turned to see what got her agitated when he saw Dobby. "Dobby, wait, what's that in your hands?" Draco took a step back, sticking to the door. "Dobby wants to protect Harry Potter." "The only way is young master here," said Dobby, walking closer with the supposed locked horcruxes, the cup and the diary. "Why are these here?" asked Draco, trying to channel a calm he doesn't feel. Dobby heard the master talk about killing muggles, but they won't for young master, so Dobby thought. You thought, sarcasm heavy in his tone. "Young master will protect the school," Dobby finished, raising his hand up as if Draco were going to take it. "1 strawberry, 2 strawberries, 3 strawberries. Draco closed his eyes, remembering gardening his strawberry plants and how calming it was. He didn't even want to go to the past anymore in the first place. Dobby knows the young master is friends with Harry Potter. He won't let anything happen to him, babbled Dobby. "You dumb creature," snapped Draco, using his cane to swing at the elf who teleported away, dropping the diary and cup on the floor. "Take this back. It was safe where it was." Draco almost yelled. "No, I heard master. He said it will be easy," said Dobby. Paxi was pissed off and started flapping her wings. Draco aimed his goblin steel cane and threw it at the elf who teleported behind him. The cane stuck to the wall. "You will do anything to protect Harry Potter. We'll do anything to kill you, eh?" Draco threw himself, taking hold of the elf's neck and started shaking him up. "You useless creature. Father should have finished you long ago. Alec would never do that to me. You're the worst thing to ever happen to me. Even losing the ability to run without pain is nothing compared to what you did," said Draco, slamming him to the side of his bed. The bed shook and the snake statue on the nightstand moved. It turned into a physical fight as Dobby tried to free himself from Draco's clutches, and he pushed Draco to the side of the bed. Draco hit his head and dropped to the floor. The snake statue shook. Ugh. He got up, touched his head, and felt wet liquid on the tips of his fingers. "No, Dobby is a bad elf," said Dobby, shocked, and started slamming himself onto the bed, the statue shaking until it fell to the floor, breaking to pieces. "Get out," said Draco, fighting the daze. Dobby kept hitting himself. "Get out! You only make things worse," yelled Draco. He heard the painting outside his room move. Fighting the headache, using his robes, he gathered the cup and diary in his hands without directly touching them and slid them under the bed. Sirius walked in, and Dobby disappeared. Mr. Malfoy. He ran to help Draco up, seeing the broken statue and the cane stuck to the wall. He didn't ask, picking up Draco and moving him to Pomfrey, Paxi following him with her best speed. Draco's eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness as the pain in his head intensified. Severus Snape didn't care much for anyone, and all his relationships were built on mutual benefit. Maybe Minerva was as close to a friend as he would have in this life. Most of the people he shared this mutual benefit relationship with were aware of it and used it as it benefited them. Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa Malfoy. In his first year, they were in their 5th year. As prefects, they guided the students well, telling Severus of hidden spots and how he should never walk alone as a Slytherin. Unfortunately, he didn't have a group to protect him and had to face school as a lone Slytherin. They sometimes helped him. Back then, innocent as he was, he didn't see them mentally keeping track of favors, and he owed them too much when he graduated. So now he was locked in a relationship where each favor they called in he had to do with no benefit to him, paying a debt he wasn't aware of as a first year until he was a 3rd year. He is sure they are now using fabricated debts to get him to work, but discussing the details of that time of his life is the last thing he wants, so he agrees to shut them up. They didn't ask for unreasonable things, mostly poisons he didn't care who they killed with, it wouldn't be traced back to him, or potions, more accurately one potion, a fertility one, for a long while before their son Draco was born. After that, they seemed to just maintain the relationship until a need arose. The need arises with Draco Malfoy going to be a first-year student. Severus. One wonders if you're up to date with news. I will assume not. My son Draco is a seer, said Lucius in their monthly wine chat. If he could, it would be yearly, a week after Sirius Black was released from Azkaban. I'm aware, said Snape. He was well aware because the headmaster commented on it. It seems Draco Malfoy wasn't a typical seer. His vision was clear and wasn't hidden by riddles or twisted words and fogs. That alone made a few heads turn. His power unfortunately came with side effects that may affect the quality of his life in Hogwarts, said Lucius, and started explaining the nerve damage, the scars, hand tremors, and neuromuscular imbalance leading to limping. It would bring me peace of mind to know someone is watching over his back and deterring away unwanted attention, said Lucius, looking over his wine rim at Snape waiting for his reaction. Finally, his debt is about to end. Protecting young Malfoy from bullies for the next 7 years is enough payment, and in equal measure too. I understand, said Snape, and told him he can fill a form to apply for a private dorm, and he would take precautions with the matron and other professors. Draco Malfoy will be comfortable in the next 7 years. Stopping idiotic students from even looking at the boy was easy. The twins seemed aware of his involvement. They kept their distance as far as he knew, but he felt his mission would be threatened with that one boy. Potter, stuck like gum in hair, and Severus had tried it before by the boy's father. Till now, the boy kept up an innocent front of being a helpful classmate, but he knows the boy lives with Sirius Black, and Black is still as childish as he was 20 years ago. As the Muggles say, peaked in school and never passed it. He hopes Lupin interfering would humble the boy a bit, but it's proven difficult as the boy loudly and clearly followed him around. If Snape wasn't a 6 feet 1 inch adult and James Potter wasn't dead, he would think he was being chased by a squeezed version of his bully, that he's trapped on a time turner. The boy wanted to know about his mother, but Snape is talking about how Potter is ruining the chances of him being freed from his debt. It turns out he should be worried about Draco himself ruining Snape's chance at freedom. If he messed up this mission, he may end up losing his life. The Malfoys fought for years to have their child, and they will kill to keep him. He doesn't mind dying, but the methods and reasons are important to him. So dying under mysterious circumstances, because Draco Malfoy hid his head away from Severus's eyes, is not fashionable nor decent. Running through the passageway to the medical bay, the closest passageway, as a professor dropped him outside the door, instead of inside if it was Draco himself activating the doors. Professor Snape, I was looking for you. Lockhart tried to stop him. Snape brushed past to Pomfrey. Poppy, he yelled, and she rushed to him. What happened? She started casting analyzing spells as Snape led the boy on his side. Head trauma by the bed. He was conscious for 5 seconds before he lost consciousness. Eyes rolled up. The bleeding didn't stop. It didn't look deep. Yes, the wound isn't deep. The head tends to bleed a lot no matter what, but the hit must have been strong enough to shake something, said Poppy. A cough behind him. He ignored it. Another cough. I myself have been trained in medical spells. I had to use these skills when I was fighting in Spain, said Lockhart, walking closer to the bed. Snape will not let that failed experiment get a step closer to his lifeline. We have a perfectly capable matron here, and she is handling it well. Please leave, as you are intervening the student's privacy, said Snape. I know a spell that will wake him up right away, bragged Lockhart. He needs to wake up naturally. Forcing him to wake up will mess up his memory or his mobility function, said Poppy, as she now was aware of who was with them and how dangerous he could be. Nonsense, he. One step closer, and I will have to restrain and report you to both the headmaster and the boy's parents. Are you familiar with the Malfoys? Said Snape, wand out. Ah, yes, the Malfoys. They know me too, but that reminds me I need to sort my fan mail. Snape watched the idiot leave the hospital wing before he lowered his wand. About that, are we going to notify his parents? Asked Poppy, worried. No need to. They give me the leverage to call the shots. He is fine, waved Snape his hand. So you will be the one to take responsibility if they ask why we didn't tell them, grinned Poppy when he glared at her. Whatever. Draco woke up with afterimages of choking the daylight from Dobby, only to find himself in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape watching him. Their tense shoulders visibly relaxed when they saw he was awake. Paxi hooted and sat next to his head. He had a minor concussion that was easily treated by Madame Pomfrey, but given the list of things he had been through, they weren't sure if it would affect him differently. I feel better, thank you. May I leave? Draco asked as he sat up. I don't have a reason to keep you here unless you're feeling something I didn't catch. Madame Pomfrey replied. He shook his head and was helped up by Professor Snape, who asked him why his cane was stuck in the wall. I threw it in anger, Draco answered honestly. The two adults remained silent, pity in their eyes, as they considered the frustration of a boy struggling with his condition. Draco didn't need to add that it was an attempted murder. Snape walked him to the dorm with a borrowed cane. He helped Draco into the room and unstuck his cane, giving Draco a warning about damaging school property and replacing the broken snake statue with another one. Paxi, who had been sitting on Draco's head on the way, moved to the canopy bed. First things first, sighed Draco, looking underneath his bed. Thankfully, the cursed objects were still there. Using his robes, he picked up the cup and diary, throwing them into his makeup trunk, which he had emptied into his vanity cabinet. He locked it and shoved it under his bed. Draco sighed before taking out parchment to write his parents a letter. Dear Mother and Father, I miss you terribly. It feels as lonely in this dorm as our living room safe is. The two treasures of my heart are away from me as they are away from you. One would think I was cursed to be followed by thoughts and broken souls. He wrote about his school day to hide the coded words from prying eyes. Father, your house elf is the worst elf to ever exist. You deserve someone who understands you and is loyal. Even the P looks more useful for the jobs. I was just reminded of how he ruined my 6th birthday by bringing a chocolate cake instead of a strawberry one, because he heard you wishing it was chocolate. P.S. Keep your flue open, for a fire coming in to warm up the manor is a possibility. Yours, Draco. Phew. Draco sealed the letter and looked at Paxi, who started shaking her head. I promise this will be the only one, just one letter this month, nothing like last year, he said, spending almost half an hour reasoning with Paxi and bribing her before she finally took the letter and flew out of the dorm. He sat down to write his second letter. Dear Professor, ugh, he muttered, reaching for a new piece of parchment. Dear Remus, how was your day? Mine was less ideal than one would expect. Remember the hypocrisy of drowning in an ocean, and the only way out is to dry up the ocean? I was placed in a similar position. I would love it if you could visit Malfoy Manor. Their flood channel is open. Once you meet my parents, tell them that you are fire-based. They will tell you the rest. I would love to know what you do when we are at Hogwarts. It has piqued my interest. Grateful for you, Draco Malfoy. He sealed the letter and was faced with the fact that he didn't know where Lupin lived. I will ask Harry. I was already planning on using Hedwig, thought Draco. Paxi flew through the dungeon, looking for the first window to leave from. She found one and slowed her pace, but she was grabbed by a great bat who looked at her with a terrifying expression. I will be taking this for now. Thank you, said Snape, taking the letter and placing it in his inside pocket. No rush in sending it. It can wait a week or two, he added, holding her gently in his palm and walking them to his office. Paxi, feeling defeated, didn't put up a fight. She wasn't excited for the journey anyway, and waiting a week or two to send it wouldn't hurt. She hooted excitedly when she saw a plate of snacks as big as her waiting for her. Yes, she wasn't in a rush. September 8th, 1992. Draco woke up with his nose stuffed by dried blood, breathing hard. He couldn't remember his dream, just the feeling that his mental shields were fighting to keep something at bay. After cleaning up, he went to the Great Hall to find Harry. Early in the morning, no one minded who sat where, so he sat next to him, with Ron seeming to almost sleep on his plate. Howdy, Ened Hedwig. I want to send a letter to Remus. Sure, said Harry, with less energy than usual. Draco attributed it to the early hour. With the message sent, he tried to think of ways to protect himself from Voldemort's horcruxes. September 8th, 1992. Remus Lupin lived in a simple apartment in Diagon Alley. He worked as an editor for research papers, a modest job with only one regular client, Pandora Lovegood. She sent a paper every week, if not every day, often half-formed plans that made him think she was sending her diary at one point. She had effectively become his employer. However, last year, she had an accident blowing up her leg. It was regrowing, but the incident had made her more calm and less erratic in sending her papers, now reduced to 2 papers a month. Letters that weren't in pink envelopes or Severus's packages were few and far between. Sirius usually contacted him via call, not having time for letters. Seeing Hedwig with a letter, Remus thought it was Harry catching him up on his first week. He blinked in surprise when he saw Draco's name. Reading it was confusing and worrying. He didn't have time to write back, so he used his flute to Malfoy Manor, waiting all of 3 seconds before they accepted him. Dropping into the luxurious living room, which could be anything from a ballroom to a courtroom, he noticed his shabby clothes and was met with Lucius Malfoy drinking his whiskey with a hateful glare. "May I ask what gave you the idea you are welcome here?" Lucius asked slowly, looking up and down at Remus's attire. Your son?" Remus replied, cringing at how bad that answer sounded. Lucius's glare turned murderous. Chapter and notes. Lucius would have dropped the year diss track on Remus. Hermione is fire-based too. Draco doesn't know yet. Hissing pipes. Chapter notes. Why the chapter is late. I was reading fanfic like you all, face with end over mouth. Not real reason. I sent my first draft to an editor. They sent it back with a 5 pages PDF telling me how poor writing it is, and I was devastated. I lost motivation to write in my novel or this fanfic, and I started reading fanfic while analyzing word count and how they cover the plot with less word count than me. I lost confidence in myself. And honestly, it was valid points, so I decided I'm not ready to publish a novel. I need to practice more and went back to write this fanfic. So if you felt my style is changing, I'm trying to improve, and that may include improving and growing pains. Thank you all. Upside, I read my own fanfic, and I was enjoying the plot so much and how I was doing, so I remembered I started this because I enjoy it. Thank you all for the great support and for enjoying my brain rot. Smiling face with hearts. See the end of the chapter for more notes. September 8th, 1992. Draco went to the library looking for protection charms that could stay active without him maintaining them. He tried everything in his trunk, but it was still a mental battle between Voldemort's soul and his occlumency shield, causing him to wake up with breathing problems from the blood-clogged nose. Hermione Granger entered with a heavy file, slamming it on the table, the sound echoing in his head. "Don't slam things. Do things with elegance," he snapped. "Sorry, I was excited to meet up. I finished it right after you asked, but I edited and proofread it, and I can't wait any longer." She spoke excitedly. He decided a change of scenery was needed and closed his book to give her his attention. "So I thought to make each phase 2 months long. There will be 3 phases, and we can turn it into a society club." Granger continued talking, and he listened impressed. That's why he chose her. Not only because she was a muggle, but she always went the extra mile if she was passionate about the topic. He remembered in 4th year, she went on about elf rights. In 5th year, the Dumbledore's army was clearly her idea. And last he heard, she was a politician in the old reality. He nodded his head, but knew a few things needed to change. As they were finishing up, Granger mentioned they just needed a name. "I think we should choose something that will spell SLY as an acronym," Luna suggested. Draco turned to her, seeing her tiny frame, wearing dolphin earrings, her hair in a ponytail, and her eyes sparkling with life, unlike when he last saw her in battle, with a look of disappointment as he walked to the other side. "That's brilliant, Luna." Impressed by her suggestion, Draco smiled softly. "How do you two know each other?" Granger inquired. Before Draco could answer, Luna beat him to it. "We're both children of the stars," she said dreamily. "Are you named after the Luna Polaris constellation?" "I thought you were named after the moon," Draco said, surprised. Luna replied, "That too." Draco then explained how he knew Luna, how he saved her mother's life with a vision, and that was it. Luna admitted she wanted to thank him, but overheard their conversation, so she decided to join in. "I would like to join. It sounds fun," Luna said, pulling a chair to join them. "You come up with a name, and I will design the badges." Draco wasted no time and assigned her a role. The meeting was productive, and they formed the campaign team for Slytherin Levitating Youth. Luna explained that since the main strategy was to show Slytherins the ignorance and disadvantages of not knowing about Muggles, the name must symbolize leveling up their knowledge and experiences. SLY it was. The meeting helped Draco momentarily forget what awaited him in his room, but his smile dimmed as the 2 girls excitedly left to work on the brochure's theme. September 8th, 1992. Harry wasn't a social person to begin with, but when all your classmates started ignoring your existence, it does make one feel lonely, even if he wasn't friends with them. At first, he didn't notice because the Gryffindor girls already ignored all the boys. However, while getting ready for the tryouts, he tried to chat up his dorm mates Dean and Seamus. He was met with awkward silence and their lame excuses to leave the room. Those ungrateful buffoons. Wait for them. Once you join the Quidditch team, they will act like nothing happened, said Ron, angry on his behalf. You saved the school from you-know-who. The older students understand, added Neville. During classes, he noticed that he was being talked about behind his back by the second-year Ravenclaws and the Hufflepuffs, who were eating up the gossip and acting dramatic every time he bumped into one. Funny enough, the second-year Slytherins didn't change their attitude towards him. It was common knowledge he is Draco's friend. When they saw him, they pointed to Draco and left, the same way they did since first year. Draco didn't notice any changes as he seemed busy already with homework, and it's only the first week of school. Hermione joined him, and he was glad they seemed to share their interest in being nerds. He decided not to worry anyone about it and focus on the tryouts. Captain Oliver didn't like wasting time, setting the tryouts at 5 in the morning so whoever was accepted would start training on the same day. Harry and 2 fifth-year students attended as the only available spot was as seeker. They had 3 tests, avoiding bludgers, speed, and catching the snitch, where the 3 would try to catch it at the same time. They were all given school-issued brooms, so it would be a fair test. The 2 students went first, with Harry going last. He performed better than the 2 students, and in the last test of catching the snitch, he caught it 3 times in a row. The last time, he decided to show off and did a Ronsky feint at last, landing before Oliver would with the snitch in hand. Welcome, Potter. You are the seeker. Now do a warm-up. We can't waste time, said Wood, shaking Harry's hand before he yelled at his team to start the warm-up. Ron, who was on the stands, clapped and shouted congratulations to Harry. Harry did push-ups with a grin, excited to tell Sirius and Remus. After practice, he ran to the library, searching for Draco. He didn't find him, so he walked to Draco's favorite corridor. Not finding him there, he ignored the worry on his mind and his steps quickened to the courtyard where Draco usually embroidered, yet found nothing. Harry ran to the Slytherin dorm and waited for a student to walk out. Just as luck, the boy who always read books walked out. Harry asked with urgency if Draco was there. No, he hasn't come back yet, said the boy, then left, refusing to answer any more questions. Harry swallowed and walked to the hospital wing, hoping he wouldn't find Draco there. Sa Tamper Delapan, 1992. Draco was making his way to the dorm when he stopped, hearing a hissing sound. He turned, but nothing was there. He continued his walk but stopped when, at the end of the corridor, the man of his dreams stood there in a brown suit, pocket watches in hand, with a bored expression on his face, now clear to him. Draco didn't move for a bit. He blinked once, twice, and the man disappeared. I'm going crazy, muttered Draco and walked to the closest bathroom. He sighed heavily, splashing water on his face. The water slowly dripped from his face. When he opened his eyes, a few drops of blood dissolved in the water, and he felt a droplet running down his nose. He held his head back to stop it. Ugh, first year? Are you all right? A student approached him with a handkerchief covering Draco's nose. I'm a second year, murmured Draco through the napkin. He looked up to see Cedric Diggory. The blood slid down his nasal passage, down his throat. The taste of blood and the tart sweetness of pomegranate surprised him. He gasped at both the taste and the dead student before him. Don't worry, I will take you to Madame Pomfrey, said Cedric. No, I'm fine and used to it, said Draco. Oh, you are the seer, said Cedric. Yes, so I'm very used to this dash. Nonsense. I will walk you. Nosy, thought Draco. They reached the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey thanked Cedric, giving him 2 points, and let Draco rest in the bed. He didn't fight her. Sleeping here would be better than in his room with 2 horcruxes under his bed. Sleep didn't visit him, so he started playing with his hoop, not touching the needle, unconsciously reminded of sewing his body in a dream. Now isn't the time to be afraid, he thought. Now isn't the time to throw away his most valuable asset because of a dream. He took the thread and waved it to the fabric. A vision took hold. "Draco is missing," said Harry, running through the corridors. "How?" asked Ron. "Mr. Malfoy is looking for him. No one knows where he is. Even Dumbledore doesn't know," said Harry. At the last bit, Ron's face paled in fear. "If only I found the map. Sirius said it can show where everyone is," cursed Harry as he started asking paintings where Draco was. Draco blinked out of the visions, used to the blood dripping, but a curious thought of tasting the blood to check if what he tasted was true before disgust outweighed his curiosity. "Draco!" Harry walked in worried. He took a handkerchief, giving it to Draco. With a whispered thank you, he cleaned up and assured Harry it was just a normal vision. "I couldn't find you in your usual spots. I wanted to tell you I made it to the Quidditch team," said Harry. "Congratulations," smiled Draco and held back on saying I knew it to not upset the savior. "You deserve a gift," said Draco, taking out the map from his robe. "The map? How?" said Harry, marveling at the item as he cast the correct spell to reveal the map. Draco explained how he got it, watching Harry's face fall as he spent half the summer with the Weasleys and the twins didn't think to share it with them. "Now you have a new stalking tool. Use it wisely," said Draco playfully, but his vision was still in the forefront of his mind. After Harry walked him back to his dorm room, he lay down. Unable to fight sleep anymore, he closed his eyes, hoping no nightmares would visit him. He woke to see a boy standing over his head wearing the Slytherin uniform and the prefect badge. He didn't move as the boy leaned in closer until their noses touched. "I've been trying to control you for a long time," said the boy. "I'm aware," said Draco, eyes half closed. He was ready to sleep again and ignore this. "I was told seers naturally have occlumency shields placed by their powers, but you have a whole fortress behind your naturally placed ones." The boy tilted his head, analyzing him. "I take it you only managed to give me nightmares," said Draco. "I managed to move you once," smirked Tom Riddle. "You had to use 2 horcruxes," smirked Draco. Tom Riddle didn't like the implication of him not being enough alone. "You're cute," said Tom through gritted teeth. "I know. Take a step back, please," said Draco politely, but he used his occlumency shield to push the soul away. Tom stood slowly, trying to fight him in the mental battle. "I will find my way in. I won't let you," promised Draco. "We'll see," smiled Tom. "Care to tell me who the old man in my dream was?" asked Draco. "Old? He's in his 20s at most," the boy replied. "So it's you?" laughed Draco. "Great. 2 dark lords chasing his dreams. Each horcrux was done at a different time in my life, naturally," offered Tom, before he disappeared. Draco woke up to see himself standing, hands bloodied, and a sentence written on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." "Duck you," said Draco. The voices of students getting closer made him hurry. Looking for his wand, he cast a cleaning spell, erasing the words from the walls. Horcruxes feed on negative emotions, and Draco wouldn't let them spread panic throughout Hogwarts. The students saw him standing alone with his hands bloody, and they panicked, rushing him to Madame Pomfrey. Others said he should lie down, but he waved them all off and cleaned his hands, telling them it was just red ink. September 8th, 1992. Remus took a step back when Lucius stood slowly, wand in hand. "You have 30 seconds to explain why I shouldn't kill you and hide your body," said Lucius. "Draco sent me a message. I'm fire-based," said Remus quickly. Lucius froze for a second before he snatched the letter from him, read it and reread it before looking at Remus with distrust. "Do you even know how to cast Fiend Fire?" asked Lucius. "There are a lot of destructive fire spells. It doesn't have to be this dark spell. What have you been feeding that poor boy? He keeps asking me about it. Don't you see that you are a bad influence?" said Remus. "Oh, leave my house right now. I won't allow a beggar to tell me how to raise my son," cut in Lucius. "You clearly don't know how. He raised himself. If such a heartless man was his father, no way he will turn out fine," said Remus. Lucius strode forward, wand aimed, and Remus raised his wand. The two locked in a hold, both wands at each other's neck. Remus's ear twitched, and he dodged away from the flue as fire sparked and ministry officials rushed in. Arthur Weasley walked in, handing a permit to Lucius. "We won't be long," said Arthur. "True, because you won't find anything," said Lucius. "Mr. Lupin?" asked Arthur when he saw him. "Hello," said Lupin, and decided not to offer any excuses on why he is here. Both he and Lucius stood to the side as more officials came in to raid the manor. Lucius went to pour himself another drink, not offering anyone anything. "We found something." One old official walked in. Lucius raised an eyebrow. It was in the son's room, an illegal muggle device. He stood, holding up an MP3 player that Harry had loaned to Draco. "No, that's just a music box," said Lupin, walking to the official. "Give it back, it's my son's," said Lucius. "Are you telling me that Lucius Malfoy, the Death Eater, will have a muggle device? Tell me, are you using it to lead innocent muggles in your house for your ritual kills?" said the official, shoving the player in Lucius's face. "Be careful of your next words, Robson. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and you are fabricating charges," said Lucius. "Drop the act. We both know if you know who didn't lose, you would still be singing his praises. Tell me, are you teaching your child how to kill muggles and keep their body parts safe for the next ritual?" said Robson, the official. "I have never done a ritual that will involve killing someone," was Lucius's response. "That's enough, Robson. It's just a toy. You said you found it in the kid's room. Leave it," said Arthur, walking back to the living room. Robson didn't like that, and he held the MP3 tighter. Remus heard the plastic break, and he walked to Robson with his hands out. "Please give it back," said Remus. "Give it back," said Lucius, his left hand open, waiting. Robson looked at it and disgust filled his expression. With a quick move, he threw it to the ground between the two men. "Ah, my hands are sweaty," offered Robson with a satisfied grin. "Robson," shouted Arthur. Robson ignored him and left through the floor. Lucius looked down at the broken device as Arthur hurried out. Remus used his wand to repair it. To cast a reparo, one needs to have an idea of how something works, and Lucius clearly has no idea what even is that. "So," started Remus, the device in his hand. "You are useless to me if you can't cast Fiendfire," said Lucius. "Listen here, I would never even come here if it wasn't for Draco, so say what you need me to do." "Maybe I have a better idea," said Remus. "Well, my son miscalculated. I will never need help from a halfling," shouted Lucius. Remus took immediate control of his temper. He hadn't heard anyone call him that since Hogwarts, and he wouldn't allow such disrespect to pass him. With a calm tone, he spoke. "You disgust me. No child deserves to pay for their parents' mistakes, yet you keep making new ones for Draco to pay." He placed the device harshly on the table. Remus walked back to the floor. "I will tell Draco I couldn't help you, but you deserve whatever problem you're going through," said Remus. "Leave," spat Lucius. As the fire died, Lucius looked at the weird muggle device. He picked it up, almost to break it again, his hands raised to throw it. Flashes of Draco's tiny smile, now less wild and free, as he showed him his last embroidered piece, and then his broken expression as that Oru spat on him. Lucius lowered the device and walked to the living room candle holder by the wall. Using it as a lever, he pulled it down. The tile before him lowered to reveal a staircase. He walked to the Malfoy chambers where all the heirlooms and artifacts he couldn't and didn't want to sell were hidden. At the end of the room was the safe holding the two horcruxes. Giving the chambers a cursory look, he went back up and closed it. September 9, 1992. Harry was quick to tell Ron about his discovery and how it was discovered. Both shared how unfair it was that the twins had it all this time. Harry was excited to try it with his clock the same way his father and friends used it to sneak about Hogwarts, and he asked Ron to accompany him. Ron agreed, excited but asked to be just them, for Hermione will surely give them a lecture about it. They could tell her about the map tomorrow. Harry nodded, agreeing, and so they waited until everyone fell asleep and for midnight before hiding underneath Harry's cloak and started their adventure around the castle. The hidden passages behind the statues and secret corridors, and they avoided the professors and prefects alike, giggling at their success. "Let's go, Harry moved his lumos to the left of the map, looking for a new place to explore when Draco's name appeared on the map on the second floor. "Draco," blurted Harry, surprised. "We don't know the Slytherin common room password," said Ron with a roll of his eyes. "No, it's Draco." Harry pointed the wand at the name. "Bloody hell, it is." Harry looked at Ron, and they both had the same idea as they grinned. "Let's prank him," said Harry with a grin. Yes. They shushed each other at their loud voices. You think he predicted that? Asked Ron. I will be pissed off if he did, answered Harry as they followed him to the second floor. He seemed to be heading to the bathrooms, so using the map, they reached before him and waited. A long while it took before Draco came, limping slowly in his sleep clothes. Harry and Ron stood before him, ready to scare him, when they saw his eyes closed and his nose bleeding. Harry closed Ron's mouth, and they both watched him limping to the girls' bathroom, a black journal in his hands. Is he sleepwalking? Said Ron. They stepped to follow him when McGonagall surprised them, walking in the same corridor. In a panic, they left for the next one. Harry closed his lumos, afraid to be found, and they waited with tight breaths until she passed them. Harry sighed and cast lumos again. Hey, he disappeared, said Ron. Harry stared, searching around the second floor, and indeed Draco's name had disappeared. They ran to the girls' bathroom, both looking embarrassed before opening the door. The bathroom was empty, no sign of Draco anywhere. They left, confused, and spun around the second floor a few times. Harry stopped, hearing a hissing sound. Kilsis. He turned around, searching. Did you hear that? Asked Harry. Hear what? Harry, don't scare me, said Ron, holding Harry's arm tight. The hissing, said Harry. The hissing kept going on, and Ron told him he didn't hear anything. Harry had to give up on both Draco and the voice, walking back to their common room. The next morning, he will ask Draco. The next morning came, and he didn't see Draco at breakfast. He didn't have time after practice, as their class had double dada with Hufflepuff. Hermione was on an excited blast, talking nonstop. I found out what the creature's name is. It's in the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, old version. I don't understand why they were removed. Thestrals are winged horses with a macabre appearance, only visible to those who have witnessed death, said Hermione. Harry stared, speeding up to the class. He bumped into Parvati Patil, who flinched at the touch. He tried to apologize, but she ran to Lavender, and the two started whispering harshly. Doesn't matter the way of death, as long as you see it. It could be by any means, from dying naturally to the killing curse of Vada Kedavra, but the only known survivor is you. Doesn't that bring the question of why can't you see Thestrals? Asked Hermione, finally taking a breath in her rant. Hermione, can't believe you're asking that, said Ron, eyes wide. From a pure researcher's curiosity, I was dash. No, said Ron, cutting her off. Harry stopped as he heard hissing. Here, did you hear that? Said Harry. Hear what? Asked Hermione. The hissing. It must be the voice of excitement to see me, said Lockhart from behind Harry, making him jump. After the boring class of hearing Lockhart reading his books, he and Ron rushed to the dungeons, where they will find the Slytherins finishing off their potions with Ravenclaw. Harry waved over Draco. The seer turned, and he looked terrible, face pale, lips white, eyes tired, with a dead look in them. Harry was quick to ask him when they took a corner away from the other students. Do you know that you sleepwalk? Asked Harry. Draco's eyes widened in panic as he denied that ever happening. But we saw you last night, said Ron. Sleepwalking? Is that because you are a seer? Asked Hermione, popping into their conversation. Where? Asked Draco, his voice faint, one step away from fainting. In the second floor girls' bathroom, said Ron, and Draco left them. They tried to chase him, but Snape stood out, hurting the Gryffindors inside the class. Draco pushed his way to the second floor bathroom. He walked in, not worried about being seen entering the girls' bathroom. Myrtle, he whispered. When he didn't get an answer, he whispered again. The ghost came, giggling and greeting him. He didn't see her much, but at least he had established being her favorite student with his manners. Did you miss me? Said Myrtle, blinking her eyes aggressively. I did. I missed you so much I couldn't help but try to visit you last night, said Draco, one eyebrow raised as he waited for her bubbling to start. Oh, I did hear someone last night. I ignored it at first, but then there was too much noise and I had to check. Didn't see anything when I checked, said Myrtle. Oh, really? What kind of noise? Said Draco as he started to look around the bathroom. Why would Tom Riddle take him here? Like stones sliding against each other, or a hissing noise. Stones? Secret chambers are the Malfoy specialty, thought Draco, and he started searching around the bathroom, opening each stall and pulling the flush, looking down in between the stalls, in the walls for unusual bricks while pressing them all. His head started to spin when he tried to bend down to check the sinks. He held his head for a few seconds, waiting for the dizziness to stop. Looking at the mirror, he looked awful. How did Pansy let him walk around like this? Some friend she is telling him he looked good. Speaking of liars, that lying, slimy snake. I managed to move you once, smirked Tom Riddle. You had to use 2 horcruxes, smirked Draco. Tom Riddle didn't like the implication of him not being enough alone. You're cute, said Tom through his teeth. He is good. So good I believed him, said Draco to himself. Tom Riddle let him believe he was safe, unconsciously relaxing his mental defense, and his idiotic self thought a horcrux would be too proud to ask for help from another horcrux. What was he thinking? But not enough for him, thought Draco. Until now, no petrified victim had been found. So he may have moved Draco, but not long enough to order Slytherin's monster to attack. The monster, ugh, he rubbed his forehead. He has to find it and kill it too. He tried to open the sink to wash his face, but it didn't move. Thinking it was his weak grip, he tried harder. That one is always stuck since I was a student, said Myrtle. Draco looked at the sink slowly, and the engraved snake stared back at him. Hello, darling, said Draco, teeth bared. September 12th, 1992. Draco closed Remus's letter explaining his parents' refusal of his help, and he apologized for disappointing Draco. Draco was disappointed by his parents to think they will refuse the help of a fire-based wizard because he is a half-blood. Remus didn't mention what happened, but Draco can guess his father must have said something, and his parents are probably lost on what to do, so they didn't send a response yet, holding Paxi from coming back empty-handed and making Draco more angry than ever. He worked hard on himself and knew how stupid his previous views against Muggleborns were, but he wasn't against half-bloods even before. His parents didn't mind them, so Lucius either refused help because of Remus's financial state or the idea that he couldn't solve the problem, and his son has to ask for help from a poor half-blood, which hurt his pride. It could be numerous reasons, but Draco could care less. He sighed. He can't wait for the Yule break, so he can drop the Horcrux back home. That left the Basilisk problem. He didn't know how to open the Chamber of Secrets, and he found the entrance, but not the key. Focusing back on Lockhart's class, he opened his bag and pretended to nod along, until he felt the burn of magic from the diary sitting in his bag. How did he not feel it until he touched it? His head felt heavy, and a dizzy spell took him. He saw the classroom tilt and the ground getting closer and closer. Don't worry, I'm here to help, said Lockhart as he pushed the students away from the fainted Draco. Professor, we need to call Professor Snape or Madame Pomfrey, said Blaise, trying to stop the fraud from getting closer. Goyle and Vincent stood, helping them cover Draco's unsightly form. Pansy was fixing Draco's hair and robes. Nonsense, I know a spell that will wake him up. I'm a trained medic in my free time. Lockhart pushed Vincent away, and his children, they physically didn't stand a chance. Someone call Professor Snape, shouted Blaise. Now, boy, move away. Lockhart's tone changed as he sunk his nails into Blaise's shoulder. Blaise yelled in pain and moved away as Lockhart kneeled by Draco. Professor Lockhart knows what he's doing, said a Ravenclaw student with starry eyes. The other female Ravenclaws agreed. I used this spell to wake a Brazilian wizard who had critical information about the warfare of a werewolf I was chasing, and there was no time to waste, said Lockhart, and Blaise knew every sentence was a lie. It seems the Slytherins were the only ones disillusioned by Gilderoy Lockhart and unimpressed by him, and now he thinks it's a chance to impress the pureblood students. Yukin, Lockhart said. That's not a spell, said Blaise at the same time the door slammed open, and Theo, Professor Snape, and Madame Pomfrey ran in. What in dash, started Snape. Draco sat up, gasping, as if he was drowning. He held his head, hands tight on his hair, tugging. Ah! A wrenched cry left him, and blood started to leave his nose, tear ducts, and ears. What did you do? Shouted Snape. Pomfrey started casting spells one after another, but Draco started twisting down on the floor. What's happening? Yelled Pansy as she hid behind Blaise. Madame Pomfrey cast a spell that made Draco freeze for a second before he fell back unconscious. Lockhart, said Snape, his voice cold. That has never happened with me. As I have cast that spell numerous times, tried Lockhart to explain. I will make sure it's the last spell you cast, said Snape, his eyes almost red, sneering at the failure of Professor. Chapter in notes. Harry, when I was in 3rd grade, people treated me like a criminal. Because I killed somebody. You can imagine older Tom Riddle however you want, but I saw a Tom Hughes edit as Tom Riddle, and I can't get it out of my head. Probably the only fan cast I agree with, besides James Potter fan cast. Kill the Snake. Chapter summary. Chapter notes. CW. Mentioned of slit wrist. Using 3 grammar corrector programs makes me go, so one of you is lying. I'm so sorry if you see the word position instead of potion, I forgot how it's spelled. See the end of the chapter for more notes. September 9th, 1992. Harry didn't like what he saw. The feeling that Draco was hiding something made him act fast. Right after potions, he dragged Ron and Hermione to a corner and took the map out. Hermione started asking questions about the map, and Ron answered them, while Harry looked for where Draco was, seeing that he was just now leaving the girls' bathroom and heading to the library. Let's go. The 3 waited until Draco entered before following, watching him from between the shelves. Harry squinted to see the section title as Ron, bored, rested his head on Harry, and Hermione murmured under her breath. Why are we following Draco? Said Ron. Both Harry and Hermione shushed him. He is hiding something and didn't tell me what it is, said Harry. He postponed our SLY campaign launch to after Christmas. I need to know why, said Hermione. Why don't you just ask him? The 3 jumped and looked. It was the Lovegood girl Harry had seen in the sorting ceremony, now wearing a green mushroom hat and lemon earrings. Luna, I did ask him. He just said he will be able to focus better after Yule. It was vague and definitely hiding something, said Hermione. I will ask him for you. We star children get comfortable with each other, and he won't notice with all the Rackspurts around him, said Luna, and walked right up to Draco. Rackspurts? Asked Hermione. Shit, cursed Harry, and ducked away to look between 2 books as Luna started talking with Draco. Draco, smiling at her, turned the book in his hand to show her. She read the pages and nodded before walking right back to them. Why is she coming here? Oh no, whispered Ron and started walking away. Luna walked faster towards them, the 3 walking faster and pretending not to see her until they went to the 2nd floor. Luna was still following them. They stopped and turned, and she was smiling and started talking. He is searching for the king of all serpents and a way to kill it, said Luna. It seems there's one in Hogwarts, she added and left them. They started speculating, and Hermione, watching Draco taking books with him, huffed and told them that Hagrid is the best thing after books about magical creatures, though she hates how unprepared she is because all the related material is in Draco's hand. Going to Hagrid, they saw him hugging a rooster while crying. The trio went in, asking him what's wrong and what happened. My roosters, they're all dead. Sniff, Franklin is the only one alive, sobbed Hagrid. That's so sad. Do you know who did it? Said Ron with a blank face. Hermione shoved him, and he rolled his eyes, murmuring, Now you know what's not to ask? I don't know, but he's a monster. He left Franklin all alone, sobbed Hagrid. When did this happen? Yesterday, sobbed Hagrid. Hagrid? I know it may be hard for you, but we came to ask you a question since you are very knowledgeable about magical creatures, said Hermione. Do you know what the king of all serpents is? Asked Hermione. Hagrid froze and hugged the rooster tighter. It was fighting for its life. He stood and moved to his hut, the 3 following, but he closed the door. Hagrid? It's important, said Harry, knocking on the door. The door opened slightly, Hagrid's bushy beard peeking through. Where did you hear that? Asked Hagrid. In a book, said Harry. Come in. Hagrid let them in and started telling them about how 50 years ago he got an acromantula egg and it hatched to be his best friend, but at the same time, a girl died because the Chamber of Secrets opened. He stopped to explain what the Chamber of Secrets is and that an ancient monster lived in it. Aragog the spider told Hagrid that it was a type of ancient snake. Hagrid was fired, and his wand was snapped, but he wasn't the one who did it. Now you said the name King of all Serpents. It makes sense. It must be the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. It would fit as a Slytherin monster, said Hagrid, patting the rooster's head. What is the King of Serpents? Said Ron. A basilisk, an ancient monster made by a toad hatching a chicken egg. Looking directly into its eyes results in instant death, said Hagrid. Ron swallowed beside Harry. And the way to kill it is by a crowing rooster. Basilisk is the mortal enemy of spiders. No wonder my baby Aragog was terrified. I should have known, said Hagrid. But why is Draco looking for it? Whispered Harry. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the heir of Slytherin, said Hagrid. I would have agreed. His father is a Death Eater, but I don't think he can do it, said Ron. Just because he's struggling physically doesn't mean he can't do bad, said Hermione, sounding as if she wanted to defend Draco and at the same time condemn him. It can't be Draco, said Harry, outraged. Can you tell us more about what happened 50 years ago? Said Hermione. Hagrid told them about how students started to be petrified because none looked the animals directly in the eyes, and the school was under pressure to be closed, especially when the student Myrtle died. But the blame was put on Hagrid by a prefect named Tom Riddle, who thought Hagrid did it because of him hatching his Aragog egg in a closet. Moaning Myrtle is the Chamber of Secrets victim? Said Hermione, horrified. There was nothing much else to add, as Hagrid's knowledge was limited since he was only a third year, busy hatching a spider. Leaving the hut, Harry assured Hagrid that he does believe him innocent, which made Hagrid burst into tears and hug Harry. I don't think it's innocent to hatch a deadly spider in a closet, said Ron. Since hearing about the spider, he started sweating and looking suspiciously around. It's Hagrid. He can't keep a secret, let alone something like the chamber, said Hermione. Harry, about to agree, was trapped on the walkway of Hagrid's garden, his chin hitting the mud. Watch it, a tiny green snake hissed, telling him how much of an idiot he is and that he could have killed her. Sorry, said Harry. The snake stopped, surprised, but slithered away when Ron came to help him up. You okay, mate? Asked Ron. What were you trying to say to the snake? Asked Hermione with an amused smile. Harry, are you okay? Did you hit your head? How many fingers do you see? That's the kind of question you ask someone, said Ron with a roll of his eyes. I just said sorry for almost crushing it, shrugged Harry. It's cute to try hissing back. I think there should be a spell to understand all animals, said Hermione. I found your hissing creepy. Only dark wizards speak Parseltongue, said Ron with a shudder. Let's get inside before another creature finds us. An 8-legged creature, teased Hermione. Ron pushed her shoulder. I didn't hiss, said Harry as the two walked inside before him. September 12th, 1992. Severus. The boy is dangerously anemic. I don't know how. There's no sign of bleeding outside of his nosebleed, and even with what he's bled now. I'd given him blood-replenishing potions last year, and he looks worse, said Poppy Pomfrey. I will call his parents, said Snape, as he had already sent the lazy tiny owl with the message, and when he called them, he can simply blame Lockhart for anything and everything. He doubts the man will keep his job. Pushing through the doors, he looked back at Pomfrey running back and forth, then continued walking to his office to call them. They had probably gotten their son's message too. Obliviate. Snape ducked away from the spell. Wands out. He pointed it at Lockhart, who was hiding behind a pillar. Professor Lockhart, said Snape, not surprised in the slightest. Haha, I was practicing my spells. That was dangerous. You could have lost your memories, said Lockhart. Indeed, said Snape, sensing the trap. He lowered his wand, and Lockhart took the chance. Obliviate, he cast. Snape waved his wand, deflecting the spell, and cast Incarcerus. Ropes tied Lockhart, gagged him, and he fell to the floor. I wish to cast a cutting charm, but unfortunately I need a scapegoat. But as it seems you are guilty of more than just hurting the Malfoy heir, it seems the Aurors will love to meet you, said Snape as he stepped on Lockhart's back, letting his weight lean in and hearing the muffled struggle. Useless. It's not the middle of the year, and we're getting rid of you, spat Snape. Severus, called Poppy, running to reach him. Oh, thank Morgana you're here. What? She stopped, looked at Lockhart for a second before ignoring him. Draco Malfoy disappeared. Because that's my life, said Snape. There's a message on the wall. Using the boy's blood too, she said. Hearing this, he ran back with her to the hospital wing. Lockhart's body dragged with him. He saw 2 Slytherin students walking outside the hospital wing, one holding a broken arm. I forgot to lock the wing, cursed Pomfrey. He glared at the 2 students, who stood frozen, well aware that he recognized them and wouldn't let them leave until he said so. He walked in and saw, right above the bed where Draco had laid, a message on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and his body shall feed the air. said the message. Snape leaned close, and he could smell the blood, with the fruity undertone that clung to the Malfoy air. Yes, it was indeed Draco's blood. Severus Snape may die under mysterious circumstances. Salazar's Harry Ba, September 12, 1992. Narcissa walked in, steps heavy and face blank. Lucius tilted his head and went back to reading paperwork as he realized she must be in a mood and won't answer if asked what's wrong. The two sat in dead silence, the choking kind, until one of them gave up and broke the silence. The fireplace broke at first, the face of Snape in the flame with his grim face. "Parents of the student Draco Malfoy, you are called to the headmaster's office. It's urgent," said Snape and disappeared. The two looked at each other and sprinted to the flue, arriving at the headmaster's office to see chaos. Aurors surrounded a bound man, talking fast. An old phoenix was getting ready to burst into flames, squawking loudly. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey were talking in hushed voices, and Snape stood by the flue, waiting for them. "Short version or long version?" asked Snape with a wave of his hand. "The version that won't get you killed," said Narcissa, glaring at Snape. "Draco disappeared, and it wasn't my fault," said Snape. Pomfrey stopped her whispering to glare at him. Snape explained from the beginning that their child had a made-up spell cast on him by a fraud, had a seizure with bleeding from his face, passed out, got help from Madame Pomfrey, and the madam went to call for Healer Patil and consulted with her about what potion would be best to avoid, as it may react badly with Draco. She wrote the list, took the potion required, went to give it to Draco, and found the bed empty and a bloody message on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has opened, and his body shall feed the air," said Snape, and the message was written by Draco's blood. Narcissa and Lucius's faces paled. One of their biggest fears was happening before them, and it may be Lucius's fault. The Chamber of Secrets is locked, the horcrux locked away. Yet, the plans the horcrux used to discuss with Lucius are happening. "Find my son, or I will find this school a new headmaster," said Lucius to Dumbledore, who had stood silent while they explained. "I'm doing my best, Mr. Malfoy dash. Your best would have been my son alive in my arms," said Narcissa, teeth bare behavior, close to hysteria, and Lucius felt himself following her, his body sweating and heating up at the thought of his lost son. "I will go find him myself. I was a student here. I will find my star," said Lucius, taking hold of Narcissa's hand, ready to leave. "And I will make sure this pathetic piece of a wizard will rot in Azkaban." He pointed at the tied-up wizard. McGonagall walked in, eyes wide. She walked to Dumbledore, watching as the Aurors took the fraud away, before speaking. "Albus, it's happening. A student was attacked," said McGonagall. "What kind of establishment are you running here?" "Students being attacked left and right," said Lucius. "Where did it happen?" "We can start searching for Draco from there," said Narcissa. Harry felt his head heat up as the news reached him. Draco was attacked, and now he is missing and taken to the Chamber of Secrets? The message said something about feeding the air. Is Draco the food? "We need to find him soon," said Harry as he started running around the school. "Check the map, will you?" said Hermione. The three stopped and opened the maps to check, searching on every floor once and twice. When they reached the 4th floor, they found the name. "Draco, he is right here." "With Colin," said Ron. The three ran to the 4th floor courtyard, checking the map. Draco's name disappeared, leaving only Colin. They turned and saw a body lying down next to the fountain. "Where's Draco?" said Harry. Hermione leaned forward to see who the body belonged to and gasped when she saw the petrified face of Colin Creevey, with his camera melted in his hands. "Is he alive?" asked Ron. Harry huffed and tucked the map back in his robe, using his hand to check Colin's breathing. At that moment, a group of Hufflepuffs walked by. Justin Finch Fletchley saw Harry and yelled, "Murder!" The other Hufflepuffs yelled, running away and spreading the news, which would be all over the school in a minute. Merlin Sagatitz. "You've got to be kidding me," muttered Harry. He tried to leave the crime scene, but of course, Filch and Mrs. Norris arrived and took hold of Harry's arm, talking about throwing him in the dungeon cells. Hermione, with a determined look in her eyes, told him she would leave now. "Need to find how this happened. There must be a book Draco didn't take out," said Hermione, running to the library. "Great. She'll leave you to Azkaban," said Ron, looking at Harry's glare as Filch held him too close to his armpit. I will too, but it won't be obvious, said Ron with his eyebrows raised. I feel loved, said Harry, with his glare intensified. Seeing Dumbledore running with Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall was expected, but seeing the Malfoys running towards him, he wanted to disappear. You, said Lucius, finger pointed at him. Do you have an idea where is Draco? Narcissa stopped first at him, none of the Malfoys caring for the petrified student, as the school staff rushed to Colin. I'm trying to find him, said Harry with an eye roll. Pomfrey took Colin, and Dumbledore, who held the melted camera in hand, spoke. It's true, the Chamber of Secrets has opened. What were you doing first at the crime scene? Said Lucius. Harry didn't answer, glaring at him. I don't care, search for him, Lucius. Narcissa started casting spells one after the other, the place glowing blue for a second. He was here, but disappeared from the same spot, said Narcissa. Lucius started casting, and the same blue glow happened before disappearing. How can he disappear without walking around? Said Lucius. A student has been attacked. We will try to find young Mr. Malfoy, but I need to see to the panicked students. Dumbledore waved at the gathering crowd. Useless as I knew you. I will do it myself, said Lucius, wand raised. Serpensortia. Lucius cast. Mr. Malfoy, what's the meaning of that? Said McGonagall. I will make the snake search for him, said Lucius, rolling his eyes. The students started to panic, and the snake, agitated by the crowd, its neck alerted and ready to attack. This is such unacceptable behavior, Mr. Malfoy dash. Can you really find Draco? Harry asked the snake. This people are annoying. I would find him if they disappeared, said the snake. Where is he? Asked Harry. The fountain. Maybe underneath a dash. The snake disappeared with a wave from McGonagall's wand. The whole crowd was silent, looking at Harry. The Malfoys had a doubtful expression on their faces, until one student opened their mouth. He is the heir. The others started to agree. I will kill a Hufflepuff, muttered Ron under his breath. Wait, no. The snake was telling me it can find Draco, said Harry. Such dark spells cannot be cast in Hogwarts and left to run wild, as they could hurt a student, said McGonagall. I think it's time for an early curfew, said Dumbledore, and started sending students away. I will take him from here, Argus, said Dumbledore gently, taking Harry from Filch. But I didn't do anything, said Harry, defending himself. Ron nodded. I know that, Harry, said Dumbledore. Going to the headmaster's office for the first time, Harry was taken over by the magic he was seeing, and when a bird burst into flames before him, it surprised him. Dumbledore explained the phoenix's life cycle to him and told him not to worry, showing him that a new bird is born from the ashes. I don't have time for this nonsense. The only spell that can find Draco is too dark for your delicate sensibilities. You're too stuck on light spells to be useful to me, said Lucius, standing from his chair. Now, even if I cast it again, it will be useless. His scent must have been erased with all this, said Lucius. Harry Potter, can you or can you not find my son? Said Narcissa. Her eyes narrowed. Mr. Potter needs time to understand his position, said Dumbledore. Duck this. Narcissa. I will search the dungeon, said Lucius, with Narcissa following and talking about searching the astronomy tower. I will follow them before they cast another dark spell, said McGonagall. Dumbledore offered them some candy, but Harry and Ron shook their heads, refusing. Dumbledore then started explaining to Harry. You weren't talking to the snake in a normal way. You may think the words were leaving you as they always do, but they were in another language, said Dumbledore. He explained Parseltongue to Harry and how, in Europe, it seems only the blood of Salazar Slytherin can speak it, and the bad reputation behind it because of its usage. There was another Parselmouth before you, a student who studied in these halls like you, but ended up on a different path than you will surely end. Who? Asked Ron. Voldemort, said Dumbledore, as he took his glasses off and cleaned them. I can't stop you from looking for Draco. He is your best friend, from what I heard, but I ask you to be safe about it, said Dumbledore, putting his glasses back on. Take Fawkes with you. He offered the now feather-covered phoenix. Thank you, sir, said Harry and Ron. The two left the office with Fawkes hidden in Harry's pocket and went to search for Hermione, only to find Neville looking scared at the library door. What's wrong? Asked Ron. Hermione was petrified, said Neville. What? How? Not only her, but also Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, said Neville. Where is Hermione? In the hospital wing. She left the library, trying to find you too, and was petrified in a corridor. Now, they are asking the students to get back to their dormitories, said Neville. She must have found something, said Harry. The two ran to the hospital wing, asked Madame Pomfrey for permission to visit Hermione, and found her body petrified with a broken mirror in her hand and a closed fist in the other. Oh dear, with all the rush. I forgot to remove the mirror, said Pomfrey. We will do it, said Harry. Ron gently moved her fingers and removed the mirror. Harry tried to relax her fist and found a paper in there. He opened it to see a page talking about magical snakes and their existence in the wizarding world. He called Ron over to see the page. Hermione had underlined the word pipes, indicating that the snakes in ancient times helped build the first flushing system in the wizarding world in the 1400s. The basilisk must be moving through the pipes. That's the hissing I've been hearing, said Harry. We still don't know where the Chamber of Secrets is, said Ron. We do. It's underneath the school. The snake before tried to tell me it's under the fountain, and Hermione thinks it's related to the school's pipes. Myrtle died in a bathroom, said Ron. Yes. Wait, said Harry. Both he and Ron looked at each other. Second floor girls' bathroom, said Harry. Where Draco was sleepwalking and disappeared, added Ron. The two ran, but found the early curfew had been applied as the professor started to send them to their dormitory. They tried to explain they had found the Chamber of Secrets, but they were treated as nosy students. The astronomy professor sent them to the Gryffindor Tower and took 20 points off. Harry, angry, ran to get his cloak. He found Dean and Seamus watching him with doubtful eyes. I will send a snake to your bed, said Harry, sticking his tongue out. The two yelped at the threat, and he ran back, showing Ron that he had got the cloak. I would like to save Draco too, said Neville, making Ron jump, as they hadn't seen him coming. We need to save him fast, said Harry, feeling annoyed at the delay. I will be quick, said Neville. Ron was ready to argue more, but the voice of Percy walking around the boys' dorm made Harry throw his cloak over the three. Sneaking past the Gryffindor prefect, as the sun set, they walked down the stairs to the second floor where the bathroom was. Neville stopped, making them trip outside the girls' bathroom. This is the girls' bathroom, said Neville, covering his eyes. Harry rolled his eyes and went in without commenting. Ron pushed Neville in and closed the door behind them. More guests, said Myrtle. Did you see Draco? Said Harry. He's been visiting me almost daily, sighed Myrtle. Why would he visit you? Said Ron with a doubtful expression. I happen to be an intelligent conversationalist, and he seemed obsessed with fixing the sink for me, said Myrtle smugly. Fixing a sink? Said Neville. The ghost floated to the sink and pointed at it. Yes, he was sad to know it never worked when I was alive, as he tried to fix it, said Myrtle. Harry wasn't hearing any of that as his eyes saw the snake engraved in the sink. Open, he said, trying his luck on a whim. The engraved snake moved, and the way to the chamber opened, a hole to the underground. Who would have thought, said Myrtle. The three looked down the hole, Harry debating how to get down when Neville leaned forward, pushing Ron, who pushed Harry. The three slid down the tunnel, screaming. Reaching the rocky bottom harshly, Harry groaned, rubbing his shoulder, pretty sure it was bruised. The dim tunnel didn't make seeing easy, so he cast a Lumos. My wand, shouted Ron. Harry moved the Lumos closer. Neville was holding his leg in pain, and Ron's wand was broken in half. You can use Min-Dash, started Neville to say, before he stopped. What? Asked Ron. I didn't bring my wand, said Neville. So you came here, broke your leg and Ron's wand, and didn't bring yours to break it too, said Harry. Neville started to sniffle a bit, and Ron groaned. I'll stay with him. We'll be out of the way, and if you need help, call, said Ron. Thanks, you two keep your eyes closed, said Harry, and he went down the tunnel. April 21st, 2004. Or Harry Potter walked to the morgue, ignoring the two bodies covered in white to introduce himself to the lead pathologist, Mary Twinlakey, an energetic lady with a shaved head dyed green. She seemed excited to share her findings with Harry, but was warned to go through the formalities first by her team. Harry, in a mix of dread and playfulness, dragged out the introduction, pulling out his permits, and was tempted to read it to her. But she had enough and started talking. The translation spell faltered for a breath before catching up. The cause of death may be a killing spell, Their souls left their bodies, and all these wounds were added after death. I heard the mother's wand went missing, she said. Destroyed, said Harry as Barrycloth found the wand in his last check. Destroyed to the point that they couldn't see what the last spell was used, the doing of the death cleansers. So they died with a killing curse? Asked Harry. Yes. She jumped, excited. Is there something else you want to add? Asked Barrycloth. I'm not sure if it's related, but we of course took samples of their blood at the crime scene and after again, because when they arrived, only one of them smelled dead. The other smelled of rotten fruit before we cast the preservation spells, said Mary. What? Blurted Harry. Yes, so I took a sample of their blood, the mother and son, analyzing it and found something interesting. You see, we are wizards, and when doing DNA tests between parents and children, it's either 100% or not, unlike muggles at 99.99%, said Mary, and moved to bring her report. Narcissa Malfoy's DNA results with her son Draco Malfoy were 96%. How is that possible? They have more DNA than siblings, but less than parents by a whole 4%, she said. That's interesting, said Barrycloth as he turned to Harry. You listen to that. I'm going to check who has access to the Malfoy's Flu channel, said Barrycloth and patted Harry's back. So they are mother and son with less DNA than they're supposed to have, said Harry. I analyzed their blood to see why. Narcissa Malfoy's blood was completely normal, and the body was decomposing naturally. Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, Mary pulled out a vial full of blood. Sniff it. She uncorked the vial. What in the dash? And he smelled it. Blood, and what appeared to be a fruity smell. It smells like fruit, said Harry, his memory telling him that the smell has been around Draco. Whenever they butted heads, something fancy like him. He's no longer sure if it's because he knows it's Draco's blood or he truly remembers the smell. Mary nodded excitedly. Not any fruit. Analyzed, Draco's blood has 3% of alcohols, aldehydes, ketones, and terpenes. It said these are key contributors to pomegranate smell, sweetness, and sourness, said Mary. That's why he doesn't match Narcissa. What about the 1%? Smart man, it's the mineral calcite. What is that? Asked Harry. White chalk. She walked toward the table and gently removed the cover from Draco's face, resting the sheet on his neck. Good afternoon, she said to Draco's dead body. So you see his decomposing is abnormal. First, the smell is of rotten fruit instead of flesh. Next, look at his olfactory traces of nosebleed. And after cleaning it, it left white residue. I analyzed it, and it's chalk, explained Mary. When comparing his blood results while alive and in early death, it's completely hidden. Now it's like his body is retreating to an original form. Harry slowly walked to the table and looked to see Draco's face. He looked asleep, with his hair framing his face, and his scars pale against his pink skin. What do you think? Asked Harry. I searched everywhere in every biology book I could find, nothing that explains it, she shrugged. But you have a theory, said Harry slowly. He may not be fully human. Vila blood aside, said Mary, and explained how his Vila blood was almost non-exist. I don't think this is related to the case, but just for reference, I need a copy of all these result papers, said Harry, looking down at Draco. Giving me one last mystery to solve? Thought Harry. He noticed the absence of the live images now in the morgue as the real Draco lay down before him. He went to meet Barrycloth and share their findings. Everyone has access to their flu, so anyone working in the ministry can pop up, said Barrycloth. That doesn't narrow it down, sighed Harry. Actually, I narrowed it down, smirked Barrycloth. What? Said Harry. Barrycloth put down a stack of paperwork. This every interaction the Malfoy had with the French ministry. Barrycloth started reading the papers. Port key approval. Signed Jane Olin. Wand inspection. Signed Jane Olin. Approved for house chores 5 minutes time Turner. Signed Jane Olin. Return of the time Turner signed Jane Olin. Wand inspection. Jane Olin. Barrycloth kept reading fast. Potion brewing approval. Selling approval. Renewed license. And ingredients inspections. All signed by the same person. Let me guess, said Harry. Jane Olin can't be found anywhere. In French, said Barrycloth. She took a vacation to England. Harry and Barrycloth picked up their paperwork and all the new evidence. Their leads were in London. While they tidied, Harry decided to tell Barrycloth his idea. I found something, but it doesn't relate to our findings. It could be a chance to ask someone about their idea on who could do it, said Harry. Do share, said Barraclough. Lucius Malfoy, said Harry. September 13th, 1992. Walking through, Harry found a shed skin, dark green in color, and as tall as an underground train. He feared for his life, but Draco's life even more. As if to help him feel better, Fawkes peeked from his pocket a bit before going back in. He saw another snake statue standing in the way, hissing. It made the wall crack from the side to reveal a door. Harry kept his gaze lowered to avoid accidentally meeting the basilisk's eyes. He saw a slip of rocks leading to green marble, and his gaze looked up to see the Chamber of Secrets, a line of statues of a bearded man holding long iron spears, and in the middle, a huge head statue with its mouth open. There, in the middle of the empty chamber, was Draco and another student. Draco's body floated above, one of his wrists cut, raining a steady stream of blood into a golden cup. Head tilted on his shoulder and hair tips pink with the blood from his nose. A tall Slytherin student watched, head tilted as if fascinated by the view, and in his relaxed grip, Draco's wand Harry can recognize that silver handle anywhere. Harry stepped over the rocks to the marble floor. He heard the huge movement of the snake and started to see behind the great statue the shadow of the body slithering around the mouth. He kept his eyes on the ground, but his heart beat fast, Draco's bleeding body in his mind. Ah, Harry Potter, the boy said. The basilisk is not here yet, he added. Harry sped up to the middle, wand in hand, and cast Stupefy. The spell went through the boy's body. Ah, that won't work, the boy said, turning. He was a handsome boy with brown hair and curls, a face angular and sharp, wearing a perfect badge. Who are you? I've never seen you at Hogwarts, said Harry. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the pleasure is all mine, smiled Tom. Harry's eyes went to Draco's floating body. Don't worry, I need him alive. Can't have the stash empty, said Tom. You were the prefect who told on Hagrid, said Harry. Not my fault they believed a half-giant could do something discreetly, said Tom, waving his wand to close Draco's wrist. You're not being discreet about it now, said Harry. Draco here is quite a powerful mental shield. This will probably be my only chance to possess him, for he is too smart and refuses to write in me. I had to cleanse the school fast from mudbloods, said Tom. Now close. Harry could see a dark diary on the floor next to the golden cup. It's hard to keep the boy asleep. He wakes up whenever he is threatened. I had to heal his wrist and put him back to bed every time, sked Tom. As if to prove him right, Draco started to wake up. You, said Draco, eyes struggling to stay open, his body lowered to the ground. You must have a lot of questions. I don't mind answering, said Tom with a smirk. How? Spat Draco. By making you lower your mental defenses enough to make you sleepwalk every day and bleed on both the diary and the cup. Heal your wrist with your wand and move the diary to your school bag, said Tom. Harry tried to get closer, but Tom pushed him back with a wave of his hand. You must be wondering who I am. I'm Voldemort, said Draco with a glare. Tom frowned and started hissing. Come, basilisk. Draco, your eyes, said Harry. Draco closed his eyes as the snake slithered in and started to loom over them. Harry ran to her side, away from her gaze, but she over Draco. Smells delicious, hissed the snake. Stupefy, cast Harry, but the spell bounced off the snake's skin. The snake's jaw opened, ready to attack Draco, who had his eyes closed and was lying on the floor. Kill it, yelled Draco, in a panic, hands over his head as if it would be enough to protect him. An unforgivable will be merciful, said Fred. Unforgivable spells don't have a base. Anyone willing enough can use them, said Draco. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, but the only known survivor is you. Doesn't that bring up the question of why you can't see Thestrals? Asked Hermione, finally taking a breath in her rant. I don't have time for this nonsense. The only spell that can find Draco is too dark for your delicate sensibilities. You're too stuck on light spells to be useful, said Lucius. Avada Kedavra, cast Harry. What? Yelled Draco. He opened his eyes in shock as the green light of the killing curse went through the snake's body and it dropped down. Draco rolled away before it could fall on him, but its fangs hit his arm. Draco, are you all right? Rushed Harry as he went to check on Draco. He held Draco's bleeding arm, feeling the poison coursing through, his face pale, more looking daisy. "No," said Harry and Tom at the same time. "Draco, wake up. Don't close your eyes," begged Harry. "The snake eyes were closed, you idiot," said Tom, and he tried to cast a cleaning spell over Draco's arm. Draco's head tilted back, neck exposed as the poison started to mess with his vision. Harry felt tears leave his eyes when moving in his pocket reminded him of the bird. Fox, in Harry's pocket, peeked over and flew to Draco's arm. The bird, as if memorizing Draco's face, tagged on his hair before letting tears fall on the arm. Right before their eyes, darkish blood left the wound before it was closed healed. The phoenix then quickly flew away. Harry sighed, lying Draco gently on the floor, who groaned, trying to sit up, and Harry raised up his wand, turned to Tom. The snake's eyes were closed. "I wasn't going to let the snake kill Draco. He's too precious," said Tom, fixing his hair to regain his composure. Weirdly looked shaken by Draco, almost dying. "I will cast it again," threatened Harry, his hand shaking from the previous cast. "Do it," said Tom from over his shoulder, not caring, for he was nothing but a soul fragment. Harry's hand shook badly. He never wanted to cast it again, the feeling awful, like he had pulled the ugliest thing in his soul through his wand. But if it would keep Draco safe from whatever this was, he would try. He tried to lift his hand, ignoring the disgust he felt at himself. Draco looked at the dead body of the snake. It had fallen hard, breaking fangs off. His knowledge of basilisk poison, one of the deadliest on Earth, and he almost died by it, it gave him an idea. He looked at Harry as Tom monologued on and on. Their eyes met, and he tilted his head towards the Fong, making sure Harry saw it. He then moved his head to the diary on the floor. Harry started walking slowly towards the diary. "I will cleanse this school of all the mudbloods, using Draco's blood and his seer power. I will soon possess him long enough to walk freely," said Tom. "Not really," said Harry as he slid down to the diary, taking the Fong Draco had thrown and stabbing the diary. Black blood started to spurt away, and the fragments of Tom Riddle began to break apart. "No, no, no," said Tom as he broke. Draco crawled with another Fong piece towards the golden cup, but was pushed away. Another soul fragment of Tom Riddle stood before them, a bit older in his 20s and wearing a gray suit. He looked bored at Harry before his eyes met Draco's. "Little Draco," said Tom with a smile. "You are not him. You are younger than the one I saw in my dream," said Draco. "I know, we are horcruxes. Naturally, we are connected together. It doesn't matter who you see," said Tom Riddle, using his hands to push Harry away as he was sneaking in for the cup. "The younger one has a limited vision. He doesn't understand. Who cares about Hogwarts? But, of course, I would help any version of myself," said Tom Riddle, walking back and forth. Draco saw his wand now on the floor next to the ruined diary. He crawled and threw his body over to grip his wand. "Confringo." The spell went haywire, hitting one of the statues, and the statue fell over the snake, the iron spear cutting it in half, along with part of the floor. The mess has divided the chamber, the cup now away, next to Harry, while Tom was alone with Draco. "It doesn't matter. This isn't the last one, and I already transformed your blood around them all. If one grows strong, the others do too," said Tom, kneeling, his face close to Draco's as cracks started to appear in his own. "I can't wait to have you for real." His hand held Draco's cheek, his nose behind Draco's ear, as he disappeared. "Draco!" yelled Harry from behind the rubble. Draco turned to his side, throwing up, disgust by the touch. He preferred the acid taste, the fear of being under his hold again. Make him throw up again. He heard Harry climbing over the rocks. "You're alive." "I broke the cup too," said Harry. "Thank you," breathed Draco. Harry tried to lift him up, but Draco used his weight and made the boy sit next to him, taking a moment to breathe. They sat in silence, looking at the dead snake, the rubble, and the pool of blood that Draco was sure he had contributed to. "I'm going to Azkaban," said Harry, his tone defeated. "No, you are not," said Draco. "Of course I am. I was so stupid. It's the only spell I could think of. I didn't know any other spell that would work," said Harry, sighing into his hands. "I will end up in Azkaban for life. Will I be allowed visitors since I'm a minor? Will they stop once I'm 17? "Hey!" snapped Draco. He took hold of Harry's chin, making him meet the silver eyes. "Give me your wand," ordered Draco. Harry handed it over. Draco tapped it on his palm, as if testing a microphone. "Aumenti, cast Draco." The wand let out a trickle of water. He cast another spell, summoning a thunderstorm overhead, and started casting water-based spells one after the other, before slowly casting air and water-based spells. "Count," said Draco, his tone clipped. 20, said Harry. "Episky," cast Draco, healing Harry's cheek wound. "Ow, count." 31, said Harry, not interrupting Draco. He started using air-based spells alone, moving slowly. The questions were killing him. 59, is the type of spells necessary? "It's your wand. I feared it would reject me since I'm water-based, but it's doing well." "Keep counting," said Draco. Harry was amazed by the amount of spells, charms, and jinxes Draco knew, casting one after the other. He cast another explosive spell around the rubble, making a clear way they could go through, and started casting first-year spells like Red Flare, Green Flare, Lumos, and the like. 98, 99, 100, said Harry. "There, good as new." "You never cast an unforgivable," said Draco, putting the wand back in Harry's hand. "But Dash, you didn't. You came here and cast an explosive spell aimed at the statue. The statue killed the snake. You saved me. End of story. You will never tell anyone what really happened." "Here," said Draco. Harry doesn't think he ever saw him truly angry. Even now, he looked panicked. The Ministry Dash tried Harry. They don't have trackers in Hogwarts. How are they going to track spells cast in a magic school? And how are you supposed to kill the snake? Using your fencing skills to cut it? With what sword? No sword but goblin steel can cut the snake. The only reason it was cut now is because the statue's spear is made from unrefined goblin steel. Draco dragged himself closer. "Harry, listen to me. You won't tell anyone. Not Sirius, not Remus, not the Weasleys, and not Granger. We won't tell them anything because there's nothing to tell," said Draco, begging at the end of his speech. "I think Aunt Petunia knew I would end up in jail." Harry looked at his hands. Draco's blood on his hands, the fear he felt. He really was a freak. His dreams had foretold it. "Harry, please," said Draco, his eyes teary. "You are good. Doing anything to save me? How Gryffindorish, even if the method is very unlike it. One mistake won't make you a bad person. You did this to save me, and I will forever be grateful. You saved my life. You always do." Draco hugged him, arms around his neck. He felt his heart break a bit at the words, unworthy of such faith. "Please promise me you won't tell anyone," said Draco in his ear. "I promise," said Harry. Chapter and notes. Tada! Did anyone see that coming? Don't worry, it's not a dark Harry story. I'm trying to channel the book Harry's unhinged self in this work. He is my favorite. Chapter rant. Or Potter, the old reality, didn't recognize the smell because he never tried the fruit even after growing up and having his own salary. My Harry, the new reality, recognizes the smell as pomegranate because Sirius expanded his plate and made him try different fruit shakes and juices every week to help nourish him. The Weaving of Time. Chapter notes. Sorry for grammar and spelling mistakes. I edit the chapter before posting it without checking again. My laptop's battery exploded. AO, 3 curse, am I right? Good thing I never trusted any device, and I'm writing from my iPad, and let me say, whenever I add, or it replaces the last letter of the sentence, and I had to add it again, and I had yet to download Grammarly in my iPad. So yes, it may be a mess. My Twitter ACC, KQ_con_alive. If you want to see my brain rot and Harry Potter's threads, Drari and Nundrari, see the end of the chapter for more notes. September 13th, 1992. Harry was floating Draco behind him to get to Ron and Neville. He saw McGonagall and Snape running to them. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy," said McGonagall. "Out of the way." Lucius pushed through. He saw Draco and ran, taking Draco in his embrace. "Draco, my son, my dragon." Lucius's voice choking back tears. Draco didn't respond, letting his father take him away. Harry was helped by McGonagall and Snape, who told him that Fawkes had called for help and they had found Ron and Neville, taking them out and then following down to take Harry and Draco. In the bathroom, Dumbledore and Narcissa waited and welcomed them back. Narcissa hugged her son close, breathing in his scent, the family of 3 back together. They were led to the hospital wing. A different healer was there. She looked familiar to him. Madame Pomfrey helped Harry, who was fine, just dusty, while the other healer checked on Draco. Harry. Ron came and hugged him. Harry nervously patted his back, self-conscious of what was in his pocket, worried it may break. The beds were almost full with the petrified students, and Neville and Draco lay. Dumbledore came, asking Harry what happened down there. Harry looked at Draco, who was silent and refusing to answer, so Harry started explaining, making sure his eyes stayed on Dumbledore's beard. When we get up, do not meet Snape or Dumbledore's eyes when telling the story. They can read minds, said Draco as Harry gathered the diary and the cup in a bag. Here, sir. Harry showed Dumbledore the bag. Amazing, said Dumbledore. Still, it brings the question of how such dark artifacts were in Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. Our house elf brought it, said Draco, his first sentence since leaving the chamber. Draco, whispered Narcissa. Why didn't you respond to my letter? Said Draco, turning to his parents. What letter? They asked. Snape took a step back, so his form would be hidden behind Dumbledore's tall frame. Fine, what did you say to Remus? Said Draco. What does Mr. Lupin have to do with anything? Asked Narcissa. She looked at her husband, waiting for an answer. Ask him, said Draco, turning away from his father and refusing to comment more on the mess. If his father had stopped with his stupid pride and let Lupin help, he would have known the horcruxes were missing, even if his letter hadn't arrived. A barrage of questions and answers went back and forth behind him. Harry answered as best he could. Draco had been possessed by the soul of Tom Riddle from the diary and the cup. Tom Riddle took him to the chamber and used Draco's blood to get stronger and control the snake, and how Harry cast an explosive spell and the statue broke down on the snake, killing it. Lucius was put in a tight spot. He admitted that the items were locked up away and he would never put Draco's life in danger like that. A disobedient elf was something he didn't think he would have to deal with. As an apology, I will buy the petrified potions for the students. You certainly don't want to wait until the mandrake grows, said Lucius. That would be kind of you, but it would be better to buy fresh-grown mandrake, and I will brew the potion myself. I trust only my brewing, said Snape. Simple enough, said Lucius. What matters is my boy is safe and sound. Lucius tried to pat Draco's hair, but he slapped the hands away. Lucius easily pretends to remove something from the hair and throw it away. About that, I would like to discuss Draco's health with you, said Healer Patil. We will leave now. It's time for the boys to sleep, said Dumbledore, leading Harry and Ronald away. Neville covered his head with the blanket, making Draco smile despite himself. Whatever that fraud cast on Draco, it put his nerves on fire. He had a seizure, and it locked up some nerves in his legs and hands. I already knew Draco would have to go through surgery. The plan was to regrow his nervous system and regrow his muscles and bones, but doing it now, he will go back to limping. The nerves are warped up in his hips and will grow again in the same pattern if we don't regrow his skeleton from the shoulder down. For his safety, we will have to wait until he is 21, when his growth plates are closed, said Healer Patil. Narcissa held his hands, nodding in understanding. Have you talked to the seer specialist from Uganda? I would like to talk with them on how to go about the surgery. Regrowing bones using spell work instead of potions requires a team of specialists, and it's very dangerous, she continued. Seer specialist from Uganda? Said Lucius, looking at his wife and son. Yes, I will send for them to talk about this. You said we have until he is 21, said Narcissa, ignoring her husband. Yes, but if his growth plates closed at 16 or 18, we can do the surgery early. I'm sure Draco would like to walk without pain. Patil smiled at him, and he smiled back. She left some numbing cream and potions, including a blood-replenishing potion and an iron-rich diet plan, ordered him to visit St. Mango after the school year, and waved at him. He waved back. Once she left, hell broke loose. Seer specialist? Where is this specialist? Was he a fae or something I couldn't see? How could you not tell me something like that? Said Lucius. What is this about Mr. Lupin visiting? Narcissa almost yelled, looking around and seeing only petrified students. Mr. Lupin is a fire-based wizard, and he was willing to help us. If Father had let him in, he would have known the safe was emptied, said Draco, glaring at his father. Don't make this about Dash. About what? Our son's health? How did your selfishness and pride put him in danger? He was fine for 3 years, but now, because of the lie about the seer specialist, I missed him up? Or because of you, said Narcissa, glaring at her husband. That Lupin, spat Lucius the name, couldn't cast the spell because it's too dark for his light ideology. You could have worked it out with him. Told him what in the duck it was we need, hissed Narcissa. You want me to trust a poor half-blood to solve this? I could solve it myself, whispered Lucius. Get out, said Draco. What? His parents turned to him. All I heard is you'd rather see me die than ask for help from a half-blood. Thank you. Now I know my value, said Draco, face blank. The heat rage inside was brewing and he would rather not let it loose. Draco, do not twist my words, said Lucius, raising a finger in warning. You will be the first to run back to him when he calls. You will give us all up for the Dark Lord, so he can take you back, spit Draco, his fist tight, unsure if it was from rage or tremor. I saw it happen once, I don't want to see it happen again, said Draco, waving his hands to shoo them get out. I will see you unfortunately when the school year ends, said Draco. Narcissa tried to hold his hands, but he moved them away and covered himself in blankets, waiting to hear the door close. He heard Narcissa say, "This is all your fault," and the door slammed. In the quiet hospital wing, he sat thinking. Neville, you can breathe, said Draco. Neville removed the blankets with a gasp, and Draco involuntarily smiled. December 1992. The Malfoy sent for an imported mandrake shipment. It arrived the next day, and Professor Snape brewed the potions. The students went back to their lives, as they didn't remember being petrified. The school calmed down. Dumbledore took to teaching defense against the dark arts, and Harry's reputation turned for the better as the hero of the Chamber of Secrets, just in time for his first match where Sirius and Remus came to support him. The whole school went crazy as he caught the snitch in under 5 minutes, winning against Slytherin. Remus and Sirius came to visit Draco, who missed the match as he was still on bed rest. Sirius gives Dumbledore a piece of his mind on how he couldn't find a train-sized snake and had two 12-years-old find it. Dumbledore did defend himself by saying the snake was there 900 years ago and no headmaster found it, so how was Dumbledore supposed to be the one to find it? Draco must admit it was valid. After the headmaster left, Sirius offered to take Draco in for Christmas. If you don't feel safe at home, I have a lot of experience in that, and I want my house to be a safe place for you, said Sirius. Thank you, Sirius, but I will stay, said Draco. Harry told Sirius he would stay too to accompany him. The two adults didn't mind and promised to send presents. Draco apologized wholeheartedly to Remus for his father's behavior, and Remus shook his head and told him he isn't responsible for his father's actions. I'm sorry, Draco. I should have stayed and forced him to tell me about this dark items, said Remus, hand patting Draco's. Till now, even with their heated argument, the Malfoy managed to keep the word horcrux hidden, but Draco thinks Dumbledore very much knows what it is. It's not your fault, said Draco. You are a good kid, Draco, said Remus. Pomfrey told them they should leave and give Draco his rest. They agree standing. I will go to congrats Hagrid. His name got cleared, said Sirius, smiling. Harry went with him. The three waved at Draco, with Harry promising to come back soon. Later, Paxi, the lazy owl, came back holding a letter from his parents. He refused to read it before Harry convinced him it may be something important. It was a weak attempt at apologies, saying Dobby the elf was kicked from the Malfoy manor, as if it's some kind of punishment when it's in fact a reward. Focusing back on the SLY, the package he ordered arrived too. What's that? Asked Harry as they sat by a window. Draco was not allowed outside for fear that his immune system and anemic self may crash down. The SLY tie pin. Isn't it chic? Better than our usual snake pin, said Draco, showing him the silver tie pin. I never noticed, but why only Slytherin has a tie pin? Why don't we get a lion one? Said Harry. We have a house ring too, because we are the only house that cares, smiled Draco. Harry smiled too before his smile dimmed, and he looked outside. Draco can't understand why Harry's same so effect over casting the killing curse on a snake. Draco had cast the Imperious curse before it was easy. Yes, he failed to cast the Cruciatus curse, but that because the targets didn't deserve it. Yes, he never casted the killing curse, but it can't be so horrible to cast on a non-human that Harry would be moping over it. Draco can't imagine what he would do if he killed a human. Stop thinking about decorating your Azkaban cell for Christmas and help me decorate the Great Hall, threatened Draco. He is not about to spend Christmas with a guilty savior. I thought we wouldn't mention anything. Then stop acting like a changed man. You aren't. You are a man who killed a snake. Same as when someone kills a spider, no one goes to send them to Azkaban for that, said Draco. I'm trying, but it's hard, especially with Dumbledore taking over the dada. I have to keep remembering to look at his beard, huffed Harry. If you stop thinking about it, he won't be able to see it. Now help me, he ordered, and Harry did laugh now, helping take him to the Great Hall. January 1993. After the Christmas Operation SLY, Slytherin Levitating Youth was on. He showed Granger and Luna the tie pin, and they wore it fast. Phase 1. Twins please, said Draco. At Christmas, Draco wrote a few papers of midterm questions he remembered and sent them to the twins. They sold them fast earnings enough and a bit of extra that helped Molly buy Ronald a new wand. They were happy to offer help now in his project. The twins bowed and walked over to the Slytherin gang. Greg and Vincent were laughing at something. The twins started antagonizing them, and the insult exchange started. Two idiots for the price of one. Your mother must have cursed you for eating twice the amount, said Greg. You are a club-toting, raw meat eating, said Fred. Meat eating big, bald bubblehead, completed George. The twins stopped to wait for a response. The response was physical as Vincent jumped to hit them. The twins laughed and ran away. You blood traitor failure, said Vincent. That was weak, said Draco from behind them. The gang turned to see Draco, with Hermione and Luna standing on his side. You have been insulted, and you didn't know how to respond, said Draco. They called you idiots with extra steps? Tarzan is a muggle character who walks around almost naked, raised with monkeys. He met Jane, a civilized woman, and learned the concept of names by saying me Tarzan, you Jane in a very caveman way. You would have known and responded fast if you studied muggle studies, explains Draco. He snapped his fingers and Luna handed the SLY brochure. We, the SLY, aim to protect Slytherin from being ignorant and being hurt by the changing times. Even other purebloods are caught up to the creative insults muggles come up with, said Draco, tipping his tie pin. Oh, it's pretty, said Pansy. Blaze glared at her. I mean, who cares? You don't need to study muggle studies to recognize an insult when it comes, said Pansy, fixing her stance. Would you like to join and update your insults to the new times? Offered Draco, holding out his two hands. Vincent and Greg looked at each other, nodded, and took his hands. Excellent choice, said Draco. Hermione was holding the pin baskets, and Draco took two and helped Vincent and Greg wear them. Blaze, Pansy, and Theo glared at him. Welcome to the SLY Club, Slytherin Levitating Youth. We will be the better Slytherin, said Draco smirking. But our parents wouldn't allow us to take muggle studies, said Greg with a sad face. Vincent's excitement dimmed at the reminder. Draco rested his hands on their shoulders. Gregory, Vincent, I'm going to teach you something that is going to change your lives, said Draco. They looked at him with hope and awe at what could be this. It's called lying. February 1993. The pop culture insults kept coming, wearing the Slytherins thin. Daphne, with her cold attitude, had enough. She jumped a muggle-born student who called her a knockoff version of Madonna. She didn't know who Madonna was, but it drove her insane, and the fight was big. The professor came in taking points left and right and handing in detention. Their house points were almost empty, and the older Slytherins were angry at the younger year's behavior. If I see this point total drop below this line, someone is going to regret it, said the Slytherin head boy, pointing his wand at the almost empty house point counter with few emerald stones left. No better time to start Phase 2 than now. I know a way to gain points, said Draco timidly, raising his hand. Do share, someone from the older students said. Professor Charity Burbage. He swallowed a bit. She gives Slytherin students points if they help her clean the classroom or move her equipment, since no Slytherin ever helps her, finished Draco, the room silent as they looked at him. Then what are you waiting for? Find her, yelled the head boy. The students spread out, running. Draco told Harry the news, and the boy dared to pout, saying he would miss insulting them and that he was saving a good one that involved a cha-cha slide punch, whatever that meant. So Hermione convinced the professor to give any Slytherin who helped her points? Asked Harry. I'm not sure about the details, but yes, Granger handled it. Professor Burbage is excited about our SLY, shrugged Draco. He hasn't talked to or met her yet, saving the panic for the third year, for he is not sure how he will react to seeing the Muggle Studies professor alive and talking. The Slytherin girls were the first to help her, as half-bloods. They didn't mind helping, and they seemed intrigued by the music playing in the classroom. I will admit Muggle music is better than wizarding music, said Tracy. I think it will benefit us to study it and improve our music, so it will be better. Tracy, you play the piano? And Greg, you're in the singing club. You need to develop more and branch out. It will give you inspiration for your singing, said Draco. Greg was a gifted singer in the old reality. After the war, Draco did his best to help his dream of singing come true as they exchanged letters, but it was no use, for no one would hire him. He hoped this time Slytherin would have a better reputation. Greg smiled, his cheeks glowing red, always excited whenever Draco mentioned his singing, and Tracy thought about how she could play a piano version of a Muggle song, and no one from her family would know. New members joined SLY. Tracy Davis, Millicent Bulstrode, she was interested in the snacks the professor gave, and 4 other girls, leaving Pansy and Daphne as the only girls from their year not in. The Slytherin girls made sure to show off their tie pins and talk loudly about the club, while Pansy glared at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, Professor Snape called him a week later. Yes, Professor, to the headmaster's office, May 1993. Narcissa, on the other hand, was having a very difficult time. Her son won't answer her letters, her instructor is merciless, and her husband's head is stuck in his ass. You need to understand how the fabric is made and how it reacts to different kinds of damage so you can understand how to fix it, said Molly, rubbing her forehead to soothe her headache. Now do it again, ordered Molly. Narcissa sighed and started threading the thread by hand until it became a piece of fabric. The reason she was almost late getting home every day was that Molly decided to teach her how to mend magical fabric. They went through non-magical fabric first, and Narcissa had to make the cotton thread by hand. She starts to have a bit of respect for how Muggles found a way to survive without a wand, but she is not excited when they will get to making silk. Molly should have kept it a secret how it's made. Narcissa was sure she would faint from the smell alone. Can we move to magical fabrics now? Asked Narcissa, after finishing her piece, watching it burn so she could mend it again. For the 6th time, no, said Molly. 2 more tries. 8 seemed to be her lucky number. Come in, Mr. Malfoy, sit, smiled Dumbledore when he saw Draco peek in. Draco sat on the closest chair, letting his cane snap shut and resting it on his lap. Dumbledore pointed around his beard. This tie pin, what's it about? Asked Dumbledore. Ah, I should have asked for permission. It's a club, Slytherin Levitating Youth. It's a way to try to get Slytherins to study Muggle studies, said Draco, taking the pin off and giving it to the headmaster. Muggle studies? Said Dumbledore, surprised as he studied the pin. Here in SLY, we want Slytherins to not let their fear and hate stand in the way of their education, and they should learn about the 98% of the world. We wizards are only 2% in this big world. It's unreasonable to be ignorant of how the world works without magic. Draco had already given the speech to every new member. He had got some first-year students to join, Izoria being the first as she loved the idea. That's marvelous, Mr. Malfoy, said Dumbledore, his eyes softening. Thank you, said Draco. I called you here to ask about the club, and I wanted to ask about your living situation, Mr. Malfoy. My living situation? Asked Draco, confused. As I understand, your parents have put you in danger. One may find it hard to go back to such an environment. Professor Snape did offer to take you in dash. Draco's head was buzzing as he remembered a vision he didn't care much for. I think Draco should be under your care, Dumbledore said, cleaning his glasses. And how do you plan to take the boy away from his parents exactly? Snape responded in his characteristic, condescending manner that implied everyone else lacked intelligence, but he would humor them. Sirius Black, Dumbledore simply stated, using him to falsely testify against his cousin? Snape questioned. It won't be false. Draco's parents are known as Death Eaters. I believe we would be saving the boy from a dark future, Dumbledore explained. Coincidentally, he is a powerful seer who could potentially turn the tide of the war, depending on which side he aligns with, Snape added, his tone filled with implications. Why would I live with Professor Snape? Said Draco, cutting Dumbledore off. He apologized softly. Well, you don't have any godparents. You have Mr. Black and Mrs. Tonks, but they are accessible to your parents. Of course, if you want to, you can live with them. I can ask the court to dash. Headmaster, I'm going to live with my parents, said Draco, frowning. Draco, I understand it's hard to cut yourself from your family. Once you find the courage, I will be there, said Dumbledore. He excused Draco, and Draco stood outside the office, silent, thinking about what had happened. April 1993. The Slytherin did manage to win some points back, and he started to weaken Blaze's resolve. Theo was as hard-settled as possible, but Luna seemed to be focusing on him. He started to run away whenever he saw her. Pansy was just waiting for Blaze to weaken. As a child, no one wants to be left out, and the tie pins are driving her crazy. Professor Burbage started offering freebies and Muggle fashion magazines, and the girls started gossiping about Muggle celebrities in front of Pansy. It appeared Muggle celebrities had better drama going on, and Pansy almost walked out, her eyes red as the girls were now the ones excluding her and not the other way around. What if we made cheering signs for Slytherin when they sign the electives papers? Said Luna. That's funny, do that, agreed Draco. You agree to everything Luna says? Said Harry. They were by the Black Lake relaxing as the weather became warm enough for Draco. My parents say I always get the best ideas, defended Luna. The time to choose their electives came in, and they needed to sign the papers. Professor Snape stood after their potion class with a paper to sign. Draco limped to the door and opened it. Luna came in wearing a snake head with a big sign overhead saying the smartest are the Slytherins. She stood next to Snape, who glared at her, but pretended not to see her. The Slytherins' half-blood signed in, writing their names under Muggle studies. Draco cast green sparkles and handed them candies his mother sent as a peace offering. He refused to eat any out of petty and decided other kids would appreciate it. Greg and Vincent came in and wrote their names for Muggle studies and magical creatures. Draco and Luna hooted, sending green sparkles and throwing candies. Mr. Malfoy, said Snape. Yes, Professor? Blinked his eyes up, the complete face of innocence. I understand this whole project of you, but you can do it quietly, threatened Snape. Sorry, apologized Draco. Blaze, who had his arms crossed, unfolded them. You're so pathetic. Fine, I will sign it, said Blaze, and wrote his name under Muggle studies and divination. Yadash, Luna, and Draco started, but a glare from Snape made them whisper, Yay! Blaze huffed, walked to them, and put his hands out. Draco dropped the SLY pin in it. Finally, Pansy ran, writing her name under Muggle studies and divination. She ran to Draco. Give me the pin. Draco pretends to search his pockets for one. Oh, it may have been the last one. No. She walked back to Snape. Kidding, don't take out your name. Draco handed her the pin, and she snatched it. Now, Theo, what are you going to do? Said Draco as the whole gang stood watching Theo. It will be fun, and you can investigate Muggle's way of healing, said Luna, walking with her snake head to Theo, who avoided looking at her. My mother thinks Muggles' weapons are way more deadly than wizards, added Luna. That's not true, said Theo. Prove it, she said. Theo sneered, his cheeks red. He signed his name, and the whole gang shouted, Why? Get out of my classroom. I will pull out whenever I find it useless, said Theo to them, refusing to wear the tie pin. Of course, said Draco. He felt the sand shift in his sleeve, and the giddy feeling in his stomach intensified. He did something good. Once they left the classroom, Hermione ran to him. Draco, did you choose your electives? She said. The Slytherin gang disappeared away, leaving him with Luna. Yes, said Draco. No, I want to talk to you. My payment for the strategy, I want us to have the same electives. Oh well, that's simple. I can ask Professor Snape to change mine. I was curious about divination dash. She cut him off. I want to take all the electives, said Hermione. Luna and Draco side-eyed each other before looking at her. Come again, said Draco. I can't choose one, and I want to take them all, said Hermione. Even Muggle studies? Asked Luna. Of course. I want to see how wizards see us and how the SLY will react to learning about us, said Hermione. Hold my cane. He handed Luna the cane and walked up to Hermione. Listen, Granger. Hermione. Listen, Hermione. I'm going to physically fight you if you took Muggle studies and had the best grade in the class because you know everything about being Muggle," shouted Draco. "Why?" shouted Hermione, looking pissed. "I will be already busy fighting to keep Slytherins inside the classroom. Did you forget your strategy?" The third phase of SLY included keeping the Slytherins in the classroom. "In case you didn't notice, I was standing with a whole group before you came." "Where are they?" said Draco. "They left the moment they saw Hermione," answered Luna. "Thank you, Luna," said Hermione, glaring at her. "One joined just because she likes the tie pin, the other joined out of spite, and half joined so they can insult Muggles better." "Hermione, they will leave if they have to sit and hear you answer all the questions." "What's the point?" yelled Draco. Luna nodded. "There used to be a pure-blood etiquette subject dash," started Draco. "Why is it gone?" "Cut." Hermione asked Dumbledore. "Anyway, how would you feel if I, born and raised in diapers to know etiquette, took this subject with you and got the best grade, and every pure-blood student got better grade than you on the subject?" asked Draco. Hermione pouted, understanding she couldn't defend her point anymore. "Look, you can take it as self-studies, take the exam, and get your extra O. Do the same with the extra electives," said Draco, waving his hand. "I can self-study?" asked Hermione in wonder. Draco looked at her with a blank face. "You already do that." The school end-of-year feast came, and the Slytherin was the fourth for the first time in probably centuries. It was bad, seventh year crying and having meltdown. Ravenclaw won the House Cup, while Gryffindors won the Quidditch Cup with Harry's secret skills. The Slytherin head boy slammed his face on the table sobbing, but Draco didn't give him any mind. He managed to get 10 Slytherin students to study Muggle studies and 15 to join SLY. His tattoo faded a bit, with the snake completely inside the skull. Life was good. June 1993. Narcissa tipped her foot, waiting. "Are you sure he will come?" asked Molly, looking around in awe as cars passed by. "He is unemployed, and I already told him about you," said Narcissa. A loud engine came by, scaring the two of them. They held each other as the death vehicle stood by them, a weird-headed Muggle on it. "Sissy, Mrs. Weasley," said Sirius, taking his helmet off. "Oh, it's you," said Narcissa, fixing her posture. "Oh, Arthur would love this," said Molly, asking Sirius 101 questions. He smiled, answering her, but Narcissa's nerves couldn't wait anymore. "Can you tell her the address so we can get in?" "And where were you?" "The house is right there. I was out enjoying my freedom. Do you think I sit in my house in the dark waiting for Harry to come back?" said Sirius with an eyebrow raised. "You don't?" said Narcissa, mocking. Sirius glared at her and leaned in, whispering the address to Molly and smirking. Narcissa shook her head, disgusted by the display. Sirius shrugged and led the two inside. He offered them tea, and they accepted, sitting down. "So what's the reason for your visit?" asked Sirius, smiling up at Molly with his legs crossed. "Don't answer." Narcissa stopped Molly. "I already told you. You let me in without questions," warned Narcissa. "Worth a try," shrugged Sirius. Narcissa led Molly to the tapestry room, closed the door, and showed Molly her plans. Molly studied the spots, carefully touching around the blasted edges, and nodded to herself. "You can do it, Narcissa," said Molly. Narcissa breathed and started casting, her hands shaking. She slowly cleaned the soot to see the damage clearly. Now to analyze the fabric and its weave, how the threads work, and slowly she started mending. She felt herself faltering. What if Andromeda didn't care about it? What if she didn't ask to be put back in the tree? "Narcissa," called Molly, her wand interfering to keep the fabric movement steady, and patting Narcissa's back. "You can do it." Narcissa sighed. She doesn't care. She is doing this for herself. She wants to do this, no matter if anyone else cares. With her grip firm, she twisted her wand to keep mending the picture, slowly appearing before her, the proud smile of Andromeda. Narcissa started to smile. "Don't let go. You're not done yet," warned Molly. She waved her wand, infusing the black family magic in the picture, and the nameplate shown started to move again, back to life. The small nameplate of Nymphadora Tonks and Edward Tonks appeared next to it, shimmering. "You did it," clapped Molly, happy for her, not jealous or hiding ulterior motives, just simply proud that her student had succeeded. Narcissa felt warm. She didn't think that outside of her husband and son, someone ever was happy for her like this. Not even her mother, who hated her enough to name her a name rooted to the ground. Having 7 O's is nothing to brag about when you can't birth an heir. I'm surprised that Malfoy boy hasn't annulled the betrothal, her mother used to tell her. Molly, with her poor financial state and her family labeled blood traitors, the laughingstock of the British Magical Society, was happy to see Narcissa succeed in fixing a stupid tapestry. Molly was smarter than her, a better baker, and definitely a better mother, whose sons don't hate and refuse to talk to her. "Oh dear, you're crying," said Molly, taking her napkin and dipping it in Narcissa's eye corner, careful not to ruin the makeup. It made Narcissa sob more. "Thank you," said Narcissa, turning away to hide her tears. She felt the sand moving up and down her arms, but all she could think about was there was nothing to be proud of. Chapter and notes. What could be in Harry's pockets? What do you think Sirius does when Harry is not there? I cried at Narcissa's part, because I wrote her backstory. You all don't know it yet, pensive face. 8 is her lucky numbers because Draco is her 8th child. Summer break and third-year adventure, here we go. This was a down chapter, and third year, maybe a down year where there isn't much plot going on. We can't have exciting things happening all the time. We need ups and downs, or so a famous writer said. Chapter rant. As I was watching the third movie, I noticed the snake tie pin and rings on all the Slytherin gang. And then a YT video of Hogwarts' clothes designer talking about how they wanted to get the idea of the Slytherin house being old, full of rich families, and history, so it was the only house with pin tie and house ring too. Satin mirror. Chapter summary. Happy birthday to my favorite boys, Neville and Harry. For their birthday, I decided to hit them with puberty as a gift. I'm such a kind author, smiling face with halo, alternative chapter name. Teenagers' nightmares. Chapter notes. Chapter warning, reading, a list cough, bleeding wrists, suicidal thoughts, subtle mention of rape, mention of pure blood, inbreeding, self-esteem issue, body image issues, discussion of using disability, stereotypes, depression tendencies, mention of child abuse, mention of putting children in danger. I hope I didn't forget anything. See the end of the chapter for more notes. June 1993. Arriving at the station, Draco saw Sirius and his mother standing next to each other, talking animatedly and actually enjoying the conversation from their faces. "What the hell happened?" whispered Harry. "You tell me," replied Draco. The adults greeted them, and Narcissa hugged him tightly, not giving him a chance to leave before standing back up. "I have a surprise for you. I hope you will like it," said Narcissa. She sounded unsure, and Draco felt guilty for ignoring her all school year. They are a team, and his father is the idiot. The surprise seemed to be a Grimmauld place, where Sirius and Remus welcomed them back. They sat drinking tea and asked them about school. It took a while for Harry to warm up and tell them about Quidditch, his voice soft and hesitant, as if at any moment they would ask about the chamber. Draco felt Narcissa's eyes on his head, so he started talking about the SLY. "I'm proud of you, Draco," said Narcissa, and she turned to Harry. "Thank you, Harry, for saving Draco," she said, her voice empty. Draco was well aware that it pained her to thank the one who, in her eyes, was the reason for her son's misfortune. "No need to thank me. I would have done it no matter what," said Harry, glaring. And that concludes their year's usage of interaction, both turning away from the other. "I would like to show you something," said Narcissa, leading Draco to the tapestry room. Sirius told Harry to come too. She nervously tapped her nails against each other as she turned with confidence to show him the tapestry, hands pointing around Andromeda and Sirius's faces. Draco walked closer, and Harry was pushed forward too as Sirius pointed under his own name. "She restored our faces and also added you," Sirius told Harry. Under Sirius Black's name was a vine leading to a frowning Harry without his glasses, but his hair styled to show the lightning scar, a gold plate written Harry James Potter, and in fine detail, the word Godson underneath. "I'm in the tapestry," said Harry, his voice fragile. "You fixed the tapestry?" said Draco, looking at her. She nodded her head. "Still have some relatives I need to fix back, but yes, I figured it out with Molly's help," said Narcissa. "Molly Weasley?" asked Draco. She nodded, and Draco felt a relief in his chest. His mother is trying. He leaned in and hugged her. She held him tight to her chest, patting his head. Harry was hugging Sirius too. The two boys happy for different reasons, yet united in the moment. I still have to show Andromeda, said Narcissa, and she looked unsure about it. Draco held her hand and assured her she would be fine. Sirius also said he was happy about it, even if he hated the family and that Andromeda would like it. Andromeda came, bringing gifts. She treated Draco with kisses and Harry with hugs before greeting the adults and cluing that something was up. What do you mean something is up? Asked Sirius. You look happy to see Narcissa. I'm always happy to see my cousin. Andromeda was doubtful, but she turned to Narcissa, who didn't let go of her hands. Nervously, Narcissa told her she wanted to show her something and led her to the tapestry room. Sissy, said Andromeda, her hand over her mouth, the other tracing her name next to her husband's. You added him. No, I fixed it. He was supposed to be there, said Narcissa. Andromeda hugged her tight, not letting her go for a long while. Harry, as if he came to the realization after everyone had left, leaving him and Sirius alone, stood up, surprised. That makes me and Draco cousins? Well, shrugged Sirius. July 1993. Harry Potter, you are under arrest for casting an unforgivable curse, an aura said as he walked in and put Harry's hands in shackles. What? Said Harry. He didn't do anything, leave him, said Draco. Harry turned to see another aura appear to shackle Draco. Leave him, Harry said. He is under arrest for protecting you, the aura said. The aura's face slowly changed to that of Aunt Petunia. You will go to jail, and that's where you belong. Draco, the talented boy, will suffer because of you, said Aunt Petunia. No, I didn't mean to, said Harry. Draco Malfoy, you will be sentenced to death, the aura/Aunt Petunia said. Harry saw Draco's body float up above him, arms wide open, with cuts on his wrists and neck bleeding a steady stream. His nose and eye were also bleeding as he cried, begging Harry for help. Harry found himself back in his bed, with Draco's blood drowning him, though he could not move or swim. Soon, a voice said, "Ah!" yelled Harry as he woke up from the nightmare. Oh, he sighed and fell back on his bed, watching the sky outside his window. Harry, you awake, said Sirius from outside his room. What do you want? Said Harry. Sirius had been trying for a week to get him out of the room, but Harry frankly didn't want to. Well, I would like to check if you were alive, said Sirius. He tried to open the door, but Harry felt his magic click the lock violently. Silence, as Sirius tried the doorknob once, and Harry turned on his side to go back to sleep or think about sleeping. The outside of a small manor came into view with an overgrown garden, and he could see the manor's sign, Riddle Manor. A skeleton cloaked in black rested on a seat, with Nagini slithering around the chair. The pinkish skeleton's hand rested on the snake's head. Nagini, spoke the body. Harry's mind told him that was the Dark Lord. I give you the honor to be my sixth and last horcrux, said Voldemort. A butler walked in surprise by the scene. He started running away, but the snake was faster and attacked his neck, warping its body around him. Harry woke up to hear knocking again. He looked at the clock, a 20-minute difference. He had napped, but his nightmares that time were different. It gave him the feeling that it may have been a... Harry, this is an intervention, said Sirius from outside the door. Harry, you better open that door. You have 5 seconds. Mooney's voice came, and Harry groaned into his pillow. 1, 2, 3. Aren't you counting too fast? Whispered Sirius. 4, 5, that's it. The door unlocked, and Mooney entered, looking annoyed as he saw Harry didn't move from his bed. Get up, take a shower, clean the room and the sheets, it stinks, said Mooney with a hand wave as he opened the windows, letting in fresh air. And when you're done, meet us downstairs. We need to talk, said Remus. Sirius nodded in agreement. I don't want to, said Harry. I guess we can talk later, Sirius started to say, but Remus cut him off. No, you will get up now, and we will talk after you shower. You stink. We will talk after I shower or after I clean my room, asked Harry mockingly. I changed my mind. You can think about our talk while you clean the room. Now move, or I will move you, said Remus, standing over Harry. Fine, he said, getting up from the bed. He had to admit he did need a shower. Wearing the same clothes for 2 weeks and waking up numerous times in sweat really wasn't nice. But he lacked the energy even now, under threat. With heavy steps, he went to the bathroom. His mirror gasped at him, and he told it to shut it, then turned the water on. He hates to admit it, but showering did make him feel better and more awake. He didn't let his improved mood show as he walked downstairs in sweatpants and a shirt, making sure his hands stayed crossed as he saw the setup. 2 chairs on the side and 1 chair facing them, at the kitchen table. Remus pointed at the lonely chair, so he would sit. Sirius seemed to be nervous about it, and smiled at Harry while offering him food. "You haven't eaten breakfast. Here you go," said Sirius, putting the orange juice, eggs, and bacon before Harry. "Eat," ordered Remus, and now Harry didn't feel like doing so. He kept his arms crossed. "Please? The topic we will go through may kill your appetite," said Sirius, and Harry stabbed his bacon. Remus took out a book and put it on the table. "The Body Keeps the Score. Mind, Brain, and Body by Bessel van der Kolk." "That's mine," said Harry. It was his first gift from Andromeda. "Did you read it?" said Remus, but he already knew the answer. "I was planning to," mumbled Harry, refusing to admit he didn't touch it since putting it. "Good, because you have to. That will be your summer homework," said Remus. "I already have to do school homework." "Harry," sighed Remus. "I don't think you want to tell us your life before Sirius," said Remus, and Harry stopped eating, feeling the dread of anyone knowing. A hard truth lived inside him for years, and he doesn't want anyone to have a look in and face him with the facts that his Aunt Petunia didn't do anything wrong. He deserved it, and maybe Petunia knew he will grow to be an ungrateful boy. He looked at his dish, losing appetite. "And in your last 2 years of Hogwarts, you have been through a lot, so I suggest you read the book and discuss with us what solution you want." Remus pushed the book closer to Harry. "This book is about how trauma literally reshapes both body and brain, compromising sufferers' capacities for pleasure, engagement, self-control, and trust," said Remus, looking deep into Harry's eyes when he said trust. He avoids looking. Maybe Remus can read mine too. "I think it will help you understand what you're feeling and how to go about it. One of the things is sport, and you're already doing that for your physical health, and I think it will improve your mental health too," said Sirius. Yes, he missed both his clubs and his 2 weeks of depression, losing the motivation to play. "Thanks," said Harry as he put the fork down. "Now, on to our next topic," said Sirius. "There's more," said Harry. He already feel his energy was drained. "We need to have the talk," emphasized Remus. "The talk," said Harry. "You are at an age where you've started feeling new things," started Sirius slowly. Harry's face paled as the horror of where the conversation was going reached him. He covered his face as the explanation went on, with Sirius going on with hand gestures that made Harry's face heat up in embarrassment, and Remus using his wand to conjure a bird and a bee, the two talking deeply and passionately. Harry let his body slide down the chair and covered his ears to stop the bleeding information. He wished he hadn't left his room. July 1993. "So how exactly did Potter destroy the horcruxes?" was Lucius's first question to Draco in an attempt to break the silent treatment Draco had given him. Draco rolled his eyes and left the sitting room, harshly letting his cane echo in the halls. He slammed the doors behind him, letting them rattle, then sat by the vanity chair, sighing and massaging his legs, trying to relax his nerves and muscles. His eyes caught his reflection in the mirror. Looking at his face, he saw his features stretching, his limbs growing taller, his baby fat disappearing, and the scars stretching with him, growing bigger as if to take over his whole face. "No, no, no. How am I supposed to be endearing to anyone?" Draco thought, blinking his eyes fast. "That's so ugly," he whispered, a sense of panic rising as he started applying makeup, roughly patting on the foundation and ignoring the stinging pain, until his face appeared smooth. Breathing heavily, he leaned closer, and the imperfections started showing, the foundation resting unevenly over the scars, patchy spots. He turned his head to the side, and the scar deforming his nose became visible, a piece of him missing, the slope of his nose altered. He had never noticed before how the nose scar deformed him. "No!" he yelled, covering his face and sobbing. What was he going to do now? He was ugly and emotional. "I need to stop it," he yelled, hitting his chest once, twice. The weight of reality was overwhelming. His body was growing, and he was no longer the endearing, cute version of himself, but the ugly adult he had killed in the old reality. How exactly was anyone going to trust him? in his visions now. Draco sniffed and sat there by the mirror, crying. He wanted to stop, but it wasn't worth it. Thinking up a new strategy and how to get the third horcrux was more important, but he couldn't. No one cares about emotional, ugly teenagers, he said, feeling the old urges to scratch his arm. Draco. Narcissa opened the door. Star? She asked, worried, closing the door behind her and going to Draco's side. What's wrong, dragon? The floodgates opened. I'm ugly. How am I supposed to make anyone do what I want using only pity? Part of the charm is the cuteness. He cried, covering his face. On top of that, I can't stop crying. Everything makes me cry, and no one likes depressed teenagers. They're the worst. He stood, giving his back to his mother, embarrassed, and the embarrassment made him sob harder. Draco, no, you are beautiful, said Narcissa. Save it for someone who would believe it. He yelled through the tears, disgusted by the snot running, and went to the bathroom to wash up, but Narcissa followed him. Star, listen to me. You can still use your charm. How? When I can't smile, and I don't want to smile. I look like a freak accident. He leaned on the sink, avoiding looking at the mirror, and washed his face, the barrier of the cosmetic trick no longer available. You don't see the bigger picture, said Narcissa. If I do, I may end it all, he whispered, but Narcissa heard it and roughly took hold of his arm. Listen, she yelled, and he was silenced, for Narcissa had never once yelled at him. She dragged him to his room and dropped him on the vanity chair, sitting next to him. I will do your makeup, and you won't speak unless I say so, she said, her voice clipped. She started with a moisture potion, gently rubbing it on his cheeks. You don't understand the potential you have now, Draco. People hate teenagers because they are impolite, smelly, and angry all the time. It's a hard phase, she said, gently putting dots of foundation and using a brush to pat it around. You, on the other hand, know that now is not the time for such things. You are polite, you smell amazing, and you're sad. See where I'm going with that? No, he said, and his mother used her index finger to point at his lips. That pout, it will do it. I will explain. You don't want to be sad, but you are. Nothing is more miserable than a polite boy who's trying not to cry because he's a teenager. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, checking if her point had gotten across. She added some concealer under his eyes and around his nose, which made him hold back a sob. Use it all on the nose, he wanted to say. Adults now will be sick and tired of these rude, angry, smelly teenagers, yelling and demanding things, and their embarrassing antics. But when they see you, they'll be like, oh, another one. But no, it's Draco Malfoy, the polite, quiet boy. He looks sad but doesn't throw it on anyone or blame anyone. He understands its hormones and doesn't take everything seriously. Do you see it yet? She asked as she moved to the eyeliner, explaining that using a light brown one was best for him because of his platinum blonde hair and white skin, as it would subtly widen his eyes. I think so. You can use the tears. Can you imagine it? One drop of tears while apologizing and explaining yourself sincerely? Draco, come on, I know you see it, said Narcissa. She stopped to ask him if he wanted the blush to widen his face or narrow it, and he looked up to stop the tears, telling her he just wanted his face to be the same size. Hold on. Let me add the setter, she said, spraying the magical setter on his face and smiling. Now you can cry, she allowed. He looked at the mirror and truly liked his face, free of the scars, and the subtle hints of blush and eyeliner made him cry. He hugged her, thanking her, and she stroked his head gently, turning his face to keep looking at the mirror. Your father will be destroyed. He won't stand a chance of saying no to that. You look like a kitten, she said. Draco tried to laugh, but the tears went down the wrong pipe, and he snorted, making him cry at the ugly noise. There. Make a list of things you want and give it to your father. He won't dare think of saying no as an answer, said Narcissa. Give me the list before you give it to him. I want to add some things too, she said with a smirk. This time, he managed a laugh and a smile. Please don't think about ending it again, whispered Narcissa, hugging him tight. He hugged her back, silently. July 1993. I will go to the tapestry and check on your mental age, she said with a smile. I'm sure it's just your physical age taking control with the hormones. Narcissa and Draco went on to visit Grimmauld Place. Narcissa went under the excuse of still working on her family tree, as she wanted to bring back all the ones who were blasted off before Sirius and Andy, which was true. Draco went under the excuse of inviting Harry to France. "Harry, would you mind asking Sirius if it's okay to spend half the summer break with me?" asked Draco. "We already spent it together," said Harry, confused, as he turned from his game on the living room's television. "I want you to meet my grandpeer," said Draco. "In France? Why? It will be fun," said Draco, smiling a bit before it dropped. "And I think you need to know more about Tom Riddle," said Draco. "Let me guess, your grandfather was a Death Eater?" "He was the Dark Lord's childhood best friend," Draco defended. "Voldemort is his best friend?" yelled Harry. "He wasn't Voldemort when they were best friends," Draco defended. They went to the kitchen and asked for permission to go, leaving out the real reason they wanted to go to France. Sirius thought deeply about it before agreeing. "It will be fun, but I'm coming too," said Sirius. "Sure, I don't think Grandpeer would mind," said Draco. They stayed for dinner and waved them goodbye, telling them to plan for the summer in Giverny, teleporting back home. Narcissa finally broke her mask to show Draco that she did find something. "I have good news and bad news," said Narcissa. "Bad news," said Draco. "There's no good news." "I thought you would ask for the bad news first," winced Narcissa. "Bad news," he said. "Your mental age is 14. "What? I was 14 when you last checked. How did it not change? Am I stupid?" "Oh, I'm becoming stupid." Draco felt the tears at the corners of his eyes, waiting to fall. He sniffed. No, I did tell you this was just your emotional intelligence, as it affects how one would look. Nothing to do with your smarts, baby," Narcissa reassured. "You call me a child?" "Excuse you." Draco gasped and left for his room. "Draco, no, I meant as my baby," said Narcissa, sighing as the door slammed shut. "We're going to Grandpeer," said Draco to his father, the first sentence he had exchanged with his father since the hospital wing. Lucius flinched, surprised, and he stood up trying to get his mask back on. "Well, I guess I will have to pack my stuff on such short notice too." "Draco, you need to manage your time better, Dash." "No, not you, me and Mother. Harry and his godfather too," said Draco, his expression cold. "Why would I let you go with that, Dash?" started Lucius. "I wasn't asking for permission. I'm telling you. So you won't wonder where we are." Draco cut in, gave his father a once-over, and left the room. Going to France without his father, his mother was the only guide to Sirius and Harry. They followed them through the port keys and finally arrived at the Malfoy fortress. Akil the elf greeted them and sent them to the same room as before. Sirius paced around, and Harry waited politely by the window. He asked Draco about the lake and if they could swim in it, and commented on the paintings. "My star," said Abraxas, arms wide for a hug. Draco wrapped himself around him, enjoying the warmth. "Papa Malfoy, nice to meet you," said Sirius, hands up in offer. Abraxas looked at the hand before looking at Narcissa. "Is this your new husband?" asked Abraxas. Both Narcissa and Sirius's faces twisted in disgust, and they quickly denied it. "He is my cousin Sirius Black," explained Narcissa. "Like that stopped any of you Blacks," muttered Abraxas. Sirius replied, "Can't argue that, unfortunately." "So, where's my son?" asked Abraxas. "Not welcome, but look who I brought with me," said Draco, and pushed Harry forward. "Harry, meet my grandpeer, Abraxas Malfoy," said Draco. If told the man was Draco's father, he would believe it, for Abraxas looked old but healthy with his shoulders straight and his stance powerful. He shook Harry's hand with a firm grip. "Mr. Potter, I presume," said Abraxas in a perfect British accent. "Yes, it's nice to meet you, sir," said Harry, as he nervously tugged on his shirt. Abraxas smiled slowly and called his elf, telling her to get lunch ready. "You would enjoy our lake in this hot summer, with ice cream." Abraxas smiled as he patted Draco's cheek. "We would love to sit with you, Grandpeer," said Draco. Harry nodded in agreement. Soon, he was taken into a child's playroom full of toys. Harry debated and found himself taken with a dragon tamer corner, with stables and dragon toys that spit small flames. Before he shook his head and moved to the couch, Draco laid his head on his grandfather's lap, and Abraxas ran his hands over and over Draco's hair. Seeing them being comfortable, he sat on the floor, legs crossed, and looked at Abraxas. "Draco told me you need to know everything you can about Tom Riddle," said Abraxas. He was the only one aware of why Draco had invited Harry over, as Draco had sent him a letter about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, minus the accident. Yes, sir, said Harry. Well, I should start from the beginning and save you the details of how I knew, said Abraxas. The Gaunt family were the royalty of the wizarding world. They're the direct line of Salazar Slytherin, unlike the other founders whose blood got lost around and anyone can claim to be part of them. The Gaunts did what they could to preserve their legacy, and that led to inbreeding, said Abraxas, grim as the story would start to get ugly. He explained the downfall of the Gaunts, how the blood curses got the better of them, leaving them either too sickly or too violent to keep up with business, and how they relied heavily on the vaults until it ran empty. With no money or no job, the Gaunt line turned to a life of crime, generation after generation of thefts, murders, and potion addicts, yet still refusing to stop the inbreeding. Enter Merope Gaunt. Abraxas explained that Merope developed an obsessive love for Tom Riddle, a handsome and wealthy Muggle boy. After both her father and brother were imprisoned in Azkaban, she bewitched him using a mix of low-quality love potions and Imperius. She married Tom and got pregnant shortly afterward. A year into their marriage, Tom Riddle was liberated from the effects of her magic and fled terrified of having his free will over his body and actions taken. Merope was shocked by the reaction, not able to mentally comprehend why he would leave her after a year under love potion. She ended up alone in London and later died at Wool's orphanage after giving birth to her son, whom she named Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort, said Harry. I guess that's enough for today, said Abraxas, smiling. They soon had lunch and dinner. Harry explored the fortress with Draco before the house elves started lighting up candles as the time was late. He helped Draco to his room, wished him a good night, and walked to his room next to Sirius's. In the dark, with only the candles casting sharp shadows, Sirius opened his door upon hearing noise. Harry had the light on his back, but he saw Sirius's face go pale, and he whispered lightly, as if afraid to be heard. James? Sirius took a step forward, and Harry stepped aside to let the light hit his right side, showing his scar and green eyes. Sirius sighed, defeated, maybe a mix of disappointment and relief. Oh, Harry, you look just like your father, said Sirius lightly, trying to smile. Harry didn't respond and went to his room, closing the door behind him harshly. The next day, Draco and his father invited Harry to breakfast by the lake. It was a very relaxing atmosphere, and it improved his mood. The company helped as he watched Draco and his grandfather laughing and talking fast in French before switching back to English to include Harry. Soon after the plates were taken, Abraxas started telling them a brief summary of Tom's life in the orphanage. He never liked it and didn't speak about it much, only telling Abraxas how Dumbledore found him and told him he is a wizard, and his disappointment in learning it was his mother's side and not his father's. Abraxas lamented how Tom Riddle seemed to wish his father was a wizard, and how it may explain why he easily adopted the pure-blood view on Muggleborns, for he hated the Muggles before he knew he was a wizard. After getting an incomplete story of his parents from his uncle Morphin Gaunt, Riddle flew into a rage. He stole his uncle's wand, then killed his father, grandmother, and grandfather, returned Morphin's wand, and then stole the Gaunt family heirloom ring, framing Morphin for the crime, said Abraxas. Harry's met Draco's eyes, and he could see him thinking about the ring as another piece of Tom Riddle, like the diary and the cup. Unknown to anyone, like the real accident in the Chamber of Secrets before they went up, Draco had Harry collect the basilisk's poison in small vials, telling him they may need it if they faced another item like that. They hid it in Harry's pockets before Harry later gave it to Draco, and he thinks that by the end of this trip, he will understand what these items are and how they are related to Voldemort. Of course, he told me about his kill since I witnessed the first. It was a way to keep me afraid, and he knows no one would believe me, said Abraxas, a sad look in his eyes. And Harry may understand, believing you found a best friend only for them to be using you. He can relate, as he never had a family, for he was nothing but a house elf to them, and Draco treats his house elf better than Harry was ever treated by his blood family. Abraxas excused himself and left them outside. Sirius and Narcissa came after walking around the garden. Narcissa said she felt tired and would lie down in her room, kissing Draco before leaving. "How about a swim in the lake?" asked Sirius. "Sure." "Draco?" asked Harry. "No, you two go." "I will watch," said Draco, tugging on his sleeves. And Harry realized how he had never seen Draco in anything but long sleeves and never less than 2 layers, even in the summer. He feared to ask now, as he could remember his wrist being cut to feed a magical cup that was never full, the slight piece of skin covered in scars, and that let Harry's curiosity die. He noticed Draco had been applying makeup since the summer break started, and he decided not to comment. He may not have understood it before, but after the talk, Harry shuddered at remembering it. He understood it may be a way for Draco to feel comfortable about his body. He and Sirius changed into swimsuits and jumped into the cold water. They splashed each other, laughing and enjoying their time together. And Sirius, in the middle of his jumping, kept changing between Padfoot and himself, which made Harry laugh and delighted him. Draco watched the two swimming. He could join them with his magical powers or wear a long-sleeved swimsuit, but he didn't feel like wearing a tight piece where he could see all his imperfections. He decided now was not the time for another crying fit, especially not in front of Harry Potter. He asked an elf to bring refreshments and towels. Soon Harry decided to take a break, coming closer and sitting in the chair, drinking the fresh juice and wearing his glasses again. His eyes moved back and forth, a question on his lips, but he changed his mind and drank more from his cup. Draco was thinking about how he was going to find the 3rd horcrux in the Room of Requirement, so he may have had a sore expression on his face. He asked, "What is it?" in a bored tone as he thought of a point-me spell that would work to find a horcrux. Harry looked back at the lake where Padfoot was lazing about, floating by the willow tree, and slid closer to Draco, speaking in a low voice, afraid of being heard, and his face flushed red. "Did your parents give you?" murmured Harry. Draco leaned closer, his sore face deepening as he tried to hear Harry. Was he going deaf, or was Harry talking to himself? "The talk, did you have it?" asked Harry, his face flushed from the sun, probably. "The talk? About what?" said Draco, his face stuck in a frown as the sun and the low voice were annoying him. "The birds and the bees," said Harry, quickly looking at Padfoot to see him chasing the ducks. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Harry, I don't have time for puzzles," said Draco. It seemed that was the right answer, as Harry seemed relieved by Draco's clueless response, and he smiled warmly at him. "Oh, don't mind it, it was a joke." "Don't think too much and don't change, Draco," said Harry, his words fumbling, the last word almost begging. He drank the last of his cup before jumping back into the lake. "Idiot," muttered Draco, rolling his eyes, and went back to his dilemma. Abraxas the next day told them about Voldemort's opinion on Dumbledore, how he didn't fit in during his first year at Hogwarts as he was a feral child, but soon recognized how the Slytherin house worked and changed his image and behavior. He was telling them in the playroom, and Harry was joined on the floor by Draco, the two listening to every word. It started when he joined the Slughorn Club, the idea of a gang that shared the same ideals. It was, as you young kids say, cool. Its name was the Knights of Walpurgis, and he was the leader, though he never clearly said it. It was natural to follow him, as everyone looked up to him in Slytherin. I was high on the idea of being the closest to Tom. Abraxas stopped talking a bit, his eyes dark and his tone slow to hide the hurt in his voice. But Harry knew that Abraxas must have thought of Tom as a friend. In the 5th year, he changed. It was a subtle change. His eyes became redder, his skin whiter, and he looked sick, missing classes, but no professor asked him why, besides Dumbledore. "I can exactly point out when it happened," said Abraxas. "Professor Slughorn and Tom used to talk about unorthodox methods, and Tom used it to learn more about dark spells. I guess it was his foundation to create the dark mark," Abraxas continued. Draco shuddered beside Harry, and Harry looked at the closed fireplace, with a wand he turned on, not minding the warm room. Abraxas leaned close to whisper the secret to them. "He created a horcrux," said Abraxas. Draco hummed, surprised but not much, but Harry was confused, his dream coming to his mind. Seeing his face, Abraxas explained. "He split his soul into 2, locking a part of it in an item, and to do so, you have to kill someone," explained Abraxas, leaning back. "I knew already he killed more people than I know of. He must have used one of them to create a horcrux," he continued. Harry nodded and shared a look with Draco, who subtly shook his head, so he kept his mouth shut. From thereforth, he became less and less human, and more like a monster, losing his hair, growing fangs, and the Death Eaters were in full business, sighed Abraxas, tired. He told them what they already knew about the war, but did tell them that no one, not even the Death Eaters, knows how many were his loyal servants and how many were forced to be. I hope you found the tale useful, Harry Potter, said Abraxas as he handed Harry a mango truffle the house elf had prepared. Harry nodded, understanding how dangerous Voldemort is and why people feared him, but also learning a fundamental truth about Voldemort's past. Soon, Draco and Harry left the fortress. Draco took him to a hollowed tree by the garden, the red, yellow, and pink flowers all around with small white flowers and magical trees that danced slowly with the breeze. The garden walls were white, unlike the fortress's gray, giving it a brighter look with a swing and tea tables. They sat by a bench under the hollow tree, eating their truffles in silence. The diary and the cup were horcruxes, said Harry, breaking the silence. Are there 6 horcruxes? He made 6 horcruxes, the two said at the same time. They turned, eyes wide and pointing at each other. How did you know? Said Draco. I had a dream. I thought it was a nightmare. He started telling his dream, and Draco completed, saying the snake's name before Harry told him the end. A butler walked in, and the snake attacked him. I think they used him to make the horcrux, said Harry. I didn't see that in my vision, admitted Draco, worry on his face. Harry looked down, thinking about how to solve this. I think the ring is a horcrux, said Harry. Draco nodded. We should find it, said Harry. They had collected the basilisk's poison for this, and Draco was always 3 steps ahead. They only had to find the horcrux now. There is another horcrux at Hogwarts. It may be the ring. I will need your help to find it, said Draco, his shoulders dropped in relief that Harry now knew. Of course, I will do it, said Harry. They let their truffle cups clink. Now let's not think about this and enjoy our summer, said Draco, smiling. The 2 weeks in France went well. They visited the Muggle village, the 4 of them, and Harry rode a bike with Draco sitting behind lazily, enjoying the sun like a house cat as they passed the rivers. His early birthday party was quite unforgettable, with the Malfoy garden as the spot and a lake with floating flowers surrounding the garden. Soon, they left back to England. Draco and Abraxas hugged for a long time, both promising to send letters to each other, and Harry tried not to envy what he knew he didn't have. The heritage, the heirlooms, the history of the family, told by family members and not a book he read every night alone under his blankets. Take care, my star, would you? Said Abraxas, his hands on Harry's shoulders. The trust was enough to let him feel included in the family. He nodded, and he saw Draco, who was beaming at the two, happy to see them get along well. Now, if he looked at the big picture, he wouldn't even have known he had a godfather if it wasn't for Draco. Draco didn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to tell me, said Harry. July 1993. When Draco got his school letter, it was at breakfast. Lucius took the Hogsmeade permission form and gave Draco the list without looking at him. Draco rolled his eyes and decided he would go with Harry alone, telling his mother, so while Lucius was listening. They decided to go alone to get their school supplies, as Draco still hadn't forgiven his father yet, and Harry had enough of hearing Sirius and Remus talking to him about how everything he does is normal for his age. They decided to visit different stores that didn't have anything to do with their Hogwarts list and watch the brooms from the store window. They collected their books, and Draco helped Harry with his monster book, showing him how to open it calmly and gently. Taking lunch in the leaky cauldron, once they finished, they sat talking and remembering details about their French trip. What's that? Said Harry, cutting Draco off. What? Draco turned, and he squinted his eyes. Harry stood and went to the wall, Draco following, and indeed it was a wanted poster. Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr., said Harry. Draco paled at seeing the news. Did they really have to have an escaped prisoner in their 3rd year, no matter what? Oh, that can't be good. It says he escaped a month ago, but they didn't know until yesterday, said Harry, reading the details on the poster. Where do you think he went? Said Harry, looking at Draco. Draco sighed before he met Harry's eyes. He frowned when he noticed something. Why are you looking me in the eyes? Said Draco. Harry blinked, taken aback. What? You should look up. Why are you looking in? Draco took Harry's shoulder and bumped their foreheads together, his back straight. He didn't lean down. "No," Draco whispered fearfully, taking a step back from Harry. "Ah, I see," grinned Harry evilly. "That can't be. You're supposed to be shorter," said Draco, hands on his cheek. Harry patted his back. "It's sad, isn't it? It's scary losing that privilege." Harry smiled, teeth all out. "You should be afraid," he warned. Gasped Draco and covered his face as if to cry. With his mental state, he may have been close to it. "That's not fair," he said. Harry cackled, throwing his arms around Draco's shoulders. Back home, he asked a lick for today's news and read the article detailing how in the early morning, the body of Barty Crouch Jr.'s mother was found after the polyjuice ran off, and Barty Crouch Sr. was facing investigations, and the Orswear running around trying to find him. "This is not good," thought Draco. Barty Crouch Jr. was as bad as Bellatrix in his loyalty. They even went on one last attack after Voldemort's death, where they attacked the Draco's eyes widened, and he rushed to the flue, told a lick to tell his parents where he was going, and threw the flue powder, hoping the old woman didn't close the flue connection. July 1993. Neville Longbottom was not an ideal pure-blood wizard. He didn't start walking until he was 2 years old, and didn't start talking until he was 3 years old, and he didn't show any signs of magic, whether accidental or intentional, until he was 8, as his grandmother never stopped reminding him. When he was 8, his great-uncle Algie wanted to force some magic out of him, so he pushed him into a lake. Neville nearly drowned, with no sign of magic to help, and his uncle had to save him. But great-uncle Algie didn't give up and hung Neville from a window, though his hand slipped and Neville's magic did save him. Everyone started crying happy tears, proud of him for being a wizard and not a squib. Neville doesn't believe his uncle dropped him by accident. At 11, he thought his life would turn for the better, excited like any magical child to get his wand from Ollivander. But his grandmother took him aside in her grand office that used to be his grandfather's and gave him a piece of paper. When he held it, it caught on fire. Afraid of burning his fingers, he dropped it, and his grandmother had to step on it to stop the fire from spreading. She sighed again, the disappointment heavy in her tone, a tone Neville was all too familiar with. She opened the first drawer, and a line of wands rested there. She took the last one on the right and gave it to him. "All the Longbottoms are water-based. You are the first fire-based in a century. You will have to work with your father's wand," she said. He couldn't even argue, as anything that belonged to his father was now Neville's, whether he wanted it or not. Starting his Hogwarts year, things were bad. The wand didn't respond to him half the time, and the other half, it delayed the spellcast time. He could feel it wanted to work with him, for he was the son of its real owner, but their cores were so opposite. As a student, he was clumsy, forgetful, and slow. He could see it in Professor Snape's eyes whenever Draco saved his potion, and he was lucky Seamus tended to explode everything, taking the attention away from him. He also saw it in Professor McGonagall's eyes when he told her he'd forgotten the password again, and his grade card was full of D's and P's, with only one E in herbology. He doesn't believe himself to be a good wizard, but Draco believes in him. "Of course you can. I saw you do it in the future, and you looked cool." Neville was anything but cool, and it showed when he tried to help Draco at least at one time. He only broke his legs and forgot to bring his wand. Yet Draco smiled at him in the hospital wing. They kept talking about different plants, and Draco explained how they would help them in potions, never blaming him. This summer, he started to grow taller, and he may grow as tall as his father, his grandmother said. He looked in the mirror and thought, would anyone bully me now? With his wide teeth and scared eyes, his height wouldn't make a difference. He still looked weak. "I should go with you to Diagon Alley," said Grandma, cutting his thoughts in front of the mirror. His eyes met hers through the mirror. He nodded, not thinking much of it. The list came, and the New Year's subjects with it. He secretly hoped his grandmother didn't notice the added subject in his schedule as she signed the Hogsmeade permission slip. They ordered new robes to fit him and walked to the bookstore to collect all the books. His shirts got torn by the monster's book for the care of magical creatures, and his grandmother cast a stunning spell on the book and fixed Neville's clothes. Leaving, he walked to the apparition point, but stopped when his grandmother didn't follow. "Grandma," he called her. She looked to the side and started walking farther down the street. Everyone moved away, giving Augusta Longbottom a wide berth with her fox coat and bird hat. He followed her a few steps behind, part in embarrassment and part to avoid stepping on her coattail again. She reached the door and opened it, turning to Neville with her hands, waving him in. He looked up to see it's Ollivander's shop. He swallowed the lump in his throat and walked in, wishing he had waited for her at the apparition spot. "I can see you thinking. It's for you, not me," said his grandma. "What?" he said, hoping he had heard her right. "Last year, you broke your legs trying to save that slimy snake. You said you forgot your wand in the dorm. A wizard won't leave his wand at such an important moment. Maybe you haven't bonded well with your father's wand. I guess, as the first fire-based Longbottom, you need to start your inheritance," she said while opening her hands and asking him to hand in his father's wand. His hands shook as he put the wands in hers, and he turned to the store where Ollivander stood watching them with a smile. "Ah, Neville Longbottom, I have known your father's wand, great for transfiguration, a powerful wand for an auror, but it has not chosen you, has it?" said Garrick Ollivander, gently bringing him his first box to try. "I have a feeling this one will suit you," said Ollivander. He was right. Unicorn hair, cherry wood, 13-inch, that was his own new wand. It was medium brown in color and got darker at the base, where the wand was twisted and formed a handle. He watched the wand, cleaned it, slept with it, and showed it to his parents, never letting it away from his sight. His grandmother complained, but she wasn't truly mad. He put it next to his plate at breakfast as his grandma read the news. She inhaled deeply, and Neville removed his eyes from his wand to see what she read. She gave him the paper and left to the flu. Confused, he looked at the paper to see what was wrong. Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. escaped Azkaban, the most loyal and trusted servant of Lord Voldemort, one of his parents' tormentors, and he is free out there doing horrible things to others, and maybe even seeking revenge. Neville followed his grandmother and found she had already called the hospital to add security around his parents. The Aurors didn't think his parents were a target, but they were still obligated. Grandma told him he was forbidden from leaving the house until the term started, but she went to visit his parents and watch if the security was to her taste. It wasn't like any of his housemates would suddenly invite him out. She came back the next day, tired and grumpy, telling him how the Aurors lacked discipline and were green behind the ears when the flue right behind her lit up. "Neville," said Draco, leaving the flue. When he saw Neville, he walked to him, his face tight with worry, and rested a hand on Neville's shoulder. "I saw the news. Are you all right?" said Draco, looking up at him. Neville looked at Draco, his cane in hand, and was swinging where he stood. Neville thought Draco only saw him as a means to an end, but for what? He knew he was never smart enough, but he was suspicious as his grandmother about Draco at first. But the boy had been a good friend. He never talked to Neville like he was better than him. Always gentle and understanding, never tiring of his mistakes. He remembered clearly what the healer Patil said about Draco's condition, as he hid under blankets, how delicate it was, the low chance of success, and the fact that Draco was in pain all the time, just at different levels. Yet here was Draco now at his home, asking him if he was all right from hearing bad news. "You came here because you read the news?" asked Neville. "Yes? Are your parents all right? If you want, my father can speak to St. Mungo's to add security dash." Neville hugged Draco, lifting him up, and let his face hide in his neck. Draco quickly returned the embrace, patting his back. "Thank you, Draco," he said in a muffled voice. "I didn't do anything," said Draco, his voice high and worried. Neville shakes his head, telling him not to mind. "Okay, that's enough. 3 steps away for the ancient magic to flow," said his grandma, using her wand to separate them. Draco laughed at her, and the two started arguing back and forth, with his grandmother throwing threats about kicking him out and Draco not taking her seriously. "I got a new wand," said Neville, cutting in. Draco's eyes sparkled, and his face lit up, looking proud of Neville. "Let me see it." "Did you defeat the evil queen?" "I'm so proud," said Draco. "Duck you. I was the one to give it to him," said Grandma. "So, you thought I was right?" said Draco. "I will never do something you advise. You deadly snake." Draco ignored her and let Neville talk about his wand, and the two high-fived for having the same wand core, making Neville flustered at engaging in friendly behavior like he saw students at Hogwarts do. The visit dragged on until the night before Draco left, and he hugged Neville again, wishing his parents well. Neville waved him and thought to himself, he did have a friend. August 1993 p. Lucius watched Draco breathe slowly. The bottle next to him empty to indicate he had taken the dreamless potion and the numbing one. Lucius let his hand run through Draco's wavy hair and kissed his forehead, the only way to be close to his stubborn child. Fixing the blanket on his son, he walked out and stood by the door to check one last time on his son when the cool press of a wand on his neck froze him. "Hello, Lucius. You little traitor, remember me?" said a raspy man's voice. "I have a list of people who wish me dead." "You are not special," said Lucius. "You left me in Azkaban to rot while you pleaded to be spared." "That doesn't narrow it at all," said Lucius, his hands slowly going to his robe pocket. "How many people you know escaped Azkaban?" "Hands where I can see them," said Barty Crouch Jr. Lucius huffed and raised his hands up, his eyes going to Draco's sleeping form. "I guess one can't fault you for wanting to stay with your family. What a lovely child you have." "I hear he is a seer too," Barty Crouch whispered, and tried to push Lucius's body forward into the room, but Lucius locked his body, refusing, legs wide and letting his shoulders hit the door frame. "We could talk in my office." "Your business is with me," said Lucius, twisting his body to indicate his office was there. "You're in luck." "I don't have time for games," said Barty Crouch, and walked Lucius to his office. Once they entered, Barty Crouch led him to his chair and set him down. He finally saw the boy's face, sickly, ashy, and desperate, with eyes wide in insanity but cautious in their action, as he watched Lucius's every move. "You betrayed us? I should kill you where you stand," spat Barty. "I did not," said Lucius. "How is it going to benefit the Dark Lord to have all his followers behind bars?" he added. "You slimy liar. What did you do to help the Dark Lord?" said Barty. "More than you did in the last 13 years, that's for sure. I kept my influence and strengthened them. Every ministry worker is under my control if I want them to be. Information is everything, and I have everything," said Lucius with a sneer. Barty Crouch dug his wand harshly into Lucius's neck. "But you did nothing to bring him back," Barty said. "How would I know?" "I only waited and kept those loyal to our cause," said Lucius. "I should kill you and take your son with me. Having a seer around is useful," muttered Barty Crouch to himself. Lucius tried to stand, but the wand zipped electric through his body. Yes, I should, but I won't, not yet." "You may still be useful to the Dark Lord, Lucius," whispered Barty. "I will do anything to have the Dark Lord forgive me," said Lucius. "He definitely won't agree to an unbreakable vow." Barty Crouch looked at Lucius with vicious eyes, as what he was about to say would ruin Lucius. "You will swear to help the Dark Lord in his future plans," said Barty. "Yes, of course," said Lucius easily. "And you will give me—" He leaned close to Lucius's face, and Lucius had to hold his breath not to smell the odor. 50,000 galleons, finished Barty Crouch, licking his lips. Lucius stayed silent, waiting for more, when Barty Crouch kept blinking rapidly. Lucius slowly moved his hand to his first drawer, pulling it open slowly not to startle the boy. Inside was his son's allowance for the year, 12 pouches of galleons. He took 2 bags and slowly gave them to Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch looked at the bags, his eyebrows lowered. The silence dragged on and turned awkward. "And?" asked Lucius, for the Dark Lord's servant must need something more. Barty Crouch sneered and raised his hand up. "You rich people piss me off," he spat before hitting Lucius, knocking him unconscious. Chapter and notes. "Harry, you dated the brutal dictator of the wizarding world? Abraxas. He wasn't the brutal dictator of the wizarding world when I was dating him. Augusta is lucky Draco didn't catch her out with that fit, or he would have torn her to shreds. Okay, guys, attention. I used to do this in my old stories. In Wattpad, it was so much fun. A competition. This is the 3rd year. If you are reading this before the 3rd year end, you have a chance to get a scene you want added to the story. Guess Draco's patronal form. What animal would it be? If you guess it right, you get to request a scene added to the story. Rules. You have 3 chance followed by what scene would you like to see. Example: it's a snake. I wish to see Draco with pink hair. No good scenes. No romance scenes. Please trust me. No character death. Hint: it's not a reptile. Good luck to whoever want to participate. You can also just guess without a request smiling face. Through the fabric's embrace. Chapter notes. I was busy touching grass against my will. See the end of the chapter for more notes. August 1993. Sirius woke up on an early Sunday, yawning as he scratched his back. After showering, he walked to his closet next to a bookshelf filled with picture frames. He smiled at the pictures of Draco with his care box, and the next one was from Harry's first birthday. More memories from their recent trip to France placed on the bookshelf put him in a better mood. He got breakfast ready and woke Harry. The boys' mood had improved after their France trip, but Sirius could bet it was because of Draco. The boy was like sunshine. He put on his coat and yelled over his shoulder that he was going to get the mail. He heard Harry affirm and close the door. He skipped steps to their common mailbox. The walk was short. Entering the building with mailbox walls, he went to the box numbered 012. The box was magical, allowing owls to drop messages from different addresses, and it also deterred muggles. He leaned down and saw 7 letters from Hermione and 3 letters from Ron, and for him, there was a ministry stamped letter. He frowned, not knowing what they wanted. Shrugging, he noticed a copy of the Quibbler. He decided being cut off from the news wasn't good, but he would never choose the Daily Prophet in their lies. At least the Quibbler had fun theories and explicitly stated they were just theories. He read the headline while walking back. The glossy cover featured Barty Crouch Sr., speculating about his involvement in his son's escape. The son escaped? Sirius stopped. Barty Crouch Jr. escaped? The Jude must be having a seizure at the news. Maybe subscribing to the Daily Prophet wouldn't be bad if he could read them dragging Barty Sr. through the dirt. He dropped the letters on the table and took his mug from the coffee machine, opening the envelope. He was reading when Harry came down wearing his rugby gear and sat at the table. "Morning," said Harry. Sirius couldn't respond as he reread the first line of the letter. "What is it?" asked Harry, trying to read over his shoulder. "The ministry calling me for questioning?" said Sirius in disbelief. What did he have to do with the ministry? Did they know about Sirius Black III? "You are called for questioning regarding the disappearance of Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. You must come in 24 hours from opening this letter, or you will be fined for ignoring ministry calls and accused of hindering justice," read Harry from over Sirius's shoulder. Sirius sighed. Oh, they wanted to ask him about Barty escaping prison. "What do I have to do with that?" exclaimed Sirius, now outraged. "Let's find out. I can go to the late afternoon practice instead," said Harry, shrugging. Sirius didn't like why they even tried to contact him, but Harry didn't seem worried about it. Sirius tried to think positively that they must think he saw or heard something while in Azkaban. That would make sense. The two walked to the closest phone booth and traveled to the ministry, with Harry taking it easy, steps bouncing, in a better mood than ever. Of course, he wasn't the one called in for questioning. Sirius crossed his arms as he stood at the front desk, tapping his foot to get the witch's attention. She looked up and blinked a few times at Sirius in disbelief, giving Harry only a glance. He wasn't in the mood to use his charm, so he asked her in a clipped tone where to go, showing his summons. He was led a few doors down, where an Auror with a thick mustache and aggressive chewing awaited. "Sirius Black," said the Auror as he took their wands to confirm their identities. "Unless you want to wait for 50 minutes for the polyjuice to run out, yes," said Sirius. The Auror glared, opened the door harshly, and waved him inside. "Come in. We ain't got all day," said the Auror. Sirius walked in with Harry following, but was stopped by the Auror. Sirius looked at his badge to read his name, Robson. "No need for you to be here," said Robson. "Hey, he's a child. Let him sit in the corner." "I can't leave him alone," said Sirius, already feeling agitated by the whole ordeal. "Robson, just let them both in," said the witch secretary, her tone dry and tired. This Robson seemed to make everyone's life difficult. "Get in and don't breathe a word," said Robson, glaring at Harry. "Not breathe? Attempt murder in the ministry," said Harry, ignoring the Auror and pulling a chair next to where Sirius was sitting. Robson clicked his jaw, looking at the two seated before him. The whole terrifying approach he had planned had blown up. Sirius guessed he hadn't taken into account having to encounter an edgy, sassy teenager. You have been called to be questioned. What do you know about Barty Crouch Jr.'s escape? Why would I know anything about that? Said Sirius. Robson opened a file and started reading from it. On June 17th, 1990, you said, and I quote, "Hello, Barty Sr. Your son says hi." You opened the trial with such a remark. Robson's face was serious with no hint of a joke in it. You really pull accusations out of your ass at this point? A snarky remark, and I'm in for investigation? Yelled Sirius. Barty Crouch Jr. switched places with his mother around June 1993, and they have been planning this for years. What proof do you have for not being a messenger delivering a hidden message to Judge Barty Crouch Sr.? Said Robson. He can't be involved. Just ask him what he was doing in June at any time. I'm sure he has an alibi, said Harry, arms crossed, not worried about his godfather. Harry believed Sirius was working on his motorbike or playing guitar in a bar. Well, that's what he did sometimes, not all the time. Sirius started to sweat. He did have an alibi, but it might lead him back to Azkaban. He tried to signal for Harry to shut up when Robson looked convinced, taking the suggestion seriously. Well, do you have an alibi for June 6th, 1993? Asked Robson. I was in Muggle London, said Sirius, trying to sound as confident as he could. Well, that's not enough. Do you have a witness? Or I will assume you are lying, said Robson. Muggles have cameras. If you were in central London, CCTV must have caught you, said Harry, looking at Sirius with a smile, assuring him he would help. Sirius appreciated it, but he wished the boy would shut up. I wasn't in central London, said Sirius, and Robson sighed, annoyed. So you don't have a witness, and you weren't caught on camera, and I'm supposed to take your word for it? Asked Robson sarcastically. I actually do have a witnesses in fact, said Sirius, wishing for this to end. Well, are they Muggles? How do we connect them? Asked Robson. We can just go to them. They're aware of magic, said Sirius through his teeth. Robson, plus 2 Aurors, came to accompany Sirius as he led them through Muggle London. Harry's carefree steps faltered when the streets started to look familiar to him, the identical houses and the big green sign for Surrey. Soon, they reached 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Why are we here? Said Harry, and Sirius could see the panic in his eyes. He would panic too if Fleamont Potter took him back to Grimmauld Place to face his mother while he was 16. They are my witnesses, said Sirius, letting the Aurors knock on the door. Harry looked at Sirius with sharp eyes, judging him. The door opened slightly, and they didn't see Sirius behind the Aurors, or they wouldn't have opened it at all. Vernon opened the door wide, but when he saw Sirius, he tried to close it. In a habitual manner, Sirius stuck his foot in the door, stopping it from shutting. It's summer vacation. You leave us alone during the summer, yelled Vernon, trying to fight and slam the door shut. Yeah, it'll be a second. Just need your account on something, said Sirius, smiling innocently at the Auror, who took hold of the door and opened it wider. Vernon Disley, we would like to ask you what you were doing on June 6th, said Robson, done with the whole ordeal. Are you the magic police? Oh, thank God, said Vernon, pointing at Sirius. Making sure none of the officers saw him, Sirius mimicked a wand gesture, and Vernon swallowed thickly. Petunia walked in to see what the noise was about and almost fainted at the sight of Sirius, hiding behind her husband. Her eyes passed over Harry before she looked back, her eyes wide. James Potter, she whispered. He couldn't fault her. In certain lights, Harry looked like James come back to life, and he was starting to get his father's build too. Hearing her comment, Harry glared at her. Mrs. and Mr. Dursley, would you mind telling us what you were doing on June 6th? Asked Robson, fed up. The couple looked at Sirius. He nodded lightly to indicate they should tell the truth. If he was lucky, he would only pay a fine. Vernon gasped for air, unbelieving, and finally started talking nonstop. That crazy dog comes here like clockwork each day of the semester at 5. 5 in the morning, said Vernon. He eats our food and ruins my couch. He bullies my baby, yelled Petunia. He sleeps in our house and uses his wand to turn our son into a pig. And he keeps breaking our dishes, said Vernon. He broke our TV and car. He ruined our food. We haven't eaten fresh food in months. Every time I cook, it turns to mold, cried Petunia. June 6th, yelled Robson. That was the business dinner. Vernon started crying, wiping his tears. I tried to push back the dinner date, but I couldn't. It was awful. He was there sleeping in our Dursley's second bedroom. After his morning torment ended, we tried to be as quiet as possible, and my important business partner and his wife came. I needed to secure a deal with them. It was going well. Then he woke up, Vernon said, starting to sob. Sirius rolled his eyes at the overdramatic reaction. Honestly, he did less than was necessary. He made the cake fall all over the wife's cashmere dress. It was a disaster. Then the couch cotton exposed. As Petunia kept talking, Sirius saw Robson's face and knew. They don't care. They don't care that Sirius is tormenting muggles in his free time, as it doesn't involve their task. Back then, they didn't care he killed 20 muggles. They were more in shock that he almost put the wizarding world in danger or how he killed a wizard. No one mentioned the 20 muggles even in Peter's trial. The ministry doesn't care. It's just obligatory morality. This made his stance relax, for he was not going back to Azkaban, but something in his stomach swirled with wrongness. Why don't they care about the supposed justice of muggles? Soon, Robson had enough and told them to shut up. He turned to Sirius, releasing him from suspicion, giving him a few paperwork forms to fill out, and left him and Harry at the metro station. Harry, who hadn't said anything since he saw his aunt, spoke up. Harry, started Sirius. I would like to walk alone. I'll come back later, said Harry, and he walked away. Sirius didn't stop him, well aware of how sensitive Harry must be feeling. Sirius didn't want to be alone, and he had messed up big time. So once he reached home, he called his most trusted counsel. Moony and Draco arrived together, the two chatting and catching up on what they had been doing. Once Sirius opened the door, they focused on him, asking what had happened and what he had done. He explained the whole situation to them and waited for their verdict. You are an idiot, said Draco. I agree, said Moony. Why would you let them know it was you who tormented them? Asked Draco. Sirius nodded, admitting he had been foolish. He was a professional prankster, but he must be getting rusty. Draco, no. He shouldn't be tormenting them in the first place, said Remus. They hurt Harry, said Sirius, Draco nodding. But you have a responsibility to Harry. What if he went to Azkaban again? He would have to live with them again, said Remus. Sirius paled at that thought. Where's Harry anyway? Asked Draco. I don't know, around. He wants some fresh air, said Sirius. Sirius, there's a free Death Eater out there looking for revenge. Next, you'll tell me you signed his Hogsmeade slip, said Moony. I, in fact, did, said Sirius. You can't let him be without rules. He is 13, shouted Moony. Exactly. I was 13, so I think, started Sirius. No, you were 13 in an abusive house. He is 13 under your care. He won't have trauma if you give him a curfew and limit his magic use. He needs rules, said Remus, his fist hitting his palm. I make my own rules. He eats and trains at specific times, yelled Sirius. And, asked Moony, what's more? Said Sirius. That's it, shouted Remus. Sirius. He won't hate you if you tell him no, but I don't want to tell him no. Look at Draco. Sirius turned and pointed at Draco, who was doing his best to go unnoticed, sliding slowly into the couch. Do your parents tell you no? Asked Sirius, arms crossed. No. But that's because I never ask for unreasonable things. I'm a very well-adjusted adult. I mean kid, finished Draco. He is also a ducking seer. So, of course, he won't duck up his future, yelled Remus. Draco jumped at the foul language while Sirius rolled his eyes. Unwillingly, he had to admit Remus made a point. Barty Crouch Jr. might not hurt Harry in Muggle London, but if Harry were in Hogsmeade, there would be a chance for him to be harmed or worse. I will take back the permission slip, said Sirius grimly, definitely not excited for the upcoming conversation with Harry. August 1993. Draco walked to the dining room, where his parents were in the middle of their breakfast. His father was reading the Daily Prophet. When he heard Draco's cane getting closer, he took the Hogsmeade permission slip between two fingers, handing it to Draco without looking. Draco took it without a second thought, opened it to check, and frowned. You forgot to sign, said Draco, pushing the paper toward Lucius. Lucius closed the newspaper and pushed the paper back to Draco. I didn't forget. You aren't going, said Lucius. Funny, Draco said with a mock laugh, pushing the paper back to Lucius. Now sign. You aren't allowed to go. End of discussion, said Lucius. Draco glared and turned to his mother. Mother, sign it, he ordered. Boy, you will not talk to your mother like that, said Lucius. Lucius, please, she interrupted, turning to Draco. Draco, I think it will be safer for you not to go to Hogsmeade. There have been sightings of Barty Crouch around Hogwarts, and your father thinks Barty Crouch may want to avenge his lord by destroying those who abandoned him, said Narcissa. Why would Barty Crouch be at Hogwarts? Shouldn't he be waiting for father inside his office? Said Draco, glaring at Lucius, who started coughing. You are my treasure. He will definitely use you to get revenge on me, said Lucius, looking nervously at Narcissa. Draco rolled his eyes at the new nickname. We've explained the reason to you, and whatever you say won't change our opinion, snapped Lucius. Draco, don't forget, this year will be your last before we move to the safe house, reminded Narcissa. Draco's heart skipped a beat, and he tightened his grip on his left arm. Whatever, said Draco, taking the permission slip with him. He mouthed traitor to his mother, who shrugged at him. Snapping his cane on the floor in frustration, he walked out. And you will come home for Yule. I found a seer's specialty, and you will be here so he can see you, said Lucius. Shut up, muttered Draco. Going to his room, he placed the permission slip by the vanity. His eyes caught sight of his ink pot. I will just forge the signature. You're so smart, Draco, he thought. He pulled the quill from the ink pot and took a deep breath. I'm 24. How old am I? Do I grow after my death? Shaking his head, he kept chanting and let the tip of the ink touch the paper, starting a loopy L. But a magical barrier snapped up, making the quill fly from his hand. He ducked under the table as a warning noise started to emanate from the paper, hiding and closing his ears. Alec popped in, his face blank as he looked at Draco's form under the table and the spilled ink covering the table and floor. September 1, 1993. Still pouting since he got his unsigned Hogsmeade slip, Draco ignored his parents' overbearing presence as they tried to check if he had everything. He walked on, meeting a pouting Harry too, who was followed by Remus. Did you know he was coming too? Said Harry. When Draco nodded, he huffed and ignored him, getting inside the train. Draco looked at Remus. Sirius the coward threw me under the bus and told him it was my idea that he couldn't go to Hogsmeade. What was supposed to be a nice surprise of me coming with him just pissed him off, said Remus. Draco chuckled, enjoying someone else's misery. Unknown to him, Lucius saw his son laughing with Remus while he had to spend the summer with a moody, angry boy. Come on, we can share a cabin. You look like you need to sleep. Rough Moon, said Draco as Remus followed him to the train, his bag dragging on the floor. Every moon is the same, was all Remus said. The two found a cabin, and Remus covered his face with his coat and started snoring immediately. Draco began to think about what he should do now, trying to arrange his thoughts and missions in his head. He turned slightly to see Harry glaring at him from outside the cabin. Draco rolled his eyes, not ready to deal with the moody teenager. So he turned his head and pretended to sleep. Instead, Hermione pushed Harry to the side and opened the door, noticing the sleeping figures. She hushed Ron, who didn't say anything, and Harry dropped himself next to Draco, glaring at him. But Draco kept pretending to sleep. Who is that? Asked Ron. Remus, said Harry, arms crossed. Why is Mr. Lupin here? Asked Hermione. Apparently, he is the new defense against the dark arts professor and thought it would be cute to tell me at the station, said Harry. Why do you look pissed, mate? Asked Ron. Because he told Sirius to remove his signature from the Hogsmeade trip slip, whispered Harry angrily. He looked at Draco, who now seemed to be truly asleep, taking deeper breaths. He sighed and removed his coat, laying it on Draco. That would be his only apology to Draco. It was a bit unrealistic to get mad over Draco knowing everything and not telling him. Why would he do that? I thought he was cool, said Ron. Because there have been sightings of Barty Crouch Jr. around Hogsmeade. It's understandable to want to ensure Harry's safety, said Hermione. Hermione, don't start, said Harry. He was already pissed as it was. Relax, mate. She just stated the adult's opinion about it, said Ron. They even said they will bring Dementors to the school grounds to protect the students from the sightings of Barty Crouch, added Ron. Dementors? Asked Hermione. The train jolted to a stop, and Hermione commented on how they weren't close yet. Harry's eyes saw Draco's deep breaths coming out as fog, the window next to him freezing up. He started to shake him awake. "What?" snapped Draco. Harry quietly opened the cabin door, his head turning slowly. The calmness of the train made his hair stand on end. The darkness in the corridor loomed ahead, approaching him and consuming everything behind him. He took a peek in the other direction, then closed the cabin door. He moved away from the door when he felt a blinding cold from the handle. The atmosphere made Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Draco silent, watching the door and the thin layer of ice that had formed on the glass, making their vision blurry. A groan echoed through the train. The sound was far from human. The groan grew louder as it approached them. Slowly, deadly slowly, the door opened, revealing long, black fingers that were almost like claws. Worn pieces of cloth floated around the hand that pushed the door. "Harry," the voice of a woman screaming his name, pleading and repeating. "No, no, Harry." "What?" breathed Harry, and he could see his breath in the air. The Demento opened the door fully, its torn, grayish sheet draped over the creature, a melted version of fairy tale ghosts. Whining, its long fingers reached for Harry, and he felt despair, anger, and sorrow. He always felt it, and he felt he would never escape it, doomed to be miserable for his life. The woman started to yell louder. A blinding flash of light enveloped him, and he closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Chapter and notes. 3 more chapters until Draco's Patronus. Next chapter would be post-September 1st because I love matching the Hogwarts school year. Smoking cotton. Chapter notes. Thank you all for reading. Kudos, bookmarks, comment sparkles, face screaming in fear. Can't believe 500-person loved my work and thought, you know what? Have a kudos, red heart, red heart, red heart, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts. I love you all. I'm so overwhelmed with love. See the end of the chapter for more notes. September 1st, 1993. Draco completely forgot about the Dementors on the train. Compared to the future horror of Dementors everywhere, he overlooked that tiny detail. He froze in his seat as the Dementors came closer, their rotten fabric almost touching him, sucking the energy out of him. He could hear the voice of an old man. "Please, Draco, let me help you." A women voice pleading with him. "Help me, please." More men, women, young and old, begging him, pleading with him. "Help me, help us." He closed his eyes, feeling the power leave his body before warm waves splashed over him, removing the hopelessness and fear from his heart. He sighed in relief and let it surround him, a warm, large hand resting on his shoulders, moving him to lie down. He let it happen, the world moving, time passing, and he let it be. "Draco, Draco." The man's voice started to become familiar. Draco hummed in response and felt his body being lifted to sit up. The dizziness from the movement forced his eyes open to see Remus kneeling before him, one hand on Draco's forehead and the other on his shoulder. "You're awake. Good. Here, take some chocolate," said Remus, handing Draco a dark chocolate bar. Glancing at the cabin's occupants, Harry was nibbling on his chocolate bar. Ron was wolfing down his, while Hermione looked stressed, the bar melting in her hand. There were Dementors on the train. "Why are they here?" asked Hermione. For Barty Crouch, he was indeed sighted in Hogsmeade. At that, Remus gave Harry a look. "And he may try to avenge you-know-who," finished Hermione. Draco turned to his side and stood up, with a swish extending his cane. "I will be back," he told the room. Harry, still in a daze, tilted his head in confusion. He walked around the train, looking for his friends. He found them laughing and talking comfortably. In his old reality, nothing had happened to them either. It seemed that Potter and anyone accompanying him were lucky. He continued walking, looking for Neville. He looked inside a cabin and found Neville talking with his classmates from the same house. Draco smiled and turned to find Luna watching him, wearing CDs as hair ties, happy to see him. "You thinking about the future?" she said, taking hold of his hand. He asked. "You a pinwilly. They float around when someone thinking of the what if," she explained. "Obviously," said Draco, and he led her back to his cabin. On the way, he saw Ginny Weasley, who was nervously looking around. But once she saw Draco, she crossed her arms and put on a strong front. "Your brother Ronald is that way. Want to come with us?" asked Draco. Ginny thought for a moment, looked at Luna, and nodded her head. He smiled and let her follow. The trip back was silent. Ginny sitting next to her brother, Harry's head resting on the window, and Hermione discussing upcoming classes with Remus. Draco let Luna try tarot reading with him, but they didn't have much success. Madame Pomfrey was waiting for them at the door. Draco let her check on him, while Harry, with less success, ran to the hall. Draco enjoyed the welcoming feast. George was part of the orchestra club, singing the opening song. He may have been biased, but it was the best opening ceremony. Soon they went to their dorms, and Draco found a new painting in his room door. It was Mother Hecate again, but this time she was performing a sacrificial ritual with a three-headed goat. He grimaced in disgust at the imagery. "Who chose your painting?" asked Pansy. "I don't know." "Still, we should bow," he replied. The Slytherins bowed in respect and waved Draco good night. Sa tamperdua, 1993. The morning found Draco in the dining hall, where Harry was alone, having woken up very early and eating his soup with slow movements. Draco took his timetable from Snape, waved to Remus with a good morning, and sat by Harry, who gave Draco his timetable. "We share a free period," smiled Draco. "We have potions, divination, and dada together," said Draco. Was Harry's response. "I'm getting sick of this one-word answer," said Draco, side-eyeing Harry. Harry rubbed his cheek and turned to Draco. "Do I have to say, 'Yes, sir,' every time you say something?" asked Harry. Draco raised an eyebrow, carefully closed his timetable, and ate his meal, deciding it wasn't worth responding. Soon, it was time for classes to start. In potions with Snape, Draco decided to pair with Pansy, earning a glare from Harry as Snape used the opportunity to keep vanishing Harry and Ron's potion. "Sirs, I'm right. Pansy, would you give me the dried scale?" asked Draco. Pansy, while looking at her hand mirror, slid the bottle to him without looking. Pansy called Draco. "Not now. I'm fixing my lipstick," said Pansy, a bit annoyed at being interrupted. Draco frowned at the attitude he had to deal with from different teenagers and went back to finish the potion. After class, Pansy ran to Theo, clinging to his arm, but he pushed her back. She bounced off and started chatting as they walked to the dada class. "She had our ears bleeding while she tried to impress Theo with her summer trip to America," said Blaise, who was next to Draco. Draco turned to him confused. "Pansy has a crush on Theo," said Greg, making them all turn to face him. "How did you know that?" asked Draco. "While Pansy was in America, I read some romance novels." "You would love my list," said Greg excitedly. Vince laughed, but Draco was quick to agree to read it so Greg won't feel embarrassed. "So, she is trying to impress Theo," said Draco, looking away as they walked slowly to the dada class, the group matching his pace. "I guess she just likes the fact he's tall, an heir, and part of the 28. You know, something her parents would agree to. And Theo is certainly looking handsome," said Blaise with a shrug. "Oh." Draco looked down, hiding his teary eyes. He tried not to feel hurt. In his old reality, Pansy had a crush on him around this time because he matched those 4 qualities. Now he was 3 out of 4. He shouldn't care about the opinion of a teenage girl. It's not like he would ever return her feelings, but the fact that he might not be attractive enough to even keep that stupid event in his new reality was affecting him. Entering the class and seeing Remus did lift his mood. The professor introduced himself with flourish, showing his wandless magic as he moved the chairs and desks away. He pulled a wardrobe to the front, and Draco felt his stomach drop. "What a straightened-looking professor. They get worse every year," said Theo, the other Slytherins agreeing. Draco looked at them, his heart twisting painfully. The wardrobe moved, letting everyone know it wasn't empty. Professor Lupin walked around the class. "Intriguing, isn't it? Would anyone like to venture a guess on what's inside?" "That's a boggart," a Gryffindor answered. "Very good, Mr. Thomas." "So, what's a boggart?" Hermione answered, explaining that it's a creature whose true form is unknown, as it takes the shape of one's worst fear. Professor Lupin advised them to practice the spell without their wands. "Now repeat after me." "Ridiculous," said Lupin. The class repeated, but the Slytherins stubbornly stayed silent. Draco mumbled the spell. Soon they had to form a line after Neville went first, making the class laugh at the image of Snape in Augusta's clothes. Draco laughed harder than he intended. Draco didn't worry about his turn coming, remembering the lesson being interrupted by Harry's boggart. It happened again, ending the class before his turn, but that wouldn't work for the rest of the semester. Great! Harry Potter had to ruin the class with his special situation, said a Hufflepuff passing by the Slytherins. I think the professor is stupid for making everyone know my worst fear. Now I can prank that Weasley with fake spiders, and Patil basically fears our house animal, said Pansy. Which Patil? Asked Vince. The Gryffindor one, answered Pansy. Hey, Draco, can we talk for a moment? Harry ran to stand before him. Draco waved his friends away. They started making silly faces behind Harry's back. Draco snorted and focused back on Harry. I want to apologize for my rude behavior this morning, said Harry slowly, waiting for Draco's response. Why are you talking weirdly? Draco narrowed his eyes at Harry. What? I'm talking very normally. You just get suspicious of everything when you don't know the future, said Harry defensively, waving away Draco's question. How true. It's been a while since I touched a thread, said Draco, opening his bag to check on his hoop and thread. He felt a bit queasy from last year, but now wasn't the time for this. The truth was this would be his last year at Hogwarts. He didn't have time to be idle. Never mind. You don't need to check. Try to enjoy your year like us simple folk do, said Harry, pushing Draco's hands away from the hoop. Draco waited until the boy who lived left, then walked to the closest wall, teleporting himself to the dungeon. He reached his room, bowed to the painting, and closed his door. He emptied his bag and took out the hoop with red thread, deciding to weave. Soon a vision started to play before him. Remus was in his classroom, shifting papers. Snape slammed the door open, walking sturdily to Remus and placing the Wolfbane potion on the desk. Your dose, sneered Snape. Thank you, Severus, said Remus, smiling. Snape looked even more disgusted by the words as he held his robe to leave, when Neville walked in fast. Remus took the potion and put it in his drawer. I'm sorry, professors. There's an emergency, said Neville nervously. I shall leave you to deal with this, said Snape. Professor Snape, Neville tried to stop him. Snape stood by the door, his back to the room. What is it, said Snape, his voice tired. Draco and Harry disappeared, and we can't find them. Again, sighed Snape. Again, said Draco, as the vision ended. Gathering his stuff, he went to his first Muggle Studies class. The Slytherins were there not out of excitement, but because of their reputation for never being late or skipping class. Part of proving they were raised better than any Muggleborns. After last year's loss, they didn't want to slack. He found third-year girls wearing their SLY pins, Tracy smiling at him. And then he saw his own group, no one wearing the pin. Where are your pins? Asked Draco. It's so last year's fashion, said Pansy, bored and filing her nails. We put up with your little projects last year, because you were sick. Now we're giving it a chance before pulling out, said Blaze. I thought it was a prank, said Theo, looking confused about why Draco was still determined. I'm just here to learn some good insults, said Vince, cracking his knuckles. My pin broke, said Greg, showing Draco his pin with a small pout. Draco sighed and waved his wand to fix it, helping Greg put it on. Draco whispered a small thank you, which made Greg's face light up. Professor Burbage opened her door, welcoming them in with a wide smile. Her hair was loosely done, her glasses thick, and her robes newly ironed. She excitedly let them in, but the Slytherins didn't grant her a welcoming look, ignoring her and sitting in the back. Draco walked in last. Burbage smiled and stopped him. Miss Granger told me about your project. I want you to know I will be more than happy to help in any way. Subjects you want me to focus on, etc., said Professor Burbage. Draco stood still, his eyes averted, and gave her a sharp nod. Her smile dimmed, but she let him be. He decided to sit in a corner with a full view of the class. Professor Burbage smiled and started a brief summary about Muggles. Muggles are what we are without our magic, started Burbage. That's a squib, cut in Theo. Yes, I do believe all Muggles are squibs. Some do have the lineage of wizards, if you think about it, said the professor. She went on to explain the courses throughout the year and mentioned they would have an end-of-year project. Our first lesson will be about pencils. You will be using them inside the classroom and for every assessment, said Burbage, handing them pencils as she went around each table. The 2 Ravenclaws and 4 Hufflepuffs thanked her. Some Slytherin girls thanked her. And Draco took the pencil with a mumbled thank you. You couldn't just use your wand? Why waste time? Said Pansy. Ah well, the second rule is no use of magic inside my classroom, smiled Burbage. What a hippogriff's load of shit, muttered Vince. Greg nodded. Now, muggles have grading scales for pencils, started the professor. The lesson was dull. It bored Draco. He looked around. The Slytherin girls were yawning. Blaze had tuned out. The professor and started writing in his notebook, sending it to Pansy, who snickered. Theo was reading a different book about blood curses, while Vincent was whispering to Gregory, who was stifling his laughter and whispering back. Draco felt he might be unjust, so he turned to the other students. The 2 Ravenclaws were writing in their notebooks, and the Hufflepuffs were asking questions and trying out pencils for the first time, impressed by how easily they glided on the paper. His breath started to quicken, and he felt tears in his eyes. Why? He wanted to save them. Why did they refuse to be saved? He let his hand cover his eyebrows to hide his despair. I don't want anyone to meet the same cruel fate. I at least have to try. Draco stayed still until the class ended, and the Slytherin stood commenting on the class. Can't believe she wants us to use those mudblood tools, said Vincent. Agreed. Did you hear how she went over the magic secrecy reasons? Are we to ignore that? The savages killing us is the only important reason? Talking about hurting muggles when they're the one who hurt us, said Theo. And she wants us to make a project revolving around them. Like they can't be more self-absorbed, said Pansy. It bored me to death, said Blaze. That wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be, said Greg as they left. Everyone left, no one asking for him. Mr. Malfoy? Are you all right? The voice of the professor made him flinch. Looking up at Professor Burbage, he shook his head no. What's wrong? I know as a first lesson it wasn't very exciting, but don't worry, the next lessons will be better, said Burbage, her big sad eyes looking at him. Yes, that may help. His voice was small to his ears, but he stood and waved goodbye. Walking until he reached the 7th floor, he didn't walk around for the door. Instead, he leaned on the alcove arch and let a few tears drop. His friends were as horrible as he was. Was he that insensitive? How was he to change them? He heard someone's steps and quickly cleaned his face, but saw it was his favorite stalker, Harry, walking slowly toward him. Upon getting closer and seeing his red eyes, Harry knelt down and patted his knee in comfort. Draco had to ask the savior of the wizarding world, the one who saved him from flames and eternal darkness. Potter would see the potential and give Draco hope for his friends, right? What's wrong? Asked Harry. It was our first Muggle Studies class, and I realized how much my friends hate Muggles. I want to change their minds, but their comments were very hateful, sobbed Draco. Harry stayed silent, watching Draco cry with heat, almost losing his breath. Drop them, said Harry. Draco's head snapped up, eyes wide and mouth agape. He wiped his tears harshly and met Harry's eyes. What did you say? Asked Draco slowly, giving him one last chance to change his answer. Drop them. I mean, why be friends with someone like that? They make you cry and suffer for their disgusting views. It's not like you will be friendless. You have me. I don't make you cry, said Harry, explaining it with ease. I'm not dropping my friends or my SLY. How could you say that? They can change, shouted Draco. Whoa, no need to be stressed. I didn't say they should die. I just think, why associate yourself with them? Said Harry, not seeing the big deal. They can change. I'm not going to abandon them just because they are wrong. I want them to change their way of thinking without having to go through a war or torture or having to become a literal seer and become disabled. I want them to enjoy the subject and learn it, said Draco, heated. He just realized how hard that would be. Not that he would give up. He only needed someone from the light side to tell him he could do it, but even that felt like too much. Harry's idea of not even giving them a chance. Did that mean he was doomed to fail in every reality if he didn't know the future? Was he not meant to be saved or to be friends with Harry Potter if he never changed? Harry Potter wouldn't even give him the time of day to change his opinion. He just accepted him as a racist, spoiled child, even saving his life because he was in the way. Nothing deeper. No potential of being a good person. He just saved a human who happened to be Draco. You are awful, said Draco, his voice choked. Harry's eyes widened, and he tried to stop Draco, but he slapped his hand away and used the first door to disappear, not caring that Harry saw the route Snape had warned him to keep secret. The castle led him inside the dark arts tower, right next to Professor Lupin's office. Sniffing, he tried to leave, but Remus saw him. Draco, are you all right? Asked Remus, walking to Draco and placing a hand on his shoulder. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, Professor, said Draco, refusing to look up. I can smell your tears, said Remus, lifting Draco's chin, a pout holding his tears from overflowing. Come in and tell me what's wrong, said Remus after pouring tea and moving the cup next to Draco. He moved his chair close and sat, ready to listen. Draco didn't know what difference it would make. The light-side hero said his words, but Remus's earnest eyes made him open up. He started by talking about his first Muggle Studies class, ending with his conversation with Harry. He dares tell me to drop them, like it's justified to leave your friends just for having different opinions, said Draco, wiping away tears. Actually, it's more than justified to drop friends for having such different opinions, said Remus. What? Whispered Draco, feeling more alone than ever. There are people who would never want to be associated with someone who thinks a group of people deserves less. And of course, there are others who would stay silent to keep the friendship, laugh at their jokes, stay quiet when they take it too far, and make excuses for them, said Remus, watching Draco's reaction. Why do they keep dooming him to the dark side? Is he bound to lose everyone and everything? But there are special people who find hope and see the best in their friends. We can't make such decisions for you. Do you see them as capable of understanding? Changing them instead of change them, smiled Remus. Draco's glittering eyes didn't leave him, doubting his seriousness. You think I can do it? Asked Draco, hesitating. It won't happen after one boring Muggle Studies class. You won't give up after one class, now would you? I'm hopeful to see your SLY and what it will do, said Remus, standing up. Thank you, Remus Lupin, smiled Draco. He knew this, but sometimes one needed someone else to remind him. September 9th, 1993. Draco arrived first to the divination class, sitting at a table far away. Trelawney was getting the tea ready for reading. Draco took out his cups and sat with his hoop in hand, slowly returning to embroidery after that vision. It helped calm his mind, even if he hadn't had a vision in a while. The shadow of a student standing over the table covered his work, and he sighed, looking up to see Harry rubbing his head. Is that seat empty? Asked Harry. No. Can't you see the ghoul sitting with me? Said Draco with dead eyes. Harry sat anyway, dragging himself closer, his bag underneath the table, fiddling with his fingers. Draco ignored him and kept waving. Hey, started Harry, taking the cup from the table. Is that the tea set I gave you? He asked, but he already knew the answer. He looked at Draco's left hand holding the hoop. The bracelet was still there, blank and worn every day. You have a talent for making me feel like a jerk, said Harry, sighing. You give me too much credit for your self-awareness, was all Draco said. Students started to come in, sitting spread out in pairs. Pansy and Blaze came to sit next to Draco's table. Pansy giggled at seeing Harry and began whispering to Blaze, who smirked at her comments, both glancing at Draco, well aware he hadn't talked to Harry Potter for a week. Before Harry could be alone, Ron and Hermione chose the table next to him, Hermione smiling encouragingly. Harry rubbed his sweaty hands on his pants and turned to Draco, who didn't look up from his work. I would like to work on our project this weekend, said Harry. Draco glared with half-lidded eyes and gave him a sharp nod. Trelawney clapped, calling the class's attention to her with smoke wafting about. So, you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you at the outset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can take you only so far in this field, Trelawney said, looking at Hermione, who frowned at this. Now, I want you all to divide into pairs. Collect a teacup from the shelf. Come to me, and I will fill it. Then sit down and drink until only the dregs remain. Swirl these around the cup 3 times with your left hand, then turn the cup upside down on its saucer. Wait for the last of the tea to drain away, then give your cup to your partner to read. You will interpret the patterns using pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future. I shall move among you, helping and instructing, said Trelawney. Go pour us tea, said Draco, needing the boy to help him hunt for the horcrux later. So peace for now. Right away, Your Highness, Harry bowed, trying to amuse Draco, who waved him off, telling him to hurry. Drinking the bad tea got Harry talking because he loved to complain about anything and everything, just as much as Draco did. This tea is awful, Harry said, drinking it like it was fire whiskey. Illick wouldn't use it to water the plants, agreed Draco. I learned how to brew tea, by the way, said Harry. You didn't know how before? Mocked Draco. Masala tea. Parvati apologized for their attitude toward me and gifted me a tea kit. She taught me how to brew it. You will love it. It's sweet, said Harry as they set their teacups upside down. Maybe, said Draco, flipping Harry's cup over. He saw a grim pattern and immediately swirled it away, not allowing panic to spread in class. He left the remaining dregs to read, noticing a moon and a house. In a few months, you will be transformed spiritually. Simply put, puberty, laughed Draco. But Harry didn't laugh. He looked nervous. Transform? Huh. How would you interpret that? Said Harry, looking at his cup. Well, it's a new moon, which means a new phase in life. And a house is where one's soul rests, said Draco simply and surely, not even opening the book. He was raised in the pure-blood world, where gatherings of friends often ended in tasseography. A handshake between business partners led to light palmistry, and a warm hearth in winter called for attempts at fire omens. His life was wrapped around seeing the future and reading people, which is why he knew how to annoy someone and how to stay in others' good graces. It was that kind of insight that kept him alive while living with the Dark Lord. Marvelous! You are as close to a celestial being as possible at this point. So when do you think a thunderstorm will come? Said Harry, crossing his wrists and leaning over the table. At the first match of the season, I think Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff or Slytherin, if the Slytherins don't find a way to avoid flying in the rain, said Draco, thinking hard about what happened last time. He searched through his mental closet for the right memory. A clemency meant an iron memory, where every event was categorized by importance and type, the feelings it evoked, and many more. His mind was a fortress of its own, with rooms for every year of his life and closets, drawers to keep memories in. So going to the third-year room, interesting days were easy to find on the left side, but with time, details like the date had escaped him. Wow, so that means on the 8th of November, said Harry, and Draco added the date to his memory, keeping track of it because why was Harry Potter asking about thunderstorms? You should be careful. You may fall off your broom to your death, said Draco lightly. Death, Trelawney yelled. She passed when she heard the word, her eyes going into a trance as she rested her hand on Harry's shoulder. You will die. His cries will lead you, a shadow cast upon you, following your loved ones, said Trelawney. When a seer depend on his naturally placed clemency, they become Trelawney, unmanaged with bad memories, and hurt mind. Draco doesn't think she even found her true medium. She coughed, becoming more present, and patted Draco's hand. Well done. Us seers help each other grow stronger. If you need any help, tell me, she said, then went back to check on other students. She always predicts a student's death. Don't worry, mate, said Ron, punching Harry's side. How is that divination? Everyone's going to die one way or another, and she didn't specify a date, said Hermione. Everyone's going to die, but it's the how we ask about. Not all seers are as lucky as me to have clear sight. They mostly have it warped around riddles, said Draco. Harry, whose death had been forthcoming, snorted, mumbling riddle, and earned a kick from Draco. September 20th, 1993. That will be all for Transfiguration. Next week, we will talk about increasing mass while maintaining shape, said McGonagall. Students got up and chatted as she stacked her papers. Harry Potter passed by her, talking with his friend Ron Weasley. I can't. After practice, I will have to hang out with Draco. We can hang out together? Said Ron. Yeah, it's kind of a private thing. Draco nest needs my help with, said Harry, correcting himself. Nests? Huh. Anyway, once you're done, me and the boys will be playing gobstones in the tin fountain. Mr. Potter, a moment, please, said Professor McGonagall. "Yes, Professor," said Harry. "I noticed your jaw seems a bit tense. Would you mind opening your mouth?" said Professor McGonagall, her glasses glinting in the light as she leaned closer. Sure." Harry opened his mouth, and she looked inside, fixing her glasses. "Lift up your tongue, please," she requested, and Harry did so. McGonagall tilted her head before shaking it slowly. "That's all. Do check with Madame Pomfrey for your tense jaw. It may affect your pronunciation of letters," said McGonagall. Harry nodded and walked quickly from the classroom. "Talk about creepy," said Ron. "Yes, weird. I will see you after the free period." "See ya," said Harry, waving. Running to your Draco, Ron rolled his eyes. Harry ran up the stairs until he reached the 7th floor. It was the first week they decided to make use of their free period. Draco specified the meeting place, and Harry had learned not to doubt the boy. If Draco told him right, then left could mean the end of the world. He found Draco sitting in the same spot where he had found him a few weeks ago, crying. He looked close to tears again, eyes wide, staring at a door he had never seen before. He was sure it hadn't used to be there. "So, should we start our hunt?" said Harry, making Draco flinch and turn to him. "It's inside," said Draco, his voice weak. Harry recognized the fear. Draco was never one for courage, but he looked terrified. He turned to the door and held the knob. "Well, what are we waiting for?" said Harry, and the door opened. Chapter and notes. How did you catch that? Alternative chapter titled Draco, Get the Ick. April 22nd, 2004. Harry Potter and Detective Barrycloth reached London, and they immediately put a search party on Jane Olin, with the Aurors doing their best to find the witch. Meanwhile, Harry decided to review the evidence they had collected. He opened one of the random 8 boxes and found one full of correspondence between Draco and Goyle. He felt stupid for not considering who the next victim might be. "Amanda, call Barrycloth and tell him to put protection details on." He realized he didn't know the boy's first name. He looked at the letter a bit embarrassed before continuing. "Gregory Goyle, Draco Malfoy's friend." "Right away, sir," she said, running to the flying memos. He sighed as he decided to take one letter that seemed to be one of the latest and opened it, hoping it might provide a clue. He looked around but didn't see an image of Draco or of death. It seemed that seeing the real thing made them turn to smoke, he hoped. Opening the letter, he read, January 22nd, 2004. "How are you doing, Draco? Did your strawberry jam sales go well? Sadly, my interviews were canceled. Someone told them who I am. It was bound to end anyway. No respectable place would want someone like me as a backup singer. Maybe I should let that dream rest, but I would hate to disappoint you. Moving on, I met Colin's younger brother. He was around Nocturne Alley. You did say you wanted to give him a letter? I can give it to him, but I really don't think it's a good idea, Draco. It may be dangerous. People here are not only hostile to ex-Death Eaters, but to Slytherins. You heard about the Death Cleansers? Let's not talk about them. Send some of your jam. I think I will be skipping meals to pay rent, and having French jam as my emergency food is a luxury I never thought I would keep. Also, the potion is working well. I haven't coughed in a week. You're amazing, Draco. I'm glad you were part of my life. Your friend, Greg." Harry made a copy of the letter, so he could underline the parts he thought were mysterious and required answers. Now he would have to read Draco's letter to Colin Creevey. He opened all 8 boxes, for contained Draco's correspondence with his friends and family. A Lucius Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, a Gregory Goyle, Astoria Greengrass, Blaise Zabini. The last 2 names had letters that were few and far between, the last from Zabini being on New Year's Eve, and Greengrass's on October 2003. He continued to categorize the letters, setting Lucius Malfoy's letters aside and moving on to the last 4 boxes. He found letters to students, including Hermione and Ron, as well as some to their year and some younger students. Some names were unfamiliar, but as he sifted through, he opened a box full of letters addressed to him. He took one labeled for the first year Harry Potter, the Toad. It was dated 1998. To first year Harry Potter, I read a book about healing, and writing letters does heal the soul, so I will say this. You are an idiot, an arrogant idiot at that. You don't know anything about our customs or about the Malfoy and Weasley blood feud. Yet you choose sides, saying, I can tell the right sort for myself. Future you knew, but you are 11 now, so shut the duck up. I don't give a duck that you took on a troll. Why was there a troll on school grounds? So you could show off your non-existent spell work? Harry put the letter down, chuckling at the venting tone it carried. He continued to read, entertained by the familiar frustration of Draco's younger self. What grounds did he have to break the rules over and over and be rewarded for it? Oh, first, years can't fly brooms around. But Harry gets caught red-handed and is rewarded by entering the team and becoming the youngest seeker in a century? What the hell? If I see you again, I will dropkick you. Your biggest hater, Draco Malfoy. Harry laughed and opened another letter, this one dated 1999, with handwriting that was more calm and less rushed. To third-year Harry, I'm sorry people lied to you all the time, because you are an idiot. To think the whole school hid the fact that Sirius Black was your godfather. Not only involved in your parents' murder, false now, but relevant at the time, because they knew you would try to face him alone like a stupid Gryffindor. I'm sorry I used your idiotic nature and told you the truth to make you try to catch Sirius Black. But it had to be said, I'm a genius. Still your hater, Draco Malfoy. Harry huffed and kept reading different letters, seeing how Draco viewed him all through the years until he saw a letter dated 2000. He opened it, enjoying the venting letters while trying to ignore the twinge in his chest at the memory that the owner of the letters was dead. To first-year Harry Potter, I'm sorry for how disappointing Hogwarts was. It's not normal for a school to make kids fight a troll, and it's not natural for a troll to be in the school. Sorry for tricking you into walking past curfew. Honestly, it was obviously a trap. Dueling in the trophy room, really, Potter? It's not okay for teachers to make first years go to the Forbidden Forest as punishment when it's literally called forbidden. Thank you for not making fun of me for how scared I was in the forest. Thank you for walking in the forest with me. We were both children, but you were definitely a true Gryffindor. I guess besides being jealous that you got on the Quidditch team, you had a shitty first year, Potter. I'm sorry. From Draco Malfoy. Harry's eyes widened at the personality jump between the letters, the calm and reflective tone. I need whatever therapy book he read, mumbled Harry, setting down the letters and feeling a bit choked up. Just as luck, he saw first-year Draco sitting on his desk, looking at him with wide eyes. I was having fun reading venting letters instead of investigating. What's wrong with me? Said Harry to himself. And he went to read Lucius's letters to Draco, spending the day duplicating the letters and marking important points. Tomorrow he would visit Azkaban, and tomorrow did come, with Harry wearing fresh clothes and looking put together, the permission slip in his hands and the ID card around his neck. He walked in. The place was gloomy and wet, as the sea air made his hair fluff again. Without the Dementors, the place seemed less nightmarish, as more wizards now worked to keep it secure. He walked in and was greeted with enthusiasm, allowed in without checking his slip, making his head ring. He would tattle on them. He was tired of inefficient work. One officer walked him to Azkaban's visitor room. He sat waiting, and soon the door opened, letting Lucius Malfoy walk in, chained from neck to legs, his hair shaved down, thin as bones and his face haggard. With darkened eyes like bruises, he walked ashore as always the life in prison yet to kick out his gits, and he looked at Harry with a frown. Disappointment evident as he slumped into a chair, showing the real weight of chains dragging him down. Harry Potter, to what do I owe the pleasure? Said Lucius, arms crossed and voice steady. Not a tone he expected from a grieving father and husband. Harry was confused before a horrifying revelation came upon him, and he snapped his head to the guard. You didn't tell him? He said. Tell him about what? Said the guard, confused. Harry covered his face, thinking the news could be hidden, and Barrycloth may have kept it under lockdown, or the Daily Prophet didn't get a hold of the French newspaper. Either way, he found himself in a rough position. He could hear Death laughing behind him, looking between his fingers, Lucius giving him judgmental looks. Mr. Malfoy, I'm so sorry, said Harry, slowly shaking his head. How does one go about saying this? What nonsense are you sputtering, boy? My son was on something about how much of an idiot you are. One would think. It's about your wife and son, Mr. Malfoy, said Harry. Lucius's body snapped straight, and he leaned in. Something happened, he said with a sure tone. They haven't sent a letter in 5 days, explained Lucius. There's a group called Death Cleaners. I don't know if you've heard of them, stated Harry. Lucius's face paled more. His jaw slackened as he started shaking his head, mumbling no, no, no over and over before he lunged at Harry. The chain stopped him. Harry stopped the guard from interfering. "What happened to Draco? What happened to Narcissa?" yelled Lucius. "I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but your son and wife have died." "They were murdered," said Harry, looking down at his hands. My family," said Lucius, his hands on his chest, clenching the gray, thin shirt. Harry saw the small hand of Draco trying to bury his father's fingers from the shirt, and Draco rested his head on his father's shoulder, cooing softly. Was the ghost a fragment of his imagination, fueled by reading letters and seeing how soft Lucius truly is for his only son? "My family." Lucius started to cry, covering his face. Harry looked around. He didn't think he could ask any questions today. About to stand, Lucius stopped him. "How?" said Lucius, righteous anger in his eyes, glaring at Harry. "Killing curses, it seems," said Harry. "And they did mutations of corpses?" asked Lucius. He was following the news. He had read about the victims. Harry sighed. He didn't think it was healthy, but he needed his answers. He told Lucius a summarized version of the body report. And like before, Lucius got sick, emptying his stomach on the side. Harry realized Gabriel took the news better because he didn't have to go into details about the body. Even summarizing the report made his stomach lurch in threat. The holes made in the bodies, the disfiguring of the arm. "Who do you think did it?" said Lucius, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, hands shaking. "That's what I need your help with," said Harry, putting the files on the table. "What do you need?" "Anything you need to catch those bastards," spat Lucius, fist tight. "I have a medical report on your son's blood," said Harry, opening the file. "No," yelled Lucius in panic. "In the crime scene, was there missing blood? Did the death cleanser take any of Draco's blood?" asked Lucius, panic in his voice, his hands trying to reach Harry. "No such thing was reported missing, but your reaction tells me I don't need to read the report to you, do I?" said Harry, glaring at the man. Lucius sighed and told him to read the report. While Harry was reading, he watched the man's facial expressions, and he wasn't surprised. No muscle twitch as Harry finished reading. Silence was the answer as Lucius tapped on his thumbnail. Ghost Draco, the young second year beside his father, watching him and holding the man's hand. Harry wondered if Lucius felt cold by the touch. "There's no point in keeping it a secret," sighed Lucius. "I don't care about how long my sentence would be. Not anymore. I'm confessing to my crimes," said Lucius. Harry simply turned the recording on and opened his notebook. "You are aware by law I can extract memories from witnesses as evidenced?" notified Harry. "I don't care." Lucius started to talk. 2 hours of earth-shattering information were dumped on Harry. He had to sit outside Azkaban, in the field, as he thought over what he now knew. By the end of the conversation, Lucius told Harry what he already suspected. "The next victim would be Gregory Goyle," said Lucius by the end. Harry raised an eyebrow, but decided to ask him why he thought so. "The boy worships the ground Draco walks on. Since the 6th year, he started to see Draco as a god and not a charge," said Lucius. "A charge? They aren't friends?" asked Harry. He would have believed them to be just lackeys, but the letters show a deeper relationship. "Please, those two as friends?" said Lucius, waving his hand as if the thought outraged him. Harry thought he must not know about the letters these two still exchanged. "They were never Draco's friends. My boy may have thought so, but they are his protection. I chose them specifically to protect him in his Hogwarts years and ensured their loyalty," said Lucius. "Ensured loyalty from kids? That's overbearing," snorted Harry. Each time he thought Lucius was the ultimate purist, he surprised him more, and the overprotective side of him he thought was superficial in just threatening Hogwarts stuff, but it seems Lucius was involved in every part of Draco's life. A younger version of Harry would have died of jealousy. Not only was Draco rich, but his parents loved him for he was. Harry understood now. It didn't change how awful they were, and because of what they did, their child died. Lucius will have to live with that. "I used a blood spell," said Lucius dull, with no care, "to make sure they won't betray my son. The moment they do, they will meet a timely death," finished Lucius, face blank and voice empty. He shouldn't be surprised by anything Lucius Malfoy did anymore. Maybe that's why the boy Gregory is obsessed with Draco now? Side effects? I don't know. Nor do I care, said Lucius. Are you admitting to having killed Vincent Crabbe? Said Harry, his eyebrows lowered, disgust clear in his eyes. The loss of control over the spell was charted as Crabbe not being able to control a spell above his level. But what Lucius says is the moment Crabbe become a danger on Draco's life, he died. Suit him well for trying to hurt my boy. Give me the Dementis kiss or whatever. There's no point in getting out now, said Lucius, looking down at his hands. I've heard enough, said Harry, leaving the visitor room. Sighing, Harry lay flat on the field. This whole case was getting bigger than he could handle, but one thing was for sure. They needed to watch Goyle, for he was the Death Cleanser's next target.